Chapter 90. The Emperor's Decree. At a corner of the street. Early in the morning, Feng Chueji, having heard the news, hurried to this location, watching helplessly as Wanwan was carried away, his teeth clenched in frustration. One day, I shall become her beast husband, boldly taking her away in such a manner. I must propose soon. With that, he turned and dashed towards the Imperial Music Association. On the other side of the street, Chiron pressed his thin lips together, his eyes tinged with red as he gazed in the direction where Wanwan had vanished. His left arm hung limply by his side, a drop of blood trickling down his long fingers, soon forming a small puddle. Ahem. He coughed, his already pale complexion growing even more as he clutched his chest, gasping for breath. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure. He clutched his clothing tightly, sensing the increasingly turbulent power within him, unable to suppress a low growl. Subsequently, his figure darted through the streets of the capital like a wraith, plunging into the beast forest behind the city. Soon, the forest echoed with the anguished cries of magical beasts. Corpses of these creatures piled up rapidly, forming a small mountain in no time. Chiron knelt amidst the bodies, drenched in blood, resembling a specter. After Wanwan completed her grooming, Suma Chang was already dressed in a white nightgown, reclining on the bed as he awaited her. This afternoon, he noticed Wanwan glancing at his golden-framed glasses more than twice. Thus, he deliberately chose not to remove them that night. His refined and elegant demeanor, complemented by the luxurious fringed golden frames of his glasses, added an air of distinguished grace to him. A flicker of inspiration sparked within Wanwan as she adjusted her strapless mini dress and approached him. Her exquisitely delicate face tilted upwards to meet his gaze, capturing Su Machang's full attention in an instant. With a swift motion, Su Machang effortlessly lifted her onto his lap. Wanwan possessed a remarkably alluring figure. The loose-fitting strap nightgown did little to conceal her form, instead accentuating her enticing curves in a tantalizing manner. A mere glance was enough to make Su Machang feel a rush of blood. Without the need for excessive words, he reached out to caress her face, his kiss descending like a tempest. His kisses were different from his persona, lacking the scent of antiseptic, instead exuding a subtle sweetness reminiscent of fruit. The fringes of the golden frames brushed against Wanwan's face, sending shivers through her. It was a unique sensory stimulation. Before long, Wanwan leaned weakly into Su Machang's embrace. How could Su Machang let such a beautiful night slip away? He turned and firmly held Wanwan on the bed. As he leaned down to deepen the kiss, his fingers slid down her strap dress. Su Machang, Su Xingzi, Su Chief, I beg you, please return to the research institute. The director of the first research institute, Zhao Peiyuan, personally came to plead, his face contorted with difficulty, speaking softly to Su Machang. This is already the third time His Majesty has sent me to request you. The Emperor's decree must be obeyed. Su Chief, if not for yourself, at least consider your family. If His Majesty truly becomes enraged, do you think your little wife can withstand it? Zhao Peiyuan rambled on, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. He quickly looked up, only to find Su Machang's icy gaze sweeping over him like a tangible force, causing him to shudder. What does she intend for my wife? Su Machang's tone was frigid, clearly angered by Zhao Peiyuan's earlier words. Zhao Peiyuan awkwardly cleared his throat and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was unsure why he was breaking out in a sweat in front of Su Machang. There was a sense of anxiety within him that surpassed even the one he felt before the Empress. Su Machang, I was merely speaking casually. After all, she is Her Majesty the Empress, and who can defy her orders? Su Machang's lips curled into a mocking smile, his tone calm. Hasn't Wenba already taken over as the lead on that research project? What need have I, a discarded individual, to be sought after? Ahem. You know well that Wenba has committed a grave error and has already been imprisoned by the Empress. Currently, there is no one in the First Research Institute, apart from you, who is worthy of the title of lead researcher. Su Machang, surely you do not wish for your previous research to remain unfinished? Zhao Peiyuan appealed to his emotions and reason. Unfortunately, Su Machang's gaze remained composed, even the act of sipping coffee devoid of any unnecessary motion. Return, there is no need to come again. I will not go. You, how can you be so ungrateful? Zhao Peiyuan gritted his teeth. If you return now, you could still negotiate terms with the Empress, and your future would be bright. If you do not return, should the Empress truly become angry then let her become angry. I too wish to see how she intends to deal with me. Su Machang smiled faintly, completely unconcerned. Despite Zhao Peiyuan's numerous pleas, he remained unmoved by Su Machang's cold heart. Gritting his teeth, he let out a heavy sigh before turning to leave. As the gates closed, Su Machang lowered his gaze, watching the coffee cup on the table tremble slightly, his eyes narrowing. He then dialed the earlier communication once more. Asterisk beep 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 beep. In the opulent imperial palace, the empress, enjoying a massage from a male beastman, was disturbed. She opened her eyes, casting an annoyed glance at the attendant beside her. The attendant, startled, quickly knelt to report, "Your Majesty, the person sending the video communication is the head of the Rue Shui family." We dared not intercept it. The Rue Shui family? The empress furrowed her brows, repeating the name, and waved her hand. "Open it." If it were indeed the head of the Rue Shui family, the attendant should not have obstructed it. As the communication connected, the face of Beijing Rue Shui soon appeared on the projection. The empress's expression shifted slightly. It truly was the head of the Rue Shui family. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress." Beijing bowed slightly in the video as a form of salute. The empress quickly rose from her soft couch, smiling and raising her hand. "Professor Beijing, please rise. There is no need for such formality between us. Might I inquire as to the purpose of Professor Beijing's visit today?" Beijing responded with a slight smile, his voice measured and unhurried. "Your Majesty is burdened with countless affairs and should not be disturbed lightly. However, there is indeed a piece of joyous news I wish to convey to Your Majesty." "Oh." The empress raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued, and pressed further. "What is this delightful news?" "It is thus. Many years ago, my son departed from our family and vanished without a trace. For years, we had received no word of him until recently, when I finally learned of his whereabouts. It turns out he has come to reside in the capital of the empire all along. After so many years of silence, he is my only son, and I could not allow him to remain lost in the world indefinitely. Therefore, I have resolved to welcome him back to our clan. I hope Your Majesty might issue a proclamation regarding this matter." Upon hearing this, the empress's expression shifted slightly. The sole heir of the Rueshui family had been concealed within the capital? Was the Rueshui clan leader seeking to stir trouble? Chapter 91. A bloodless conflict? No, it cannot be. Judging by the other party's demeanor, it seems unlikely. With a smile gracing her lips, the empress inquired. "Since the professor has said as much, I shall assist. May I ask who this person you speak of is?" Borglin smiled gently, resting her hand upon the armrest of her chair, and replied slowly, "His name is Su Machang. He was once a researcher at the First Research Institute." The empress took 2 steps forward, fixating her gaze intently upon Borglin's face. "Su Machang? How could it possibly be Su Machang? The son she had painstakingly nurtured, the esteemed Su Xingzi, the chief of the First Research Institute, turned out to be the scion of the Rueshui family?" A wave of shock surged through the empress, and her expression darkened momentarily. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment before her smile returned. Had the professor perhaps made a mistake? After all, this Su Machang was a denizen of the imperial capital. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, we have confirmed his identity." Subsequently, Borglin presented the empress with a genetic test. This was the most accurate paternity test in the galaxy, sufficient to establish the blood relationship between Su Machang and Borglin. Despite any lingering disbelief, the empress had no choice but to accept the truth. Su Machang was indeed Borglin's son. How foolish of her to have invited him to remain at the First Research Institute multiple times, having misjudged his worth. Had she known of Su Machang's ties to the Rueshui family, she would never have elevated him to such a position of trust. Frustration filled the empress's eyes. Yet when she met Borglin's gaze, her composure and smile had returned. "Since Professor Borglin has already investigated this matter thoroughly, I shall cooperate." As the communication ended, the empress's expression darkened instantly. The First Research Institute was a force she had labored to control with all her might. She had thought Su Machang would be a blade in her hand, yet he had turned out to be a dagger aimed at her own heart. What was the meaning of Borglin's revelations? What did she intend to accomplish? Was she attempting to assert dominance, or was this a veiled threat? With a swift motion, the empress swept everything off the desk, sending papers and objects crashing to the floor. All the attending eunuchs knelt in unison, bowing their heads, fearful of incurring the empress's wrath. After venting her anger, a third of the treasures in the hall lay shattered upon the ground, creating a scene of utter disarray. "Get out!" she bellowed, and all the eunuchs hurriedly scrambled to their feet, retreating in small, hurried steps. Leaning back against her throne, the empress took several deep breaths to regain her composure. "What news from Wanwan?" In the now silent hall, the Empress cast a side glance towards the shadows behind her. From the previously empty corner emerged the figure of a shadow guard, kneeling on one knee. His voice devoid of emotion. "Your Majesty, there has been no progress. Worthless. He cannot compare to Su Machang." She cursed, seething with anger. Not only had he caused the demise of numerous high-level beastmen used for experimentation, but he was also utterly useless. Although Yuan Bai had been imprisoned, he had not been executed. Instead, the Empress had covertly transferred him to a hidden location to continue the research on the SSS male beastman suppressants. Yet, after so many days, there had been no advancements. She should have secured Su Machang's loyalty from the outset to prevent him from developing ulterior motives. What a pity! Your Majesty, are we still applying pressure on Su Machang? The shadow guard paused, but his suggestion was swiftly dismissed by the Empress. Do you think Borglin, that old woman, approached me at this juncture for no reason? One Su Machang is of little concern to me, but with the addition of the Ruishua family, even I must tread carefully. This matter must be put on hold. The Empire still requires the Ruishua family, and we cannot afford to make things too hostile. The Empress pinched the bridge of her nose in frustration. Her plans had been disrupted, and she needed to recalibrate her strategy. After a moment's contemplation, her eyes glinted coldly as she issued a new command. Since Yuan Bai is of no use in the research on SSS male beastman suppressants, let him be sent to the lunatic asylum. The shadow guard's expression shifted slightly as he hastily bowed in acknowledgement. The lunatic asylum was not merely a place for the mentally ill, it housed male beastmen who had survived energy surges thanks to special concoctions. However, these individuals had suffered severe neurological damage and were rendered completely senseless. Their formidable strength, paired with their madness, posed a significant threat. Once admitted, there was no hope of exiting unscathed. Yuan Bai was truly unfortunate. Who didn't he know that serving the Empress was akin to courting danger? Attending to a ruler whose mind was as sharp as her age was perilous, especially given her unpredictable nature. Has there been any movement from the Imperial Music Association? After a brief silence in the hall, the Empress resumed her inquiries. Your Majesty, the Music Association is conducting stringent reviews of its core personnel. Our candidates have all been dismissed. For the time being, we cannot approach the core secrets. Hearing this, the Empress's brows furrowed. Each year, numerous candidates from the Imperial Music Academy enter the association. How is it that not a single one of our own could be inserted? What is going on? Your Majesty, the association has a specific vetting process, and we have yet to decipher the particulars. However, it is certain that all our candidates have been eliminated without exception. The reasons remain unclear. Unclear? The Empress scoffed, her voice laced with derision. The Imperial Music Association certainly possesses formidable methods. Very well, splendid indeed. She could not believe those old men were unaware that among the students were her own people. Yet, she had not anticipated their blatant disregard for her authority as the Empress. 30 candidates. All dismissed? Your Majesty, to infiltrate an organization, one need not necessarily start from within. The shadow guard slightly inclined his body, revealing the distinctive black crown of the Empress's shadow guards on his left wrist. Oh, go on. Intrigued, the Empress straightened in her seat. Your Majesty, the former president of the Music Association has a beloved grandson who remains unmarried. At these words, the Empress's brows twitched, her gaze darting to the shadow guard in surprise. She recalled the president's grandson. As a child, he had come to the palace to celebrate a birthday and accidentally shattered her favorite glass lamp. At the time, her own mother had been present, and instead of chastising the boy, she had scolded the Empress for not keeping her belongings in order. Time had flown, and that mischievous little boy had grown up. Are you suggesting? Your Majesty, the Grand Princess is currently unmarried. Should a union be formed with him, the Imperial Music Association could be secured without conflict. The Empress's eyes sparkled with excitement as she regarded the shadow guard with newfound appreciation. What is your name? Your Majesty, I am called Qianxiao. Very well, Qianxiao. You shall be handsomely rewarded. After resting at home for 2 days, Yuan Shan prepared to report back to the academy. However, upon arriving at the entrance, she was intercepted by the security guards. The academy is undergoing renovations and is temporarily closed to the public. The guard, perplexed, scrutinized Yuan Shan. Dear sir, I truly just learned of this, Yuan Shan replied awkwardly with a smile. It turned out that on the night Gulan had led a group into the academy, half of the building had been destroyed, and even the teaching building had suffered a significant breach from a laser cannon. For the time being, Classes had been suspended while repairs were made. Bidding farewell to the gatekeeper, Wanwan turned to leave, only to be stopped again after taking several steps. Chapter 92. A proposal. A tall man leaned casually against the door of a flying vehicle at the street corner. With his hands tucked into his pockets and one leg lazily bent, he tilted his head, unwaveringly gazing at her. His handsome features bore a hint of a smile, exuding both nobility and elegance. Many passers-by paused to steal glances at him, and Wanwan found herself unable to resist looking back. Feng Chueji's black attire seemed tailored specifically for him, exuding a unique charisma. Noticing Wanwan's attention, Feng Chueji strode towards her, his long legs carrying him effortlessly. "How did you know I was here?" Wanwan asked, feeling a tad embarrassed. Reflecting on her last encounter with Feng Chueji, she found it difficult to assess. This man, who oscillated between being cool and charmingly naive, posed a challenge for her. As Wanwan was lost in thought, the man in front of her took a step closer. Reacting instinctively, she retreated, her back suddenly pressed against the wall. She found herself splendidly pinned against it. Wanwan wished to escape, but as the thought crossed her mind, he raised his hand to block her path. In the narrow confines of his embrace, her eyes darted around, contemplating her escape. However, Feng Chueji seemed to anticipate her intentions. In that moment of her hesitation, he swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist. His long fingers gently caressed her lips, pressing down firmly on her lip bead. He pouted, gazing at her lips while murmuring, "I wonder how many wild men have kissed you while I was away, Wanwan. You could speak a little louder. I can hear you just fine. Are you chirping about me in front of my face?" "Ha! Wanwan, you promised me I am your third beast husband. Did I agree to that? This matter hasn't even begun to take shape." Wanwan thought indignantly, maintaining a facade of calm. Yet, the black cat was keenly attuned to the fluctuations of her emotions. Even without her words, he could sense her feelings. "Are you having second thoughts?" He pouted, his deep blue eyes fixed on her, glimmering with unshed tears. His striking face bore a profound impact. Seeing such an expression made her heart quiver. "Ahem, Feng Chueji. This is only our second meeting. It's a bit hasty to decide the future, don't you think?" Wanwan ventured delicately. "I want to listen." Feng Chueji suddenly shook his head, a look of grievance on his face as he exclaimed, then abruptly tossed Wanwan over his shoulder. He swiftly transformed into a black cat, carrying her up to the rooftops of the city. The familiar path led them to a known destination. As Wanwan gazed at the approaching tower, she couldn't help but sigh. The black cat bounded up the tower with her and gently set her down before sitting at the edge, turning his back to her. Unlike the spirited figure she had previously encountered, this time the black cat's ears drooped, and his tail hung limply over the edge, utterly still. Even without seeing his expression, Wanwan felt his despondency. Neither spoke, sitting in silence, a considerable distance apart. After a lengthy pause without the expected response, the black cat shook off his gloom. He turned to find Wanwan engrossed in the view from afar. While he wallowed in sorrow, she appeared to be enjoying the scenery. Enraged, the black cat ground his teeth and elegantly approached her. Upon lifting his gaze to meet hers, he reverted to his pitiful demeanor. His blue eyes glistened with tears as he tilted his head, nuzzling her palm. A wave of tenderness surged within Wanwan, but the memory of their last encounter, when he transformed into a handsome man upon being held, stifled her urge to pet the cat. This cat must not be petted. Feng Chueji nudged her several times, but she remained unresponsive, deepening his sorrow. "Do you no longer like me?" He spoke human words, sitting beside her with a pitiful demeanor. His forepaws sat neatly together, his little black tail curled in a circle, appearing exceedingly well-behaved. Wanwan felt an overwhelming urge to pet him. Yet reason triumphed over impulse. She vigorously shook her head, refusing to indulge in the feline affection. Feng Chueji, taken aback by her steadfastness, contemplated before reverting to human form. The black cat transformed back into a dashing young man, clad in a fitted shirt. Wanwan swallowed hard upon noticing the subtle muscles beneath his shirt. Realizing she was staring at his physique, Feng Chueji, sensing her gaze, nonchalantly loosened his collar, unbuttoning 2 buttons to reveal a hint of his chest. Wanwan's eyes widened in surprise. Feng Chueji settled on the ground, suddenly pulling the dazed Wanwan into his embrace. He cherished the closeness, relishing her unique scent that calmed the tumultuous blood coursing through him. "Wanwan, I am being forced into marriage." "Huh?" Feng Chueji's deep voice prompted Wanwan to turn, bewildered. "Forced into marriage? Is that for real?" Indeed, Feng Chueji replied, frowning as he activated his wristband. The device displayed a marriage proposal. In the interstellar realm, only women proposed to men using such formal invitations. His name was clearly inscribed. Yuanshan's heart tightened. I do not love her, yet they insist I marry her. Wanshan. What should I do? Feng Chueji held her tighter, his body trembling slightly. Yuanshan's fingers curled and UNC curled, caught in a whirlwind of emotions. This man, who had professed his love for her repeatedly, was now being proposed to by another. If you are unwilling, you can refuse. After a long pause, Yuanshan finally spoke. I cannot refuse. It is impossible unless I have a wife. Feng Chueji shook his head. Yuanshan's mind conjured images of a grand family alliance drama. Feng Chueji was the unfortunate pawn in an arranged marriage, destined to wed an old and unattractive woman purely for familial gain. Everyone pushed him toward this union, yet no one considered his feelings. Suddenly, Yuanshan felt an immense empathy for him. He too was a pitiful soul. But what did that have to do with her? A sudden tingling sensation brushed against her ear. Yuanshan recoiled, only to be firmly held in place by Feng Chueji. He was kissing her. The soft touch of his tongue grazed her cheek, leaving a gentle chill in its wake. Wanshan, I do not wish to marry her. His voice quivered with suppressed emotion. Yuanshan's heart jolted, and she raised her gaze to see tears welling in his eyes. Feng Chueji, please don't cry. Panic surged within Yuanshan as she hurriedly reached to wipe his tears. His hand grasped hers, placing it against his face. His handsome visage gazed at her with profound longing as he spoke slowly. Wanshan, will you accept me? Yuanshan's heart raced as memories flooded back of her own forced situation with Gulan, lacking the refining pills that could have liberated her. Had she possessed sufficient points back then, she would not have had to endure such humiliation. But now, was she truly humiliated? Yuanshan had always been captivated by Feng Chueji's face, unable to look away since the first moment she saw him in the academy corridor. Though he could sometimes be a bit naive, it added a certain charm to his character. At this moment, faced with the heartfelt proposal from this striking man, she shamefully found herself moved. As she sat there, stunned into silence, Feng Chueji's heart sank further. He slowly released her and stepped to the edge of the tower. Tilting his head slightly, his beautiful profile gazed skyward, his expression melancholic, as if grappling with some unfathomable thought. Suddenly, he chuckled bitterly. If Wanshan does not wish to accept me, then my existence holds little meaning. He turned to cast one last deep glance at Yuanshan, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Wanshan, goodbye. In that instant, he spread his arms wide and leapt from the tower. Yuanshan's heart lurched. This was the tallest tower in the imperial capital, towering thousands of meters high. Even if he were a climbing adept like a cat beast, a fall from such a height would surely spell disaster. Her heart raced as she rushed to the edge of the tower, watching the diminishing black figure in the distance. Panic seizing her. Feng Chueji, I promise you. Feng Chueji, I promise you. Feng Chueji, I promise you. The sound carried by the wind brought forth a voice that left him in disbelief. It was the voice of Wanwan. She agreed? Feng Chueji leapt into action, transforming midair into a feline beast, his claws gripping the stone of the tower. However, the force of his leap caused him to slide down a considerable distance before he could stabilize himself. Ignoring everything else, he climbed desperately upwards. As he neared the top of the tower, he caught sight of the figure he had longed for day and night. Wanwan was crouched beside the tower, her face pale with fear. She had always harbored a slight fear of heights, but witnessing Feng Chueji leap down unguarded made her heart clench. That surge of terror unexpectedly dispelled her fear in an instant. Feng Chueji, she shouted, and from below came the man's voice, brimming with suppressed excitement. I'm here. Wanwan was swept into the embrace of the man who had transformed into a feline beast, held tightly against his chest. In that moment, it seemed as if the wind had ceased. The only sounds were their racing heartbeats. After a long while, Feng Chueji released her, his eyes alight with exhilaration. Wanwan, I heard you agree to me. Wanwan recalled the words she had blurted out in desperation, her cheeks flushed as she murmured softly in affirmation. That's wonderful. Feng Chueji exclaimed, lifting Wanwan and spinning joyfully atop the tower. Wanwan, too, was infected by his radiant smile, breaking into laughter. The sound of her laughter was as melodious as silver bells. All right, put me down, I'm getting dizzy. After a moment, Wanwan could no longer withstand the exuberance of the man and gently tapped him. Feng Chueji, finally, set her down cautiously. What happened to your hand? It was only when Feng Chueji released her that Yu Yuanwan noticed his hand was covered in blood. His once elegant and slender fingers were now deformed from the harsh friction. Oh, that was from earlier when I fell and scraped it on the tower. I don't feel any pain at all. I'm just so happy, Wanwan. You finally agreed to me. The affection in his gaze was unabashedly straightforward. A man fully devoted to earning her approval. Yu Yuanwan's heart ached at the sight, and she took his hands, blowing gently on them. If you ever threaten me like that again, I will let you fall and never be coerced by you again. Feng Chueji wrapped his arms around her, relishing her concern, grinning like a fool. Of course, there won TB, and next time. This is the only time I will ever seek this. Yuanwan, he called in a husky voice. Yu Yuanwan looked up at him. I want to kiss you. Her cheeks flushed crimson. They had already engaged in far bolder acts. Yet the directness in his eager gaze made her shy. Strangely, after his declaration, he remained motionless, awaiting her consent. Yu Yuanwan, frustrated, grabbed his collar and pulled him down while rising onto her toes to kiss his lips. She, too, cherished the faint scent of olives that clung to him, subtle yet extraordinarily distinctive. She wished to kiss him as well. The moment their soft lips met, Feng Chueji froze momentarily, and upon regaining his senses, a wave of ecstasy washed over him. Yuanwan had actively kissed him. She truly accepted him. He quickly wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her closer. At the same time, his fingers tangled in her long hair, deepening the kiss. After they parted, both were breathless. As Yu Yuanwan lowered her gaze, she noticed the defined contours beneath the half-open collar of Feng Chueji's shirt. She couldn't help but curl her fingers in excitement. His abs seemed different from those of Qi Mabai and Su Machang. Moreover, he was extraordinarily fair. Just as Yu Yuanwan was lost in thought, a hand grasped hers, guiding it to rest on his chest. She looked up in surprise, meeting Feng Chueji's bright smile. He suddenly leaned closer, whispering in her ear with an alluring tone. I give you all of me, Yuanwan. You may touch anywhere you desire. Yu Yuanwan's face instantly flushed. Speechless, she pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Ouch! Feng Chueji exclaimed dramatically, seeming to be in great pain. Yu Yuanwan, startled, quickly pushed away his shirt, worry etched on her face. Did I hurt you? Where? Let me see. Seeing her concern, Feng Chueji felt a sweetness swell in his heart. He pulled her in tightly while she was still dazed. Yuanwan, I'm not injured. An SSS male beastman is not so easily hurt. It dawned on Yu Yuanwan that he had been deceiving her. You are truly wicked. As she spoke, she pinched him again, this time genuinely hurting him. Yet, observing her puffed-up demeanor, Feng Chueji dared not complain. He held her hands pitifully, gazing at her with pleading eyes. My dear, please don't be angry, I was wrong. The towering figure of over 6 feet knelt before Yu Yuanwan, confessing his fault, his handsome face adding to the beauty of the scene. Yu Yuanwan had not anticipated such a display. After a moment of surprise, she couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. She tugged at his collar, pulling him back up, giving him a mock glare. A man's knee is worth gold. Are you not afraid of losing your fortune by kneeling to me? How much gold do you want? Does Yuanwan like gold? How much shall I buy for you? Feng Chueji declared extravagantly. It then struck Yu Yuanwan that she didn't even know about Feng Chueji's family background. Had she truly agreed to be with him? Feng Chueji, your family isn't forcing you to marry, are they? If they discover you've sought out a wife on your own, will they harm you? She had been so focused on not wanting to hurt him before, but now she realized how rash her agreement had been. If Feng Chueji was driven to leap off the tower, his family must be formidable as well. What if they were too powerful, and she couldn't protect him? Do not worry. If they learn I have sought my own wife, they will be laughing with joy. Is that so? Yu Yuanwan was baffled. Hadn't he been forced into marriage before, looking utterly despondent? Feng Chueji encircled her waist, tossing her onto his back. It's settled. Chapter 94. The third beast husband chieftain. The Empire's Information Processing Center has reported that the young master has matched with a wife. What did you say? Beojalin, who had been perusing some documents, stood up in astonishment. Although she hadn't seen Su Machang in a long time, she was aware of his pathological aversion to women. She had even resolved that if Su Machang were to have no offspring, she wouldn't mind as long as he returned to the clan. Yet, she never expected him to find a wife. Quick, bring me the woman's information. Beojalin exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, snatching the documents regarding Yu Yuanwan and flipping through them. A woman with no mental power? All three beast husbands are SSS? How can this be? Beojalin was stunned after finishing her review. She had heard of Chi Malbai, who had broken through to SSS at a young age and had achieved remarkable military accomplishments, becoming a marshal of the empire. She had assumed that someone of his caliber would at least have a wife with an S mental power. Even an SS would be worthy of him. Yet he, along with Chang'er, had chosen a woman devoid of mental power. And then there was Feng Chueji, a name she recognized. The young master of the Empire's Music Association, the future heir of the Music Association, also the heir to the core of the capital's security. He had matched with this woman with no mental power as well? Who exactly was Wanwan to warrant such attention? Beojalin furrowed her brow intensely. Prepare to meet Chang'er. I must see him in person. Have we truly become one? On the tower, Wanwan gazed at the acceptance letter for their matching within the wristband, momentarily overwhelmed with disbelief. She had genuinely registered her union with Feng Chueji. The wind rustled, leaving Wanwan feeling dizzy. Feng Chueji encircled Wanwan from behind, burying his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling her fragrance. His heart and eyes brimmed with bliss. Yes, we have become one, Wanwan. I am now your third beast husband. He turned Wanwan to face him, their gazes locked, emotions blossoming between them. In his eyes, Wanwan discerned a glimmer of affection that stirred her heart. Her ears flushed red, and just as she attempted to retreat, he effortlessly restrained her. With a gentle tug, Wanwan found herself pressed against his chest, her chin lifted by his hand. And then, a kiss descended, devout and earnest, savoring it like the finest vintage wine. The faint scent of olive mingled with an intoxicating aura of pheromones enveloping Wanwan. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her heart soared. Unable to resist, her hands instinctively wrapped around his neck, offering him her most radiant self. Their breaths quickened, temperatures rising. This moment was legitimate and above board, and they were in a secluded spot, free from any prying eyes. Wanwan thought that this time, he would unhesitatingly claim her, as she had long desired. Yet, unexpectedly, at such a crucial moment, Feng Chueji held her tightly, breathing heavily, yet his hands busied themselves with smoothing her attire. Leaning against Feng Chueji's embrace, Wanwan gazed dreamily, her mind a blank slate. Though Feng Chueji was overcome with desire, he resolutely held back. He lowered his head, gently kissing the corner of her mouth, embodying a true gentleman as he helped her steady her breath, distancing them from the fervor of the moment. After regaining her composure, Wanwan was perplexed. Was this truly their first meeting, and yet he seemed insatiable? At such a pivotal juncture, he chose to relent? Her expression of bewilderment elicited a muffled laugh from Feng Chueji. He leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath cascading over her skin, and his words made her cheeks flush. Wanwan, do you miss me? Wanwan remained silent, responding instead by pinching the soft flesh at his waist with notable force. Ouch! Wanwan, that was quite harsh. My waist is bound to be bruised. Feng Chueji's face adopted a pitiful expression, his deep blue eyes glimmering with unshed tears. However, Wanwan was no longer swayed by such antics, letting out a huff as she turned her head away. Feng Chueji promptly donned a charming smile, drawing his somewhat pouting wife back into his embrace, gently rubbing his cheek against her face. I wish to prepare meticulously for our most significant day, rather than hastily claiming your mark of a wife. His tone was exquisitely tender, his melodious voice flowing like a soothing melody, enchanting the ears as if they might conceive. Wanwan was taken aback by the existence of such an endearing man. After all, Wanwan is already my wife. There is no turning back. Though I yearn for her affection, I can still exercise restraint. Feng Chueji lightly kissed her neck, scattering delicate kisses that brought a tingling sensation. Then don't provoke me. Wanwan firmly pressed his head down, forbidding any further movement. You wish to hold back? Then do so properly. Wanwan, how can you be so ruthless? Even denying a kiss? No. Wanwan insisted, continuing to hold his head down. Feng Chueji's face transformed into a look of utter helplessness. Yet Wanwan was resolute. Observing this, Feng Chueji reined in his expression, grasping both of Wanwan's hands and pulling her closer to him. In her astonished gaze, he leaned down, whispering in her ear, "That won't do. I am now Wanwan's legitimate beast husband, entitled to kisses and embraces." With that, his lips descended upon hers. Suma Chang was reluctant to meet Bao Jelin, yet upon mention of Wanwan, he acquiesced to the encounter, fearing for his little wife's well-being. This was Bao Jelin's first visit with her son in many years. He was strikingly handsome, with an elegant demeanor. Upon closer inspection, he appeared threefold more attractive than his father. Such a fine young man would surely captivate any woman. Bao Jialin silently critiqued while donning a gentle smile. Speak your mind. Suma Chang had no desire for idle chatter. Were it not for Wanwan, he would not have returned to the family nor met this woman. Bao Jialin faltered momentarily, her expression stiffening before swiftly regaining composure. I know you still harbor resentment towards me, but you are ultimately my son, and this bond of blood cannot be severed. I did not come to cause you distress. I merely heard you have a wife now, and she is a woman devoid of spiritual power?
So?
Su Machang's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Are you here to meddle in my marriage? Bao Jialin opened her mouth, intending to persuade him. After all, he was an SSS male beast, and only female beasts rated S or above could offer him any semblance of solace. A woman without spiritual power would be helpless against his energy surges. Previously, Su Machang had been unwilling to engage with women, leaving her no choice but to accept it. But now that he was willing to seek a wife, she wished to find him the best match. Yet, faced with Su Machang's icy demeanor, Bao Jialin found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 95. Steadfast resolve. Do you truly hold such affection for that woman devoid of spiritual power? What do you think? Su Machang replied coldly, his eyes fixed on Bao Jialin, countering her with a question. Bao Jialin fell silent. From Su Machang's reaction, it was evident he harbored genuine feelings for his wife. She was torn between joy for her son's sincerity and anxiety over the fact that she lacked spiritual power. Su Machang's defense of that woman clearly indicated his desire to protect their union. Chang'er, I only wish what is best for you. She is, after all, a woman without spiritual power. In the event of an energy surge, what can she offer you? After a moment's hesitation, Bao Jialin resolved to offer some counsel. For this was a matter of Su Machang's life. What can she provide? Su Machang slightly raised his gaze toward the azure sky. Though his little wife lacked spiritual power, her ability to soothe him was unmatched. Otherwise, his energy would have long since erupted. Yet now, he felt an unprecedented tranquility. Naturally, he could not disclose this to anyone. Chang'er, do you remember that girl, Yan Yan, whom you often played with as a child? The daughter of your aunt? She has grown into a beautiful young woman and is an exceedingly rare sss-level spiritual power wielder. She was particularly fond of you in her youth. And when I left the Ruishua family, she inquired about your well-being. If you are willing, I can propose to her on your behalf. I believe she would not mind your previous marriage, as long as you sever all ties. Be quiet. Bao Jialin's words were abruptly silenced by Su Machang's fierce retort. His expression was one of anger, his gaze frigid, as he spoke each word with unwavering seriousness. In this lifetime, my only wife is Wanwan. I desire no one else. If you continue to speak thus, please take your leave. You are not welcome here. Though Bao Jialin had anticipated Su Machang's anger, she was taken aback by the firmness of his stance. After all, she was his mother and the head of the Ruishua family. Did he truly care not at all? Bao Jialin attempted to voice her thoughts, but under Su Machang's icy glare, she swallowed her words. Exhaling deeply, she composed her tone. While I do not know what enchantment your little wife has cast upon you, a woman without spiritual power has remarkably managed to find 3 SSS beast husbands in just a few months. Her methods are quite apparent.
Chang'er.
She may not care for you as much as you imagine. Bao Jialin continued earnestly. The words I have spoken today stand firm. Should you change your mind, you may contact me at any time. No need. Su Machang's voice was devoid of warmth as he waved his hand to dismiss his guest. He had no desire to converse further with Bao Jialin, who could only shake her head in resignation as she departed. On the chilly balcony, Su Machang gazed into the distance. He was not surprised that Bao Jialin would investigate him. He had already pledged his loyalty to Yuan Shan, vowing never to betray her in this lifetime. Yet, what of the 3 beast husbands? Su Machang's gaze fell slightly. Had Wan Shan already taken on a 3rd beast husband? At the Imperial Music Association, Feng Chueji languidly reclined on the sofa as a small creature leaped into his lap, nuzzling gently against his hand. The restless energy within him made him somewhat anxious. His threshold for collapse was exceedingly high, and one misstep could lead to a frenzy. Meanwhile, the elders of the Music Association were fervently debating upon the acceptance of his matching application. How could it truly be that he was matched with a wife? How could this happen? Was the Imperial Information Processing Center truly so incompetent as to match Chueji with a wife? Who exactly was this Yuan Shan? possessing such a lore that the young Master Foam would consent to the match? Wanwan, a beast with the form of a squirrel, devoid of any mental prowess? My heavens! You've chosen a woman without any mental energy. Foam Chueji, have you lost your mind? We instructed you to find a wife with formidable mental strength, one capable of calming you, yet you've chosen a woman devoid of such power? You must be driving your grandfather to his grave. Foam Chueji, exasperated, rubbed his ears. Honestly, what do you want from me? When I don't seek a wife, you fret, and now that I have, you still fret. What must I do to appease you? Regardless, the matter of finding a wife was already settled, set in stone, unchangeable. Unchangeable? Foam Chueji, don't think I am unaware that you currently lack a wife mark, which indicates you have yet to lose your virginity. Hurry up and go to the Imperial Information Matching Center to cancel this match. And allow us to find you a suitable one.
No.
Several elders urged Foam Chueji to annul the match, but he firmly refused.
You.
Oh, Grandfather Shun. You must not fall ill, otherwise, who will preside over my wedding banquet? Upon seeing Foam Shun rolling his eyes in frustration, Foam Chueji hastily grasped his arm to calm him. Are you truly not going to cancel it? Foam Shun glared at his grandson, repeating the question. Foam Chueji shook his head vigorously. He had finally succeeded in persuading his little wife to agree to the match, and he would absolutely not retract his decision. Foam Shun fainted once more. The surrounding crowd erupted into chaos, encircling Foam Shun while clamoring for Foam Chueji to withdraw his application. Yet, not a single person thought to take Foam Shun to a doctor. After a lengthy silence, without hearing Foam Chueji's voice, Foam Shun could not help but peek through a narrow opening of his eyelids, only to meet Foam Chueji's enigmatic expression. Having been caught feigning unconsciousness, Foam Shun's face flushed with embarrassment as he turned over, attempting to reason with Foam Chueji. Okay, we genuinely have your best interests at heart. Your threshold for collapse is so high, you cannot afford any further delays. Even if you do not wish to marry the crown princess, must you demean yourself by choosing a woman without mental prowess? Foam Shun theorized that Foam Chueji's actions stemmed from the Empress's decree regarding marriage. The Empress aimed to marry Foam Chueji to the crown princess, thereby exerting control over the Imperial Music Association. It was a cunning strategy. However, she likely did not anticipate Foam Chueji's rebelliousness. He would prefer to select a woman without mental prowess than become the beast husband of the SS crown princess. Even with their collective efforts to persuade him, it was to no avail. His resolve was steadfast. Grandfather Shun, you are overthinking it. My motivation is not mere defiance. I genuinely like her. Foam Chueji interjected, his beautiful deep blue eyes sparkling with longing. She is exceptional. I fear I may not deserve her. How could I possibly look down upon her? She is the one I have painstakingly pursued, so you must not sabotage this. Especially you, Grandfather Shun. If you ruin my marriage, I will take my own life. You will have no grandson. Foam Chueji declared earnestly, raising his chin in a serious threat. Such audacity. Chapter 96. Chaos enough. Everyone disperse. A sharp voice cut through the crowd from the back. Foam Shua stepped forward, a frown creasing his brow as he surveyed all present. Only when silence fell did he fix his gaze on Foam Chueji. Okay, come with me.
All right.
Foam Chueji complied, signaling the elders to be silent as he jogged to catch up with Foam Shua. In the quiet office, Foam Shua took his seat behind the desk, while Foam Chueji approached and sat opposite him, adopting a casual posture. Now speak. What is going on? What is going on? Foam Chueji attempted to evade the question. Foam Shua shot him a cold glance. If you do not speak, I can directly seek out that female beast and inquire myself. Please, grandfather. The moment Foam Chueji heard this, he wilted, rushing forward to massage Foam Shua's back and shoulders. Cough, it's nothing much. It's just that your grandson has finally found a girl he likes and wishes to become her beast husband. What do you mean she has no mental prowess? Foam Shua pressed further. He could accept Foam Chueji marrying a regular woman, as their status did not rely heavily on the family background of the partner. However, he absolutely forbade Foam Chueji from marrying someone devoid of mental energy. Should Foam Chueji's energy spiral out of control, his wife would be utterly incapable of calming him. Though she lacks mental prowess, I feel that my energy fluctuations would diminish when I am with her, Foam Chueji replied earnestly. Grandfather. This what you once referred to as a high degree of soul compatibility? Foam Shua stared at his grandson, who was desperately defending his chosen mate, and found himself at a loss for whether to be angry or to laugh. A high degree of soul compatibility. How absurd. What a rare occurrence that could happen to you. You would fabricate such a tall tale for that little wife of yours. Nonetheless, he was not entirely dismissive of the union. The Empress's decree to marry him to the crown princess was clearly a maneuver to undermine the music association. Your chosen wife is not without merit. She might serve as a bulwark against the Empress's decree. However, okay, she is merely an ordinary woman, lacking family or parents, and possessing no mental prowess. Are you certain she can withstand the Empress's pressure? Accepting you as a beast husband right when the Empress has bestowed a marriage upon you would surely incur her wrath. Feng Shua's tone turned grave. In the imperial capital, on the Empress's turf, if she wished to deal with an ordinary person, it would be a simple matter. Feng Shueji's smile abruptly faltered. He had envisioned this as an opportunity to escape the Empress's decree and to share a life with Yuanshan. Yet, he had forgotten the Empress's vindictive nature. What would she do if she discovered that Yuanshan had thwarted her plans? In an instant, Feng Shueji's expression shifted. As the heir to the music association, the Empress would not dare to harm him, but what if she sought to target Yuanshan instead? Feng Shua noticed the change in his grandson's demeanor and recognized that he had come to a realization. He promptly dismissed Feng Shueji, returning to his paperwork. At this point, if you truly care for her, you should apply to annul the match. I will arrange another marriage for you, one equally matched in SS mental prowess, and of substantial family background, making it impossible for the Empress to intervene. Feng Shueji's expression darkened. He was to abandon Yuanshan? After all the effort he had expended to find a girl he cherished, how could he simply relinquish her? But if he held fast, what would happen with the Empress? Feng Shua, however, provided him with little time for contemplation, waving him away. Outside the office, the other elders anxiously awaited, exchanging glances at Feng Shueji's despondent demeanor. They had been attempting to persuade for quite some time, yet to no avail. Once the president made his entrance, Feng Shueji immediately wilted.
Indeed.
He lived up to his reputation as the president. However, at that moment, no one dared to display a playful demeanor in front of Feng Shueji. The crowd exchanged furtive glances before discreetly dispersing, leaving Feng Shueji with a countenance full of sorrow. Today, Su Machong was as considerate as ever. Since Chi Mabai was not home, he took it upon himself to prepare the dishes that Yu Yuanshuan loved, utilizing the culinary robot. Upon entering, he first took Yu Yuanshuan's small handbag and helped her out of her coat. Then, he guided her to the dining table, meticulously arranging the dishes for her.
Su Mochang,
With his elegant demeanor, had donned a pair of black-framed glasses with black tassels today. His movements while setting the table were precise and earnest. It is often said that a serious man possesses a certain charm. Yu Yuanshuan couldn't help but steal a few more glances, nodding in agreement with this sentiment. His refined and noble aura, paired with the allure of those cool, abstinent glasses, left her utterly captivated once more. What made it even more enchanting was that he personally fed her. Wanwan, open your mouth. He brought the peeled shrimp meat to her lips. His expression serious, yet his gaze gentle, instilling in Yu Yuanshuan an overwhelming sense of being cherished. As she bit into the shrimp, a blend of satisfaction and a twinge of regret washed over her. Why is he feeding me again? Didn't I say we would eat together? As a new generation woman, Yu Yuanshuan valued independence and self-reliance. Having previously declined such indulgences several times, Su Machong had ceased his insistence. So, why was he starting again now? I've already eaten. And besides, I haven't been busy lately. If I refuse even being fed, then I'll truly be doing nothing at all. Su Machong lowered his gaze. His clear, refined face remained expressionless, yet his slightly aggrieved tone lent a pitiful quality to him. Thinking about how he had been cast out by the research institute, Yu Yuanshuan felt a pang of sympathy. All right, if you wish to feed me, then go ahead. The meal was immensely enjoyable for Yu Yuanshuan. After finishing, she gazed at the elegant man beside her, suddenly seized by an impulse to see that face express emotion. She wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her cheek against his chest, inhaling the faint scent of disinfectant. It was not particularly unpleasant, yet she thought to herself that her mate should carry her scent instead. With a mischievous glimmer in her eyes, she recalled the day Su Machong picked her up when she had playfully bitten him outside the aircraft. She nestled against the impeccably buttoned shirt, creating a small gap. Hiss! Su Machong inhaled sharply, his eyes instantly reddening, and his grip around Yu Yuanshuan tightened. He did not stop her, for this was his little wife taking the initiative to please him. When Yu Yuanshuan lifted her head, She found his eyes already brimming with emotion, his voice hoarse as he called her name Wanwan. The deepness of his kiss enveloped her, and the world around them faded away. Chapter 97. Account suspension in the deep of night. Yu Yuanshuan stirred her weary body.
I.
She nestled in Su Machang's embrace, hesitating for a moment before cautiously speaking. Chong, please don't be angry, I found another mate. After uttering those words, she cautiously raised her gaze to scrutinize Su Machang's expression, only to find his serene face devoid of any excessive emotion. There was neither anger nor resentment. Instead, his crimson eyes reflected boundless tranquility and acceptance. Indeed, acceptance. Those gentle eyes seemed to convey that no matter what Yu Yuanshuan said, he would not be angry. Nor would he blame her. Sensing Yu Yuanshuan's unease, Su Machang gently wrapped his arms around her waist, his cheek brushing against hers. I understand. When did you find out? Yu Yuanshuan's eyes widened in astonishment. I learned during lunch. Someone informed me, Su Machang replied honestly. Then you're not angry? Yu Yuanshuan felt a twinge of guilt. If the roles were reversed, and her husband had found another woman. No, she must not entertain such thoughts. Su Machang averted his gaze slightly, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. I'm not angry. In truth, he had spent the entire afternoon sitting on the balcony until the sun dipped low and the air grew chilly, before returning to prepare dinner for Yu Yuanshuan. However, he chose not to mention this. He would not burden her with his troubles, nor would he obstruct her from interacting with others. As long as she held him in her heart, that was enough. Even if it meant being tempted by beauty, he willingly accepted it. Wanwan deserves to be free. She is so exceptional, the most alluring source of pheromones among all SSS males. This uniqueness has long destined her to not belong to just him. Chimabai is one. And now this third mate is another. Perhaps there will be a fourth or fifth in the future. His Wanwan is so radiant, attracting many more. He should not confine her, nor let shameful jealousy impede her. As long as she wishes, he will always be behind her. The contrast between his tenderness and his usual aloof demeanor was striking. For a moment, Yu Yuanshuan felt her heart swell with warmth from his affection. How fortunate was she to possess such a wonderful man. Unable to resist, she wrapped her arms around Su Machang's neck and gently kissed the corner of his lips. Filled with profound emotions, the fanbase of Squid Little Dream was growing rapidly on the Dual Stars. That day, Yu Yuanshuan had just released 2 newly composed songs. Within a mere 5 minutes, the comment section was flooded with praises. The warmth in her heart compelled her to record and upload 2 more songs. For she had plenty of material. Just as she was about to log off her device, a comment caught her eye. This song Heartbinding Lock must have plagiarized Goddess Yu Yao, right? The melody is so similar. And the lyrics. Wasn't Squid Little Dream supposed to excel at modern lyrics? Why is there classical poetry too? This is definitely plagiarism. As soon as this comment appeared, another followed closely behind. I've also heard Goddess Yu Yao's Shadows Under the Moonlight, beautiful lyrics, beautiful ambience, and an even more beautiful melody. This Squid Little Dream must have plagiarized from her. Plagiarizing dog, lacking the skills to create original work and resorting to copying others, how shameless. The barrage of insults left Yu Yuanshuan momentarily stunned. Plagiarizing Lu Yuyao? She had not done so. However, Yu Yuanshuan took a deep breath and searched for Shadows Under the Moonlight to listen. Aside from being a song in classical language, there were no elements of plagiarism whatsoever. Thus, these individuals were merely spouting nonsense. As the copyright holder, Yu Yuanshuan was infuriated at being falsely accused of plagiarism. In a fit of anger, she directly responded to those commenters in the section. If your ears are useless, you can donate them. Internet trolls who haven't learned musical notation. After replying, Yu Yuanshuan scoffed and logged off. In the dining room, Su Machang called her for breakfast. She rubbed her face, donned a perfect smile, and briskly made her way to the dining area. Meanwhile, a storm of insults erupted across the Star Network. Did you hear that? Internet trolls. Our little dream girl has declared that she absolutely despises plagiarizing that Yu Yao's song. You're just envious of her ever-growing fanbase, spouting nonsense. Indeed. It's absurd to claim plagiarism between 2 songs that are as unrelated as can be. Fans of Lu Yuyao were taken aback, while the followers of Squid Little Dream were undeniably fervent. They hurled a few insults, but the opposing side retaliated with dozens. What were they waiting for? Shouldn't they swiftly respond in kind? They had even consulted the goddess Yu Yao, who confirmed that Squid Little Dream had indeed plagiarized. In an office, 7 or 8 fans of Lu Yuyao gathered, each wielding a mobile account, engaging in a heated exchange with the fans of Squid Little Dream. At the headquarters of Twin Stars Entertainment, Feng Chueji reclined on the sofa, idly stroking his small fabric companion while listening to Squid Little Dream's new song playing from the device. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Upon inadvertently glancing at the comment section, Feng Chueji was incensed. Who were these random individuals daring to defame Squid Little Dream? Xiaowen, he barked, summoning the director of Twin Stars. Take care of this. Immediately suspend the accounts spreading these rumors. Squid Little Dream, known as Yuan, was his beloved wife. How could he allow such slander against her? To insult the lady of his establishment on his own turf? Truly audacious. They could forget about using any products under Twin Stars from now on. Xiaowen quickly bowed and complied. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyao's fans were still engaged in their verbal battle when suddenly, the screen darkened and a message appeared in the center. Hello, due to inappropriate use, this account has been suspended. For details, please click here. The quarrel abruptly ceased. The fans could only watch helplessly as they were inundated with online vitriol. They cried to Lu Yuyao for solace. Twin Stars actually suspended your account? Lu Yuyao was somewhat surprised. In the past, she had dealt with conflicts involving smaller artists, but they had all been driven offline by her own fans under her guidance. This was the first instance where she observed a singer being defended by Twin Stars without her intervention. Who exactly was this Squid Little Dream? Yuyao, what should we do? I had invested a considerable amount of money into my account, and now it's suspended just like that. I can't even appeal. Me too, what should we do? The group lamented in their communications. Lu Yuyao regained her composure, maintaining her public persona with her characteristic gentleness. It's all right. I understand that you were only trying to protect me, so I will cover all your losses. At her words, they expressed immense gratitude, their voices brimming with appreciation. Chapter 98. The inability to appeal. Lu Yuyao's eyes flickered as she swiped across the screen. Squid Little Dream had released only 6 songs, yet nearly everyone was a sensation. The view count of the first song had already surpassed 1 billion. Even if Lu Yuyao herself released a new song, it would be impossible to garner such an audience in such a short span. Initially, she had instructed her fans to treat this Yuan as they had previous lesser-known singers, aiming to push her out of Twin Stars. However, she hadn't anticipated that Twin Stars would intervene in this matter. Did Squid Little Dream possess a backing from Twin Stars? Lu Yuyao pondered for a moment before clicking on Squid Little Dream's song. The ethereal voice seemed as if it had been bestowed by the heavens, an innate beauty. Coupled with the fitting lyrics and melody, it was indeed captivating. But how could a novice possess such high popularity, attracting so many searches? Lu Yuyao found it perplexing. During the last Academy S soothing training, she had only received a Twin Stars A sign. Just when she thought the S sign was merely a rumor, she learned that it had been awarded to Squid Little Dream. She had been keeping a close eye on this Squid Little Dream ever since. Watching her transform from a novice into a musician with millions of fans merely through a few songs, jealousy stirred within her. The Twin Stars S sign should have been hers. Why did this newcomer, Squid Little Dream, deserve it? Previously, she had been unaware of the reasons, but now, as she watched the Twin Stars director personally address the accounts that had been suspended, a cold smile crept onto her lips. She dialed a popular account, sharing her suspicions with them. Upon hearing her, the recipient immediately activated their device, crafting a narrative. When Xiaowen received the report from his staff, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Cautiously, he glanced towards the boss's office. Fortunately, at that moment, Feng Chueji had already succumbed to slumber. Lulled by Yuan's melodies, completely oblivious to the chaos unfolding on Starnet, Xiaowen let out a sigh of relief. But his gaze turned icy as he observed the explosive rumor circulating on Starnet, asserting that he was having an affair with Squid Little Dream, claiming that she was his mistress and that her meteoric rise was due to his behind-the-scenes manipulation. If the boss were to discover this, he would surely be doomed. Xiaowen wasted no time, promptly sending a cease and desist letter to the rumormonger, while also contacting the Starnet administrator. The popular account owner was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Starnet administrator, hastily inquiring what business they had. The administrator, offering no explanation, simply suspended her account, citing the reason as defamation. The owner was left astounded. As a major account holder with over 100 million fans, she was banned without further ado. She quickly messaged her staff to appeal, only to receive a cold, robotic response. We apologize, but your account has been suspended and communication functionalities are unavailable. When Lu Yuyao received the news, she was utterly stunned. This squid little dream was proving to be far more troublesome than anticipated, managing to silence even accounts with over 100 million followers.
Lu Yuyao.
You provided me with this information. You must compensate for my losses. Lu Yuyao frowned at the exorbitant demand of 1 billion star coins. Even if she had some funds, it was insufficient.
What?
Are you trying to cheat me? If it weren't for the information you shared, would I have been suspended? The officials 1T even let me appeal. Lu Yuyao, you must have a conscience. The words came close to accusing her of lacking one. Lu Yuyao's expression darkened, a cold scoff echoing in her heart as she feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? I can't seem to comprehend. What do you mean? Nothing much. Just that I'm not quite grasping your meaning, Lu Yuyao replied nonchalantly. The account owner faltered for a moment, realizing she was genuinely trying to evade responsibility. Aren't you afraid that I might expose this matter online? Lu Yuyao chuckled lightly, replying directly, evidence? She had deliberately used a voice changer. Even if the other party released the recording online, no one would believe it. Resolute in her decision not to pay, the account owner seethed with rage. Fine, just wait. After issuing her threat, she switched to her alternate account and posted a topic titled The Faux Goddess Lu Yuyao Spreads Rumors and Defames the New Generation Singer, only to be slapped in the face. However, since it was an alternate account, it was quickly suppressed by Lu Yuyao and her followers, sinking without a trace. Frustrated, the account owner was seething. In a dim underground server room, a young man lying on a stone bed suddenly opened his eyes, his violet irises radiating brilliance. Countless lines of data coursed through his gaze. In mere moments, he effortlessly elevated the topic post to the top. Anyone entering StarNet would inevitably see the topic titled, The Faux Goddess Lu Yuyao Spreads Rumors and Defames the New Generation Singer, only to be slapped in the face. Beneath the topic, there was a recording altered by a voice changer, accompanied by the original recording modified through advanced technology. Lu Yuyao could never have anticipated that her disguise would be so easily uncovered by high technology, and without any hesitation, it would be prominently displayed on StarNet. Almost everyone accessing StarNet would instantly see it. Meanwhile, Wanwan remained oblivious to the storm brewing on StarNet, having dismissed it entirely after posting her rebuttal 2 mornings ago. Recently, Suma Chong had been rather fierce. After dinner, he took the initiative to approach Yu Yuanshuan, bending down to carry her into the bathroom. The warm water cascaded over her body as he treated her like a precious work of art, his movements gentle and his gaze earnest. Once he had finished bathing her, he lifted her with both hands and seated her on a nearby wooden lounge chair. In the next moment, Su Ma-chong's hand rested on her shoulder, while his other elegant hand tugged at his collar. The neatly fastened buttons of his white shirt obediently came undone, revealing his well-defined muscles beneath. Yu Yuanshuan gazed into his passionate red eyes, her heart fluttering. Chongyu, you don't want to wash? I've already washed while you were. Su Ma-chong grasped her retreating ankle and knelt beside her. The hand that once held experimental apparatus now seized her wrist, anchoring her in place. Their kisses were as gentle as a spring breeze, gradually escalating into a torrential downpour. As the night deepened and the moon reached its zenith, Chi Mabai pushed open the door, glancing at his weary, slumbering wife and inhaling the room's intoxicating aroma. A frown creased his brow.
Sumo-chang,
You are hurting her like this. Under the peach blossom tree, Su Ma-chong shot him a look but remained silent. Had it not been for the persistent affections of his little wife, he might have almost believed it. However, he would not disclose this to Chi Mabai. The day after tomorrow, I will leave the capital with the Rue Shui family. So soon? Chi Mabai was somewhat taken aback. The Empress had only announced Su Ma-chong's identity as the young master of the Rue Shui family yesterday. He understood that Su Ma-chong had reached out to a family he had not been in contact with for years solely because of Yu Yuanshuan. Just as he desired to remain by his little wife's side, he knew that merely wanting it was not enough to protect her. Chapter 99. All hands on deck. Only by holding real power could he truly aid Yu Yuanshuan. This was why he had unhesitatingly accepted the position of Imperial Marshal. Does she know? He asked slowly. I haven't told her yet. Su Ma-chong continued. She has a third beast husband, Feng Chueji, the young master of the Music Association. The Black Cat? Chi Mabai was taken aback. That man had an exceptionally high level of innate talent, and although he was slightly younger than them, he had already been an SSS beastman for many years. Because of this, Feng Chueji's energy collapse value was exceedingly high. The Empress had just ordered Feng Chueji to marry the crown princess, and it now appeared that her plans had fallen through. Furrowing his brow, Chi Mabai realized the implication. Are you worried he might pose a threat to Yuanchuan? After a moment of silence, he asked, what do you intend to do? This is Yuanchuan's choice. I will not interfere, Su Machang replied, casting a glance at Qi Maobai. I will expedite my acquisition of influence within the Rui Shui family. And you must do the same on your end. Understood, Qi Maobai conceded, followed by a prolonged silence. After a while, he adjusted his cloak. I will come by the day after tomorrow. It would be best if you informed her of your departure in advance. With that, Qi Maobai departed, returning to his room. Su Machang sat in the living room for a while to dispel the lingering chill before stepping into the bedroom. As soon as he lay down, Yu Yuanchuan nestled closer to him. Her delicate hands glided over his chest, pulling aside the bothersome sleepwear. Su Machang had intended for his little wife to rest, but it seemed she was reluctant to sleep. After a few moments of caressing, with no response from Su Machang, she frowned and opened her eyes, suddenly leaning forward to kiss the corner of his lips. Yuanchuan. Su Machang abruptly grasped her hand. She blinked, meeting his fiery red gaze. You don't want to sleep? His voice was husky, yet still concerned for her. Yu Yuanchuan raised an eyebrow, propping herself up and crawling beside him along his arm. Gently, she lifted his smooth, handsome chin, narrowing her eyes slightly. Not want to? I do. Su Machang looked up at her, his lips slightly parted, his body already aflame. What are you waiting for? Before he could finish his words, his lips were captured in a kiss by Su Machang. Yu Yuanchuan had just consumed a revitalizing medicinal pill, her energy abundant, leaving no room for concern about fatigue.
Su Machang harbor than spoken sots.
Although he concealed them well, Yu Yuanchuan could still sense them. The emotions he struggled to contain yet yearned to possess were palpable to her. While her capabilities were limited, she knew that if he sought her comfort, she would not hold back. If it was insufficient, then let it be an abundance of it. Soon, the atmosphere in the room grew intoxicating once more.
Su Machang.
Your true form is a red fox. Can you reveal your ears? After a considerable time, Yu Yuanchuan leaned against his strong chest, idly playing with her hair. She suddenly recalled the interaction between Jiang Xinxin and Ada she had witnessed in the outer realm. The dog ears were delightful to touch, and she had been quite taken by them. The red fox's fur would be even fluffier, and the fur on its ears would be even more abundant, promising a delightful tactile experience. As she spoke, she tilted her head to gaze at Su Machang. Su Machang felt a stirring in his heart. Do you want to see? Yes, Yu Yuanchuan nodded honestly. In her previous life, she had only touched cats and dogs, never had she caressed a fox's ears. With a swift motion, two red-furred ears perked up atop Su Machang's head, complementing his stunningly beautiful face, creating a striking visual impact. Yu Yuanchuan momentarily froze, her eyes lighting up as her hands instinctively reached out to grasp his beast ears.
Wow.
This is so much better than dog ears, so soft and fluffy. Yu Yuanchuan was exhilarated by the feel of his ears, yet she did not notice Su Machang's eyes turning crimson once more. For beastmen, their ears were inherently sensitive. As Yu Yuanchuan focused on touching his beast ears, she arched her upper body, inadvertently revealing more. Blood surged through him, and Su Machang looked up, his gaze burning hotly upon Yu Yuanchuan. There was a tempest brewing in those eyes. In the next moment, Su Machang wrapped his arms around Yu Yuanchuan's waist, kissing her once more. Yu Yuanchuan's eyes widened slightly. During breakfast, she had heard from Su Machang about his impending departure. Her eyes widened. Will it be dangerous?
No. Su Machang replied quickly.
How long will you be gone? Su Machang shook his head. He did not know how long it would take to gain influence within the Rui Shui family and did not dare make promises to Yu Yuanchuan. She reached up to wrap her arms around his neck. If you want to go, then go. I will always be here, waiting for your return. Their gazes locked, and emotions blossomed. In that moment, it was as if Su Machang saw a glimmer of light. All right, he replied, his previously gloomy heart suddenly brightened, leaving only that dazzling light. Yu Yuanchuan spent the entire day indoors, doing nothing but keeping Su Machang company. On the third morning, she woke early to see him off. Yuanchuan, it's cold in the morning. Let me escort you to the aircraft. Yu Yuanchuan shook her head, declining his kind offer. This farewell left her uncertain of when she would see him again. She missed him dearly, didn't she?
Fortunately,
she had indulged in enough of his fox ears and tail yesterday, which she could savor in her memories. When they arrived, Bao Jielin and others from the Rui Shui family were already waiting. From a distance, Bao Jielin spotted the woman intimately linked with Su Machang. She was tall and stunning, her every smile and frown seemingly radiant, drawing everyone's gaze. For the first time, Bao Jielin felt that there existed someone worthy of Su Machang's beauty. Even as a woman herself, she could not deny that Yu Yuanshuan's face was simply too lovely. No wonder her son was so enamored with this woman. Her allure was undeniable. Observing their intertwined hands, the woman was animatedly speaking, her son leaning in to listen intently, occasionally responding with a smile that was so bright it seemed to dispel his usual icy demeanor. She sensed Su Machang's joy.
As they approached side by side,
They resembled a pair of perfect match. Wait for me. Su Machang grasped Yu Wanshan's shoulders, his gaze imbued with profound affection. Yu Wanshan nodded in response. As their eyes met, an irresistible urge drew them closer, culminating in a fleeting farewell kiss. Beajelin's eyes widened in astonishment. She witnessed Su Machang take the initiative to kiss Yu Wanshan. The impact of this scene was akin to the collision of Mars with Earth. She vividly recalled an incident from years past when a mere brush of a maid's arm against his had resulted in her expulsion.
since that day,
Su Machang's courtyard had barred the entrance to any woman but her. Yet now, he was willingly approaching another woman, aware of the intense scrutiny upon her. Yu Wanshan turned her head and graciously offered Beajelin a slight smile. Chapter 100. The Crown Prince, Your Majesty, the association has declined your marriage proposal, citing that the young master Feng Qiueji is already wed. The finely adorned eunuch announced cautiously within the opulent palace. No sooner had he finished speaking than the Empress's voice erupted in anger. What did you say? He is married? Yes, the eunuch replied hastily, stepping forward to present the documents to the Empress. Her brow furrowed deeply as she recognized the familiar name, tightening in disbelief. Yuan Shan? The matched consort for Feng Qiueji is Yuan Shan? The Empress's voice rose, tinged with incredulity. She had encountered Yu Wanshan's matching applications thrice, each linked to outstanding SSS-ranked male beastmen. Qi Mabai, Su Machang, and now another, Feng Qiueji. What on earth was happening? Was she not a woman devoid of spiritual power? How could so many high-ranking beastmen be enamored with her? Furthermore, given Feng Qiueji's already high level of emotional instability, would the Music Association's elders truly permit him to seek a consort lacking spiritual power? The Empress clenched the documents tightly, sitting in contemplation upon her throne for an extended period, her furrowed brow remaining unyielded. Summoned the Crown Prince. The Empire's Crown Prince, Su Zhui, possessed a strikingly handsome visage, exuding an air of nobility in his dark golden brocade attire, akin to the most exquisite of mannequins. His every movement radiated an inherent sense of grandeur. I pay my respects to Mother Empress, he bowed respectfully. Rise, the Empress replied coldly, casting a fleeting glance at him, her demeanor lacking warmth. The eunuchs had grown accustomed to this, their heads bowed, their minds focused. Everyone knew that the Crown Prince Su Zhui had never been favored by the Empress. Had it not been for his reliable nature and sharp intellect, she would have never extended him even the slightest support. Su Zhui, well versed in the Empress's indifference, remained unfazed. May I inquire as to why you summon me, Mother Empress? Examine this, the Empress instructed, handing him the documents pertaining to Feng Qiueji's matching application and Yu Wanshan's profile. This Yu Wanshan, seemingly an ordinary woman devoid of spiritual power, has secured several SSS male beastmen as her spouses. Coincidentally, the Empire's Marshal, Qi Mabai, regained his sanity while in a frenzy, and it was during his time with this Yu Wanshan. I refuse to believe that so many high-ranking beastmen would willingly choose a consort lacking spiritual power. The Empress wishes for me to approach Yu Wanshan and ascertain the underlying reasons, Su Zhui stated, his expression shifting slightly as he bowed slightly. Go forth. In a few days, I shall command the Imperial Music Academy to send her as a companion for the soldiers, accompanying you to the Northwest Front. After that, the outcome lies in your hands. Understood, he replied, bowing once more before departing at the Empress's gesture. Outside the palace, the sunlight shone brightly, with the occasional birds flitting through the air, chirping melodiously. Su Zhui halted, hands clasped behind his back, a fleeting shadow of melancholy passing through his deep-set eyes. Yet, he quickly masked his gaze, regaining his usual composure and grace. An anxious eunuch hurriedly approached. Your Highness, Lu Shijun has fallen ill. You must come quickly. A momentary shock flickered across Su Zhui's expression, but without hesitation, he quickened his pace toward the inner courtyard. Upon passing through several palace gates, he entered the Chaohua Hall, only to find Lu Ju, disheveled, colliding with the obstructing eunuchs as he attempted to escape. His eyes were bloodshot, his pallid face devoid of color. veins bulging at his temples, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Father!" Su Zhui rushed forward to intercept him. However, at that moment, Lu Ju had lost all rationality, grabbing at anyone in his path without regard for their identity. Su Zhui, wary of causing harm, felt sharp claws rake his jaw. Yet he paid little mind to his own injury, seizing Lu Ju's hands before breaking into song. "Long ago, at the edge of the sea or the horizon, I would wait for you. In this bustling world, people meet and part, but I will hold your hand." Su Zhui's voice was extraordinarily melodious, rising like a babbling brook and falling like rolling thunder. As his soothing tones enveloped Lu Ju, the latter appeared to undergo a transformation, ceasing his struggles. "When time diminishes all romance, I will still hold an umbrella for you. When I stoop with age, may you still find joy in me." As the song concluded, Lu Ju gradually quieted, though his rigid gaze betrayed the instability of his mind. Fortunately, he was no longer in turmoil. Su Zhui handed him over to the eunuchs, only to realize the sting of his wounded jaw. "Your Highness, you are injured," one of the attending eunuchs exclaimed in alarm, hastily retrieving ointment. Su Zhui raised a hand to help them, taking the ointment himself to find a mirror for application. Has Mother Empress not sent the medicine on time? He cast a cold glance at the eunuch following him. He understood that his song could only offer fleeting solace to his father. For true tranquility, only the medicine controlled by the Empress could suffice. "Your Highness, the medicine for this month has indeed not yet arrived." He placed the ointment down and swiftly exited the room, heading directly toward the Empress's quarters. After bidding farewell to Su Machang, Yu Wanshan felt a tinge of sorrow at their parting. As she watched the departing aircraft, a hand suddenly encircled her waist, pulling her into a warm embrace. The familiar scent of olives wafted to her nose as she turned to find Feng Chueji resting his head upon her shoulder. "Do not be sad. He will return," Feng Chueji murmured, nuzzling against her ear, inhaling her fragrant essence. After days of contemplation, he could not shake the thought of Yuan Shan. If, as his father had warned, the Empress posed a threat to her, he would remain by her side, vowing to protect her with all his might. Yet, before such trials arrived, he refused to relinquish their time together out of fear. He simply could not allow it. Yu Wanshan nodded, her spirits lifted as she extricated herself from his embrace. Gazing into his striking indigo eyes, she couldn't help but wrap her arms around his head affectionately. The rich pheromones mingling with her own fragrance enveloped him, igniting a fervent stir within Feng Chueji. The heat coursing through him made him shudder slightly, yet he summoned his formidable willpower to endure. Exhaling deeply, he was about to suggest a new venue for their rendezvous when a shout echoed from behind. "Young master, several elders request your presence, along with this young lady." Yuan Shan turned to follow Feng Chueji, who was confronted by a servant clad in a tailcoat, standing respectfully behind him. Not far away, an aircraft hovered, awaiting them. "Why do they want me back?" Feng Chueji frowned. He had finally resolved to become Yu Wanshan's beastman consort and would not be swayed by mere words from others. "Young master, the elders stated that they could not persuade you, but they wish to meet your consort," the servant replied. Feng Chueji snorted derisively, clearly unwilling to comply. On one side, Wanwan tugged at his sleeve, offering him a soothing smile as she nodded toward several attendants. "Let us proceed." Chapter 101. Uninvited guests. The other party comprised the elders of Feng Chueji. As Feng Chueji's wife, it was only fitting for her to pay her respects to these esteemed elders. Moreover, since they had come to summon her, not attending would be quite improper. The headquarters of the Imperial Music Association is situated in the heart of the imperial capital, surrounded not by shops, but by the most solemn and authoritative enforcement department of the empire. Yuanwan was led through the grand entrance by Feng Chueji. They traversed the spacious, polished hall, passed through a corridor, and were subsequently ushered into a room constructed of a special metal. "Why have we been brought here?" Feng Chueji furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the walls that gleamed as if they were mirrors. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the sound of a defensive energy barrier activating echoed from behind them. "What are you doing?" A jolt of alarm coursed through Feng Chueji, and he rushed toward the door of the room. Yet, he was a moment too late. The defensive barrier descended instantaneously, enveloping the entire room. Moments later, several elders of the association appeared outside the door. Feng Chueji's anxiety surged. "Grandfather Shun, esteemed elders, what is the meaning of this? Why have you confined us within?" While Wanwan was oblivious to the nature of their location, he was all too aware. This was a chamber designed for the confinement of high-level beastmen in a state of energy upheaval. The walls and doors were equipped with the most advanced technological defensive barriers. Even a frenzied beastman would be unable to break through. Young Chueji, you might not truly comprehend the extent of the peril posed by your energy upheaval. However, you'll soon find out. Elder Shun stroked his goatee and continued to explain, Fear not, this energy barrier will only restrict you, not your little wife. Should you become beastified, she will be free to exit the room if she feels frightened. You need not worry for her safety. Upon Elder Shun's words, he gestured, and the barrier became tangible, severing their line of sight from the outside completely. Elder Shun, can this truly work? One elder expressed doubt. This method seems rather extreme. If not controlled properly, it could easily harm the young master. What is there to fear? I have already made arrangements. My granddaughter is right outside. She is a legitimate SS-level psychic. And should the situation become untenable, she will enter immediately. At that point, her SS-level psychic abilities, combined with the appropriate potions, will be sufficient to suppress the young master's energy upheaval. Once Elder Shun had finished speaking, the elder finally breathed a sigh of relief. If that is the case, I have no objections. Indeed, Elder Shun huffed lightly. After all, Feng Chueji called him grandfather. He certainly could not harm his own grandson. Suddenly, someone rushed in with alarming news. Elder Shun, it's bad. Miss Mu, he has fainted. What did you say? Miss Mu has fainted? Elder Shun's demeanor shifted to one of panic as he dashed toward the outside lounge. Mu He was his granddaughter, an SS-level psychic beastwoman. And she was meant to assist in suppressing Feng Chueji's energy upheaval. What on earth happened? How could she faint for no reason? Hurry, take her to the hospital. After a flurry of confusion, Elder Shun returned with a grim expression. Elder Shun, what happened? Is Miss Mu alright? Elder Shun's face was dark. Mu He's psychic C is unstable. She has already been sent to the hospital for recuperation.
What?
Then, the elder who had previously questioned turned pale, anxiously inquiring. Before he could finish his sentence, Elder Shun's complexion darkened further. I have dispatched someone to find another high-level psychic woman. Elder Shun clenched his fist tightly within his sleeve. But high-level psychic women are not easily found. Even if we locate one, will she be willing to come? Elder Shun was so furious that he could hardly breathe. Everything had been meticulously planned. Who would have anticipated such a turn of events? How could his granddaughter's psychic C suddenly become unstable? However, this was not the moment for such concerns. Once the defensive barrier activated, it would remain in effect for nearly 5 hours. The potions designed to induce energy upheaval were already prepared. At this moment, Feng Chueji was likely already affected. Just then, a light chuckle emanated from outside. I have come uninvited. I hope I am not disturbing anyone? Everyone turned to see the Grand Princess Suwaina gracefully entering, fanning herself with a golden silk fan. Greetings, Grand Princess. The crowd bowed, their expressions varying. Why had Suwaina suddenly arrived, especially at such a critical juncture? Your Highness, may I inquire as to your purpose for visiting? Oh, it is nothing of consequence. I merely wish to observe the future rightful ruler of this realm. Suwaina waved her hand, and immediately someone brought forth a comfortable chair. The Empress had already betrothed them, and although they had temporarily declined, the engagement had not been retracted. Thus, her statement was not unfounded. Your Highness, the young master has urgent matters to attend to and may not have time to greet you. Not to worry. I shall wait. Suwaina replied with a smile, accepting the tea presented by an attendant. With her relaxed demeanor, it was evident she was aware of the situation and intended to wait it out. An SS-level psychic woman delivered to their doorstep, claiming she was not here for Feng Chueji, would be met with disbelief. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity. How did the Grand Princess know of the internal affairs of the Imperial Music Association? Could there be a traitor among them? Yet, all students of the Imperial Music Academy had undergone the association's purification techniques. Those with ulterior motives should have been eliminated long ago. With a smile on her face, Suwaina keenly observed the varied expressions of the old men before her. Marrying Feng Chueji was the Empress's command. Forming an alliance with the young master of the Music Association would also serve to strengthen her own influence. Hence, she would comply with the Empress's wishes and wed Feng Chueji. And now, the opportunity had presented itself. Should Feng Chueji, in the throes of energy upheaval, fail to receive the comfort of a high-level psychic woman, it could result in severe bodily harm. In the absence of other high-level beast women, she, Suwaina, was the elder's best option. At that point, they would surely implore her to provide comfort to Feng Chueji, and her comfort would necessitate possessing Feng Chueji. This arrangement would make their union a foregone conclusion. Coincidentally, she had heard that the mating rituals of the Yi soul-devouring cat clan were particularly unique, leaving an indelible impression. This prospect piqued her anticipation. Inside the barrier, Feng Chueji began to exhibit signs of distress. His deep blue eyes swirled with crimson. The already high levels of his collapse value surged uncontrollably as he absorbed the seductive potions released within the room.
Bang! Bang!
2 tendrils of black energy lashed out, crashing against the walls with a muffled thud, yet the walls remained unscathed. He staggered back 2 steps, at this moment comprehending the intentions of Elder Shun and the others. They were tempting him into an energy upheaval, hoping he would witness the ineffectiveness of those without psychic abilities against his turmoil. They sought to force him to relinquish Wanwan as his wife. This could not continue. If he lost his rationality, he might inadvertently harm Wanwan. Chapter 102. Yi soul-devouring Feng Chueji gasped for breath, retreating while urgently calling out to Wanwan. Wanwan, you must leave. Get out of here. While Wanwan's music possessed a calming effect, he understood all too well that his collapse value had escalated beyond the capacity for mere musical soothes. The only solution was to ensure that Wanwan departed before he lost his reason. In that moment, he regretted bringing Wanwan along. Had it not been for him, she would not have found herself in such peril. However, Wanwan resolutely shook her head. What nonsense are you saying? Do you expect me to watch you succumb to an energy upheaval and transform into a beastman? I will not leave.
Wanwan!
Feng Chueji bellowed. He could no longer contain the surging energy of the riot. The next moment, an attack could very well fall upon his little wife. Feng Chueji did not wish to harm Yuanshan. He endured the pain coursing through his body, veins bulging, as he staggered backward, seeking distance from her. Wanshan! You must leave. I could hurt you, please go. He murmured repeatedly, yet he could not withstand the tumultuous energy within him and crashed violently against the wall.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The shocking sound of impact reverberated, striking at Yuanshan's heart with every blow. Fool! Do you truly believe I cannot soothe you? Yuanshan rushed forward, embracing him tightly. For a fleeting moment, the chaotic energy within Feng Chueji hesitated, but soon it surged forth again like a wild stallion breaking free. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress the agony brought on by this force. I know your song possesses calming power, but it is insufficient. I am on the brink of collapse. You cannot possibly soothe me. He howled in torment, fearful of injuring Yuanshan, and refrained from moving further. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she cradled his face in her hands. In her beautiful deep blue eyes, faint traces of blood tears emerged, only to be quickly repressed as she gazed tremulously at him. Yuanshan's heart ached profoundly. She rose onto her toes and gently pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth. If song cannot calm you, then what of my presence? Chi Mabai and Su Machong are all SSS-grade beastmen. If I cannot soothe them, how will they endure their energy riots? Fool! Possessing me will calm you, do you understand? She whispered softly, as if a gentle spring breeze caressing his ears, tender and warm. In an instant, Feng Chueji's eyes widened in astonishment, his body tensing. Did she mean to imply that Chi Mabai and Su Machong were soothed by her? That Chi Mabai's earlier frenzy was also due to her? His little wife could indeed calm the raging energy of SSS-grade male beastmen? Just as Feng Chueji was engulfed in shock, Yuanshan suddenly pressed her lips against his. This was her first initiative in kissing him. A rich wave of calming energy spread forth. Feng Chueji's body stiffened, the restless force within him, in that moment, seemed to encounter an ancient glacial stillness, halting abruptly. At that instant, Yuanshan's arms encircled his neck, her fair and delicate fingers resting on his dark attire. A stark contrast. Feng Chueji's body tensed violently, a rush of blood surging to his head. Wanshan. His voice was hoarse, his reason teetering on the edge of collapse. I am here, Yuanshan replied gently, peppering soft kisses at the corners of his lips. Like the final straw that broke the camel's back, something in Feng Chueji's mind exploded. Unable to contain himself any longer, he fiercely pulled Yuanshan into his embrace, delivering fervent and urgent kisses. Yuanshan's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly closed her eyes. The restless energy within Feng Chueji found effective relief. Though he had anticipated this, he was still taken aback by the intensity of the calming force. His little wife was certainly not a woman devoid of soothing power. Such a profound, calming strength. Even the last SSS psychic beastman empress of the stars could not possess. No wonder her beastmen were so powerful, yet utterly devoted to her.
So, it was this way?
Had he known earlier of Yu Wanshan's formidable calming abilities, what had he been troubled about? He should have surrendered himself to her long ago. His collapse threshold plummeted rapidly. 92, 91, 90, 89. Feng Chueji's eyes reflected astonishment, his heart swelling with more affection for Yu Wanshan. He gently kissed her lips. For a moment, he even felt that after today, he would willingly embrace death. Where on earth was Yu Wanshan? Outside, a group of elders from the association stood together, their gazes complex as they watched the door. Yu Wanshan's absence indicated that Feng Chueji still retained his reason and had not harmed anyone. Yet the potion that incited the high-level beastman energy riot had already been released. How could Feng Chueji possibly maintain his composure? The crowd exchanged anxious glances, hearts racing. They hoped Feng Chueji could withstand the energy riot, denying Su Weina the chance to soothe him, yet feared that he might indeed lose control and harm himself. The tension was palpable as time ticked by, and still, there was no sign of movement from within. Meanwhile, Su Weina furrowed her brow. By her calculations, Feng Chueji should have already lost control and transformed into his beast form by now. Elder Feng Shun, could something have gone awry inside?
Su Weina inquired.
Unable to restrain her concern, Feng Shun's heart was equally unsettled. According to the plan, Feng Chueji should have already transformed and been relentlessly battering against the protective barrier. Yet now, it was eerily quiet within, indicating he had not transformed. Could it be that something had truly gone wrong? With this thought, Feng Shun lost his composure, rising to charge toward the door. Suddenly, a surge of black light illuminated the space, barring his way. It is the young master's shadow power, an astute elder exclaimed. Almost immediately, a dense wave of dark energy enveloped the area, shrouding the entire music association within mere breaths. Once the nine-tailed, soul-biting cat employed its shadow power, there were only two possibilities: to hunt or to mate. Inside the room, there was no one else but his recognized wife, Yu Wanshan. This meant that Feng Chueji, at this moment, was undoubtedly engaged in the latter. Feng Shun's emotions were exceedingly complicated. He had meticulously orchestrated this plan to help Feng Chueji recognize the drawbacks of being without a psychic female, only to unwittingly grant them an exceptional opportunity for solitude. Furthermore, Feng Chueji had utilized the innate ability of the nine-tailed, soul-biting cat. What a calamity!
Su Weina's smile faded.
She had not anticipated that this prized catch would slip away so easily. It was said that the shadow power of the soul-biting cat was exceptionally unique. If used to enhance pleasure, it would surely create an unforgettable experience. Undeniably, her decision to pursue Feng Chueji was partly due to this reason. Yet now, it seemed to have benefited Yu Wanshan instead. Truly, she possessed some remarkable abilities. Chapter 103. Darkness. It appeared that young Master Feng was rather occupied. Thus, we shall not intrude. Su Weina rose, smoothing out the creases in her attire. Before departing, she cast a glance at Feng Shun. Since the potion sent from the research institute had expired, it was time to replace it. They should not be overly frugal. To possess the vitality to employ shadow power for mating, it was clear that Feng Chueji had not transformed. This indicated that the potion arranged by Feng Shun had indeed failed. A myriad of emotions played on Feng Shun's face, a blend of embarrassment and complexity rendering him speechless. Feng Chueji had originally been a grandson-in-law he favored. Now, alas, he was lost. Meanwhile, within the protective barrier, darkness enveloped Yu Wanshan as she rose higher into the air. The surrounding darkness surged like a tangible entity.
Eka?
I am here. The layered responses echoed from all directions. Yu Wanshan could not see him.
Eka?
Where are you? She moved her body, seeing nothing in the darkness. Feng Chueji watched his little wife searching for him in confusion, chuckling softly. Wanshan, I am in every corner of this darkness. This darkness is me.
Do not fear. Close your eyes.
Yu Wanshan's eyelashes fluttered, and suddenly her lips were captured by his kiss. When she next regained consciousness, she found herself nestled in Feng Chueji's embrace. The darkness receded, and their eyes met. Feng Chueji wore a smile, a look of satisfaction adorning his face, mischievously observing her. His little wife was ever so adorable, regardless of the moment. Yu Wanshan felt her cheeks flush under his gaze. Though she had experienced everything before, it had been in darkness, where she could deceive herself into believing she saw nothing. But now, wrapped in his embrace, she felt exposed. Is your body feeling better? Yuan Shan changed the subject. Wanwan, are you truly unaware of my physical condition? Feng Chueji's lips drew close to Wanwan's ear, his words laden with profound meaning and thick with ambiguity. Wanwan's face flushed a deep crimson.
ee.
She stammered, stealing a glance at Feng Chueji, who wore a mischievous grin, reveling in her embarrassment, a hint of bashfulness flickering in his gaze. Wanwan, look. The mark of the wife. Feng Chueji's voice broke the silence, capturing Wanwan's attention. She raised her eyes, her gaze landing on his shoulder, just above the collarbone, where a hollow silver butterfly shimmered with a faint silvery glow. With each of his breaths, it seemed to flutter its wings, dancing gracefully. Unable to resist, Wanwan reached out to touch the silver butterfly, recalling how Feng Chueji had kissed her fiercely before, claiming to have stamped her with his mark. A sly smile crossed her face as she quipped, "Now, it's not you marking me, but rather, I am marking you. From this moment forth, you belong solely to me." Her soft fingertips caressed the silver butterfly. Feng Chueji, feeling her touch and hearing her slightly possessive tone, was filled with immense delight. "Indeed, you are the only one." As he spoke, he leaned down to inhale her unique scent, his eyes darkening with a tumultuous tide of emotions. The soothing power emanating from Wanwan was akin to an addictive poison for her beast husband. Meanwhile, a slender cat tail wrapped around Wanwan's ankle. She looked down in surprise, and at that moment, her hands were also ensnared by a cat tail. Remembering that his cat tail could also serve as a rope, she pondered what sort of play this was. The furry sensation made her giggle. "Ake, Ju." Before she could finish her sentence, she found herself lifted into the air by the cat tail. Feng Chueji lightly stepped forward, positioning himself opposite Wanwan, his 9 tails fanned out behind him, resembling a peacock displaying its feathers. Wanwan gazed in astonishment at the scene, only to feel a tickle on the soles of her feet from the cat tail. "Okay, that tickles. Stop it, haha." Suddenly, Wanwan witnessed Feng Chueji transform into a swirl of black mist. In the hospital, Feng Mu slowly opened her eyes under urgent medical care, a pallor of discomfort adorning her delicate features. Surrounding her were concerned faces. She squinted, scanning the room, but did not see her grandfather. "Is Mu searching for Elder Shun?" A staff member from the association, who was peeling an apple for her, explained, "There was an unexpected situation with the young master, and he couldn't spare any time to stay here, so he asked me to look after you. Rest well. And once the matters at the association are resolved, Elder Shun will come to see you." Feng Mu's eyes trembled, her lips, stripped of color, pressed tightly together, making her appear utterly pitiful. "Is my grandfather very disappointed? Is he angry with me?" Her voice quavered, laced with a nascent sob. "I didn't mean to. I had no idea this body would suddenly become unstable. Mu, why apologize for something that isn't your fault? Elder Shun is very concerned about you and does not blame you. He simply had to return to handle some urgent matters. It was because the Imperial Grand Princess appeared at the association with ulterior motives.
Now.
It's due to the young master unexpectedly completing the bonding ceremony with that female beast man, which kept him from visiting you."
What did you say?
The young master completed the bonding ceremony? Feng Mu, focusing on the key point, was taken aback. Surely she hadn't misheard? Why would it be a female beastman? Indeed, it is the female beastman the young master has taken a liking to. For reasons unknown, he has bonded with her. The rest of the explanation faded into incomprehensibility for Feng Mu. All the opportunities she had painstakingly created for the Grand Princess were shattered by an imperial female beastman? What was happening?
Why? How could this be?
Turning away, she shielded herself from the other's gaze, discreetly messaging the Grand Princess. Having been single for over 20 years, Feng Chueji would not easily let Wanwan slip away now that he had claimed her as his wife. By the time everything concluded, a considerable amount of time had already passed. Wanwan was languidly sipping nutritional fluid, feeling utterly drained. She quickly requested a 10-fold vitality pill from the system. Moments later, she was revitalized, and her account reflected an additional 10,000 points. This thrilled Wanwan. Although higher levels required more refining pills to enhance her body, 2 refining pills could stabilize her strength to AB rank, bringing her closer to restoring her full power. In her excitement, she lifted Feng Chueji's impossibly handsome face and planted a kiss on him. A flush of crimson crept into his eyes, a stormy tide brewing within. Wanwan, His voice, low and laced with intrigue, sent a shiver down her spine. Wanwan instinctively tightened, meeting Feng Chueji's dangerously intense gaze. Suddenly, her waist was encircled, and with a firm grip, he pulled her into his embrace. Okay, are you not tired? Wanwan blinked, unable to hold back her curiosity. Tired?
Impossible.
He declared. But, okay, there are many people waiting outside. Before she could finish her thought, her lips were seized by his kiss. Soon, only one thought occupied her mind. Thankfully, she had taken a tenfold vitality pill in advance. Otherwise, she would have been overwhelmed. Wanwan, why is your beast form a squirrel? Yet your wife's mark is a silver butterfly? Feng Chueji's casual inquiry prompted Wanwan to ponder. She glanced at the silver butterfly on his shoulder. Indeed, why was that? Typically, a wife's mark mirrored her beast form. Yet, Wanwan's mark was a uniquely exquisite silver butterfly. This question had never been posed by Chi Mabai and the others. Nor had she considered it. Unable to resist, she reached out once more to touch Feng Chueji's wife mark. Suddenly, a fluffy black tail ensnared her wrist. By the time Wanwan registered the sensation, her hands were already ensnared by the cattail. KU. Wanwan's cheeks flushed. Unsure whether her embarrassment or irritation was more prominent. Feng Chueji leaned in close, his warm breath caressing her ear. Do you not like it, Wanwan? Wanwan's face burned with heat. How was she to respond? Pouting, she muttered, her voice barely a whisper. It's not that I dislike it. Feng Chueji, with his keenly attuned ears, chuckled softly and leaned closer, teasingly asking, So, that means you like it? Before Wanwan could retort, her lips were once again captured by his. Feng Chueji's kiss was as gentle as a spring breeze. The power of the Night Lord rapidly enveloped every corner of the room. Simultaneously, Feng Mu in the hospital received a reply from the Grand Princess, instructing her to pay close attention to Feng Chueji's condition upon her return. Following an energy disruption, his collapse rate would soar again, and she wished to know if that female beastman truly possessed the ability to restore a crazed male beastman's sanity. With a creak, the door swung open, and Feng Chueji emerged, cradling Wanwan in his arms. Over a week had elapsed since their entry. The attendants at the entrance immediately notified the association's elders upon seeing them. When Feng Chueji wielded the power of the Night Lord, no one dared to intrude, for they understood that within this power, he was king. Even other SSS-ranked beastmen would face dire consequences. By invoking the Night Lord's power, Feng Chueji had already signaled to others, no entry, consequences shall be borne. Thus, Suwena had chosen to leave, recognizing that remaining served little purpose. At this moment, it was evident that they had completed the bonding ceremony and no one could halt what was to come. The elders could only watch silently as the two departed the hall. Care, return to my study after you come back. Feng Shua's voice echoed from behind. Feng Ke paused momentarily, nodded, and embraced Wanwan as they made their way out. To my residence? However, Wanwan shook her head, expressing, I wish to return to the garden villa. You wish to see Chimabai? Feng Ke's smile revealed a hint of irritation. They had just shared an intimate moment. Yet Wanwan was eager to seek out her formidable beast husband instead of spending more time with him. Wanwan playfully pinched his jaw, reminding him of his earlier words, no jealousy allowed. Feng Ke lowered his gaze to the pouting Wanwan, chuckling as he winked.
No jealousy.
As long as Wanwan does not forget to cherish me, I promise not to be jealous. After 5 days of her soothing presence, Feng Ke's emotional turmoil had diminished to a mere 75, requiring no further comfort in the short term.
Yet,
Wanwan was all too aware of the underlying meaning in his words. With a sly glint in her eyes, she leaned closer to his ear, whispering, As long as you behave, I would never allow you to experience an energy collapse. A warmth spread through Feng Ke's heart as he tightened his embrace around Wanwan, unable to resist planting a gentle kiss on her lips. He must be on his best behavior. After all, he had finally gained a beloved wife, and he could not afford to upset her. Wanwan, when shall we meet again? Feng Ke's eyes brimmed with unrestrained emotion, a fiery longing igniting within him. Next time is next time, he, don't tickle me, I'm sensitive, he. In the tranquil office, Feng Shua closed his pen cap and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, How did you regain consciousness? The effects of the potion in the room have taken hold, and you are affected as well.
Feng Ke,
Languidly reclined on the lower seat with his eyes closed, lifted a single eyelid to glance at him. Grandfather, what do you wish to say? Does she possess the power to soothe? Foam Shua, abandoning all pretense, spoke with a tone tinged with gravity. I can sense that your emotional turmoil has subsided. Did she comfort you? Foam K opened his eyes, a hint of resignation flickering within his deep blue gaze. Grandfather. Was it not because of your sharp intellect that Grandma chose to depart alone to the snowy mountains all those years ago? Is there nothing you cannot uncover? You must understand, young people require their secrets. Foam Shua's expression grew solemn. Are you aware that this secret could render her a target? A woman capable of soothing an SSS male beastman, even without psychic power, is exceptionally rare. The beastman empire has not seen an SSS psychic woman in ages. Yet Wanwan possesses a soothing ability that rivals SSS psychic power. I only just learned of this, Foam K replied, his playful demeanor fading. If the Empress were to discover this, it would indeed be perilous. The reason the current Empress has maintained her grip on imperial power for so many years is largely due to her being the only SSS psychic woman in the Empire. The right of succession favors women of the Empire who possess absolute soothing power. The current Crown Princess, Suwena, possesses merely SS-level psychic power. Should the Empire continue to lack an SSS woman, Suwena could smoothly ascend to the throne. However, if a woman capable of soothing SSS male beastmen were to emerge, her claim to the throne would be challenged. The Empress and the Crown Princess's faction would never allow such a situation to unfold. Chi Mabai and Su Machang are likely aware of this. Their decision to keep Wanwan's soothing ability a secret is probably for this very reason.
Care.
You have inherited your grandmother's Night Lord power and are the future of the soul-devouring cat clan. I hope this music association can stand against the imperial authority rather than be divided and subsumed. Do you understand? Foam K pursed his lips and nodded earnestly. Grandfather, she can perfectly soothe me. You won't prevent me from being with her, will you? Chapter 105. The underground cavern. Foam Shua gazed at his grandson, whose eyes sparkled with determination, and felt a pang of nostalgia as if he were looking at his younger self. In his youth, he too had pleaded with his father in a similar manner. As you wish, he sighed softly, waving Foam K off. Before he departed, Foam Shua reminded him, do not forget to visit the underground cavern. Of course. How could I forget?
Thank you.
By the way, grandfather, the last time I visited the underground cavern, I encountered a suspicious figure and took care of it. Foam Shua's gaze sharpened, acknowledging with a nod that he was aware. The Empress had long harbored ambitions to annex the Imperial Music Association and had been searching for a means to do so, though she had yet to find a way. That association had been earned through the sacrifice of Qin Yin's life. At the entrance of the garden villa, Wanwan bid farewell to Foam Quebec. Upon entering, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Breathing in the familiar scent of cedar, a smile blossomed on her lips. Amo. She looked up to meet Chi Mabai's handsome face and gentle gaze. It's me, have you eaten? Wanwan nodded, explaining that Foam K had taken her out for a meal before escorting her home. She had anticipated that Chi Mabai might inquire about her recent days, and she pondered how to articulate it, but he did not ask. Instead, he attentively took her backpack and held her hand as they walked home. Amo. I've been at the Music Association these past few days. After a moment's hesitation, Wanwan decided to be forthcoming. They had devoted themselves entirely to her. How could she deceive them? Yes, I know. I went to the Music Association looking for you. Chi Mabai's expression shifted slightly, yet his gaze remained as warm as ever. Wanwan was taken aback that he had sought her out, clearly worried about her absence.
I'm sorry.
Next time, I will definitely inform you of my whereabouts to avoid causing you concern. As she raised her hand to vow, Chi Mabai enveloped her in his embrace. No need for vows. What if you forget? What then will become of your promise? Even if you do not tell me, I can discern your location through the bond of the wife mark. As long as you are safe, it matters not if you return a little later. I will be here waiting for you. His soothing voice enveloped her like a warm embrace, and Wanwan felt an overwhelming warmth, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. Thank you, Amo. Chi Mabai pressed a kiss to her cheek in response. By the way, my sister has recently become enamored with a certain holographic online game on Star Network. Fearing that you might be bored during this period, she has specially sent you a set. An online game? Upon hearing this, Wanwan's eyes lit up. During her time on Blue Star, she had often played games and had always been captivated by the tales of conflict and camaraderie within them. Let me see. With excitement radiating from her, she could hardly wait for Chi Mabai to lead her upstairs. Sure enough, in the room, she discovered a complete set of white holographic gaming equipment. This is the game pod. Lie down and press start, and it will automatically connect you to the game. Chimabai stood by, explaining the setup while flipping through the game content on his wristband. Yuanwan scanned it briefly and found that it indeed featured a setting reminiscent of ancient times. The costumes and designs within were breathtakingly diverse. If I am stationed in the military district, you can play this game if you find yourself bored. Shall we create a character now? Chimabai asked. Yes. Yuanwan was eager to explore the online game world and see how it compared to Blue Star. After all, the technology in this realm was millions of times more advanced. Surely, the online game would be a delightful experience. Chimabai smiled as he opened the game pod for her. Yuanwan wrapped her arms around his neck, planting a quick kiss on his lips. Amo, you are wonderful. Seeing Yuanwan's joyful expression, Chimabai, who had been relegated to the role of the good guy, couldn't help but smile. I will be here handling some documents. Once you've had your fill of the game, just log out. Machem, Yuanwan nodded, lying back in the game pod and pressing the start button. For a brief moment, her head spun, but soon her vision cleared, and she found herself standing firmly on a vast expanse of grassy field. A faint fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, and as the gentle breeze caressed her cheeks, Yuanwan felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility wash over her. Surprised, she lifted her foot and pressed it against the ground, marveling at the astonishingly realistic 10D sensation that felt indistinguishable from reality. Were it not for the several translucent prompt boxes hovering before her, she might have believed she had traversed into another realm. Would you like to use your real appearance for character creation? After a moment's contemplation, Yuanwan resolved to don a new visage for her avatar. After all, should she use her own face and become overly immersed in the game, the risk of being recognized in reality would indeed be awkward. Please enter a name. Reflecting on her childhood fantasies, she typed Beautiful Mermaid You. As a child, she had often imagined herself as a mermaid, and she had heard tales of mermaids in the stars, though she had never seen one and did not know what they looked like. Soon, her character materialized in a mirror before her. The proportions were a perfect one-to-one replica of Yuanwan herself, breathtakingly alluring. The face she had chosen from the initial interface was indeed quite charming. The game had also bestowed upon her a novice sword, adorned with gemstones that appeared quite valuable. She gripped the sword, marveling at how closely it resembled its real-world counterpart. The modeling was impressive. Yuanwan nodded in approval. Character creation complete. Would you like to enter the game? Yuanwan clicked yes. In an instant, her surroundings transformed, and the sounds of chatter and vendors filled her ears. When she regained her bearings, she found herself amidst a bustling marketplace, a near-perfect recreation of an ancient setting. Buildings lined both sides, and NPCs clad in traditional garb mingled with players. NPCs bore names in proper 2 or 3 character formats, while players flaunted an array of peculiar symbols, with unusual names like Yuanwan's, 5, 6, or even 8 characters long, seemingly competing for uniqueness. Curiously, she glanced around, drawn by the enticing aromas from food stalls. Just as she was about to inquire about the delicacies, someone collided with her. When she realized what had happened, her novice sword was no longer in her grasp. The very person who had bumped into her darted through the bustling crowd, brandishing her sword. How audacious, a thief. Wanwan widened her eyes in disbelief. She had scarcely entered the game before falling prey to a pickpocket. Noting the lengthy name above the thief's head, it was clear they were a player as well. She hurriedly pursued, but her stamina waned quickly. To her astonishment, this level 1 character proved so feeble. Stop the thief, she shouted desperately. But as the thief continued to vanish into the distance, onlookers merely glanced at her with expressions of resignation, as if they had anticipated this outcome. Miss, it appears you are newly arrived in the game. The first lesson for novices is to safeguard your belongings. The one who robbed you is a level 50 player. As a level 1 novice, you stand no chance against him. Best to give up, murmured a bystander. When you reach level 50, you too can rob others. It's foolish for novices to flaunt valuable items like that novice sword. It practically invites thieves. The crowd buzzed with amusement, reveling in her misfortune. Wanwan looked up, noticing that the thief had nearly reached the end of the street, about to slip into an alley. Suddenly, a figure emerged from a nearby tavern, hastening after the thief. A resounding thud echoed through the air, and the thief was sent sprawling back into the crowd, crashing right in front of Wanwan. She was momentarily stunned as gasps erupted from those around her.
Wow.
Is that the new outfit from the Feathered Garment Pavilion? That man is so handsome. Goodness. He's an NPC from the Royal City? How have I never seen him before? The crowd was captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration, many swooning at his striking allure. As she glanced up, she beheld a figure poised elegantly on the edge of a lofty building, clad in a resplendent pale purple robe adorned with golden patterns. The sleeves billowed gracefully in the wind. His stature was tall and commanding, his features striking and noble, as if he had stepped straight from a painting. Cascading locks of lavender hair danced softly in the breeze, while his skin glowed like porcelain, and his exquisitely sculpted features were breathtakingly beautiful. He exuded an ethereal aura that drew the gaze of all around him, rendering it nearly impossible to look away. A wave of astonishment washed over the female players, inciting envy among the male players. Why must this NPC be so breathtaking? After all, he is merely an NPC. They grumbled, watching as the NPC, marked with an orange name, descended gracefully before Wanwan. It was then that she noticed his eyes, a mesmerizing shade of violet, deep and resplendent, reminiscent of countless gemstones sparkling together, as if they could draw one in. "Miss, your sword," he spoke, his voice as melodious as his appearance, akin to the gentle sound of water flowing over stones, pleasing to the ear. He presented the gem-studded sword to Wanwan, leaving her and all the surrounding players momentarily speechless. "Am I dreaming? An NPC retrieving a sword for a player? How is this even possible?" murmured the crowd in disbelief, recalling their own experiences of being robbed without the aid of NPCs. "Oh, thank you," Wanwan managed to respond as she accepted the sword, her voice laced with surprise. "Miss, how would you like to handle this thief?" the NPC inquired, gesturing toward the prostrate figure of the thief. After a moment's thought, Wanwan shook her head. "It's my first day playing this game. I'm uncertain. You may handle it as you see fit." "Very well, I shall take him to the authorities. Would you accompany me to provide a statement?" "Oh, certainly," Wanwan replied, taken aback by the NPC's remarkable intelligence and fluidity in conversation. The authorities were not far, and she followed him to document her statement, ensuring the thief was apprehended. The thief would be imprisoned for a day and night, only able to log in again the following day, which brought Wanwan a sense of delight. After all, it was infuriating how higher-level players often bully novices. As she pondered this, she couldn't help but steal another glance at the NPC beside her. His skin was flawless as jade, devoid of any visible pores, and his features were so striking that he hardly seemed human. However, he was not human but rather a remarkably intelligent creation.
Thank you.
"I suppose we part ways here?" she said, eager to explore this new world. Yet, before she could finish her thought, the handsome NPC shook his head and smiled warmly, addressing her Miss. "As you are the 100th player to enter the game today, I am pleased to present you with a lucky gift pack. I will accompany you through your novice trials henceforth." Wanwan was taken aback. The game was so accommodating? An NPC to guide novices? Could it truly be? She looked around and noticed that none of the other players had such a dashing NPC by their side. "Indeed, it is true," the handsome NPC reassured her, his voice remaining as captivating as ever. Wanwan's eyes sparkled with delight. "That's splendid. Could you accompany me on quests to level up?" The answer, of course, was a resounding yes. Wanwan was astonished at how swiftly she was progressing in the game. She had merely strolled around a few times with a handsome NPC, accepted and completed several quests, and her experience points surged upward. Now, she had reached level 30. The handsome NPC turned to her, a glimmer of light flickering in his violet eyes. "My lady, shall I take you to slay monsters and gain experience?" "Absolutely. Won't defeating monsters be a quicker way to level up?" Wanwan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. If she could reach level 50, would she then be able to challenge other novices in the royal city? The mere thought sent a thrill through her. Having endured the rain herself, she longed to let others experience it too. "Indeed, it will be swift," the handsome NPC replied with a gentle smile, his purple gaze holding an enigmatic depth. "The Red Daughter Cave?" Wanwan pondered, stroking her chin as she glanced at the handsome NPC. The cave appeared dark and foreboding. "Are we truly able to enter and battle monsters?" "Fear not, for I am here," the handsome NPC reassured her, stepping closer and wrapping his arm around her waist. Although Wanwan felt no regret being held by such a charming figure, the position was undeniably intimate. Yet, observing his serious demeanor, she reconsidered and chose not to resist. After all, she was merely a level 30 character. In the event of danger, she would rely on the handsome NPC. Gripping her jeweled sword, Wanwan cautiously followed the handsome NPC's lead deeper into the cave. Suddenly, a flurry of bats erupted from the darkness, causing her to flinch backward, her back colliding against the NPC's chest. If you're scared, hold on tight to me. Chapter 107. The red mist. The handsome NPC's expression radiated a profound affection that Wanwan could not comprehend, causing her cheeks to flush. She sighed inwardly, recognizing that this game truly boasted 10D modeling, far surpassing anything from Blue Star. Just this NPC alone was extraordinarily captivating. Hold onto my waist, this creature can fly. And I may need to carry you. Noticing Wanwan's hesitation, the handsome NPC spoke again, his voice flowing like a gentle spring, igniting a flutter in her heart.
Oh.
She replied, feeling emboldened, and wrapped her arms around his waist. His lean yet muscular physique felt robust and powerful against her. Through the thin fabric, she could even sense his warmth and the defined muscles of his abdomen. This man undoubtedly had a chiseled physique. Wanwan felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, but forced herself to regain composure. After all, he was merely an NPC. How could an NPC possess such muscles? Even if he did, it was merely data. I must be starving, she thought. Once she logged out of the game, she would surely take a good look at Chimabai's abs. The image brought a smile to her lips, and realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly swallowed hard and held the handsome NPC tighter. The handsome NPC lowered his gaze and noticed the flustered expression on Wanwan's face, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He reached out and gently pressed her head against his chest, pulling her close with his long arm, enveloping her entirely. Wanwan felt a bit disoriented. Was it truly necessary to adopt such an intimate posture while battling monsters? However, considering his prowess, she knew she had to trust him. After a moment's thought, she leaned in obediently, tightening her grip. What if they did take off and she fell? The faint scent of geranium wafted from him, not overpowering but rather refreshingly distant. Wanwan found herself inhaling deeply. Goodness, even the NPC's scent is so realistic. If it weren't for the orange NPC name hovering above him, she might have believed he was a real person. As Wanwan's thoughts swirled, the handsome NPC guided her deeper into the cave. Suddenly, a pair of dark red eyes emerged from the shadows. Squinting to see clearly, she realized it was a large, upside-down gray bat. Its wings spanned nearly 3 meters when folded, its large head and sharp features evoking a sense of dread. Wanwan felt a twinge of fear towards such a hairless rodent and instinctively clung tighter to the handsome NPC's waist. In an instant, the hairless bat launched an attack on them. If you're frightened, don't look. He pressed his hand against her head, shielding her view. Simultaneously, Wanwan felt herself being lifted off the ground as he embraced her tightly. The sounds of the bat's shrill shrieks filled her ears. Although she couldn't see the battle, she could sense its intensity. After approximately 15 minutes, her feet finally touched the ground. Looking up, she saw that the large gray bat had been pinned against the wall by the handsome NPC. Dark red blood oozed from its wounds, pooling on the ground, yet it still clung to life. Wanwan's eyes lit up, and at that moment, the handsome NPC spoke. Deliver the final blow. You'll gain experience. NPC brother, you are truly a good person. Wanwan beamed, sending him a virtual good person card before bouncing over to the bat. Drawing her sword, she prepared to end the creature's nefarious existence. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced through its throat, and the bat trembled, gasping out a cloud of red mist towards Wanwan. Caught off guard, she inhaled deeply. By the time she realized what had happened, she stumbled backward, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. The handsome NPC, sensing something amiss, rushed to her side, supporting her. My lady, are you alright? I feel a bit dizzy, Wanwan managed to say, though she thought she heard the notification of a level up. But at that moment, she was too preoccupied to care. The red mist coursed through her, igniting a searing heat that spread from her chest to her entire being, particularly around her core, where it felt especially intense. Something was wrong. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down, wrapping her arms around her knees, desperately trying to regain control. Wanwan clenched her teeth, attempting to ground herself through pain but found it increasingly difficult to resist. Why did I step out today, without checking the calendar? Can I really be afflicted by love poison from slaying a monster? Indeed, that was precisely the sensation, love poison. Wanwan gritted her teeth, her consciousness beginning to fade. My lady, are you alright? The melodious voice of the handsome NPC continued to call out to her, yet she felt lost, her gaze growing unfocused, inadvertently drawn to his lips as they moved. This man was extraordinarily handsome. Wanwan even speculated that he was crafted to her exact preferences. Deep within her, a devilish voice urged her to lean in, to kiss him. Gasping for air, she felt overwhelmed. Her rationality still clung on, reminding her that he was merely an NPC. How could she engage in such a beastly act? Wait, if he was just an NPC, how real was he compared to an actual person? A sudden curiosity ignited in her. Ugh, this is unbearable. Wanwan opened her mouth, fighting to hold onto her last shred of clarity. You need to leave. I'm about to lose control. My lady, I am your NPC. How can I leave when you're injured? The handsome NPC's eyes were filled with concern. His long, elegant fingers grasped her wrist, his gaze resolute as if he intended to stand by her side through thick and thin. Wanwan felt her head burning, nearly ready to explode. Yet, this handsome NPC seemed oblivious to her distress, moving closer instead. The scent of geranium enveloped her senses, tipping her over the edge of sanity. Enough already. As an NPC, he is merely a string of data. With a sudden surge of determination, Wanwan seized the handsome NPC by his collar, pulling him closer. She then cupped his face in her hands and pressed her lips against his incessantly chattering mouth. The rich scent of geranium enveloped her senses, mingling with the intoxicating musk of the man. In the next moment, she boldly yanked open his shirt. To her surprise, he offered no resistance. A flicker of uncertainty danced to her eyes, and an unbidden sense of guilt washed over her. Yet it was but a fleeting thought, swiftly cast aside. At this juncture, why concern herself with such matters? One must admit, this NPC possessed an exquisite physique, as if sculpted according to the optimal male proportions. His pectorals were well-defined, his abs taut, and the seamless line of his torso was utterly perfect. Chapter 108. Irrigation with newfound curiosity, Wanwan traced the contours of his muscles, counting the neatly defined 8-pack. Truly, this was the most popular 10D game in the interstellar realm, and the modeling was exceptionally impressive. As her rogue thoughts ran wild, her hands deftly unfastened his belt. The owner of the violet eyes squinted slightly, observing the now entranced woman. He deftly gripped the back of her head, deepening the kiss. He did not hesitate. The moment Wanwan offered her lips, he pulled her into his embrace. After all, everything had been meticulously calculated on his part. The depths of his purple gaze sparkled with mischief, and a sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This was entirely initiated by Wanwan herself. He would not hold back. Within the vast, dim cave, a soft tiger skin was laid down. The man lifted Wanwan effortlessly, placing her gently atop the fur. The potent love toxin from the giant bat had rendered her unaware of the passage of time. Thankfully, this NPC was robust, remaining steadfast regardless of how long it took. Once the effects of the drug faded, Wanwan languidly nestled in the man's embrace, the outside world shrouded in darkness. She glanced up at his smooth, refined chin, twirling a strand of her hair between her fingers. Hey, are all NPCs this human-like? Is anything permissible?
What do you mean by anything?
The man's melodious voice floated down from above, causing Wanwan's cheeks to flush. She had merely posed a casual question, yet he deftly tossed it back to her. Pouting in annoyance, she demanded, "Tell me your name." The handsome NPC bore only an orange label indicating his NPC status, seemingly eager to assert his identity. He lowered his gaze, the purple of his eyes deepening, as he regarded Wanwan earnestly. "My name is Zhuxing." That name possessed a certain charm. Wanwan nodded in affirmation. "Miss, an NPC can only have one master throughout its existence," Zhuxing suddenly revealed.
Huh?
Wanwan paused.
So?
"I require my master to frequently accompany me." A faint blush graced Zhuxing's handsome face, his enchanting voice tinged with a hint of shyness. Wanwan froze, interpreting his plea for frequent companionship in a manner she had not intended. "I know you will take responsibility for me, right? After all, you were the one who kissed me first." As his words took a suggestive turn, Wanwan hastily covered his mouth. She pursed her lips in silent contemplation. Zhuxing remained quiet, his striking purple eyes fixed intently on her. Ahem. What would happen if I were to stay out of the game for an extended period? The data would wither, like a flower in bloom, Zhuxing replied, his expression serious, each word deliberate. Wanwan frowned, incredulous at the notion that without her presence, he could perish. Was he truly just an NPC? Just as doubt began to swirl in her mind, Zhuxing extended his arm, revealing the inner side of his forearm. "The data center has detected your intention to abandon me, issuing a destruction warning." Yu Wanwan looked down to see that the inner side of Zhu Xing's arm appeared corroded, slowly turning black and decaying. Alarmed, she grasped his arm tightly. I promise, as long as I have the time, I will come to accompany you and will never abandon you. He was, after all, her man. Even in a virtual world, witnessing his suffering stirred her heart. Moreover, she did not harbor any disdain for this NPC. With such striking looks and a physique to match, most importantly, he possessed an abundance of knowledge gleaned from vast data analysis. A sudden warmth crept into her cheeks as a thought crossed her mind. Really? The violet gaze brightened, his eyes unwaveringly focused on Wanwan. She offered a faint smile and nodded. Yes, I truly promise.
Miss.
My arm is injured and desperately in need of a loving companion. Before she could respond, Zhu Xing leaned in, his earnest eyes pleading with her. Yu Wanwan felt a twinge of unease. Had she dug a pit for herself? Yet, seeing his beseeching gaze, softened her resolve. She gently nodded and leaned closer to Zhu Xing. He wrapped his arms around her waist, his crimson lips brushing against the corner of Yu Wanwan's mouth. Then, tightening his embrace, he deepened the kiss. In the shadowy cave, the giant bat's blood-red eyes glowed like two bright bulbs. 4 days later, Yu Wanwan exited the game, her eyes fluttering open to find Chi Mabai's concerned gaze upon her. Wanwan, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Despite the game pod's automatic nutrient injections and life monitoring systems indicating all was well, Chi Mabai remained anxious, fearing something had befallen her. He had vigilantly stayed by her side, his eyes fixed on her until she awakened. Yu Wanwan shook her head, stretching her somewhat stiff limbs, her thoughts drifting to the clingy NPC. She had promised Chi Mabai she would inform him of any new beast husbands. However, could an NPC truly be classified as a beast husband? After a moment of serious contemplation, she nodded. An NPC does not count as a beast husband. I'm fine. I just lost track of time while gaming, so I worried you. Yu Wanwan had not anticipated such a peculiar experience within the game. I'm glad to hear that. Chi Mabai replied, relief evident in his tone. Noting her languid demeanor, he understood she preferred not to walk and promptly scooped her from the game pod. I'll take you to eat, he declared, carrying her directly to the dining table. Delicious dishes, prepared with care, awaited her. It was clear that Chi Mabai had been eagerly anticipating her return. Yu Wanwan felt a surge of gratitude as she indulged in his thoughtful offerings. Her appetite rekindled after days of nutrient liquid in the game pod, leaving her stomach yearning for real food. By the way, the Imperial Music Academy has sent a notification that you are one of the female spiritualists accompanying the troops this time.
Huh?
While Yu Wanwan was enjoying her meal, she was taken aback by this news. According to her records at the Imperial Music Academy, she was classified as a non-spiritualist. Typically, those without spiritual abilities were not required to accompany the troops to soothe the beastmen at the front lines. Why had she suddenly been summoned? The situation was indeed puzzling. However, serving the frontline soldiers was an experience every woman of the Empire would undertake, and it was not something one could refuse. Besides, once she participated this time, she would be exempt from future duties for 3 years. Chapter 109. Variety, so it was an obligation she could not avoid? Yu Wanwan remained silent, accepting the morsel offered by Chi Mabai. Her cheeks swelled adorably as she chewed, reminiscent of a little hamster storing its food. Chi Mabai swallowed hard, feeling a pang of longing. It had been quite some time since his little wife had soothed him. As Yu Wanwan sensed the discordant atmosphere, she turned and met Chi Mabai's intensely aggressive gaze.
Thud.
Yu Wanwan swallowed the food in her mouth. Wanwan, his voice was husky, his eyes swirling with dark emotions, clearly stirred. Yu Wanwan had satisfied her hunger in the game, but that was merely a mental fulfillment. After lying in the gaming pod for several days, her body ignited with desire. Amo, she softly called, rising to straddle his lap across the table. Such an overt invitation was unmistakable to Chi Mabai. He swiftly wrapped his arm around Yu Wanwan's waist, turning her to face him. Yu Wanwan was not as tall as Chi Mabai, seated on his lap. She barely matched his height. Without the need for further words, Chi Mabai captured her lips in a kiss. Although she had just eaten lunch, her mouth was refreshingly clean, devoid of any unpleasant taste, only carrying her unique sweetness. As night fell, Chi Mabai left urgently to attend to matters at the military district. After taking a shower and pouring herself a glass of milk, Yu Wanwan settled on the bed, preparing to rest. A voice filled with grievance echoed in her ear. Wanwan. Yu Wanwan blinked, a pink glimmer landing on her earlobe. Soon, the pink light expanded, transforming into the delicate and captivating form of the orchid mantis. Hung Yen had been absorbing the golden blood transmitted by Hung Yi during this period. He had been so engrossed in this process that only today did he finally complete it. To his surprise, upon regaining consciousness, he saw the two of them locked in a kiss at the dining table, stirring a sense of longing and grievance within him. He too was Wanwan's beast husband, yet she remained unwilling to accept him. Wowu, the little one lamented in silence. Wanwan reached out to caress Hung Yan's pink triangular head, unable to suppress a smile. Why the long face? Have you regained your memories? Hung Yan disliked being petted like a mere pet by Wanwan. With a flash of pink light, the orchid mantis instantly transformed into a handsome man clad in exotic wide-legged trousers. His wavy pink hair cascaded down one side of his fair shoulder, and his pink eyes gazed at Wanwan with a look of deep grievance. I haven't regained my memory. What a pity, Wanwan replied, her expression one of helplessness as she gently touched his cheek. I still cannot accept you. Hung Yen was on the verge of tears, regretting the loss of his memories. If only he had retained them, Wanwan would have long agreed to let him be her true beast husband. Now, with Wanwan's refusal, he dared not even take a step forward. No, this cannot continue. With Wanwan having already acquired a third beast husband, it was only a matter of time before a fourth or fifth appeared. If he did not act swiftly, would there still be a place for him in Wanwan's heart? Hung Yen pursed his lips, watching as Wanwan gazed at him with an air of leisure. Grinding his teeth, he stretched out his long arm, pulling the ungrateful woman into his embrace. With his other hand, he grasped Wanwan's chin and, reminiscent of their first kiss, lowered his head to capture her lips. Though he could not possess all of Wanwan, he would at least claim her kisses. And this kiss, he intended to make it extraordinary. It was unclear from where he had learned such techniques, leaving Wanwan somewhat breathless. The rich scent of orchids tantalized her taste buds. In mere moments, Wanwan found herself weakly leaning against him, while Hung Yan's hands began to wander restlessly. Wanwan's eyes widened as she quickly grasped his hand, softly admonishing, Hung Yan. The halted man looked up with his watery pink eyes, gazing at her with an expression of profound grievance. From the way she uttered her name, it was evident how deeply he felt wronged. Why was it that she would not even allow him to touch her? Why can she Mabai? The little one felt wronged. As his 5-year-old intellect surged forth, crystalline tears welled in Hung Yan's beautiful cherry blossom eyes. He really cried? Wanwan was taken aback, hastily wiping the tears from his face. Didn't we already discuss this? I cannot accept you. Wanwan attempted to reason with him. Hung Yan only grew more aggrieved, his tears flowing more fiercely. Facing Hung Yan's insistence, Wanwan could adopt an aloof demeanor. Yet, confronted with the soft, tearful 5-year-old Hung Yan, she found herself at a loss. Stop crying. If you keep this up, your beautiful pink eyes will lose their charm. Wanwan gently wiped his tears away. Hung Yan sniffled twice and kissed her cheek. Wanwan jolted you. Wanwan, I know you don't want me, so I just want to kiss you. I won't make you dislike me. The pleading in his eyes was profoundly humble. Wanwan's heart, cursed with an excess of compassion, began to swell. Then just a kiss? Hung Yan's eyes sparkled. In the next moment, Wanwan's top was entirely stripped away. They had only agreed to a kiss, yet this fellow. 2 hours later, Wanwan lay breathlessly wrapped in the quilt, casting a resentful glare at the satisfied Hung Yan. Hung Yan resumed his look of grievance, astonished that Wanwan had managed to hold her ground. It seemed that until his memories returned, he would remain unworthy of Wanwan's affection. Wanwan, I must leave. The man with pink hair leaned against the headboard, his expression filled with reluctance, sorrow, and affection. Wanwan tightened her grip on the quilt. I will seek to recover my lost memories. I wish to become your true beast husband. Hung Yan's gaze was resolute. Having spent so long by Wanwan's side, he had tried various methods to regain his memories, yet none had succeeded. It seemed he could only return to the insect clan. He was reluctant to part with Wanwan, yet he had no choice but to leave. As long as he remained without memories, Wanwan would not accept him, and he would not be worthy to stay by her side. A tumult of emotions swirled within Wanwan. From the moment he had set eyes on her, his gaze had remained fixated, unable to shift away. It would be disingenuous to claim her heart was untroubled. However, she feared he might regret it after regaining his memories. Thus, this farewell was inevitable. Wrapping herself in the quilt, Wanwan approached Hung Yan slowly. Beneath the quilt, the space was empty, She held the quilt tightly as she leaned in, gently kissing his face. Go, and if you regain your memories and still wish to return, I will wait for you. Hung Yan's sorrowful eyes sparkled with renewed hope. He enveloped the quilt-wrapped Wanwan in his arms, cradling the back of her head, transmitting the scent of orchids once more. Wanwan felt dizzy. By the time she realized it, the quilt had unknowingly slipped away, and Hung Yan held her tightly in his embrace. Afterward, Hung Yan carried Wanwan to wash. The water flowed, and his fingers gently caressed the red marks on her collarbone. That was proof of his existence. Tenderly dressing Wanwan in fresh clothes, Hung Yan gently wrapped his arms around her from behind, kissing her cheek. Wanwan, wait for me. I will surely return. With that, he turned Wanwan towards him, leaned down, kissed her lips, and then opened the window, leaping into the moonlit night. Wanwan's heart tightened as she rushed to the window, only to see his white figure vanish into the darkness. She stood there for a moment, drew the curtains, and retreated into her room. On a street corner, Chiron gazed at the villa's second floor, obscured by the curtains, a wave of deep longing swelling within his eyes. He opened his mouth, shaping the words, Wanwan. Wait for me. It will be over soon. Having spoken, he reined in his emotions, casting a sidelong glance at the wolf beastman behind him. Let us go. Tonight's revelry is about to begin. With that, Chiron's agile figure slipped into the darkened streets, heading toward the distant forest. In the stillness of the night, the howls of wolves rose and fell, resonating with a sense of melancholic grandeur. If any beastman who understood the language of wolves were to pass by, they would surely hear the humble submission in those howls of the magical wolves. Wanwan slept restlessly. Having grown accustomed to the presence of Hung Yan transforming into a pillow whenever Chi Mabai was absent, she found herself longing for that comfort. At this moment, enveloped in her blanket, beads of perspiration formed on her forehead, and her complexion appeared pallid. She dreamt of Hung Yan regaining his memories, metamorphosing from the sweet and adorable orchid mantis into a cold-blooded insectoid, unflinching in his lethality. To her horror, he launched an immediate attack upon seeing her. Just as she found herself ensnared in this nightmare, a shroud of darkness descended upon the room, enveloping her petite figure clad only in a silk nightgown. Wanwan felt as though a small dog were licking the soles of her feet, causing an itch. She jolted awake. The only flicker of light in the darkness revealed Feng Chueji's familiar handsome visage. Okay. Wanwan gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Feng Chueji's upper body retained its human form, while his lower half transformed into a swirling black mist. Originally, he had merely intended to tease his little wife. But upon witnessing her panicked expression, he quickly embraced her. Do not fear, I am here. The simplicity of those familiar words gradually soothed Wanwan. Inhaling the olive fragrance emanating from Feng Chueji, the terror from her nightmare gradually dissipated. She exhaled gently, releasing her grip on his neck. How did you get here? I missed you. The black cat's gaze was intense, his deep blue eyes sparkling with light. Wanwan's cheeks flushed at the sight, and she playfully swatted his shoulder. You rogue. She chided, then wrapped her arms around his waist, nestling into his embrace. Feng Chueji indeed longed for his little wife, but seeing her lack of vigor compelled him to restrain himself. He encircled her with his arms, resting his head upon her shoulder, occasionally planting gentle kisses on her cheek. Even so, her unique pheromones enveloped him, providing a comforting balm.
Aka, imungi.
Wanwan closed her eyes to rest, initially intending to drift back to sleep, but found herself tossing and turning, unable to do so. She patted her stomach, which gurgled pitifully, casting a beseeching glance at Feng Chueji. Is there anything to eat in the fridge? I'll go heat something up. No, I don't want anything from the fridge. Wanwan tilted her head, shaking it. Then shall we eat out? Feng Chueji seemed to have an idea, suggesting it. Is that all right? Wanwan's eyes sparkled, her exquisite face seemingly radiating light. Feng Chueji smiled faintly, extending his arms to lift her effortlessly. Of course. The black mist enveloped Wanwan's form, shielding her from the chill of the night air. Yet it did not hinder her night vision. Clinging to Feng Chueji's neck, she was carried up to the heights of the building. Gazing down at the shimmering lights beneath the night sky, all her anxieties vanished completely. On the 215th floor of the High Tian Tower, Feng Chueji gently descended onto the balcony. Immediately, a servant approached to open the glass door, welcoming them inside. The spacious room resonated with Wanwan's latest song, entitled The Evening Breeze Embraces You. Surrounding them were an array of blooming colorful roses, the air suffused with their fragrant aroma. Warm yellow light filtered in. Wanwan's eyes brightened, and she looked at him with a hint of confusion. Did you reserve this place in advance? It was evident that the decorations had been prepared beforehand. Yet her desire to dine out had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Indeed, Feng Chueji shook his head. It was set up long ago. I have always wanted to bring you here. However, last time, you insisted on returning to the garden villa. Did the hotel keep it for you? Wanwan blinked. No need. The 215th floor of Hai Tian Tower is not open to the public. It is my private domain. Pfft, you own the Hai Tian Tower? You really listen to me? Wanwan laughed at this, raising an eyebrow at Feng Chueji's nonchalant expression. Her expression faltered. Is the Hai Tian Tower genuinely yours? Otherwise? Was it truly his? Wanwan suddenly realized how little she knew of her beastly husband's wealth. If her memory served her right, the Hai Tian Tower was the most expansive, tallest, and most exquisitely adorned building in the imperial capital, apart from the towering spire. It belonged to Feng Chueji's family? Feng Chueji smiled as he carried her to the dining table, where an array of delectable dishes awaited. Wanwan pointed to a couple of lighter options, and Feng Chueji personally served them to her with utmost care, eliciting laughter from Wanwan. After they had eaten sufficiently, she waved her hand, signaling she was done. Feng Chueji then led her to the balcony, gesturing for her to look up at the sky. Confused, Wanwan tilted her head back, and at that moment, a firework shot up into the night sky.
Bang.
The firework exploded, its brilliant light seemingly enveloping the entire night sky. Wanwan's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but rise, moving to the edge of the balcony.
Bang, bang, bang.
One firework after another burst forth, illuminating the entire night sky. This is for Wanwan, something I have wanted to show you since the very first day I saw you. Chapter 111. To the front lines, Wanwan turned in astonishment to meet Feng Chueji's tender gaze, unwavering and fixed upon her. The vibrant, colorful fireworks reflected in his beautiful deep blue eyes, appearing almost alive. Their gazes locked, and emotions swelled between them. As Feng Chueji lowered his head, Wanwan instinctively tilted hers upward. The resplendent light of the exploding fireworks illuminated their silhouettes, drawing them closer. Feng Chueji extended his long arm, cradling Wanwan's waist, lifting her effortlessly. Darkness enveloped them as it spread from his side, shrouding the entire balcony. The familiar power of the Night Watcher surged forth, and Wanwan's eyes flickered. Yet she made no move to resist. In the demon forest of the imperial capital, thousands of fearsome demon wolves gathered at Blood Moon Slope. These wolves, which even bounty hunters dared not provoke, now knelt humbly, bowing in reverence to the figure atop the mountain. Chi-Ren, clad in gray, sat upon the ground, his piercing gemstone-like golden eyes half-lidded. He hung his head, surrounded by a mountain of corpses, exuding an aura of despair and malice. The pack of wolves whimpered, emitting low growls of submission. A strange crimson hue crept up Chi-Ren's fair skin, spreading like a spider's web across his face. His expression twisted in pain, fingers gripping the earth until his knuckles turned white. Suddenly, his golden eyes snapped open, stained with blood. He clenched his fists and struck the ground with a ferocious blow.
Bang.
The unyielding earth, along with the corpses atop it, was shattered, creating a gaping wound. For a fleeting moment, his internal turmoil subsided, but just as Chi-Ren exhaled in relief, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, contorting his face as he curled up in agony.
Time passed.
And Chi-Ren transformed back into his wolf form, his once splendid silver for now stained crimson. A gentle breeze swept past, revealing a pitiful little creature, desolate and mournful. In the imperial palace, within the Grand Prince's chambers, Su Zhui had just entered the hall when two elegantly dressed women approached him. "Greetings, Your Highness the Grand Prince." Su Zhui cast a fleeting glance at them. These were gifts selected by the Empress, a means of control over him. Having lost his virginity, even if he were to find his true partner in the future, she would harbor resentment due to his lost purity. A smirk curled at the corners of Su Zhui's mouth. Truly, the Empress thought of everything. He casually raised his hand, allowing the two women to rise, and with a flourish of his sleeve, scattered some barely noticeable powder. He then strode directly to a nearby seat. The two women exchanged glances before closing in. One wore a pink gauzy dress, moving gracefully, her figure alluring. The other donned a blue gauzy gown, her skin like fine jade, her face resembling a peach blossom. Just as their hands were about to brush against Su Zhui's clothing, they suddenly froze, collapsing to the ground. Throughout, Su Zhui remained seated, pouring himself cup after cup of tea. Today marks the day when the students of the Imperial Academy accompany the supply troops to the front lines. Wanwan has prepared her belongings early in the morning. Wanwan, I shall miss you dearly, foamed Chueji Kuz, clinging to Wanwan. Recently, his grandfather granted him a holiday, allowing him to spend quality time with his beloved wife, and he has been inseparably attached to her side. This time, as Wanwan departs with the troops, it is an academy event, and her beast husband cannot accompany her. Moreover, the Empire requires his presence to maintain order. Wanwan gently caresses his handsome visage, reassuring him. I am not gone forever, do not fret. Await my return in the capital. Foam Chueji blinks, his deep blue eyes sparkling, then I shall diligently study at home. Eagerly anticipating your return. As their conversation unfolds, Foam Chueji's expression shifts, and he leans closer to Wanwan, whispering into her ear with a teasing tone. I will miss you, Wanwan. What do you mean by miss? Wanwan's cheeks flush, and she cannot help but playfully punch his chest with her small fist, exclaiming, You rascal. Her feelings for him are a mixture of love and frustration. Foam Chueji, however, wears a mischievous grin, leaning in closer. I only act the rascal with you, Wanwan. Next time, I shall prepare something even more audacious. Wanwan's face reddens once more as she glares at the man before her, who shows no remorse for his teasing. In a sudden burst of boldness, she grabs his collar, pulling him down to her level and playfully biting into the flesh of his shoulder. Foam Chueji shudders, letting out a muffled sound. Wanwan refrains from biting too hard, fearing she might truly hurt him, yet she cannot resist his cheeky remark. This is a testament to Wanwan's love for me. Look, the bite mark is akin to a silver butterfly kissing me, just like Wanwan and I. Wanwan glances at the spot where her bite left an imprint, which indeed is close to the silver butterfly, leaving her momentarily speechless. Her intention had been to chastise him, only to find him relishing in it. Wanwan, do you truly not wish for my presence? Foam Chueji inquires, lowering his head to nuzzle against her earlobe. Wanwan's body tenses, her fingers lightly clutching his garment as she whispers, I do. The uncertainty of how long she would be at the front weighs heavily on her. They are newlyweds, and every moment apart feels too long. How could she not wish for him? Foam Chueji knows well that his little wife is tough on the outside but soft at heart. He wraps his arms around her waist, his face alight with excitement. Do not worry, Wanwan. I shall find a way to visit you. Wanwan looks up in astonishment. The front lines are so far from the capital. How could he come? Sensing her unspoken question, Foam Chueji blinks innocently. I will make an effort, perhaps? Though he is uncertain if it is feasible, he believes it is essential to express hope. Whether for Wanwan or himself, they must hold on to something to look forward to. Mustn't they? Wanwan gives him a pointed look, unable to resist offering her own admonitions. Be sure to wait for me in the capital. I am not leaving for good. I shall return swiftly. She, too, cannot bear to be away from them for too long. As soon as the Academy's mission is complete, she intends to return as quickly as possible. All right, Foam Chueji grins like a cat that has stolen cream. As they part, he cannot help but steal another kiss from Wanwan's lips. My little wife, how I can never get enough of you. I adore you immensely. Not far away, Suzhui is organizing the departing troops. He looks up and spots Wanwan, the target his mother had provided him information about, who is currently engaged in a heartfelt farewell with her beast husband. Neither of them notices him, as he watches them unabashedly. Wanwan possesses an exquisitely beautiful oval face, small enough to fit within the palm of a hand. Her features are delicate, and her skin is as fair as snow. It is no wonder that she has captured the hearts of numerous SSS-ranked male beastmen in the capital. However, that is not enough. To accomplish his mission, he must personally approach her to investigate further. With a shift in thought, Suzhui gestures for an attendant to approach, whispering a few instructions. Half an hour later,
The troops set out.
Wanwan gazes back through the glass window of the flying vessel, watching Foam Chueji wave fervently from the ground until his figure becomes a mere silhouette. Turning away, she locks eyes with a pair of serene orange-gold irises that are fixed upon her. Wanwan is puzzled as to why the esteemed prince, a member of the imperial family, is sharing a flying vessel with an ordinary academy student like herself. The attendant explained that due to the allocation of the flying vessel, she inadvertently became the sole additional passenger on the prince's vehicle. She dares not question or voice her thoughts, for she is merely an ordinary student, while he is a noble prince. Esteemed prince, did I disturb you just now? I assure you, I shall remain silent henceforth. Wanwan feels uncomfortable under his gaze. His eyes seemed to chastise her for the interaction she just had with Feng Chueji, as if it was an unwelcome distraction. Su Zhui's orange-gold eyes shift slightly, as if he is pondering deeply. In truth, he is contemplating the peculiar nature of Yuan Shan. On the surface, she appears no different from other women. Her skin is slightly fairer, her face more beautiful, her figure more alluring, embodying an innate beauty. However, witnessing Feng Chueji's demeanor towards her has left him in a state of profound doubt. Could it be that Yuan Shan possesses some special quality that eludes his perception? Must one become her beast husband to uncover it? Su Zhui furrows his brow, his thin lips pressed together in thought. Yuan Shan, feeling the weight of his scrutiny, wonders why he is observing her so intently. Why does he keep staring at me? She thinks, confused. Host, could it be that he is enamored with you? What absurdity is this? He is the esteemed prince of the empire, the son of the empress. How could he possibly take an interest in an ordinary woman like me? Cough, host, do not underestimate yourself. You are the best in the eyes of the system. Receiving this unexpected compliment from the system, Yuan Shan's smile becomes a touch more genuine. She decides to shrug it off, after all. His gaze does not hinder her, in any way. If he wishes to watch, then let him. Yuan Shan spreads her hands, requesting the system to exchange for a romance novel from the marketplace, and begins to peruse it. Meanwhile, Su Zhui, who had just entertained thoughts of becoming a beast husband, quickly extinguishes them. One Yuan Shan is not worth his involvement. He exhales softly and diverts his gaze. The flying vessel traverses vast rivers and lakes over the course of several days, finally arriving at the front lines beneath a dark red sky. As the sun rises, the orange-red light spills down, casting a golden sheen upon the crimson earth. The sounds of students aboard other vessels calling out fill the air. Upon disembarking, Yuan Shan spots Bai Yu, her brother, standing not far away, arms wide open as if to embrace the fiery sun. The refreshing air invigorates her spirit, and Yuan Shan feels her mood lift considerably. In just 2 days, the flying vessel will reach the front lines. Su Zhui approaches, adorned in a dark golden brocade robe, exuding an air of grandeur. Thank you for the information, Your Highness. Yuan Shan nods in gratitude. Su Zhui hesitates. You need not be so formal. You may interact with me as you do with those beastmen. He almost speaks further but catches himself, feeling it may not be appropriate. Having spent time together, Su Zhui has learned of some of Yuan Shan's habits. She enjoys sweet treats, particularly those she brings herself. As she does not care much for the food provided by the army, she prefers to retire early, likes to adorn her modest space, and loves to sing. Each time she bathes in the partitioned area, she hums delightful melodies. Those tunes, which Su Zhui has never encountered before, resonate beautifully. Each time he hears her sing, the soothing power of her voice washes over him, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed, as if both body and soul have been cleansed. Unbeknownst to Yuan Shan, the few songs she casually hums have been quietly noted down by Su Zhui in a small notebook, tucked away in his personal belongings. Su Zhui acknowledged that Wanwan was indeed a woman of commendable character. Yet that was the extent of his understanding. He remained perplexed as to why Qi Mo Bai, Feng Keiji, and Su Mo Chong held her in such high regard, insisting on becoming her beast husband. Your Highness, you jest. This is a matter of protocol. How can commoners and noble royals intermingle without decorum? Upon hearing the aloofness in her words, an unbidden discomfort washed over Su Zhui. However, the dignity of his royal status kept him from further explanation. The two stood side by side on the deck of the flying vessel, gazing at the resplendent sunrise as it gradually ascended from the mountains and hung overhead. Wanwan ventured once more into the kitchen. Without the aid of a robotic chef, she had to rely on her own hands to prepare meals. Today, she was making sweet and sour pineapple pork, yam and rib soup, and soup dumplings. The enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen, prompting Su Zhui, who had been engrossed in his book, to glance up and steal a couple of looks at the kitchen. He marveled at how Wanwan's little mind could contain so many culinary recipes. Each day's offerings were different, yet they all possessed a singular, delectable characteristic. He had endured the temptation for many days. Soon, Wanwan appeared in the dining room, carrying the dishes. The rich scent of meat filled the air, completely distracting Su Zhui from his reading, causing his throat to involuntarily swallow. As she set the food on the table, she glanced at Su Zhui not far off and, habitually, inquired, Your Highness, would you care to join me for a meal? Very well, Su Zhui responded, seemingly anxious that Wanwan might change her mind. He closed his book and strode over to the dining table with long strides. Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. She had previously invited him to dine but had been met with rejection. Nevertheless, the kitchen belonged to Zhuyi as well, being part of the flying vessel, so it was reasonable for her to invite him to partake in the meal she had prepared. With this thought, Wanwan dismissed her hesitations. She handed Zhuyi a pair of chopsticks, took another for herself, and began to eat. Zhuyi was already aware that Wanwan used her own chopsticks to serve herself. Previously, he had found it distasteful.
Yet now,
As the enticing food lay so tantalizingly close, those feelings of disdain faded into the background. Mimicking Wanwan, he carefully picked up a soup dumpling and gingerly bit into it. The rich aroma of meat wafted forth, yet it was not greasy. The exquisite texture caused his eyes to widen in delight. Quickly finishing one, he reached for another. Wanwan observed the rapid disappearance of the dumplings before her, her expression turning complex. Could it be that this grand prince was being denied adequate nourishment? Despite his polished exterior, he seemed to be a man who struggled with hunger. A surge of sympathy welled within her, and she placed the last dumpling into his bowl. Zhuyi looked up at her, and Wanwan, smiling, offered an explanation she deemed considerate. "It's all right. I am not particularly hungry today, so you can have the last one. Enjoy." Zhuyi gazed at the dumpling that Wanwan had picked up with her own chopsticks, caught in a moment of silence. Yet the allure of the dumpling's fragrance triumphed over his scruples. He pressed his lips together and delicately picked up the dumpling, beginning to eat. Wanwan tilted her head, watching Zhuyi as he consumed his meal. Though he was not slow, his every movement exuded a graceful elegance that compelled one to steal glances. Could this be the dining etiquette of the nobility? Wanwan pondered. Initially, Zhuyi's interest had been solely in the aroma of the dumpling. However, once he had savored the entire dumpling, an inexplicable wave of soothing energy surged through him, startling him into raising his head. Soothing energy? How could a dumpling possess a calming essence unique to female beastmen? Moreover, this sensation was unlike the comfort derived from music. It was a profound sense of satisfaction that enveloped both body and mind, capable of reaching even an sss male beastman like him. Was it inherent to the dumpling?
no.
The previous ones he had consumed lacked this quality. Only the one Wanwan had given him possessed it. Could it be because of Wanwan?
But why?
Where did this soothing power come from? His gaze fell upon the chopsticks in Wanwan's hands. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Zhuyi was a person of particular cleanliness. The servants in the palace attended to him daily, ensuring that he bathed twice a day and that everything he used was meticulously sanitized. This was the first time he had shared a table with another, dining on the same dishes. His attention returned to Wanwan. Undeniably, this woman was strikingly beautiful, the kind that could captivate one's attention at first glance. Upon their initial meeting, he too had been drawn to her. Thus, despite his inner reluctance, he had consumed the dumpling she had offered. He had anticipated lingering discomfort. Yet to his surprise, his body felt no unease. It seemed that if the owner of the saliva was Wanwan, he could indeed accept it. With this thought, Zhuyi pushed his bowl forward slightly and softly inquired, "Could you serve me some more vegetables?" Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed he had been averse to her, especially as he had scrutinized the chopsticks in her hands. It then dawned on her that he disliked the idea of using chopsticks that bore her saliva. Suddenly hearing Zhuyi's request for her to serve him, Wanwan took a moment to ponder before retrieving a fresh pair of chopsticks. Zhuyi had not anticipated that merely glancing at her chopsticks would make her so sensitive as to switch to a new pair. As she presented him with a bowl brimming with vegetables, his expression momentarily stiffened. "Thank you," he murmured, nodding in gratitude as he slowly began to eat from the bowl. Meanwhile, Wanwan placed the serving chopsticks into the bowl and commenced serving herself. Having grown accustomed to dining with her beast husbands, where no one would harbor disdain for one another, she momentarily forgot the custom of using serving chopsticks. It was likely that the Grand Prince had been silently disapproving while maintaining his composure, forcing himself to eat. Wanwan silently admired his forbearance, vowing to remember this lesson well. In the future, she would always use serving chopsticks. When Wanwan invited Zhuyi to dine again, he readily agreed. However, upon seeing the serving chopsticks on the table, he fell silent once more. The food was still delectable, yet it lacked that satisfying sense of comfort he had experienced before. Zhuyi pressed his lips together, feeling a pang of discontent. Outside, in the White Lawn Alliance, Gulan lounged languidly in an expansive tiger-striped chair. a small wine flask in hand, occasionally taking swigs. The liquor's spiciness irritated his throat and chest, only deepening the ache in his heart. He dared not close his eyes. As soon as he did, a face would emerge in his mind, unmistakably clear, a delicate visage. The sound of footsteps approached from outside the door, prompting Gulan to lift his gaze. Chung Feng, bearing a scar across his face, entered with two individuals and bowed respectfully.
Alliance leader.
You have returned? How did the transaction go? Gulan replied nonchalantly, taking another gulp of wine. In response to the alliance leader, the transaction proceeded smoothly. The Grand Princess of the Beastman Empire, Xu Weina, has already transferred the funds, totaling 3,200,000,000 star coins. It was during Chung Feng's perilous escape from the ant swarm that he encountered Gulan's emissaries, who had come to rescue him just in time. Yet all of this had been for the alliance leader and the White Lawn Alliance. He bore no grudges. Nonetheless, deep within, the image of those sorrowful eyes occasionally haunted him. When the alliance leader had quietly departed from Wanwan's life, he had kept his knowledge hidden, colluding to deceive her. It was a betrayal he could never forgive himself for. Alliance leader, this time the capital has sent you 2 gifts, Chung Feng said, lowering his gaze. He then gestured for the individuals behind him to step forward. Before her stood 2 exceptionally beautiful female orcs, their alluring figures capable of eliciting gasps of admiration wherever they appeared. However, as gifts delivered to the White Mist Alliance, these 2 were not merely defined by their looks. They also possessed relatively weak mental fortitude. Gulan observed with a cold gaze, his mind drifting back to the delicate, fair face of Yuan Shan. Each expression and smile from that visage seemed to tug at his very nerves, a sensation he found exceedingly distasteful. Clenching the wine flask in his hand, he defiantly beckoned the 2 before him. He refused to believe that he was truly at the mercy of Yuan Shan. As the esteemed leader of the White Mist Alliance, acquiring women was hardly a challenge for him. These 2 were merely a beginning. He intended to seek out those with even greater mental prowess, S and SS ranks. He scoffed at the notion that his heart could only respond to Yuan Shan. With a sinister smile, Gulan watched as the 2 women cautiously approached, their hands slowly reaching to rest upon his shoulders. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck them both. They cried out in agony as they were violently thrown to the ground. Each spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. Please spare us, Alliance leader. We beg for your mercy. They were filled with terror, disregarding their pain as they scrambled to kneel and bow their heads before Gulan. It was said that the leader of the White Mist Alliance had a peculiar temperament, and witnessing it firsthand confirmed those rumors. Just moments ago, he had seemed to revel in their proximity, only to erupt in fury and cast them aside. Chung Feng furrowed his brow from the sidelines, but chose to remain silent. Surely, deep down, the leader struggled to let go, as he himself did. After delivering his blow, Gulan lazily reclined against a tiger-skin chair and nonchalantly stated, "Take them away, entertain the brothers." The 2 women shrank back slightly, but then breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they had narrowly escaped with their lives. Chung Feng exchanged a glance with those behind him, who swiftly entered to escort the 2 women away. After a moment's hesitation, Chung Feng once again bowed slightly, saying, "Alliance leader, we have received news from the imperial capital. Yuan Shan, as a means to pacify the female orcs, will soon accompany the Imperial Army to the front lines of the Northwest battlefield." What did you say? Gulan sprang to his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Chung Feng. Is this information credible? Indeed, Chung Feng replied, having anticipated the alliance leader's reaction. Gulan maintained a facade of indifference, yet internally, he was already consumed by thoughts of Yuan Shan. Otherwise, why would he, a man who rarely indulged in drink, now be so inseparable from his wine? Chapter 114, Stranger His nonchalance, was merely an act. It was evident that even the slightest tidbit of information regarding Yuan Shan would not escape his notice. What does her matter concern me? A female orc from an empire. What significance does that hold? Gulan muttered to himself, fingers toying with the wine flask as he swayed toward the tiger-skin chair. Chung Feng was momentarily taken aback, doubting his earlier assumptions, but then saw Gulan, like a wraith, materialize before him once more. When will she arrive? Tomorrow, Chung Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Gulan flung the wine flask from his hand and strode purposefully toward the exit. Alliance leader, where are you going? Chung Feng called out in surprise. Moments later, Gulan's voice echoed back. To seize her. The land of the Northwest battlefield was a deep crimson, with most of the flora reflecting that hue as well. Yu Wanshan reclined on the deck of the aircraft, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the distant flowing river. Merging splendidly with the red earth, a breathtaking yet melancholic sight reminiscent of a solitary smoke rising in the desert, with the sun setting over the long river. However, this was not a desert. It was merely a region far from the imperial capital, with a somewhat less hospitable environment. Behind her, Su Zhui held a book. Yet his piercing gaze remained fixated on Yu Wanshan's back, unyielding for quite some time. He was desperate to ascertain whether the soothing power attributed to her was truly contained within her essence. Unfortunately, he had no means of knowing. As Yu Wanshan switched her chopsticks for a serving pair, he had no opportunity to engage. If only he were her beast husband. He could acquire such knowledge through a kiss. The thought sent a jolt through Su Zhui, his ears flushing red. What was he thinking? Such actions were reserved solely for her beast husband. How could he entertain such notions? Taking a deep breath, he redirected his focus back to the book in his hands. If Yu Wanshan's saliva possessed calming properties, did her other bodily fluids also hold similar power? If she were to plant the mark of a wife, would that be? Su Zhui's eyes widened slightly, his grip on the book tightening. No, he must not indulge in such wild thoughts. He set the book down and took measured steps toward Yu Wanshan. The unique fragrance that belonged solely to her enveloped him, more captivating than the mere sight of her silhouette. His hands clenched within his sleeves, he could not help but glance back at Yu Wanshan. She tilted her small face, resting upon a petite, white round table. Her glass-like eyes reflected the red of the world around her, bright and clear. Beneath a delicate, slightly upturned nose lay a small mouth, naturally tinted red. He had witnessed that mouth devouring food with remarkable speed, chewing without revealing a single tooth, yet consuming an entire plate of spicy lotus slices in mere moments. Afterward, her lips would be stained a rosy hue, reminiscent of flowers kissed by morning dew. Su Zhui's heart raced. He had never before experienced a woman so powerfully commanding his gaze. Yet now, he found himself irresistibly drawn to Yu Wanshan. Each time he forced himself to look elsewhere, he soon succumbed to the urge to gaze upon her once more. He had heard his father speak of this sensation. It was called infatuation. Had he truly developed feelings for Yu Wanshan? No, she was merely a task assigned to him. He could not allow himself to feel such things. This Yu Wanshan was indeed an enigmatic individual. With a fierce clench of his fists, he swung his sleeves and retreated into the aircraft, slamming the door behind him. The sound startled Yu Wanshan, and when she turned to look, Su Zhui had already vanished. She was left bewildered, wondering if she had inadvertently provoked him.
Bang.
A brilliant explosion erupted in the distance, causing Yu Wanshan to leap from her seat. Simultaneously, Su Zhui, who had just entered the aircraft, stepped back out, his gaze focused on the horizon. At that moment, an urgent report crackled through his wrist communicator. Your Highness, the rear of the army is under attack by unidentified forces. The enemy's firepower is fierce. We request your immediate support. Su Zhui's heart raced in shock. How audacious were these attackers to strike at his army within the Empire's borders. I will come to your aid at once. Su Zhui responded, swiftly connecting with several of his subordinate officers to arrange reinforcements for the troops under attack. Afterward, he hurried to Yu Wanshan's side, stating, This area is close to the northwest front line, frequently disturbed by external enemies and insectoid threats, making it unsafe. Remain here within the aircraft until I return. Yu Wanshan nodded, understanding that even without his instruction, she would have taken the same course of action. War was no trifling matter, and her curiosity was minimal. After finalizing his directives, Su Zhui leaped onto the combat aircraft that had come to his aid and sped off toward the rear of the army. Yu Wanshan glanced at the fierce battle unfolding not far away, preparing to return to the interior of the aircraft to rest. Suddenly, a series of muffled thuds sounded from behind her. Confused, she turned to investigate and saw the 6 soldiers left to protect her lying silently on the ground. Alarmed, she quickly spun around, only to be met by an unfamiliar face. Before she could react, a hand struck the back of her neck, and Yu Wanshan slowly crumpled to the ground. Meanwhile, the man had already extended his hand, gently catching her. The face from her memories merged with the one before her. Unable to resist, he reached out and tenderly caressed her cheek. Her skin remained as soft and smooth as ever, her beauty still striking. Moreover, she seemed even more radiant now, her cheeks glowing with a natural flush. When Yu Wanjun awoke, she had lost track of time. The man before her possessed a robust physique and a tall stature. His face was unfamiliar, not overly handsome, yet not unattractive, resting in a realm of above-average appeal. With thick brows and large eyes, a hint of stubble adorned his chin, lending him an alluring wildness. Realizing what he was doing, Wanwan attempted to push him away, but discovered her body was utterly weak, devoid of strength. A wave of alarm washed over her as she realized she must have been drugged. Who had the audacity to trespass into the Empire and abduct one of its students? Panic surged within her. She was unable to struggle. The man, noticing her eyes darting about in confusion, suddenly grasped the back of her head and lowered himself to capture her lips in a fervent kiss. The scorching embrace stirred a tumult of emotions within Wanwan. Strangely, he evoked a sense of familiarity, yet the face so close to hers was entirely unknown. Was it possible that her abduction was merely for this? Shock coursed through Wanwan's mind, but the effects of the drug quickly rendered her thoughts blank. From day to night, her delicate form was powerless to resist. It was only after he departed that a maid entered to assist her with bathing, dressing, and eating. Lacking strength, she felt like a delicate porcelain doll being handled, and ultimately, she drifted into a dazed slumber. Chapter 115. Wanwan never imagined that calamity could descend upon her while aboard a spacecraft. Instead of robbing precious military supplies, her captor had chosen to infiltrate a vessel inhabited by civilians and abduct her. Truly, the absurdity of the situation knew no bounds. After resting for a day, that man returned that very night. He first took a shower, then entered her room without uttering a word, lifting her into the bathroom for cleansing. As the water flowed, he could hardly wait to return to the bed, savoring the droplets on her shoulder.
Who are you? Why have you taken me?
Wanwan, utterly devoid of strength, leaned against the man's embrace. Gritting her teeth, she managed to voice her inquiry, causing him to pause momentarily, yet he remained silent. An aggressive heat flickered in his eyes. Wanwan realized that he had altered his appearance and had deliberately doused himself in cologne. She truly had no idea who he was. Could he merely be a stranger who fortuitously abducted her? She recalled past incidents where wandering beasts had snatched women from the Empire. Perhaps she was simply unfortunate enough to encounter one? His skills were proficient, and he seemed to possess intimate knowledge of her. Wanwan felt a profound sense of resistance within her, yet she found herself unable to prevent it. In a fleeting moment, her mind slipped into a void. The man departed that morning. System: what kind of drug have I been given? Host: you have not been drugged, but rather subjected to a special skill known as ghost kiss, inherent to a certain breed of beastmen. Wanwan thought she had misheard. What was that? Was it the ghost she feared? Ahem, it is not the ghost you are thinking of. It is the ghost kiss ability of the Ghost Chariot Phoenix tribe. Ghost Chariot Phoenix? Such an unusual name. Wanwan had never heard of it before. Please elaborate. The man you are with possesses the beast form of the Ghost Chariot Phoenix, and Ghost Kiss is his innate skill. It allows him to render his prey utterly defenseless without inflicting any harm, maintaining that state until he consumes them. Suddenly, Wanwan recalled the moment he had kissed her when she had yearned to bite him, only to be effortlessly thwarted by an unseen force. So, it was this innate skill at play? What an unexpected talent. Can you find out who he is? Do I know him? Apologies, host, but I am unable to ascertain that information. Wanwan let out a sigh, not harboring much hope. The system, a new entity, had become manifest at this moment. Many details in this world were beyond its omniscient grasp. For instance, had it known that the man was actually Gulan in disguise, she would not have found herself in such a passive predicament. Had she known sooner, she could have avoided the deception that unfolded. His formidable prowess and intent to conceal his identity rendered it impossible for the system to uncover the truth. Thus, she could only rely on herself. A flicker of determination ignited within Wanwan's gaze. In the realm of the stars, it was the men who suffered the consequences of such actions, not the women. If he cared not for her virtue, why should she concern herself with it? Perhaps only then could he shed his facade and reveal his true nature. With resolve, Wanwan prepared herself. That evening, after finishing her meal, she completed her grooming and sat at the edge of the bed, awaiting his return. As dusk fell, he entered as scheduled, heading straight for the bathroom to cleanse himself. Moments later, he emerged, a towel wrapped around his waist, revealing his muscular upper body as he approached the bed. Wanwan's heart raced, momentarily disregarding her surroundings. This man possessed an extraordinary physique. He had intended to carry her for cleansing, but as he drew near, the faint scent of her bath products wafted toward him. Simultaneously, Wanwan lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering, and softly said, "I had someone assist me with washing." His throat tightened and his body tensed. In an instant, he swept Wanwan onto his lap. With the little strength she had, she leaned closer to kiss his jawline tenderly. He stiffened at her unexpected advance, clearly taken aback. A muffled groan escaped him, and he halted his movements. Wanwan's eyes sparkled with hope. It seemed there was a chance. With great effort, she let her fingers glide onto his shoulder. After a moment, she gasped for breath and murmured, "I'm sorry, I lack strength." With that, she leaned against his chest, appearing both helpless and yearning to serve him, though she truly lacked the energy. His eyes glowed a deep crimson, filled with an intense desire. Grasping her shoulders, he captured her lips once more. Yet, the memory of her initiating the kiss ignited a fervor within him, urging him to seek her proactive affection. Overwhelmed by his thoughts, he pressed her down against his neck, and Wanwan felt her strength returning. She was able to move her hands and perform simple actions, no longer resembling a fragile porcelain doll. Tilting her head, she met his entranced gaze, her heart fluttering. Without a doubt, he had a remarkable physique, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Were it not for his somewhat ordinary face, he would undoubtedly be a heartthrob. Wanwan lamented inwardly. The man bent down, his eyes a deep red. Wanwan feigned ignorance, her teeth grazing his shoulder. Suddenly, he grasped the back of her head and pressed it against his shoulder. Caught off guard, she bit down instinctively, breaking the skin. Blood trickled from her lips, and Wanwan's heart raced in shock. Was he about to lose control? As she pondered this, he seized her head, kissing her lips, mingling her blood with his own. Tears welled in her eyes as he pressed her down again, the metallic scent of blood flooding her senses, intertwining with memories of another. This height, these proportions, the shape of those abdominal muscles, everything suddenly became clear.
Gulan.
Wanwan uttered a low exclamation, turning her head to coldly fixate on the unfamiliar face before her. The leader of the White Lawn Alliance, who had once deceived her by having Chingfeng masquerade as him, could naturally change his face once more to continue his deceit. The man's hand, which gripped Wanwan's waist, trembled abruptly. "It is you, Gulan, no need for further pretense." Only he would enhance his strength after she bit him. Only he, in a frenzy, would always draw blood. That wickedly handsome face, Wanwan could never forget. She had simply been momentarily caught off guard. Until just now, that familiar muffled groan and the familiar gesture of urging her to bite his shoulder confirmed her suspicions. He is Gulan, since he chose to abandon her. Why return to the past? Gulan, you truly are repugnant. Chapter 116. Dilemma. Had it not been for Wanwan falling victim to his cursed kiss, rendering her incapable of harming him, she would have kicked him away long ago. Gulan's body quivered slightly, his long, elegant fingers curling and uncurling repeatedly. He lowered his gaze, a mocking smile gracing his otherwise ordinary face. With a swift motion, he removed the mask from his visage. Gulan's extraordinarily exquisite face emerged before Wanwan, just as striking and wicked as she had remembered. Handsome, brazen, and utterly contemptuous of everything around him, yet imbued with a malevolent aura that seemed to thirst for blood. Wanwan, you remain as perceptive as ever. Your guess is spot on. Now that his disguise had been unveiled, Gulan no longer felt the need to maintain the facade of a stranger before his woman. He pulled the cold-eyed Wanwan close, pressing her against his face. Wanwan, I have indeed returned to my previous ways. What will you do about it? Care to bite me? Go ahead, bite here. He pointed to his bloodied shoulder. Each time Wanwan bit him, he found an exhilarating thrill. It was not punishment, but rather a reward.
You lunatic.
Wanwan spat in anger. Yet Gulan refused to relent, tightening his embrace. Wanwan widened her eyes.
Stop it.
Why should I stop? You know I always do as I please. With that, he savagely captured her lips once more. Wanwan, drained of strength, succumbed to his cursed kiss. This talent of his was infuriatingly effective. In the early morning, Gulan carried Wanwan to freshen up. After dressing her, he made no move to leave, instead donning a long robe himself. He placed her at the dining table, feeding her with equal parts care and possessiveness. Now that he had revealed himself, he no longer cared how Wanwan perceived him. Frustrated, she ground her teeth and mocked, "Why aren't you off doing your duties? You certainly seem to enjoy a leisurely life as the leader. Is this concern for me? Or are you jealous?" He gestured toward the silver butterfly tattoo on his shoulder. a mark of his bond with her that she had personally destroyed. It had haunted him ever since. He felt something was missing, an imperfection. Wanwan snorted derisively.
Dream on.
She would never again acknowledge his identity as her beast husband. Gulan pressed his lips together and ran his fingers over Wanwan's lips, clicking his tongue in feigned disapproval. You really are becoming increasingly disobedient. With that, he resumed feeding her earnestly. Gulan spent nearly the entire day in Wanwan's room, either clinging to her or wandering nearby. He exhibited no sense of responsibility as the alliance leader. Yet Wanwan could see the respect and gratitude in the eyes of the wandering beastmen living in the White Lawn Alliance. She could not comprehend it. Wasn't he supposed to be a merciless tyrant, feared by all? After being treated like a mere captive for over a week, Wanwan could no longer endure it. Gulan, is there any point in keeping me here like this? She asked, furrowing her brow as she watched him in the kitchen squeezing juice. Gulan tilted his head, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he seemed to genuinely consider her question. Indeed, it is amusing. It allows me to experience what it feels like to care for a wife. Who is your wife? Shameless. Wanwan could not help but retort. Gulan grinned broadly, shamelessly holding a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. Wanwan, we have done everything we ought and ought not to do. How can you not count as my wife? Is coercion included in that? Wanwan sneered. Had it not been for your cursed kiss, I would have fled long ago. Indeed.
Gulan, not that seriously.
Gently stroking Wanwan's face. In this lifetime, you are the only woman for me. A man's purity is of utmost importance, and I have given it all to you. You cannot play the fool. A mocking smile tugged at the corners of Wanwan's lips. She had once considered making him her beast husband. However, had he not forfeited that chance himself? Wanwan, if you were to restore the wife mark, as long as you do not destroy it, I shall lift the cursed kiss. Gulan's gaze was fervent as he looked at Wanwan, his ordinarily languid eyes now filled with desperate longing, utterly subservient. Yet Wanwan turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Gulan felt as if his heart had been struck hard. Would she not trade her most coveted freedom for the chance to re-establish the silver butterfly mark? Wanwan, you truly are cruel, he murmured, lowering his gaze. Yet a wicked smile crept back to his lips. If that is the case, then remain by my side obediently. I shall serve you for a lifetime. And I am more than willing. With that, Gulan lifted the glass to his lips, took a large gulp of orange juice, and pulled Wanwan closer, kissing her. Wanwan had intended to struggle, but Gulan's singular focus and the cursed kiss rendered her quiet. Humiliated, she drank the juice. But Gulan had no intention of letting her off easily as he deepened the kiss. His fingers stealthily slid down the strap of her shoulder. He was always like this, disregarding the situation, ignoring her wishes. Yet Wanwan's body was too sensitive, and he knew every inch of her intimately.
Gulan.
Please lift the cursed kiss. I wish to go outside and see the world. Wanwan leaned against Gulan's muscular chest, her lips parting slowly. Gulan's beautiful, jewel-like black eyes widened in surprise. This was the third time Wanwan had made such a request. However, he was afraid that if he released her, she would flee. The arm wrapped around her waist tightened gradually as he lowered his head, inhaling the scent of her neck. That fragrance, which had haunted his mind repeatedly and was now so close, filled him with longing, making him reluctant to let go. Gulan pressed his lips together and murmured, "Wife mark." Wanwan glanced up at him, but remained silent. Gulan understood. This was her silent rejection. She would no longer be willing to imprint the wife mark upon him. Although he had anticipated this day, seeing Wanwan's resolute demeanor still left him breathless. Had he made one mistake, would he never be able to return? If given a chance to start anew, would he have sacrificed her for the sake of energy cores? Gulan's eyes darkened. Wanwan bit her lip, remaining silent for a moment, then closed her eyes. After a brief pause, she opened them again, a sense of determination gleaming in her gaze. Even without the wife mark, does that mean you are not my beast husband? What did you say? Gulan's body tensed, fearing he had misheard. The wife mark could only form the first time they were together. If destroyed, it was gone forever. You are making this difficult for me. Wanwan raised her head, a hint of grievance upon her face. Did you not say that, even without the wife mark, you are still my beast husband? Why then are you so fixated on that mark? Chapter 117. Purity of Body. Gulan, I merely wish to reciprocate your love. I want to hold you while you kiss me. You have taken away my strength, leaving me unable to do any of this. Do you not wish that while you hold me, I could also embrace you? Wanwan raised her gaze, her lips gently biting down. That innocent yet yearning little face stirred a hint of crimson in Gulan's eyes.
He yearned for it. How could he not?
He dreamed of Wanwan responding to his love as she once did. He reached out, encircling her waist. Would you truly be willing? Concern and fear flickered in his eyes, but more than that, there was a stirring of affection. Wanwan smiled slightly. Being with you brings joy not just to you.
Does it?
Why would I be unwilling? The tension in Gulan's heart shattered. He pulled Wanwan into his embrace, planting a kiss on her cheek. Gradually, Wanwan felt strength returning to her body. She reflected on how remarkably effective Gulan's innate skill was, capable of stirring emotions at will. Wanwan, do you wish to? Gulan lowered his gaze, looking into her bright, clear eyes, a surge of warmth flooding his heart. Before he could finish his sentence, Wanwan smiled sweetly and wrapped her arms around his neck. Gazing into Gulan's reddened eyes, she tilted her head and kissed his lips. She wouldn't refuse his desires. Playing her part to perfection. Gulan's heart raced, his eyes glistening with red. It was a kiss initiated by Wanwan. She truly kissed him first. And as he lowered his head, his eyes pleading, she followed his heart's intent and bit down on his shoulder. The sharpness of blood only heightened his exhilaration. In the early morning, Wanwan opened her eyes, but found Gulan absent. She lowered her gaze, the corners of her mouth curling into a smirk as she moved her limbs, regaining strength. System, can I just break out now? I have no shortage of body-refining pills. Host, please refrain. The ghostly kiss upon you has not yet been resolved. The system exclaimed, leaving Wanwan bewildered. Not resolved? She felt her body revitalized. Yet the ghostly kiss remained? What was happening? Indeed, he merely suppressed the ghostly kiss to its lowest degree. Your movements are not restricted. It can be done this way? Wanwan furrowed her brow, realizing that her efforts from last night might have been in vain. Not entirely wasted. You can now move normally, right? Host, the ghostly kiss, if lingering too long in your body, could be harmful. I suggest you coax him a little more. Perhaps he will release it for you. The system wore a mischievous grin, regarding her with a knowing expression. Wanwan fell silent, having thought she was finally free, only to find herself contemplating. Propping her chin on her hand, she sighed. It seemed she still had to continue her act. As Wanwan opened the wardrobe in her room, she discovered it filled with women's dresses, all in her size. They were all new. She pursed her lips, silently selecting a traditional Chinese skirt and a white blouse before stepping outside. A familiar figure appeared before her. Unlike their last meeting, Chengfeng bore a prominent scar across his face. It was evident that his escape route had not been easy. Long time no see, Chengfeng, Wanwan stated coolly. Chengfeng paused, lowering his gaze, softly calling out, miss you. Wanwan approached him, her eyes fixed intently on his. Chengfeng was forced to retreat, and Wanwan followed step by step until he reached the railing behind him, with no room to escape. Wanwan leaned in closer, her face mere inches from his. Even with a distance between them, she could clearly hear the frantic beating of his heart. Wanwan chuckled softly, straightening her posture. Chengfeng finally let out a quiet sigh of relief, slowly standing upright, but the next moment, he was stunned by Wanwan's words. When you kissed me last time, you were not so reserved, do you remember? Chengfeng abruptly looked up, shock evident on his face. Of course he remembered. At that moment, he had held her waist, her taste lingering on his lips, a flavor he would never forget. His throat involuntarily tightened, and his hands clenched slightly. Yet, at that moment, Wanwan leaned closer to his ear, her breath fragrant as she spoke. How about you secretly take me away, and I shall allow you another kiss? Chengfeng's heart raced suddenly. Take her away? Kiss her? No, that was impossible. She was the leader's wife. Wanwan tilted her head, observing Chengfeng's initial shock and anticipation, which soon morphed into a conscious denial, shaking his head vigorously.
No.
The conflicting emotions on his face amused Wanwan. Leaning closer, she whispered, Chengfeng, I actually quite like you. If only you were still pure, perhaps. Chengfeng's head jerked up, disbelief etched across his features. In that instant, his mind became a whirlwind, his body tensing. What did she mean? Was she confessing to him? Or was she merely toying with him? Chengfeng, walking beside Wanwan, knew just how astute she was. How could she utter such words? How much was true and how much was false? In that moment, the man's heart was in disarray. Wanwan watched as his ears flushed crimson, hands clenched tightly, and gazed downcast in silence, a wicked smile gracing her lips. She was aware of Chengfeng's feelings for her. Her actions were merely a form of punishment. When he had conspired with Gulan to deceive her, he ought to have anticipated being deceived in return. If Gulan could never be her beastly husband, neither could Chengfeng. With that thought, Yuanshan departed without a trace, leaving Chengfeng standing there, eyes wide and expression complex. Are you really Gulan's wife? Yuanshan strolled forward, only to be halted by a small figure. The child appeared to be around 6 or 7, chubby and well-groomed, dressed in clean attire. It was clear he had been well cared for. I am not. Yuanshan raised an eyebrow, shaking her head. The little one looked puzzled, tilting his head. But my father and the others say you are. How could you not be? Yuanshan could alter her demeanor with Gulan, but she found it hard to maintain a cold facade with an innocent child. She reached out to pat his head. Who is your father? And what is your name? My name is Wang Yun and my father is Wang Hai, the captain of the patrol team, responsible for protecting the Bai Lan Alliance and Gulan. The small fellow puffed out his chest, brandishing a wooden dagger with impressive flair. Yuanshan couldn't help but chuckle. Why must you protect Gulan? Because Gulan is a really nice person. He is our savior. The child blinked innocently, eyes sparkling. I used to be a little beggar. Once, I was almost captured by a monster, but Gulan saved me. Chapter 118, Monsters. My father was originally just a big beggar. It was Gulan who brought us to the Bai Lan Alliance and taught us martial arts and reading. I can now recognize 300 words. My father praises me for being amazing. Sister, let me take you to see over there. That is our secret base. This was the headquarters of the Bai Lan Alliance, hidden within the forest beyond the domain, conveniently near the northwestern front. Thus, Gulan was able to abduct her so swiftly. Yuanshan followed the child, arriving at a small children's playground. Inside, children played happily while farmers toiled nearby and workers constructed buildings. Everyone cast curious glances her way, some even daring to greet her. The expressions on their faces were simple and honest, not unlike those of the common folk in the Beastman Empire. This place resembled a miniature society. Yuanshan felt a stirring within her. Among the wandering beastmen, not all were wicked. Many came from families of criminals exiled from the empire. However, due to their parents' transgressions, their offspring could not enter the Beastman Empire, ultimately becoming little wanderers themselves. These individuals possess only rudimentary life skills, forming a vulnerable collective. Without protection, they are likely to perish in the outer realms. Yu Yuanshan had previously assumed that within the ranks of the White Mist Alliance, there resided only bloodthirsty, murderous brutes. Fearsome figures indeed. To her surprise, she discovered the existence of such gentle souls. The White Mist Alliance shelters these individuals, whose steadfastness fortifies the Alliance's logistical backbone. According to the child's words, all of this is attributed to Gulan? She had not anticipated Gulan possessed such a delicate disposition. Suddenly, it became clear to her why those within the Alliance gazed upon him with gratitude. In certain respects, he could indeed be considered a good man. Xiao Yun, how did you wander over here? Do not run about aimlessly. You must not disturb the leader's rest. A middle-aged man approached, first admonishing the child, then turning to Yu Yuanshan with an apologetic expression. Madam, the child is merely ignorant. He has committed no wrongdoing, has he? Yu Yuanshan shook her head, prepared to respond when a tremendous explosion reverberated from the distant sky.
Boom.
The earth trembled violently beneath their feet, as if shaken by the force of the blast. It was an outbreak of aberrant creatures. That explosion must have been the leader engaging them directly. Wang Hai, observing her unease, quickly reassured her, Madam, there is no need for concern. Outbreaks of aberrant creatures are commonplace here. As long as we suppress them, all will be well. We shall remain within the alliance, ensuring no disturbances arise. Everything else will be managed by the leader and his elite guard. Yu Yuanshan nodded. Having spent years in the outer realms, she had witnessed such outbreaks before. However, in her past, she had fought alone, tearing open breaches in areas with fewer aberrant creatures, taking them down one by one. She had never encountered a battle of such magnitude. Interstellar aberrant creatures are a particularly unique existence, primarily composed of mutated flora, possessing formidable offensive and destructive capabilities. For these aberrants, the corpses of magical beasts and orcs serve as optimal nourishment. Their attacks on these creatures are merely acts of predation. Aberrants also possess hierarchy. Ordinary ones charge forth heedlessly, unperturbed by pain, serving as cannon fodder in their ranks. Some sentient aberrants command the ordinary ones in attack, acting as the leaders of their legion. Yu Yuanxuan gazed into the distance. Such the massive energy explosion indicated the presence of at least one commander-level aberrant among their ranks. A challenging foe. Nevertheless, this was not a concern for Yu Yuanxuan. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Wang Hai, she was about to depart when a sudden outcry erupted behind her. Wang Hai, where is the medic? Hurry, fetch him. Commander Ta Lang has sustained severe injuries. Yu Yuanxuan turned to see the towering figure of Ta Lang being carried in on a specially designed stretcher by 7 or 8 individuals. Wang Hai's expression shifted dramatically. Disregarding any further conversation with Yu Yuanxuan, he hurried off to locate the Alliance's medic. The medic, Ba Zhen, was a slender middle-aged man. He immediately applied medicine to staunch the bleeding and administered antiviral injections to Ta Lang. Then, he grasped a handful of a dark, unidentifiable substance and smeared it onto Ta Lang's nearly severed arm. Yu Yuanxuan noticed that the wound appeared to be infected by an aberrant parasite, which had already sprouted a thin ring of green shoots. These green shoots were lethal in the outer realms. She had previously witnessed a robust male orc fall victim to such parasitism, swiftly reduced to a mere skeleton. This is the terror of aberrants. The black substance used by Ba Zhen had a suppressive effect on the green shoots. Immediately after application, the shoots visibly withered. What is this? Yu Yuanxuan inquired, intrigued. Wang Hai glanced at it and replied with a smile. It is the shell of a black beetle. It inhibits the growth of parasitic aberrant sprouts. Yu Yuanxuan raised an eyebrow, impressed by this newfound knowledge. Ba Zhen looked up and asked, Are you the leader's wife? Yu Yuanxuan raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. She surmised that a denial would likely be met with disbelief. Ba Zhen seemed to recall something and quickly added, Madam, could you please comfort the injured patients? During battle, they are inevitably affected by internal turmoil, which can exacerbate their conditions. Yu Yuanxuan raised an eyebrow, surprised by this request. After all, she was an imperial beastman. It seemed unreasonable for her to soothe the wandering beastmen. However, upon meeting the earnest gazes of those around her, her heart softened. This was a wound inflicted by the aberrants. Her actions were merely to save lives, not to increase her enemies, right? With this thought, Yu Yuanxuan pondered for a moment, then nodded, cleared her throat, and began to sing spontaneously. When the snow desires to arrive, heat a pot of wine, let the loneliness flow long into the mouth. On a frigid night, from that mountain, crimson clouds emerge. Her clear voice resonated, imbued with a profound soothing power. The crowd felt as if a pristine spring had washed over them, cleansing even their spirits. The lingering fragrance on the branches enveloped their lashes as they harmonized with the song just sung. Yu Yuanxuan concentrated her comforting energy on the steady stream of injured individuals being brought in. The effect was remarkable. Not only did the agitated energies within the patients calm, but even the aberrant sprouts that had begun to stir after parasitism quickly withered and dried up. Ta Lang looked up, his large head dazedly fixed on Yu Yuanxuan. She raised her hands slightly, and ripples of energy spread outward, seemingly coated in a layer of holy light. Ta Lang suddenly felt as though he were gazing upon his mother. Unbeknownst to Yu Yuanxuan, as she sang, she was mistaken for his mother by Ta Lang. Otherwise, she would have certainly retaliated. When Gulan returned, it was already deep into the night. He was drenched, with his armor dripping with the green blood of aberrants. Descending from the battle aircraft, he tossed his weapon to a subordinate nearby. Upon raising his head, his gaze immediately fell upon Yu Yuanxuan amidst the crowd. Chapter 119. Wolf Cub. Her smile was gentle as she attentively tended to the wounds of the injured. She was incredibly beautiful. Gulan found himself utterly captivated. The patients who had been treated were no longer in their previous dire states. The tumultuous energies within them had been subdued, and the parasitic wounds were being addressed with care. Ba Zhen approached with an excited expression, extolling Yu Yuanxuan's efforts in soothing the injured and treating their wounds, showering her with praise. Madame's soothing power is truly remarkable. Out of so many patients, not a single one has lost their will. Even those parasitic aberrant sprouts have all withered under her influence. Unprecedented, truly unprecedented. Leader, you must cherish the madam. She is our treasure. I have never witnessed a soothing power capable of purifying aberrant parasitism. With her by your side, even should you be parasitized in the future, you need not fear. The latter remarks were directed at Gulan in hushed tones. Gulan lifted his gaze. His bright black eyes scanned the crowd, resting upon Yu Yuanxuan, who had just finished her task and was straightening up to take a moment's rest. Her fair skin glistened with sweat, yet it did little to diminish her exquisite beauty. Many gazes lingered upon her, filled with awe, gratitude, and admiration. A smile tugged at Gulan's lips. His little wife was indeed radiant, in every conceivable way. This was the first occasion Yu Yuanshuan had witnessed Gulan return from battle. Though she observed from a distance, she could still feel the electrifying energy of the explosions and collisions that resonated through the air, a truly breathtaking spectacle. Gulan's strength surpassed her expectations. He had likely already surpassed the sss level. It was no wonder he could lead a group of individuals to carve out such a sanctuary in the perilous outer realms. Despite the assaults from aberrants and insectoid creatures, they remained steadfast. Seeing him, drenched in blood and exuding an aura of ferocity, Yu Yuanshuan felt a profound sense of awe. However, upon witnessing Gulan, freshly cleansed, clinging to her and imploring her to sing for his solace, Yuanshan found herself at a loss for words. Is there a surge of energy within you? Indeed, I require my wife's melodic comforts.
Gulan Berlinget.
Utterly devoid of the menacing aura he had exuded under the night sky, now resembling nothing more than a clingy pup, Yuanshan rolled her eyes. Could it be that the very man who yearned to bind her to the bed could truly experience an energy surge? Spare me the absurdity. I refuse to sing, Yuanshan declared with unwavering firmness. But I wish to hear you, Wanshan. Is it not rather biased to sing for others yet deny your beast husband? Gulan wrapped his arms around her, nuzzling her cheek. Frustrated, Yuanshan bit down on his still-speaking lips.
Ouch!
Wanshan, are you a dog? With a firm bite. Her actions drew blood from his lips. The sight of crimson stirred Gulan's eyes to a fiery hue. Wanshan, I shall grant you another chance. Will you sing? I will not. Yuanshan resolutely refused. Gulan sighed lightly, then I shall have to seek solace through alternative means. With that, he extended his long arm and effortlessly lifted Yuanshan onto his lap. Alarmed, she clasped her hands to her chest, attempting to retreat, only to be gently pulled back by Gulan. Wait. I will sing. Is that not enough? Yuanshan hastily interjected, readying the strap of her garment. Yesterday's wandering song, a memory of your visage, the gentle breeze across the hills, conveys my longing for you. Her voice was melodious and soft, akin to the feathers' caress against the ear, igniting a delightful itch within Gulan's heart. The autumn wind carries dreams, revealing your affection. Reflecting on past embraces, tears have already traversed my cheeks. Her little mouth moved in a rhythm more captivating than any battle against foreign foes. The moment her song concluded, Gulan seized her neck, rising to capture her lips in a kiss. Did we not agree that if I sing, you would refrain from interrupting? Finally extricating herself, Yuanshan glared at the man before her, her cheeks flushed. Gulan merely smiled, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Who said anything about agreements? I merely suggested that your singing could serve as a delightful component of our game. With that, he once again gripped the back of her head, deepening the kiss. The heated breaths tangled, and Gulan, once a man enamored with bloodshed, whether it be against rebellious orcs, attacking aberrations, or assaulting beasts of the Alliance, found a new passion. He relished the sensation of stepping through the carnage, reveling in the power of domination. Yet since meeting Yuanshan, he unearthed a second cherished pursuit, to delve into the profound truths of life alongside her. This woman was intoxicating, a sweet poison that beckoned one to sin. Despite his despair diminishing, rendering solace unnecessary, he found himself unable to resist. Gulan's emotions surged, his muscles taut with anticipation. This thrill surpassed the exhilaration of trampling upon corpses. He gradually observed that Yuanshan had grown obedient. She no longer spoke of departing. Instead, embracing her blankets each morning as he left and waiting for him each night, cocooned in warmth. Even when he returned, she would offer her comfort, a gesture that filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction. Each day brimmed with vigor. He even found himself speculating whether Yuanshan had truly grown fond of this tranquil existence, of being by his side. Gulan, look what I found. As Gulan pondered, Yuanshan burst in through the door, her face alight with excitement, cradling a fluffy creature in her arms. What is this? A wolf cub? Gulan raised an eyebrow at the small wolf she set upon the ground. The cub stood no taller than an adult's ankle, its silver white fur shimmering under the light, and its golden green eyes sparkled with innocence and curiosity as it nuzzled against her ankle. I found it outside. It must have been separated from its parents. Let us take it in. Yuanshan's joy was palpable as she stroked the cub's fur, its fluffiness melting her heart. Gulan tilted his head, scrutinizing the creature. Realizing it was merely an unintelligent cub, he paid it little mind and casually remarked, "If you like it, keep it. It's a trivial matter. The alliance is not without pet owners." Yu Wanshan nodded eagerly, promptly bathing the cub, drying its fur, and bringing it to bed. When Gulan returned, he found his woman nestled with the wolf cub, sleeping soundly. He frowned and gently extracted the cub from her embrace. The disturbed creature blinked its bewildered golden-green eyes, about to whimper, but Gulan silenced it with a mere glance. Chapter 120. Loss upon entering the room. Gulan tossed the cub into the living room before returning to bed. He pulled the slumbering Yuanshan close, burying his face in her neck. In that moment of tranquility, he felt utterly relaxed, a smile forming at the corners of his lips. When Yuanshan awoke, struggling for breath, she turned to find Gulan holding her tightly. His strikingly handsome face bore an expression of pain, his brow furrowed as if ensnared in a nightmare. As she shifted slightly, his dark eyes snapped open, alert and dangerous, like a serpent prepared to strike. Upon recognizing Yuanshan, his expression softened, replaced by a gentle smile. "Why are you awake? Are you uncomfortable?" "You're holding too tightly," she murmured, shifting to indicate her hands. Only then did Gulan realize that in his dreams, he had clutched her tightly, disrupting her rest. He loosened his grip, but in the next moment, she found herself drawn back into his embrace. Just a little lighter. "Don't go," he murmured, his warm breath tickling her neck, causing her to shiver. "I'm not leaving. I merely wish to stretch. You've pinned me down to the point of numbness." "Where is it numb?" "Let me see." Gulan propped himself up, his fingers grasping her shoulders, gently kneading her arms. The touch of his fingertips against her smooth skin ignited a flutter of desire within him. His gaze wandered down her shoulder as Yuanshan lay on her side, her alluring curves accentuated in the dim light. Gulan swallowed hard, visions of indecency swirling in his mind. Yuanshan closed her eyes, savoring his massage, but soon the nature of his touch began to shift. His fingers trailed down her arm, wrapping around her waist. Suddenly, Yuanshan's eyes flew open to meet the smoldering depths of Gulan's gaze. "Wanshan!" He rasped her name, his voice thick with desire. A tremor ran through her heart as she found herself drawn closer. In the next instant, his lips descended upon hers, tightly holding her waist and cradling the back of her head, deepening their kiss. "Have you not located Yuanshan?" On the deck of the aircraft, Suzhui glared at the empty-handed scouts, his expression darkening. The assailants were formidable, skilled in guerrilla warfare. When he arrived to lend support, they had swiftly retreated. It was only in the midst of confusion that he realized Yuanshan had vanished, along with the guards he had assigned to protect her, all sprawled upon the ground. It dawned on him then. The enemy had gone to such lengths, not for military supplies, but for a single Yuanshan? Such a revelation seemed unbelievable. Yet here it was. During this time, he had relentlessly dispatched individuals in search of her whereabouts, yet the enemy's counter-surveillance was exceptionally astute. Thus far, he was only aware that the other party consisted of organized and disciplined wandering orcs, yet remained oblivious to their true identities. The individuals dispatched to search for Yuanshan had yielded no news. After lingering in place for several days, Suzhui exhaled softly and commanded the troops to advance. Upon reaching the front lines of the border, he would confer with the city's general. Yuanshan understood that it would not be easy for Suzhui to locate her. Gulan was a person of considerable cunning, surrounded by capable individuals, and this territory was beyond the realm, his primary battlefield. As a newcomer, how could Suzhui easily contend with him? If she wished to save herself, she had to rely on her own cunning. She had been feigning compliance all along. Gulan relished her obedience, clearly feeling considerably more at ease. However, the curse of the ghost kiss lingered unresolved. Yuanshan contemplated that she must take decisive action. System. Assist me in creating an illusion of a body gradually deteriorating. Was it not said that the ghost kiss inflicted significant harm upon her body? Thanks to the system's presence, Yuanshan's body would not suffer, but rather, it would grow increasingly healthier. This could not continue. Otherwise, Gulan would be even less inclined to release her. Instantly grasping Yuanshan's insinuation, the system promptly responded, "Received." While it could not directly facilitate her escape, it could indeed fabricate an illusion of her physical decline. That evening, when Gulan returned, Yuanshan took the initiative to embrace him, her slender fingers instinctively tracing the contours of his abdomen. Gulan's gaze flickered as he bent down and lifted her onto the bed. Their eyes met, and emotions began to intertwine. Just as Gulan was about to capture her lips, Yuanshan suddenly contorted in pain, drawing a sharp breath. What's wrong?
Gulan et galim, alam.
As he swiftly supported her. Yuanshan placed a hand on her temple, appearing distressed as she leaned against him, gently shaking her head. In that instant, Gulan deduced the cause, the ghost kiss. The ghost kiss was a distinctive hunting technique of the ghost car phoenix bird clan. It could manipulate its prey, rendering them in the most consumable state. However, its effects on orcs would harm their bodies. Initially, he had simply wished to keep Yuanshan obediently by his side, but he had grown fond of her compliance. Now, the damage from the ghost kiss was becoming apparent. If he was not mistaken, Yuanshan's health would continue to decline, ultimately leading to her demise. Gulan pressed his lips together, tightly embracing Yuanshan, as his once fervent blood ran cold. He lowered his gaze, fixated on her, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes. Yuanshan, what am I to do with you? Should I trust you? That night, Gulan refrained from further advances, merely holding her close and falling asleep without further actions. To his surprise, when Yuanshan awoke the next morning, Gulan was still there. It seemed he had risen early, propping his head with one hand while he gazed at her. Yuanshan shifted slightly, and Gulan loosened his embrace, extending his arm to allow her to rest against him. Don't you need to get up early today? Yuanshan blinked her large eyes, obediently leaning against his arm. Gulan's emotions were complex, yet a light smile graced his face. No, nothing to do today. Upon hearing this, Yuanshan's eyes sparkled as she peered from beneath the covers, wrapping her arms around his neck, her face glowing with delight. That's wonderful. Does this mean you can accompany me today? Gulan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Do you truly enjoy my company? Yuanshan nodded as if it were the most natural thing, asserting, isn't it only right for a husband to be with his wife? You were simply too busy before, and I didn't dare to keep you. She smiled, inching closer to him, her cheek almost brushing against his chest. Her warm breath gently caressed Gulan's skin, sending a shiver through him. Gulan swallowed hard, a flicker of desire igniting in his eyes. He gazed at his obedient wife, and an unexpected longing surged within him. Yuanshan, do you truly see me as your husband? Chapter 121. Testing the waters. Yuanshan's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze, her fingers gently tracing circles on Gulan's chest. Gulan could not resist the urge to wrap his arms around her waist. We have been together for so long. Do you still doubt my intentions? If it were not voluntary, I would have left long ago after you restored my strength, wouldn't I? Yuanshan lifted her head, leaning in to press her beautiful red lips against the corner of his mouth. A comforting warmth enveloped them. Gulan let out a soft gasp, unable to help but tighten his embrace around Yuanshan, deepening the kiss that had been so willingly offered. Yuanshan was incredibly proactive, reminiscent of their initial encounters before he had betrayed her. Her lips, her body, her delicate fingers, all stirred his heart profoundly. In a moment of passion, he lowered his head to gently bite the nape of Yuanshan's neck, his teeth grazing her skin. Tendrils of dark power surged back into his body from where they connected. Host. He just lifted the ghost kiss. You are free now. The system exclaimed excitedly in Yuanshan's mind. Her eyes widened, the sincerity of her smile deepening. Without allowing Gulan a moment's respite, Yuanshan grasped his chin, forcing him to tilt his head back as she captured his lips once more. Setting aside all grievances, she genuinely appreciated Gulan's physique and appearance. In certain aspects, she relished the experience. With the ghost kiss lifted, Yuanshan was uncertain when she might find the opportunity to escape. Perhaps indulging in the present moment was the course of action? Blood trickled from her crimson lips, swallowed by both. Gulan's blood, which had only recently calmed, began to boil anew. He growled, lifting Yuanshan entirely and pinning her against the wall. The kiss was fervent and overwhelming. Outside the quiet room, Chung Feng lowered his brow, feeling the cool morning breeze. Inside, the sounds of their passionate encounter echoed in waves. He could faintly hear Yuanshan's voice. Even without witnessing it firsthand, he could sense the intensity of the struggle. That woman was incredibly crafty. The words she had spoken earlier were merely to punish him. He had indeed been under her control for several days until just last night when he finally comprehended the situation. Undeniably, his heart was in disarray. Each time he heard Yuanshan's voice, his heart would tremor violently, lamenting why he had not claimed her outright. Had he become her man, perhaps her lips and kisses would have been willingly bestowed upon him. Realizing the implausible scenarios swirling in his mind, Chung Feng's body tensed, stumbling back several steps, distancing himself from the room. Had he truly developed inappropriate feelings for the leader's woman? Chung Feng's eyes widened, taking several deep breaths to regain his composure. Drenched in cold sweat. No, this was wrong. It should not be this way. Yet, the mere thought of Yu Wanshan was irresistible. Chung Feng's gaze flickered. Perhaps he was no longer suited to remain close to the leader, nor to see Yu Wanshan again. Gulan received Chung Feng's application to join the exploration team the following day. There was no longer any trace of Chung Feng outside. His dark eyes shifted slightly as he sent Chung Feng a message, approving the request. Since Yu Wanshan had left those words, Chung Feng's presence would mean more frequent encounters. Since Chung Feng had taken the initiative to join the exploration team, Gulan saw no reason to obstruct him. It was also a way to provide Chung Feng with a sense of closure. Gulan retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, preparing to light it. Suddenly, he recalled Yu Wanshan's sensitivity to the smell of smoke. Gulan pressed his lips together, casually discarding the cigarette. The last time Yu Wanshan had caught a whiff of smoke on him, she had refused to let him near her for an entire night. Now that Wanshan had finally taken the initiative towards him, he absolutely could not allow her to have any aversion. Thinking of Yu Wanshan and her heartfelt comfort, Gulan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He longed to return to the room and cherish her properly. However, today he could not delay any longer. He had to step out for a while. There was a minor issue concerning the research on the crystal core energy that required his attention. Gulan turned his head, his gaze falling upon the door of Yu Wanshan's room, his lips pressed together in contemplation. Subsequently, he opened his communicator and sent out several messages. Before long, a multitude of guards quietly assembled outside the tranquil confines of Yu Wanshan's room. Yu Wanshan rested her chin on her hand, her body marked by the remnants of Gulan's fervor. The system promptly informed her of the changes in the guards outside and skillfully slipped a health elixir into her hand. Soon, the traces on Yu Wanshan's body faded almost entirely, replaced by skin as fair as snow, smooth and delicate. She adjusted the straps of her dress, her mind conversing with the system. So, it seems that if I dare to flee, not only will I not escape the White Lawn Alliance, but Gulan can return at once? The system nodded eagerly. There are at least 30 sss-level rogue beastmen outside. Even at your peak, the host would find it impossible to escape. Moreover, Gulan's departure was not far, and without a starship, he could easily catch up with you. It appeared that Gulan had not fully entrusted her with his faith. Yu Wanshan pursed her lips, realizing she must abandon her plans of escape for today. To act rashly would only alert him. Next time, it would be far more difficult to flee. She needed to prepare thoroughly. At the research base beyond the White Lawn Alliance, Gulan listened intently to the report from the researchers while absently caressing the bracelet on his wrist. To his surprise, there had been no news of Yu Wanshan attempting to escape. Could it be that she was truly being so well behaved? Gulan pressed his lips together, swiftly concluding his affairs before hastening his return. Upon seeing his assigned personnel remain undisturbed in their positions, he exchanged a few knowing glances with them that only they could comprehend. A sense of relief washed over him. Yu Wanshan had indeed not fled. She had stayed indoors all day. He steadied his slightly restless heart and pushed open the door. Yu Wanshan sat idly by the window, gazing at the scenery. A potted flower adorning her table. A small wolf cub lay obediently across her lap. The light streaming in through the window cast a soft glow around her silhouette, evoking a sense of tranquil beauty. Gulan's heart swelled with immense satisfaction. Wanshan had not left. She was truly still here. He approached her gently and enveloped her in his arms. Yu Wanshan had sensed Gulan's return the moment he pushed the door open. Feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat, she tilted her head and affectionately nuzzled against his cheek. You're back so soon. Have you finished your business? Yes. I completed it swiftly because I missed you too much and hurried back, Gulan replied, planting a kiss on her cheek and burying his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her scent. The warmth of his breath tickled her neck, causing Yu Wanshan to squirm slightly. She turned to cup his face, her smile radiant as she said, All right, I know you miss me, but first, you need to take a shower. Such an overt hint caused Gulan's eyes to redden, his voice thick with emotion. Wanshan. Yu Wanshan held his face delicately and pressed a gentle kiss on his lips. Be good, go take a shower. Chapter 122. Unable to save, Gulan hastily made his way to the bathroom. Moments later, he turned off the shower, wrapped a towel around himself, and opened the door. A slender figure dashed into his embrace. Gulan instinctively wrapped his arms around Yu Wanshan. her face pressed closely against his chest, separated only by a delicate silk nightgown. Her soft, fair hands encircled his lean waist, holding him tightly.
Gulan stood momentia sa tun.
Wanwan? Her petite, oval face lifted, and a glimmer of emotion sparkled in her eyes. She rubbed her face against his chest, her rosy lips parting to utter the most enchanting words he had ever heard. Gulan, I miss you. Her beautiful face seemed to radiate an endless affection. Gulan had never felt his name sound so melodious, especially when spoken by Wanwan. Wanwan. He embraced her passionately, instinctively leaning down to seek her lips. In a corner of the room, the silver-haired wolf cub watched the two embrace with wide, innocent eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of loneliness. It stepped forward, attempting to nuzzle Wanwan's ankle. However, before it could reach her, Gulan had already lifted her into his arms, leaving the cub to stare up helplessly, letting out a few whimpers. Yet, fearing Gulan's imposing presence, it ultimately refrained from making too much noise. Watching the two enter the room, it could only lower its eyes in melancholy and find a corner to curl up in, its gaze fixed on the door. Host, your acting skills are impressive. I sense he has already been captivated by you. Meanwhile, after their intimate encounter, Wanwan leaned against Gulan's embrace, resting her eyes while her consciousness engaged in a discussion with the system. I had intended to apply to the Performing Arts Academy, but fate led me to the Music Academy instead. This little performance is merely a small task. Host is doing splendidly. Keep it up, victory is just ahead. A smile graced Wanwan's lips as she promptly instructed, be vigilant regarding the guards outside the room. Alert me if they become lax. Received. Gulan had not slept, and now, having found solace in Wanwan's presence, his gaze was imbued with boundless tenderness. It was as if he wished to engrave every detail of her being into his memory. When Wanwan opened her eyes, she met Gulan's intense gaze. She blinked, her hand slowly tracing along his brow, following the contours of his exquisite face, inching downwards. She lightly touched his prominent nose and gradually pressed her fingers to his lips. Gulan, you are truly handsome. Gulan grasped her mischievous hand, a smile spreading across his striking face. He kissed her hand, saying, if you like it, then I shall ensure you see enough of it. Wanwan shook her head. Never enough. Perhaps when we are old and gray, and you have wrinkles, I will finally have seen enough. She laughed brightly. Gulan's eyes sparkled with excitement. His little wife seemed to be envisioning their future together. Did this mean she truly wished to remain by his side? Overcome with emotion, Gulan pulled Wanwan close, nuzzling her cheek with the side of his face. Then I shall strive not to grow old and remain forever handsome, so that Wanwan will never tire of looking at me. With that, he could not resist kissing her again. Wanwan blinked, neither accepting nor refusing, presenting to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, General Lu Biao of Wood City. A towering figure with a robust physique, hurried to pay his respects upon receiving the news of the Crown Prince's arrival. However, Su Zhui lacked the energy for pleasantries. He gestured for Lu Biao to rise and promptly began discussing the supplies ambushed by the enemy forces. This must have been the doing of the White Lawn Alliance? Meeting Su Zhui's inquiring gaze, Lu Biao pondered briefly before responding. The White Lawn Alliance's stronghold lies just beyond Wood City in an outlying swamp. To mobilize such a significant force at the border, I can think of no one else but them. However, the White Lawn Alliance has always maintained a non-aggression pact with us, and would not act lightly. Both sides are aware of each other's strength, moreover. This area must also contend with the threat of the insect race and other anomalies. Engaging in conflict would yield no benefit for either party. Su Zhui was now certain that the opposing force was targeting Wanwan. Yet, he could not fathom what connection she had with the White Lawn Alliance. One was a reclusive female beastman from the imperial capital, and the other, a commanding rogue beastman leader from beyond the realm. Wait! Su Zhui suddenly recalled that several months ago, Wanwan had been abducted by rogue beastmen, and it was Chi Mabai who had pursued them beyond the realm to rescue her. It was precisely because of this that Chi Mabai had lost the precious crystal core energy stolen from the academy and faced punishment from the Empress. Could it be that Wanwan truly had some connection with the White Lawn Alliance? Had there been any recent anomalies with the White Lawn Alliance? Su Zhui knew he had to ask the right person, so he quickly inquired, for instance, have they abducted a female beastman? A female beastman? Lu Biao raised an eyebrow in contemplation, suddenly widening his eyes in realization. Indeed, there was a rather remarkable piece of news from the White Mist Alliance that had recently surfaced. It was said that the leader of the White Mist Alliance had found a wife. What the prince might not be aware of is that Gulan, the leader of the White Mist Alliance, has always been indifferent to women, with not a single female beastman by his side. The revelation of this news truly astonished us, his seasoned rivals. Suzhui felt a tightening in his heart and inquired, "What is the name of this wife?" "It seems her surname is Yu. And her name is Wanwan?" Before Lu Biao could finish speaking, Suzhui interjected eagerly. Lu Biao's eyes brightened at this. "Yes, that's right. Her name is indeed Wanwan." Suzhui's hands, which had been resting in his sleeves, slowly clenched. He never anticipated that Wanwan would become entwined with the leader of the White Mist Alliance, let alone ascend to the position of his wife. What extraordinary qualities does this Wanwan possess? "Your Highness, are you fatigued? Perhaps you should take a moment to rest?" Lu Biao observed Suzhui pinching his forehead, displaying signs of a headache. Suzhui waved his hand dismissively, rallying his forces to launch an assault on the White Mist Alliance. "I must rescue her." "Rescue who?" Lu Biao was momentarily taken aback. Suzhui's expression hardened as he enunciated deliberately, "Wanwan." Lu Biao's eyes widened in sudden comprehension, recalling that the Crown Prince had mentioned an attack on the army, during which a female beastman was abducted by rogue beastmen. Could it be that this female beastman is Wanwan? The leader of the White Mist Alliance actually abducted his wife from the Imperial Army? The Crown Prince was willing to wage war against the White Mist Alliance for the sake of a female beastman? Was he mad? Or was the world truly mad? Lu Biao opened his mouth to advise caution but was interrupted by Su Zhui's raised hand. "The White Mist Alliance has acted with unparalleled audacity, daring to breach our Imperial Army to seize individuals. They must be prepared to face the consequences of an impending invasion." There was no further discussion. This battle, I shall fight. Lu Biao pressed his lips together, struggling to contain himself, yet he could not hold back. "Your Highness, it's not that we are unwilling. It's that we cannot."
Why?
"Your Highness, the location of the base chosen by the White Mist Alliance is exceedingly perilous. Not only is it constantly ravaged by interstellar turbulence, but it is also home to the notoriously troublesome Divine Serpent Clan." Chapter 123, The Ghostly Chariot and the Phoenix Bird. The Divine Serpent Clan?
Susuoyi.
Being new to this realm, had indeed never heard of this group. Seeing that his persuasive efforts were effective, Lu Biao hastily continued. "The Divine Serpent Clan is comprised entirely of serpent beastmen. As you are aware, many years ago, the leader of the serpent beastmen committed a grave error and was subsequently exiled by the Beastman Empire. Those serpent beastmen migrated to the outer realms, thus forming what is now known as the Divine Serpent Clan. Presently, the leader of the Divine Serpent Clan is a magnificent rainbow snow-scaled king serpent, who has awakened the bloodline of the Divine Serpent and possesses formidable strength. He has forged an alliance with the White Mist Alliance, and together, they have become a force that even we dare not provoke lightly." Su Zhui's expression shifted, his hands clenching tightly within his sleeves. "Are you suggesting that I abandon my mission to rescue her?" Lu Biao, sensing the Crown Prince's displeasure, hesitated to speak further. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously explained, "Your Highness, please remain calm. I will send someone to scout near the Divine Serpent Clan. Should there be any leads, I will report back to you immediately." Su Zhui waved his hand dismissively, and Lu Biao quickly took his leave. In the Grand Hall, only Su Zhui remained, coldly standing in silence. Memories flashed vividly in his mind. Wanwan cooking with a serious expression, her nimble hands at work, her chin resting on her hand as she gazed longingly out of the window, and the image of her in a two-piece pajama set, relaxed and languid after a bath. She was so timid. How terrified would she be after being captured by the rogue beastmen of the White Mist Alliance? Yet he was powerless to rescue her. Su Zhui's heart felt as though it were being crushed beneath a great weight, heavy and profoundly uncomfortable. After the ghostly kiss had been broken, Wanwan found both her body and heart immensely at ease, and her mood was naturally quite pleasant. Unfortunately, Gu Lan remained within the alliance, and she had yet to find an opportunity to escape. During this time, she had experienced a surge in energy and consumed a body-refining pill. Now, she had one remaining pill in her possession, and thus, she felt no immediate panic. Wanwan spent her days taking care of wolf cubs, petting them affectionately, or engaging in casual conversations with the neighbors of the White Mist Alliance, sharing tales of Gu Lan's past. This allowed her to gain a deeper understanding of him. Before awakening the bloodline of the Ghostly Chariot and Phoenix Bird, Gu Lan had been mistaken for an ordinary sparrow, possessing minimal strength and enduring great humiliation. Therefore, he understood the plight of the lower-class rogue beastmen better and could empathize with their struggles. Once he gained strength and capability, he established the White Mist Alliance, a veritable haven, to protect those ordinary rogue beastmen who lacked combat prowess, yet wished to survive. It must be said that he succeeded remarkably in this regard, even surpassing the Empire's efforts in reforming criminal beastmen. However, admiration aside, escape was still paramount. Wanwan pondered her escape plan, realizing she needed a moment of opportunity to leave. Wanwan sat on the balcony, hugging her knees. Above her, the gentle breeze and bright sun illuminated a clear blue sky. She was engrossed in watching a duel among rogue beastmen in the distance when a pair of warm hands gently encircled her. Startled, she looked up to see Gu Lan's handsome face. "What are you so entranced by?" he teased, brushing his cheek against hers, his warm breath caressing her ear. Ever since he learned that her ears were a sensitive spot for her, he could not resist the urge to kiss her. Wanwan squirmed away. "Gu Lan, stop teasing. I'm watching the beastmen fight." She pointed to the dueling platform where a dog beastman and a rabbit beastman were engaged in combat. In the natural world of Blue Star, dog beastmen were undoubtedly stronger than rabbit beastmen in combat. Yet, on the dueling platform, the rabbit beastman was managing to overpower the dog beastman. This was the peculiar nature of the interstellar realm. While race might dictate the external appearance of beastmen, it did not determine their strength. Gu Lan's thoughts shifted as he gazed at Wanwan's radiant eyes, suddenly asking Wanwan, "Would you like to see my beast form?" His beast form? Ever since Wanwan learned that Gu Lan possessed the legendary bloodline of the ghostly chariot and phoenix bird, she had been curious about his beast form. However, she had never had the chance to see it, so hearing him bring it up now was an opportunity she could not pass up. Seeing Wanwan's eyes light up with eager anticipation, Gu Lan smiled slightly, released her, and leaped off the balcony. In an instant, a dazzling golden light enveloped him, revealing a majestic nine-headed phoenix bird. Its resplendent multicolored feathers shimmered brilliantly, resembling the breathtaking beauty depicted in mythological tales, leaving Wanwan utterly spellbound. In her mind, only one thought resonated: how grand it was. Gu Lan spread his wings, their graceful span reaching an astonishing 30 to 40 meters, casting shadows over nearly all the surrounding buildings. Behind him trailed a colorful phoenix tail, reminiscent of numerous vibrant eyes. As it swayed, it appeared as though a divine light had descended, radiant beyond measure. Wanwan had never seen a true phoenix bird before, but in that moment, every description she had ever heard paled in comparison. The ghostly chariot and phoenix bird boasted 9 heads, each crowned with a halo of divine light. With sharp beaks, majestic feathers, and a splendid tail, it obscured the sun itself, embodying the essence of a deity. The 9 elegant eyes of the phoenix emanated a cold aloofness, as if surveying the world beneath them. Simultaneously, within the White Mist Alliance, all members, regardless of their activities, halted in their tracks upon witnessing the emergence of the ghostly chariot and phoenix bird. They knelt reverently on the ground, humbly bowing in respect to the colossal divine bird. Wanwan gazed up at him, and at that moment, Gu Lan lowered his head, his 9 pairs of eyes fixed intently upon her. Wanwan swallowed hard. The presence of Gu Lan in his beast form was undeniably imposing, overwhelming her to the point where she felt a bit suffocated. Just as she contemplated whether she should call Gu Lan down, Gu Lan lowered his head, gently pecking at her collar before placing her upon his back. The expansive, resplendent 5-colored plumage shimmered with an enchanting glow, truly magnificent. Wanwan could not resist reaching out to touch those feathers, only to discover they were as hard as iron, impervious to blades and arrows. In that moment, she gained a profound understanding of peak power. In his true form, Gu Lan was a force of nature. Not even 10 of her could contend with him. "Come here," Gu Lan spoke, extending the regal phoenix head on his back, signaling for Wanwan to ascend. Even just his head spanned several meters in width, ample space for her to rest comfortably. Wanwan placed her foot upon him, and once she steadied herself, Gu Lan soared into the air. His wings required no flapping. The mythical phoenix bird possessed an innate ability to fly. Wanwan clutched his bird head, her heart racing like a drum. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. However, Gu Lan merely circled above the White Lawn Alliance, not straying too far. After all, they were in a foreign domain, fraught with unseen dangers. Peering down, Wanwan beheld the entire structure of the White Lawn Alliance, its layout vividly clear before her eyes. Her gaze brightened with excitement. Had she truly obtained the architectural blueprint of the White Lawn Alliance so effortlessly? Chapter 124. Corrosion. Can I stand? Yu Wanwan raised her arms, observing the diminutive houses and figures below. Gulan smiled gently, reducing their altitude. Of course, do not fear. With me by your side, even if you were to stumble, you would come to no harm. Yu Wanwan felt no fear. She was simply thrilled. In her entire life, she had never ascended to such heights. Even Chi Mabai had only taken her a little higher previously. The view was breathtaking, and she adored the sensation of being high above it all. How wonderful it would be if she could sprout wings one day. Her heart swelled, lifting her spirits immensely. And she couldn't help but pat Gulan's head affectionately. Is there a lake over there? Noticing his wife's excitement, Gulan smiled and guided her toward it. The enormous phoenix bird descended, sending a flock of ducks, which had been frolicking in the water, scattering in panic. Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gulan, are there fish here? She inquired, pointing at the lake. Gulan raised an eyebrow, casually releasing a wave of energy, causing several fish to leap onto the shore in a frenzy. Do you wish for grilled fish? Gulan deduced her intentions from her expression, unable to suppress a smile. Yuan's cheeks flushed, and she nodded eagerly. She had once adored picnicking, but since arriving here, she had not enjoyed a single outdoor meal.
All right.
Gulan smiled slightly, deftly assembling a fire pit, cleaning the fish, and commencing with the grilling. Miraculously, he produced seasoning, and to Wanwan's astonishment, the fish turned out to be seasoned with salt. Seeing the surprise on his little wife's face, Gulan's smile deepened. Wanwan, don't move.
Huh?
Wanwan looked up, only to find Gulan's face suddenly magnified before hers. He then gently plucked the fish meat from the corner of her lips. Gulan took her for a few more aerial circles before slowly descending in front of the villa, guiding her onto the second-floor balcony with his beak. Following that, Gulan shrank in size, becoming only as tall as the two of them, and gracefully jumped onto the balcony. Wanwan stared in astonishment at the shape-shifting phoenix bird, marveling at its ability to shrink. Unable to contain her curiosity, she stepped forward to gently stroke the feathers on his body.
Wow.
She gasped, finding them as hard as weapons. Gulan chuckled softly, suddenly bringing his phoenix head close. What surprises you, Wanwan? Wanwan blinked, yet before she could respond, Gulan laughed lightly and asked, Wanwan, would you like to? His gaze burned with intensity as it locked onto her flushed face. What? Wanwan stammered, momentarily taken aback. Gulan, however, moved with elegance, slowly approaching her. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into his human form. Before she could comprehend, he swept her into his arms, his fervent kiss landing upon her lips. At that moment, Gulan reverted back into the phoenix bird. Outside, by the pond, a pair of ducks delightedly splashed in the water, occasionally stirring the pond and preening their feathers, embodying a scene of marital bliss. Wang Yun curiously observed beneath the male duck. There lay a long, spiral-shaped object, rather peculiar. Father, what is that? Is it the duck's third leg? Wang Hai's face flushed red as he playfully smacked Wang Yun's head. What nonsense are you spouting? Go home and finish your homework. Have you completed the assignments the teacher gave today? And not yet. If you haven't tea, hurry and get to it. If you don't finish, you won't be allowed to eat tonight. Amidst the father-son banter, they gradually walked away, leaving only the vibrant hues of the setting sun fading in the sky. Among the colorful feathers, only Wanwan's delicate, fair feet remained visible. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that Gulan finally released her. Wanwan reclined in his embrace, being personally fed by him. Gradually, she regained a modicum of strength. Without her needing to say a word, the system had already delivered the revitalizing pills to her lips. Wanwan gazed incredulously at Gulan, her eyes sparkling with moisture. She bit her lip, contemplating what to say, yet found it difficult to articulate. Wanwan? Gulan's gaze narrowed. Wanwan's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly waved her hands.
No.
I'm just curious. Aren't you a phoenix bird? How can you? Gulan chuckled softly, leaning closer to her, his tone laced with allure. In the entire interstellar realm, I am the sole phoenix bird. What it looks like is entirely my prerogative. Is it truly so? Wanwan was taken aback. Gulan observed her blushing face, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Feeling a surge of affection, he leaned closer to her and teasingly asked, Wanwan, shall we continue tonight? Wanwan turned to him abruptly. Aren't you going to sleep? I have no plans for tomorrow, so I shall forgo sleep. Gulan replied with a mischievous smile. Wanwan clenched and relaxed her hands within her sleeves. After sharing a meal, Wanwan rested for a while before Gulan carried her into the bathroom. once clean. She had just donned her nightgown when she was taken aback by Gulan's kiss upon her lips. System, I feel like I'm being corrupted by temptation. Wanwan lay on the bed, utterly drained of energy. Her mind was besieged by invasive thoughts. Though she knew she shouldn't be thinking such things, she simply could not help herself. Gulan was truly incorrigible. Wanwan's grip on the silk quilt tightened and then loosened, only to repeat the cycle. No wonder he had been hesitant to use it. It was utterly overwhelming. Cough, if the host is reluctant, perhaps it might be worthwhile to experience it a bit more since escape is impossible now. The system, being perceptive, sensed Wanwan's temptation and promptly changed its approach. Wanwan swallowed hard, feeling the vivid thoughts in her mind reignite, launching an assault on her senses. What an ordeal.
Gulan.
Does my wife miss me? Gulan's voice floated down from above just as Wanwan voiced her thoughts. Wanwan looked up in surprise to see Gulan supporting himself, encircling her. His handsome face bore a teasing smile. The vivid memories clashed with the figure before her. And Wanwan couldn't help but swallow hard. In that moment, sensing her feelings, Gulan swept her into his arms, capturing her lips with his own. Wanwan.
Tell me you love me.
Wanwan, in a daze, lifted her head, her arms languidly wrapping around his neck, nuzzling against his chest in a playful manner. Gulan. I love you. For several consecutive days, Wanwan did not step outside her room. She consumed the revitalizing pills one after another. Wanwan, I must travel far tomorrow. Gulan enveloped her in his arms, nuzzling her ear. Wanwan's dreamy gaze suddenly sharpened with curiosity. Where are you going? Journeying to the Serpent Clan to procure some genetic samples. He estimated it would take him 2 to 3 days to return. He gently kissed Wanwan's cheek, whispering, Wanwan, will you wait for me at home? He turned her face towards him. Wanwan blinked her eyes and nodded affirmatively. I will. Gulan's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? You're not tricking me, are you? If I were to deceive you, I would be a little puppy. Wanwan replied. A puppy it is then. I was born in the year of the dog in my past life. It's hardly an insult. Her face radiated sincerity. Yet her heart was filled with a torrent of sarcastic thoughts. It was a farce to think she would patiently await his return. However, Gulan appeared to be convinced. Gazing at her delicate features, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her lips. A night of silence ensued. Wanwan sustained herself with the rejuvenating tonic. Surprisingly, Gulan, devoid of such a tonic, remained vibrant and invigorated, leaving Wanwan to ponder whether he was made of iron. As dawn broke, the morning light spilled across the sky. Reluctantly, Gulan released his embrace around Wanwan and dressed himself. Observing her slight movements on the bed due to his actions, a tender smile graced his lips. His little wife was indeed a double-edged sword, both enchanting and exasperating. He leaned down, placing a kiss at the corner of her mouth, whispering, Wanwan, wait for me at home. With that, he exited, instructing those outside not to disturb her slumber. The instant Gulan departed, Wanwan opened her eyes. Having just consumed the revitalizing tonic, she felt invigorated and utterly awake. Zongzi, are there many people outside? Host. Gulan has left without instructing the higher-ranking beastmen to guard. Only ordinary sentinels remain outside. Wanwan's gaze flickered, her lips curling into a smile. While beauty may be alluring, she was a woman of nostalgia. Her heart belonged to the imperial capital. Remaining in the outer realms was not an option.
Gulan.
Has no one taught you that a woman's words in bed are not to be taken lightly? Lowering her gaze, she stretched her body, donned her clothing, and seated herself by the window, watching Gulan's craft depart. Reaching down, she stroked the little wolf at her feet, then placed it into her pet backpack, changing into another outfit. This was one she had rummaged from her old clothes with Wang Yun. It was a simple garment worn by ordinary wandering beast women within the White Lawn Alliance, inconspicuous enough for the streets. She quietly opened the window, glanced at the guards outside, and stealthily leaped out. Following a narrow path and weaving through the underbrush, Wanwan deliberately lowered her hat's brim to obscure her stunning visage. Her steps were swift, and in mere moments, she vanished into the alleys of the residential area. Inside the quiet craft, Gulan activated the communication with the Serpent Clan's Xianyue. The latter's complexion was rather pallid. Xianyue, you look rather unwell. Don't tell me you're. Even in heat, you must take care of your health. If you collapse, who will assist me in researching the divine blood cloning? Gulan jested, eliciting a roll of the eyes from Xianyue.
Gulan.
Don't think I don't know you've found yourself a wife and are living in a perpetual honeymoon. You don't need to flaunt it here. Who knows? Perhaps I'll find a wife one day and make you envious. Gulan responded with a mocking smile. With that foul temper of yours, who would endure it? Wait. Gulan, did you just imply that I have a bad temper? I must have misheard. Sienua exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Was it not you who slaughtered an entire family over a few lewd comments about your wife? Who has the worst temper here? Enough of the banter. Let us discuss serious matters, Sienua sighed, sinking into the soft, snow-colored sofa. I'm about to shed my skin. This time, you must handle the genetic sampling yourself. I have my most trusted people guarding outside, so there will be no issues. Gulan raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. So your pale visage is not due to overindulgence?
Pa.
You're the one who has overindulged. Look at your darkened complexion. You certainly didn't sleep well last night. You hypocrite. Sienua fumed. The matter of not finding a wife had always been a thorn in Sienua's side. While there were female serpent beastmen, he found none appealing. He had considered abducting a couple from the imperial capital, much like wandering beastmen, but it remained merely a thought. Setting aside whether they would even consent, those abducted would ultimately not be suitable companions. He had no desire to be marked by a wife and thus conclude his life. After exchanging a few jests, Gulan pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you require my protection?" The shedding period for snake clans is perilous, as their strength significantly diminishes. If disturbed, they could suffer grave injuries, or even perish. Although both men sparred with words, genuine concern lingered beneath their banter. When they were powerless in the outer realms, their mutual encouragement and support had brought them to where they stood now. Sienua had closed his eyes, declaring no need. Do you think I'm one of those weak female serpent beastmen?
Ha.
I am the king of the royal python with divine blood.
Gulan.
Observing his irritated demeanor and yet unabashed pride, scoffed and promptly ended the communication. The shedding of snake beasts, if accompanied by a wife's protection, would surely be more manageable. However, Sienua would not enjoy such an advantage. To Gulan's knowledge, Sienua also shunned the company of women and remained untouched, much like himself. A rarity in the outer realms. But now, Gulan was indeed a man with a wife. Reclining on the sofa, his mind involuntarily drifted to the visage of Wanwan. He cherished every moment of her laughter, her gentleness, and her passionate expressions, each memory a treasure that stirred his heart. Clenching his fists to suppress the fiery emotions within, he inhaled deeply. He needed to expedite the genetic sampling and return to properly nourish his little wife. Previously, he had refrained from revealing his beast form, fearing it would frighten Wanwan, but he now realized she adored it. No, I mustn't dwell on such thoughts. They lead to uncontrollable desires. Gulan shook his head, refocusing on his journey. After severing the communication with Gulan, Sienua instructed his subordinates to gather the necessary herbs for his shedding. He had a premonition that he would shed by tomorrow at the latest. Before that, he needed to find a quiet, safe, and dimly lit place. With a swift motion, Sienua swept the table of the potions with his elegant white snake tail, casually collecting them into his pocket, then transformed into his serpentine form and departed from the Serpent Clan. He recalled a natural underground river from his last visit to the White Lawn Alliance. It was a humid environment with suitable temperatures, rich with earth and water, distanced from human habitation, an ideal sanctuary. Most importantly, it was situated over a natural spiritual vein that would aid in rapidly restoring his strength before shedding. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Sienua quickened his serpentine pace toward the direction of the White Lawn Alliance. Chapter 126. The spiritual vein. Thanks to Wanwan's keen observations of the layout of the White Lawn Alliance from Gulan's perspective, her departure was remarkably smooth, even without alarming anyone. However, once outside the White Lawn Alliance, she was on her own. Wanwan assessed her bearings before plunging into the thicket. The journey was fraught with difficulties. The vicinity of the White Lawn Alliance was riddled with natural defensive barriers. She had to navigate carefully while evading packs of magical beasts. In a moment of distraction, she misstepped and slid down into a pitch-black cave. Startled, Wanwan dug her toes into the cave walls, managing to stabilize herself on a slightly protruding rock. However, she soon realized the entrance was too deep, and it would be challenging to retrace her steps. With no other choice, Wanwan began to descend further into the cave. The sound of flowing water echoed ahead, and her eyes brightened. This was indeed an underground river. Where there is an underground river, there must certainly be an exit. She hurriedly ran forward and soon caught sight of the underground river. The water flowed refreshingly, cool and sweet. Wanwan washed away the mud and grime that had marred her body and proceeded to follow the current. In the dimly lit cavern, a pair of colorful eyes silently fixated on her slender form as she walked briskly. Suddenly, a long tail shot out, wrapping around Wanwan's waist and pulling her directly towards it. Caught off guard, Wanwan gasped in shock. Upon closer inspection, her legs turned to jelly. When had such a thick, white serpent begun to coil within this cave? Goodness, was it planning to devour her? A jolt of alarm surged through Wanwan, who had already prepared the body-refining pills within her system. If anything felt amiss, she would act without hesitation. Upon closer scrutiny of the massive white serpent, she noted its coiled form was not only exceptionally large, but also quite beautiful. During her time on Blue Star, she had delighted in playing with harmless, pastel-hued serpentine pets, such as the albino California king snake and corn snake, which could be held and twirled in one's hands. The serpent before her bore a striking resemblance to an albino snake, its snow-white scales adorned with faintly colorful patterns. Upon further inspection, the scales even reflected light, shimmering with a kaleidoscopic brilliance. Coupled with the naturally protruding spikes atop its head, the serpent exuded an air of majesty and power. She had to admit, its aesthetic appeal struck a chord deep within her heart. If only it were smaller, she could hold it in her hands and play with it. Such fanciful thoughts were but fleeting moments. She watched as the white serpent dragged her closer, its head leaning in to scrutinize her without making an immediate attack. Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Since the creature did not strike, she too restrained her anxious heart and refrained from acting impulsively. The serpent's slender tongue flicked out, brushing against her face, causing her to flinch with a ticklish sensation. Suddenly, the buttons of her shirt were undone. Before Wanwan could react, the serpent's tongue descended with precision. The sticky, icy sensation sent a shiver down her spine. She hastily tugged at her clothing, glaring furiously at the serpent. To her astonishment, it seemed to be a rather lewd serpent. Had it pulled her closer merely to tease her? Host, this gigantic serpent appears to be shedding its skin in this underground cavern, and you happen to stumble upon it. The system explained in her mind, urging her to look back. Indeed, she spotted the serpent's skin, half hanging and ready to shed. No wonder its movements had seemed peculiar earlier. It was in the process of molting. Host, serpents are unpredictable during shedding. Let us hasten our departure. This serpent seems far from ordinary. The system's intuition suggested that such a large white serpent was rare, and it bore a particularly unique crown on its head. Typically, such serpents are akin to serpent kings, possessing formidable strength. The host, being merely a subject on the verge of energy overflow, certainly could not engage in conflict with such a colossal creature. It was best to avoid provoking it. Wanwan shared this sentiment. She wished to return to the Imperial Army as swiftly as possible. Thus, when the serpent's tongue lunged towards her once more, Wanwan seized it with determination, deftly tying it in a knot. Taking advantage of its moment of pain, she loosened its tail grip on her. With a swift roll, Wanwan distanced herself from the serpent and darted out of the cave. The serpent, wishing to keep her, found itself hindered by its half-molted state. Its strength diminished and movements restricted, it could only relent for the time being. Outside the cavern, Wanwan paused, observing that the great serpent had not pursued her, and she exhaled in relief. Composing herself, she continued along the underground river. The water was dark and damp, and despite her caution, she did not anticipate how slippery the ground would be. In a moment of carelessness, she slipped and fell into the riverbed. Struggling to swim upward, she was suddenly caught by an immense suction force, dragging her down. Wanwan's face paled in terror. By the time she realized what was happening, she had plunged into a luminous, jade-like stream. Wanwan was momentarily stunned. Within the jade stream, she could breathe freely and swim, as if in water. Wisps of the shimmering jade flowed into her mouth and pores, invigorating her spirit. Where was this place? Oh no! It's an underground spirit vein. Host, quickly. Keep your mouth shut. You cannot consume this. Wanwan's eyes widened in alarm, and she hastily covered her mouth. Yet it was evidently too late. The jade that flowed into her body instantly transformed into pure energy, rapidly absorbed by her system. She could feel the threshold of her energy stirring violently. This underground spirit vein was an unparalleled boon for the beastmen in urgent need of strength. However, for her it was unequivocally poisonous. Her body could not assimilate any earthly spirit materials, otherwise it would lead to energy overflow and an elevated threshold. Overwhelmed, her body would succumb to an explosive demise. Panic gripped Wanwan's heart as she quickly popped the body-refining pill she had been clutching into her mouth, desperately seeking an escape. But she had grossly underestimated the energy potency of the jade stream. The single refining pill, upon entering her body, was consumed in mere moments. The energy threshold that had just begun to stabilize surged once more. "Host, hurry, get to the surface." The system cried out in distress within her mind. Wanwan, equally terrified, swam upwards with all her might. At last, she burst forth from the jade stream, resurfacing in the river, and with great effort, she crawled onto the riverbank. Soaked to the skin, she did not dare linger and immediately began to introspect. Upon inspection, her expression soured, rage simmering within her. The energy contained in the underground spirit vein was overwhelmingly potent. The energy within her had begun to rise uncontrollably. Pulses of pain radiated from her limbs, and veins throbbed on her forehead as cold sweat dripped from her body. "No, this condition could not sustain my departure from here." Wanwan gasped for breath. The system was equally alarmed. If Wanwan perished, it too would be doomed. "Host, hurry, seek a high-tier male beastman for energy redirection." Chapter 127. Beast form a high-tier male beastman? Where could one possibly find such a creature in this underground river? Wait, did the system imply? Indeed, host, the enormous serpent that just captured you is an SSS-grade high-tier male beastman. Its strength is formidable, and it can surely assist you with energy redirection. Once you have it under control, you can exchange for 2 body-refining pills, which will help stabilize the energy within you. Wanwan felt her mind clouding with pain. At this moment, hearing the system's words, she could no longer afford to hesitate. For the sake of survival, she needed a high-tier male beastman, whoever it may be. Scanning her surroundings, she realized the little wolf cub had vanished after her fall into the water. However, now was not the time to ponder such things. Survival was paramount. Recalling the previous route, Wanwan stumbled her way back to the cave. The massive serpent lay quietly on the ground, having shed its old skin, and now resting peacefully. Its snow-white, iridescent scales resembled the delicate skin of a newborn, strikingly beautiful. System: he is in beast form. Host, do not worry. As long as he becomes aroused, everything else will be inconsequential. The system's encouraging voice echoed in her ears. Was she really to entice a serpent? Wanwan felt a pang of embarrassment, but the pain coursing through her body left little room for contemplation. She stumbled forward and embraced the massive serpent's scales. The shedding process had taken a considerable amount of time. The energy within her had been depleted, leaving her utterly weak. Just then, she heard hurried footsteps. And as she opened her eyes, she saw the female beastman who had fled the cave earlier returning, her beautiful face twisted with evident pain. Yet, in the very moment of approaching him, she swiftly shed her gray cloth attire, revealing her fair and delicate shoulders. Her iridescent eyes widened in surprise. The other party had already enveloped him in an embrace, clutching the newly acquired scales of his rebirth. He could distinctly feel the rhythmic pounding of her heart. Xian Yu's body stiffened abruptly. During his prior shedding, he had been in a daze, instinctively pulling the passing Wanwan closer to him. Subsequently, it seemed he had engaged in some unusual actions, resulting in her tongue becoming ensnared. Then she had fled. Upon regaining his senses, he felt a twinge of regret. How could he, the esteemed iridescent snow-scaled king of serpents, treat a stranger in such a manner? Fortunately, she had departed, otherwise, he would never have forgiven himself. To his astonishment, it had not been long before she returned. Moreover, she had stripped off her own clothing. Wanwan clung tightly to his serpentine back, her hands caressing the scales. He remained utterly still, which caused her pain to cloud her reason. She let out a soft gasp, pressing her face against the scales. To her surprise, the serpentine surface emitted only a faint fragrance of lotus, devoid of any unpleasant odor. This alleviated some of her initial trepidation regarding her own life and safety. However, if he remained motionless, she feared she might succumb to the pain. It hurt terribly. Wanwan rubbed her cheek against him. The icy sensation sent a shiver through her. At that moment, his iridescent serpent eyes transformed into vertical slits, fixating on her as if she were prey. Xian Yu was perplexed by his own discomfort. He yearned to take action but was uncertain how. This sensation was more agonizing than during the shedding process. Xian Yu felt utterly out of sorts. He longed to push her away. Yet the pheromones emanating from her possessed a uniquely soothing essence, which felt somewhat different. This sensation was unprecedented for him. It was not a desire to consume, Rather, the beautiful iridescent serpent eyes suddenly constricted. Just as Yu Wanshan was on the brink of collapsing under the swell of energy, everything shifted in her embrace. Her kiss landed gently on his chest. The softness compelled her to look up, meeting the striking visage of a handsome man with long hair. He had sharp brows and starry eyes, with red lips and a straight nose, his features carved with a fierce yet exquisite allure. Each aspect was imbued with an exquisite charm. His distinctive iridescent eyes sparkled like countless fragmented gemstones, deep enough to draw one in. Cascading behind him was a cascade of waist-length white hair. A line of poetry flickered in Yu Wanshan's mind, a jade-like figure on the road. A gentleman unmatched in the world.
So it was.
Her heart raced fiercely. Initially, her intent was merely to find a man to help control the energy within her. However, that necessity swiftly transformed into a fervent desire. How could she remain indifferent to such an extraordinary man, especially with the opportunity to claim him? In that moment, Xian Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, his hands raised in a state of confusion. Yu Wanshan leaned against his chest, her delicate form strikingly close, leaving him breathless. As he stared at her in astonishment, Xian Yu hesitated briefly before parting his lips to speak. But before he could utter a word, Yu Wanshan wrapped her arms around his neck and captured his lips with a kiss. Xian Yu's eyes widened, his iridescent gaze trembling. He was merely a juvenile serpent, having only ever encountered his mother. Any other creature that attempted to approach him had been swiftly dispatched with a flick of his tail. Yet here he was, being kissed by the woman before him. A novel sensation coursed through him, causing his body to shudder, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. Her slender waist felt like the softest jade, smooth and fair. A powerful wave of soothing energy enveloped him. Xian Yu trembled, feeling utterly dazed. Noticing his lack of response, Yu Wanshan furrowed her brow and tugged at his clothing. Xian Yu had only fantasized about such moments, he had never practiced them. His entire form became rigid. Yu Wanshan's lips brushed against the corner of his mouth, igniting a flame within her that seemed ready to burst forth. As she pondered why he remained still, doubting his interest in her, the world spun around her. Suddenly, she found herself tightly embraced in his arms. His delicate lips found hers, carrying an unfamiliar mixture of hesitance and urgency. Yu Wanshan gasped. Yet, he continued to kiss her, his hands resting at her waist, adhering strictly to propriety, seemingly devoid of any plan for the next step. Perhaps he simply did not know what to do next? The men in this world were often quite innocent. In respectable families, there were typically no other women besides the legitimate wives. Therefore, he must be inexperienced. Yu Wanshan's heart quivered. Such a well-behaved beauty had her first encounter with her. Warmth surged in her eyes as she gently pushed against his chest. When she looked up, she met his puzzled expression, clearly filled with desire yet bewilderment, questioning why she was not reciprocating. Unable to suppress a soft laugh, Yu Wanshan reassured him, "Fear not. I shall guide you." Chapter 128. The king of the snow-scaled serpents. Yu Wanshan loosened her belt and leaped into his embrace. The rich, soothing energy enveloped her senses, causing Xian Yu's expression to widen in surprise. Yet again, he felt an overwhelming sensation, a fire igniting within him, but he had no outlet for it. He could only bite down hard on Yu Wanshan's lip. The energy within her had exceeded its threshold, on the verge of explosion. There was no time to teach him everything. She had to take matters into her own hands. After consuming 2 body-refining pills, the energy surging from the underground spiritual vein began to stabilize. Moreover, any excess energy was channeled into him during their encounters. The first time, Yu Wanshan guided him, and he seemed unsteady, having recently shed his skin. She still possessed enough energy to think wildly, even reaching out to touch the silver filigree butterfly she had just marked on his shoulder. By the second encounter, however, it appeared that he had absorbed too much of her energy, resulting in a surge of strength and speed, no longer requiring her guidance. By the third, he had grown more adept. Yu Wanshan was left with no time to react, her mind going blank until she had exhausted all her strength. Xian Yu held her tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. It seemed he had acquired a mate. He looked down, his fingers involuntarily tracing the silver butterfly on his shoulder. The mark left by the woman before him. It was a sign of her as his mate. Beautiful, sacred. He adored it. Yet he remained unaware of her name, or if she had a beast husband. No matter. Regardless of her marital status, he would be her beast husband. In that moment, Xian Yu felt as though his heart were overflowing with excitement. Surely, His good friend Gu Lan would never have imagined that after merely shedding his skin, he would gain a mate. When he returned, he would have to share this delightful news with him. After all, that guy always teased him for being unattached.
Now.
He was genuinely a man with a mate. Henceforth, he could no longer be the sole recipient of Gu Lan's boastfulness. Xian Yu thought to himself resentfully. After a nap, Yu Wanshan opened her eyes to find herself gazing into the bright, clear iridescent eyes of the man. You're awake? He asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Although the two had engaged in profound communication, this was, in fact, their first meeting. He was even oblivious to her name. Yu Wanshan blinked, feeling the soreness coursing through her body, and promptly requested the system to provide her with a complete restorative pill. She was awake. Yu Wanshan nodded. Xian Yu's eyes sparkled. Her voice, much like her presence, was exquisite. How delightful. I am Xian Yu, the beast form of the illusory snow scales king serpent. What is your name, and how did you come to be here? Yu Wanshan, she replied, sitting up from the stone bed. The soft silk quilt slipped down, revealing her fair shoulders. Xian Yu's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly reached out to help her hold the quilt, but as Yu Wanshan also reached for it, their hands collided, causing him to instinctively withdraw. Yu Wanshan found the situation amusing and let the quilt fall away, playfully grasping his shivering hand. Did we not meet last night? Why the shyness? Am I not presentable? Xian Yu trembled, his face aflame, his enchanting eyes glimmering with a mix of embarrassment and intrigue. I am not, I didn't mean to, I just... Yu Wanshan leaned closer, gently pinching his delicate chin. Am I truly unappealing? Xian Yu stared at her, caught off guard. You are beautiful. Seeing his innocent demeanor, Yu Wanshan couldn't help but smile mischievously. She leaned in closer, whispering into his ear, Little serpent husband, you must learn to acclimate to this. If you're this bashful, will you not seek your wife's comfort in the future? That simply won't do. Xian Yu had just experienced the comfort of his wife and could not bear the thought of being deprived of it. No, absolutely not. I want my wife's comfort. He quickly retorted, gritting his teeth and taking a deep breath, gazing at Yu Wanshan with his beautiful eyes. The moment he did, a rosy hue crept back onto his cheeks. Yu Wanshan couldn't contain her laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble with delight. This little serpent husband was profoundly innocent and endearing. No wonder this was his first experience. Xian Yu's face grew even redder. He preferred Yu Wanshan in that state, her eyes slightly reddened, lips slightly parted, everything under his control. With this thought, a dark yearning surged within him. Realizing Yu Wanshan continued to tease him, he gritted his teeth and pulled her into an embrace, capturing her teasing lips with his. Yu Wanshan gasped, suddenly aware that her little serpent husband had unleashed his passion. After what felt like an eternity, Xian Yu's heart finally found balance. However, once the fire ignited within him, it was not easily extinguished. The underground cave was dim. Yu Wanshan had lost track of time, but it felt like an eternity. Fortunately, there were small red sweet fruits in the cave to stave off her hunger. She didn't mind much, as the energy within her had settled. Alas! The underground spiritual vein's energy was overwhelming. The points she had earned from Xian Yu were all spent on body-refining pills, barely enough for her needs. What are you thinking? Xian Yu asked, gazing at his little wife, his enchanting eyes shimmering with light as he inhaled deeply, pulling Yu Wanshan into his embrace. Yu Wanshan looked up, her gaze landing on the silver butterfly resting on his shoulder. I was pondering, since you are the king of the divine serpent clan, does that mean you cannot leave with me? After days of conversation, Yu Wanshan had revealed her identity and learned of his. No wonder his beast form was so extraordinary. He was the king of the otherworldly, divine serpent clan. After their intimate encounter, Yu Wanshan found herself quite fond of this striking man, especially given his unique serpentine heritage. Serpent beastmen had an innate advantage when it came to serving their wives. This line of thought spiraled out of control for Yu Wanshan. Ahem. She would absolutely not admit it was because of those two appendages. Xian Yu, upon hearing her, panicked. He grasped Yu Wanshan's hand tightly. Are you planning to leave? I am a student of the Beastman Empire. Naturally, I must return. No, please don't. Xian Yu clung to her hand, his other arm wrapped around her, his face a mask of reluctance and defiance. Yu Wanshan exhaled softly, but Xian Yu shook his head vigorously. He refused to listen. He had finally found a wife. How could he let her leave just like that? Xian Yu, don't be like this, Yu Wanshan frowned. Wanshan, Xian Yu lifted his head, his beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. He recalled hearing that girls feared when men cried. He had never believed it, nor thought he would ever shed tears for anyone. But just now, realizing Wanwan intended to leave him, the pang of sorrow welled up, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. So this was what it felt like to cry. He could not contain it. That overwhelming sadness. Wanwan's heart quivered, suddenly feeling like a heartless villain. She bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before her resolve softened. I won't be leaving the northwest border just yet. I need to go there to comfort the beastman soldiers. If you cannot accompany me, make sure to arrange things here before coming to find me. Unable to resist, Wanwan reached out to gently wipe away the tears in his eyes. This was her newly acquired husband. How could she bear to part with him? This was the best solution she could muster. After all, he had his kin, and she had her family. Xianyu pressed his lips together, feeling a pang of discomfort as he watched Wanwan open her mouth to speak again. He didn't want to hear it. He leaned down and kissed her lips. He knew she would not agree to stay here. In the following 2 or 3 days, Wanwan lacked even the strength to speak. The serpent's 2 appendages could be used simultaneously or alternately. In her mind's blankness, she even forgot about returning to the Imperial Army until the small red fruits she had been consuming from the trees were completely gone. The underground cave was devoid of sunlight, making it difficult for plants to grow. The mere existence of that small red fruit was a remarkable feat. Wanwan tugged at Xianyu's long white hair, playfully twirling it. Noticing his glum expression, she chuckled softly. With that, she had no reason to remain here any longer. Xianyu remained silent, only tightening his hold around her, burying his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling her scent. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened. He swiftly lifted Wanwan's chin and kissed her lips. Wanwan initially thought he had come up with another idea and did not resist the kiss. But in the next moment, something round and slippery slid down her throat. Wanwan's eyes widened in shock as she instinctively stepped back, pressing her hand against her chest. What had slipped down? A triumphant grin spread across Xianyu's face. Do not worry, it is my inner core. Inner core. Wanwan was taken aback. The term sounded significant to Xianyu. He had given it to her? How could I accept your inner core? Quickly, take it back. Wanwan exclaimed in a fluster. She recalled the tales of beasts who had lost their inner cores, ultimately facing demise. She did not want her little serpent husband to meet the same fate. After all, he was the one who had approached her, and she had acknowledged his identity. Do not be afraid. I am fine, Xianyu reassured her, quickly intervening. Though my inner core is essential, my lack of it will not significantly affect me. On the contrary, it can protect you from all poisons and nourish your body. Most importantly, being with me means you will never feel hungry. Wanwan mused that perhaps this last point was indeed the most critical. This fellow. In that moment, Wanwan was at a loss whether to commend his cleverness or his audacity. Wanwan, do you wish? Xianyu suddenly spoke. The tone and words inexplicably resonated with Wanwan, reminiscent of a question once posed to her by Gulan. The subsequent events, however, eluded her memory. A tremor coursed through Wanwan's body as she thought, Wanwan. The serpent beast man is prone to volatility. If not adequately alleviated, it will affect his prowess. Surely, Wanwan would not be so cruel to her beast husband, would she? Her refusal lingered unspoken. Xianyu gazed at her with pleading eyes, his expression imbued with a pitiful charm. Before Wanwan could utter a word, Xianyu had already enveloped her in his embrace. Among the sinuous coils of the white serpent, her delicate, porcelain-like feet were revealed. Days passed. As Xianyu transformed back into his human form, just as he was about to speak, Wanwan pressed a hand against his lips. We can no longer delay. I must leave this place. If you do not see me off, I shall depart on my own, unless you choose to kill me. Frustration tinged her voice. Xianyu, true to his serpent beast man nature, bore a striking resemblance to Gulan. Most troubling was the cyclical nature of their encounters, every 3 days, without fail. Wanwan had nearly lost count of how long she had remained here. How much time had truly passed? Had it not been for the inner core within her, she would have surely perished from hunger. Almost a month had been lost at the Bailon Alliance, and now it seemed nearly 2 months had elapsed. If this continued, the army of Suzhui would likely return to the imperial capital, leaving her unable to return to Mu City. How could she fulfill the academy's requirements for comfort and successfully graduate? Not to mention, there were so many beast husbands in the imperial capital awaiting her. Xianyu, Feeling aggrieved, his iridescent eyes brimming with unshed tears, implored, Yuanshan, crying will not suffice. Will you, or will you not send me away? I will, Xianyu replied, fully aware that Wanshan was serious this time. Should he persist in detaining her, he feared her ire would be ignited. He was loath to part with Yuanshan, yet he could not contravene her wishes. What if his wife grew angry and ceased to provide him solace? He bowed his head and pressed a fervent kiss upon her lips. As he rose to don his garments, Yuanshan reclad herself in her gray linen attire. With her striking beauty, even a simple sackcloth draped over her possessed an alluring, ethereal charm that caught Xianyu's eye. Curiosity sparked within Yuanshan as she observed Xianyu's human form and serpent tail. The serpent beast man could manifest such a form? Dressed in an ancient-style robe adorned with subtle golden patterns at the cuffs and collar, Xianyu exuded an air of timeless elegance. The beautiful white tail beneath him added an aura of mystery to his presence, which captivated Yuanshan. Suddenly, Xianyu's demeanor shifted as he gazed intently at Yuanshan. His iridescent eyes darkened with longing. Wanshan, he called, his voice imbued with emotion, causing her to freeze in place. Looking up, she met the gaze of Xianyu, his eyes brimming with warmth. Wanshan, please, do not act recklessly. We must set forth. Panic surged through her. She had only been curious enough to touch. Unbeknownst to her, a serpent beastman's tail was not to be trifled with, especially by a female beastman, for it symbolized courtship gestures. Before Wanshan could react, Xianyu coiled his tail around her, lifting her effortlessly. Xianyu, you. Her words were abruptly silenced by a kiss. Chapter 130. The city gate. Yuanshan found herself cradled in Xianyu's embrace. His serpentine form coiled around her twice, supporting her weight before gliding smoothly across the ground, effortlessly carrying her forward. Fortunately, this place was but an underground river, with living beings limited to Yuanshan and Xianyu, devoid of any others. Otherwise, she would have felt mortified in such a position. Lacking knowledge of the route, she surrendered herself to Xianyu's guidance. This journey lasted 3 days. Xianyu had transformed once more. In a moment of passion, Yuanshan bit gently into Xianyu's shoulder. Xianyu, you are truly wicked. Only wicked to my beloved wife, desiring nothing more than to offer myself entirely to you. Xianyu breathed, distracted by their journey, while stealing kisses from her lips. Finally, after nearly half a month traversing the underground river, Xianyu released her, attentively warming a pool of water with his energy to cleanse her. Yuanshan declined his offer of lavish garments, opting instead for her humble gray linen attire. Exiting the underground river, the starry sky illuminated the midnight hour. In the distance, she beheld the grand gates of Mu City. This shall suffice. Beyond here, you risk discovery. Yuanshan bid farewell to Xianyu. Reluctantly, he embraced her once more, and she did not resist. Her serpent husband, both in body and spirit, was utterly enchanting. Once you have settled matters with your clan, come find me. I shall wait for you. Yuanshan gently patted his back in reassurance. Yes, you must wait for me. Xianyu planted a kiss on her neck, holding her tightly against him. Finding her lips, he pressed a fervent kiss upon her, a deep, passionate farewell. As their lips parted, Yuanshan placed a tender kiss on the corner of his mouth. Be good, I will wait for you. With those parting words, she turned toward Mu City, leaving Xianyu's reluctant gaze behind. In the dim underground river, a silvery figure suddenly emerged from the depths, gasping for air as it lay on the bank. Threads of shimmering spiritual energy coursed through its veins, swiftly absorbed. The diminutive figure, barely reaching an adult's ankle, began to grow visibly stronger as it absorbed the energy. Within moments, it had doubled in size, reaching the dimensions of an ordinary silver wolf. Suddenly, its golden-green eyes snapped open, exuding an enchanting yet perilous allure, radiating a glimmer of sentience. Meanwhile, above Mu City, tensions escalated, with the forces of the Bailon Alliance and the city's defenders poised for imminent conflict. Time rewound to over 2 months prior. Gulan emerged from the genetic collection chamber of the Divine Serpent clan, enduring pain yet hastening to the Bailon Alliance. With eagerness, he opened the door to his room, only to be met with silence and emptiness. Yuanshan was absent, as was the wolf cub. The room lay barren, devoid of life. His beloved wife had vanished without a trace. Surprise and fury surged within him as he summoned the guards. Yet, no one had seen Yuanshan. He ordered a thorough search of the Bailon Alliance, but her presence remained elusive. It was only when he reviewed the surveillance footage that he glimpsed her slender figure in a gray linen dress, hastily departing. Gulan's heart sank. Yuan Shan had left. The woman who had vowed to grow old with him had quietly slipped away. His countenance darkened. Blood surged through him, only to freeze in an instant. The chill was so profound it made him tremble. Who would believe that such a powerful figure as the ghost car phoenix would shiver from the cold? Yet at that moment, he felt an icy dread. That wretched woman, Yuan Shan, had been deceiving him all along. What of her promises not to run away? What of her declarations of love? All were but fabrications. With a resounding smash, Gulan's fist shattered the hard marble table, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Among the crowd, Cheng Feng glanced up at the enraged Gulan, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. Yuan Shan's nature had been evident from the beginning. She would never trust those who betrayed her. Alliance leader, this is an egregious error. Gulan immediately issued orders to seal all routes from the Bailan Alliance to Mu City, relying on Wanwan's speed. She should not have strayed far from the territory of the Bailan Alliance at this time. Gulan was confident he could intercept her. However, after searching the vicinity for 7 consecutive days, there was still no trace of Wanwan. With no other options, Gulan reached out to the Divine Serpent clan for assistance in intercepting her. Although the clan leader, Xianyu, was absent, the Grand Elder promptly complied with Gulan's request and swiftly sealed all land routes between the Divine Serpent clan and Mu City. They had anticipated that this would suffice to capture Wanwan, yet to their surprise, she never materialized. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. Could it be that she had returned to Mu City? In a state of helplessness, Gulan led his men to Mu City, setting the stage for the scene at the beginning. Suzhui never expected Gulan to have abducted Wanwan and still dared to provoke him. His face contorted with anger as he charged up to the city walls. Bailan Alliance, do you dare to come here? Do you truly believe my empire is devoid of capable warriors? Gulan, unfazed, nonchalantly cleared his ears from the loudness of Suzhui's voice, chuckling lightly. The Grand Prince of the Empire, is it? This is not the imperial capital. I advise you to keep a low profile here, or I shall ensure you never return to the capital. Such audacity. Come and try it. Suzhui, having been the Grand Prince for so many years, was not easily intimidated and did not back down. He had attempted to negotiate with the Divine Serpent clan to gain passage for rescuing Wanwan, but those efforts had failed. As his concerns for Wanwan's safety deepened, so did his animosity towards Gulan. Gulan frowned, contemplating his objective, and tempered his provocative demeanor, speaking coldly, I am not here to fight. Hand over Wanwan, and we shall leave immediately. What did you say? Wasn't Wanwan abducted by you treacherous scoundrels? Su Zhui's face trembled with fury. Had it not been for the overwhelming military disparity between Mu City and the Bailan Alliance, he would have lashed out long ago. This damned man had the audacity to demand Wanwan from him? Gulan furrowed his brow, from Su Zhui's words. It seemed Wanwan had not returned to Mu City after all. Lu Biao, your Grand Prince is unaware of my temperament. You should know the consequences of deceiving me. Gulan cast a sharp gaze at Lu Biao, the commanding general stationed beside Su Zhui. Lu Biao, sweating profusely, quickly stepped forward with a forced smile. The Alliance leader speaks truth. We would never deceive you. The female beastman you seek has indeed not returned to Mu City. You lost Wanwan? Su Zhui found it hard to believe. Wanwan was missing from the Bailan Alliance? Otherwise, why would Gulan personally come to search for her? Gulan's expression darkened. You dare to call her Wanwan? Chapter 131 A Shot. Ever since hearing that Wanwan had come with this Grand Prince of the Empire, Gulan had been displeased. Now, he dared to address her so affectionately? His instincts told him that Su Zhui was no good, especially with that face. Too handsome for his own good, rivaling even Gulan's own looks. Given Wanwan's character, who easily forgot her husband in the presence of beauty, it was entirely possible that she had let this man take advantage of her. Su Zhui, fully aware of Gulan's blatant hostility, was undeterred. After all, he was merely a foreign alliance leader. Did he truly believe this world belonged to him? That everyone must heed his command? What I call Wanwan is none of your concern. Who do you think you are? I am her beast husband. Gulan's expression hardened as he retorted. To address my wife so casually, do you seek death? Beast husband? Su Zhui chuckled at the remark. Wanwan has never mentioned having any foreign beast husband. If you claim to be her beast husband, why not show your mate's mark? Gulan was about to argue when he suddenly remembered that the mate's mark had been personally destroyed by Wanwan. How could he present it now? Without the mate's mark, how could he claim to be her beast husband? The leader of the Bailon alliance turned out to be such a shameless person.
Susuoyi.
Recognizing the change in Gulan's expression, deduced the situation. This was merely one side of the story from Gulan. This man was not Wanwan's beast husband at all. Naturally, a man who captured women could not earn her affection, given Wanwan's nature. She would never show him any kindness. Gulan's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, teetering on the brink of an explosion. Regardless of whether Wanwan acknowledged him, he was her beast husband. If she did not recognize him, he would simply take her back. Is it an overestimation to have so many people here discussing my beast husband? A clear female voice rang out amidst the quiet battlefield, particularly melodious and enchanting. All gazes turned towards the source of the sound. Wanwan pushed through the crowd, stepping into the center of the battlefield. Dressed in simple gray linen, her slender figure was strikingly graceful.
Wanwan.
The two men exclaimed in unison, hastily breaking from their ranks and rushing towards Wanwan. Suzhui scrutinized her from head to toe, relieved to see that she was simply dressed plainly and had not sustained any injuries. His eyes brightened. Wanwan smiled faintly at him. "Thank you for your concern, Grand Prince. I am fine."
Wanwan.
Gulan, feeling overlooked, could not contain his voice, which was tinged with both grievance and discomfort. Wanwan's smile faded as she turned to regard Gulan with an expressionless face. "Leader of the Bailon Alliance, have you gone to such lengths to invade Mu City merely to take me back?" "Wanwan, you know that's not what I mean. I just want you to stay by my side. As long as you don't leave, I will promise you anything." Gulan had previously thought that upon seeing Wanwan, he would disregard everything to bring her back. However, upon truly seeing her and witnessing the coldness in her eyes, he trembled and felt a pang of fear. Wanwan would be angry and might never speak to him again. "Leader, I am not worthy of such regard." Wanwan laughed lightly. "Since I have chosen to leave the Bailon Alliance, you should understand what I mean. You should go. Let us part ways here." She spread her hands, turning without a trace of reluctance. Beauty was indeed significant, but freedom held far greater value. Wanwan despised being forcibly controlled by anyone, regardless of who it was. Gulan had even touched her most sensitive nerve twice. As Wanwan took 2 steps away, Gulan suddenly appeared before her, grasping her hand. "I don't believe it. You like me, don't you? Everything we said between us was true, wasn't it?" He could not fathom that Wanwan's heart could change so swiftly. They had shared intimate moments in the room, the bath, and on the balcony, where she had repeatedly professed her love for him while biting his shoulder. Wanwan's lips curled into a smirk as she observed Gulan's pleading expression, her words both cruel and cold.
It was all a lie.
Gulan's fists clenched tightly. His gaze fixed on Wanwan as anger surged within him. "What? Gulan, do you intend to kill me?" Wanwan laughed, pointing to her chest. "Go ahead. Strike here. If you kill me, you need not wage war on Mu City for my sake." Wanwan had not anticipated that Gulan would confront the Empire on her behalf. The power of the wandering beastmen was ultimately no match for the beastman empire. Offending the empire would spell dire consequences for their future. Wanwan felt a twinge of pity for the ordinary beastmen in the Bailon Alliance. Because of her, they would lose their peaceful lives. If Gulan was determined to act, she might indeed face death. Gulan's heart trembled. He had not expected Wanwan to turn so suddenly against him. Yet, he could sense a profound sadness emanating from her. If he truly forced her, what if she really? He had never anticipated that after all his efforts to find her, this would be the outcome.
It was all a deception.
What a well-crafted deception. Since it was a lie, why not see it through to the end? What a cruel woman. What a cruel Wanwan. Gulan lowered his head, feeling as if the blood in his veins had frozen at that moment, and his grip on his weapon trembled slightly. After a long silence, a cold smile crept upon his lips as he abruptly lifted his gaze towards Wanwan. "Do you despise me? For abandoning you back then?
And now?
For abducting you and imprisoning you?" Wanwan furrowed her brow, realizing that this madman was becoming increasingly difficult to control. Was he on the verge of madness again? Her silence only deepened Gulan's heartache. Perhaps, apart from his physical presence, she truly held no affection for him. It was foolish of him to yearn for her genuine love. "If you wish for my departure, there is but one way." Gulan raised his head, his eyes sharp as they fixed on Wanwan, suddenly tossing the gun in his hand toward her. "You shall personally end my life. Leader! Leader!" This action startled the members of the Bailon Alliance who stood behind him. Gulan's significance to them was akin to that of water to fish. Without his protection, The mutants, insectoids, or other wandering beastmen would attack the Bylon Alliance, leading to chaos and dire consequences. They never expected the leader to harbor such profound feelings for Wanwan. Yet, who could intervene in Gulan's decisions? Ignoring all pleas for reason, Gulan's gaze remained locked onto Wanwan, as if awaiting an answer. Wanwan held the gun tightly, her eyes cast downward in silence. After a moment, she slowly raised the gun, aiming at Gulan's head. "Miss you! Miss you!" Urgent calls echoed as all the members of the Bylon Alliance stepped forward. Every eye was fixed on Wanwan, filled with tension, worry, and urgency, fearing that she might truly pull the trigger. Chapter 132. No avoidance. Suzhui had not anticipated that Gulan would be willing to sacrifice his own life for Wanwan. Observing his expression, it was evident that he genuinely wished to die at her hands. Suzhui's gaze returned to Wanwan. Was she truly so captivating? All her beastly husbands were so utterly mad for her? If a confrontation were to arise between her and the Empire in the future, what would her beastly husbands do? What about Chimaobai? What about Su Machang? What about Feng Chueji? And now there was Gulan. Suzhui furrowed his brow, his thoughts tumultuous, struggling to untangle his own feelings towards Wanwan. Logically, he wished for Wanwan to indeed shoot Gulan. This way, the Bylon Alliance would be left leaderless, crumbling into disarray, posing no threat to the Beastman Empire. Yet, would that not also bring sorrow to Wanwan? He saw a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. Wanwan had indeed harbored feelings for Gulan. In the midst of chaos, Wanwan stood expressionless, gun in hand. Opposite her, Gulan lounged, hands behind his head, exposing all his vital points to her. He simply stared at her, unwavering. If Wanwan wished to kill him, a single shot would suffice. Wanwan harbored hatred towards Gulan. He had captured her twice, caging her like a gilded canary, robbing her of her freedom. Yet, simultaneously, she had genuinely loved him once. Initially, she had considered making him her beastly husband. The silver butterfly was a plant she had nurtured herself. However, he had chosen to abandon her. Now, regretting his decision, he sought to confine her once more. Was this what he called love? A sudden urge to laugh bubbled within her, and she could not restrain herself. Gulan, do you truly think I would hesitate to pull the trigger? You dare. I know you dare. Gulan chuckled, his demeanor nonchalant. Then go ahead and kill me.
Bang!
The sound of the bullet being fired echoed. Gulan's body jolted, the smile still lingering on his face, yet disbelief flooded his eyes. Wanwan had fired the gun. The bullet penetrated flesh, and a hint of madness flickered across his incredulous expression. Gulan suddenly grinned, a sinister smile that marred his otherwise handsome face with an air of the uncanny. He lifted his gaze, intensely focused on Wanwan, clearly enunciating, "To die at your hands is worth it. Leader! Leader!" Exclamations erupted, and the members of the Bylon Alliance rushed forward, surrounding Gulan. A bullet had struck his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his lips, his complexion pale. The once vibrant visage now bore the desolation of a heart turned to ash. In the final moments before his eyes closed, his unwavering gaze pierced through the crowd. Landing on the impassive Wanwan, he mouthed the words, "Will you forgive me now?" Wanwan's eyes trembled. Her grip on the gun tightened, her already pale skin now resembling that of a ghost. How could this man be so foolish? Did he not fear that the target he aimed at was truly his own heart? A whirlwind of emotions surged within her body swaying precariously. Fortunately, Suzhui was there to catch her in time.
Charge.
Avenge the leader. Avenge the leader.
Kill.
Protect Mu City. Protect Mu City. A great battle was on the verge of erupting. At this critical moment, reinforcements from the Divine Serpent clan arrived. The elder, witnessing Gulan's near-death state, hastily retrieved a life-saving elixir from his robes and administered it to him. Quickly, all warriors of the Divine Serpent clan, cover the Bylon Alliance's retreat. He commanded, joining the fray. In an instant, the battlefield erupted in chaos, with the roars of combat ringing through the air. Supporting Wanwan, Suzhui silently watched as the Divine Serpent clan whisked Gulan away. A subtle smile crept onto her lips. That gunshot had been intentional. She knew that only by doing so would Gulan truly let go of her. Simultaneously, she had deliberately missed. The bullet had not struck his heart. Gulan would not die. Even if the Divine Serpent clan had not saved him, she would have discreetly ensured his escape. With Gulan's formidable regenerative abilities, he would soon be back on his feet. Although she was angered by his abduction of her, she did not wish to truly kill him. It was merely a matter of striking at his heart. Gulan would no longer desire to see her. Perhaps that was for the best. A leader from beyond the realm entangled with a woman of the Empire could lead to perilous consequences if the Empress ever used it to threaten him, potentially endangering the entire Bailon alliance. Wanwan closed her eyes, her hand within her sleeve slowly clenching and then relaxing. Xianyu, filled with vigor, returned to the Divine Serpent Clan, only to learn that the Elder had led a contingent to support the Bailon alliance, all for the sake of a woman from the Beastman Empire. He hurriedly contacted the Elder, only to be shocked to hear of Gulan's severe injuries, prompting him to rush to the Bailon alliance. Upon seeing Gulan, he found him lifelessly lying in bed, devoid of the lively spirit he had exhibited on the spacecraft, now pale and with closed eyes. I say, brother, it's just a woman. Is it truly worth this? Xianyu couldn't comprehend why a man of Gulan's stature would fixate on a woman of the Empire. What made her so special? He had captured her twice and still hadn't won her over. Now, he was leading the Bailon alliance into battle? It was utterly absurd. Despite his grievances, Xianyu made sure the Elder tended to Gulan carefully. He had no desire to lose a brother so soon. Patriarch. The leader shows no will to survive and is resisting the healing elixir. If this continues, he will truly perish.
What?
Xianyu scratched his head, his beautiful white hair becoming disheveled. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he rushed to Gulan's bedside. Gulan, are you still pining for that beast woman? I advise you to awaken promptly. Should you perish, I shall personally retrieve the woman you hold dear and confine her within our serpent clan. She shall be at your disposal 180 times a day, leaving you with a head full of verdant grass. Do you believe me? Gulan's fingers twitched slightly, and the Grand Elder's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chief, it's effective, it's effective. Hurry, continue. Xianyu furrowed his brow, surprised by Gulan's profound affection for that beast woman. In such a deep stupor, he still reacted upon hearing news of her. Now, he had nothing to lose.
Gulan.
Should you dare to die, I will bring her before your spirit tablet and, right in front of you, place a green cap upon your head. If you dare to die, I shall demand her every day of the year, depriving her of sleep. Gulan's ink-black eyes slowly opened, the pallor of his face dissipating, replaced by a weak flush of red. Or perhaps it was the anger incited by Xianyu. Xianyu's eyes gleamed with surprise. You truly have awakened? Chapter 133. Panda Eyes, it's good that you're awake. Good that you're awake. The Grand Elder of the Serpent Clan relaxed, exhaling deeply. Gulan, the leader of the alliance, was robust. As long as he did not seek death, there was a significant chance he would recover fully. Gulan's gaze trembled momentarily, only to dim once more. What good was awakening? His beloved wished to kill him. What meaning did his existence hold?
Gulan.
Let me share something with you. Xianyu suddenly recalled something, leaning in conspiratorially to whisper in Gulan's ear. Gulan turned his gaze toward him, listening as he spoke with exaggerated fervor. Gulan, I have found your beloved. To utter such words in front of someone who had just lost their beloved? Gulan's first reaction was disbelief. Who would fancy this loathsome serpent? Well, it was not entirely untrue. Many women admired him, yet none were to his liking. Several clan members had attempted to climb into his bed, only to be flung away by his tail. It was said that those few beast women had since developed lasting ailments. If he recalled correctly, 2 months ago, during their last communication, Xianyu was still a solitary serpent. Was he not? How could so little time have passed before he acquired a beloved? You don't believe me? Xianyu, having spent much time with him, could easily gauge his thoughts.
Ha!
I bear the mark of my beloved, planted by her own hand. If you doubt it, then it is indeed true. Gulan shot him a sidelong glance. Observing his smug demeanor, his gaze flickered with curiosity. Is it truly real? Of course it is. We spent a full 2 months in that cave. She loves me, and I love her in return. We've even agreed that once I set matters in the Serpent Clan in order, I shall seek her out. I implore you to recover swiftly. Do not delay my departure to find my beloved. At this, Xianyu regarded Gulan with an expression of exasperation, as if he were a hopeless case. You are the leader of an alliance. Would you truly seek death over an imperial beastwoman? TSK. You could easily compete with the women of our clan.
Gulan, you do not understand.
I do not understand. That beastwoman escaped your grasp twice. She has made her disinterest abundantly clear, yet you still pursue her?
Gulan, you do not understand. Bah.
Let me tell you, Gulan, one must possess ambition. Do not be akin to those sycophants in the Empire, for in the end, they are left with nothing. Gulan, Where did you learn such words? None of your concern. The principle remains valid. Xian Yu huffed, twirling around to sit across the room, picking up a peach to munch on. Gulan fell into silence. Even Xian Yu had found a beloved. The thought of his own beloved brought a pang of sorrow. Xian Yu, come here. What is it? Xian Yu asked, raising an eyebrow as he complied.
Bang!
Gulan's fist struck down, leaving a panda eye on Xian Yu's left eye.
Gulan!
I shall strike your mother. Yet the raised fist ultimately did not descend. Xian Yu observed Gulan, who averted his gaze with a forlorn expression, and spat out a mouthful of saliva, sheepishly lowering his fist. Forget it, seeing as this lad is in low spirits and gravely injured. I shall let him have this one. Would his little beloved be put off by the injury on his face?
No.
He could not visit Wanwan in these 2 days. He could tell she quite liked his face. He must not present himself with a panda eye when meeting her. As for Gulan, heartbreak, was it?
Ha!
He could not bear to see others prosper. Serves him right. Suzhui believed that after yesterday's incident, Yuanwan would be quite upset. To his surprise, upon her return to Mu City, after a night's rest, she seemed unaffected and joined the comforting student team the following day. I have already fallen behind so many. If I do not exert myself, what shall I do when the academy refuses to grant me graduation? In response to Suzhui's concern, Yuanwan tilted her head, offering a slight smile. Her exquisite little face blossomed with a smile, yet the joy did not reach her eyes. Suzhui pressed his lips together, feeling inexplicably pained. I shall escort you there. Yuanwan did not refuse. Regardless of Suzhui's intentions in approaching her, with him by her side, no one would trouble her. It was a form of convenience. Soldiers on the Empire's borders fought daily against other species and magical beasts, inevitably influenced by energy fluctuations to some degree. The Empire periodically dispatched individuals for musical therapy to mitigate these effects. As a student of the Academy, Yuanwan was supposed to remain quietly with the student team, awaiting her assignment to comforting duties. Yet, she had caused such chaos, nearly inciting a conflict between Mu City and the Bylon Alliance. Others might be unaware, but the Academy's instructors were fully cognizant of these matters. Thus, they regarded Yuanwan as a problematic student, their gazes tinged with disapproval. However, in the presence of Suzhui, they dared not voice their grievances. Following the usual arrangements, Yuanwan was escorted to the comforting team, with Suzhui trailing at a respectful distance behind. The dark golden royal robe he wore added an air of nobility to his tall, handsome frame. Along the way, many stole glances at the imperial prince. Suzhui understood that he should not follow her. Yet, watching Yuanwan step into the team, he felt a sudden concern over whether she would adapt. After all, the other students had been comforting for 2 months, while this was her first time. His feet moved almost involuntarily as he followed, his deep golden eyes scanning the crowd. The exquisite beauty of Wanwan was engrossed in listening attentively to the instructor's introduction. Much like when she cooked in the kitchen, she was focused and beautiful, rendering it impossible to look away. Following the instructor's instructions, Wanwan approached the center of the energy-disturbed soldiers, gathered her emotions, and began to sing. Her clear and melodious voice seemed to have been kissed by the heavens. The song she delivered was enough to capture everyone's attention in an instant. Travelers scattered across the ends of the earth, for a single lamp, for a meal, step onto the moonlit path home, to reunite. Her heartfelt song flowed, and the crowd seemed to envision their loved ones back in their homeland. All the soldiers lifted their heads to gaze at Yuanwan. The soothing energy she emanated transformed into waves, casting a faint green glow. A heavy sensation seemed to lift from their bodies, replaced by an unprecedented lightness. The distant mountains call to me, having passed them countless times. I pluck a few flowers halfway up the slope and float towards the one who sings. As the song concluded, all the soldiers were moved to tears. This melody felt as though it had been crafted just for them. It dawned upon them that while they fought on the front lines, the people at home still remembered them. Tears of emotion streamed down their faces, including those of the instructors who had previously looked down upon Wanwan. That was magnificent, simply spectacular. This song is exquisite. One instructor sniffed, her emotions lingering long after. Not only that, the soothing power contained within this song is unfathomably potent. Look over there. As one mentor's words faded, another mentor gestured into the distance, urging her to observe. Chapter 134. The Soothing Power of SS. Upon witnessing the scene, the mentor who had just been immersed in Yu Yuanchuan's song was taken aback. Within a radius of several hundred meters centered around Yu Yuanchuan, wherever the melody could reach, All the soldiers rose to their feet. The reds on their wristbands, previously indicative of energy agitation, had all transformed into green. A single song had managed to pacify nearly 1,000 soldiers in a state of energy turmoil. Such astonishing soothing power. The mentor spoke, his tone laden with awe. I have only witnessed such a calming influence in a female beastman like Her Majesty the former Empress. However, that was decades ago. At that time, the Empress was still young, having reached the pinnacle of sss mental power, allowing her to soothe so many agitated soldiers in such a brief span. I never imagined that our empire would again possess such an extraordinary female beastman. Not far away, Su Jui was equally astounded. The soothing power of Yu Yuanchuan's voice was truly formidable. Wasn't she a woman devoid of mental power? Could this be her secret? Her golden eyes fixated on Yu Yuanchuan, flickering with uncertainty as her gaze grew increasingly complex. A being comparable to a female with sss mental power, if the Empress were to learn of this. Su Jui's lips pressed tightly together. Several male soldiers, already returning to normal, approached Yu Yuanchuan to express their gratitude. Su Jui's heart tightened abruptly, and she swiftly stepped forward, grasping Yu Yuanchuan's wrist and pulling her into an embrace. With a gentle pressure at the back of Yu Yuanchuan's head, she pressed her face into her chest. The female beastman, having already exerted herself to soothe, needed rest. The remaining calming duties would be handled by others. As Su Jui spoke, her gaze shifted to the two mentors accompanying them, signaling them to follow. Yu Yuanchuan, suddenly enveloped in Su Jui's embrace, was bewildered and uncomfortable, squirming slightly. Don't move. I will explain shortly. Su Jui's melodious voice whispered in her ear, accompanied by a warm breath. The sensitive contours of Yu Yuanchuan's ears tingled, inciting a reaction. She instinctively shrank away. Believing she was about to struggle, Su Jui tightened her hold around Yu Yuanchuan's waist. Yu Yuanchuan found herself practically pressed against her. Yet, Su Jui paid no heed, lifting Yu Yuanchuan effortlessly and departing from the soothing location. Once they reached a secluded area, she set Yu Yuanchuan down. What on earth is happening? Yu Yuanchuan furrowed her brow, sensing that Su Jui bore no malice, yet the inexplicable behavior left her feeling unsettled. Wanwan, are you aware of how powerful your soothing ability is? Su Jui's golden eyes bore into Yu Yuanchuan's. Seeing her nod in serene acknowledgement indicated that she had yet to grasp its significance. Su Jui shook her head, unable to refrain from adding, I have witnessed my mother Empress's soothing power, and even at her full strength, it might not surpass yours. Do you comprehend what this implies? Yu Yuanchuan frowned. Her soothing ability exceeding that of the Empress? The Empress was a figure of imperial stature. Could this possibly be true? The Beastman Empire upheld an unwritten rule that the heir must possess the most exceptional soothing ability. Presently, the eldest princess's mental power level was merely SS, signifying her soothing ability was only SS. Thus, even without royal blood or mental prowess, possessing SSS soothing power could pose a threat to Su Weina and even the Empress. Su Jui's expression grew grave. Although Yu Yuanchuan sometimes found the world's rules perplexing, this moment made her acutely aware of the danger. Are you suggesting that the Empress or the eldest princess would wish to harm me? If your soothing power were to be exposed, they would undoubtedly view you as a threat. Su Jui asserted, her tone resolute and expression serious, devoid of jest. Yu Yuanchuan opened her mouth, but, aren't you the Grand Prince of the Empire? Why would you? How could she reveal this to them? Wasn't he aligned with his mother and sister? Su Jui pressed her lips together, offering no further explanation. Starting tomorrow, I will have someone instruct you on how to control your soothing power. You must learn to master it yourself. When soothing soldiers, using merely 1/10 of your ability is already an exceptional performance. Yu Yuanchuan blinked, nodding in understanding. In her mind, Yu Yuanchuan was currently in a meeting with the system. System, is what he said true? I just checked, and indeed, there exists such a rule within the Beastman Empire. It is genuine, host, more precious than pearls. So I almost jeopardized my own life, just now. Yu Yuanchuan exclaimed in disbelief. If the Empress and others were to discover the extent of her soothing power, would she have any chance of survival? Well, theoretically you were close. However, it seems that Su Jui has a rather unique disposition toward you. I doubt he would betray you to the Empress, the system analyzed with a serious demeanor. Fingers stroking its chin, Yu Yuanchuan frowned, remaining noncommittal. If Gulan, who had been deeply soothed by her, could betray her, what could be said for someone like Su Jui, whom she had known for only a short time? Yet it was also possible. Best to wait and see. As night fell, Suzhui stood at the desk in his chamber. The transparent blue light projected from his wristband displayed a communication window connected to the Empress. His slender fingers lingered above the keyboard for quite some time, yet no words were typed. After a lengthy pause, he retracted his hand, pinching the bridge of his nose. The Empress had tasked him with approaching Yu Yuanxuan to uncover the peculiarities surrounding her. Now, this most significant peculiarity lay before him, and yet he hesitated. In fact, after Yu Yuanxuan's soothing power was revealed, he had even sought out the two mentors present at the time, instructing them to ensure the soldiers who were calmed kept the event confidential under different pretexts. He was truly losing his mind. The image of Yu Yuanxuan's exquisite visage, joyful, lively, gentle, and earnest, lingered in his thoughts, refusing to dissipate. He clenched his fist, ultimately exhaling a sigh as he sank into the sofa behind him. Yu Yuanxuan had not anticipated that Su Zhui's promise to send someone to instruct her meant he would personally do so. In the quiet, enclosed room, only the recently guided Yu Yuanxuan and the already waiting Su Zhui were present. Su Zhui had changed into a loose-fitting white robe adorned with golden trim. His handsome features and noble demeanor embodied a natural elegance in every gesture, enhanced by the ethereal quality of his flowing attire. Yu Yuanxuan was momentarily entranced. But Su Zhui had already descended, holding a ruler. From today forth, I will teach you to control your soothing power. Su Zhui's voice was distinctive and melodious, with a slight pause at the end, exuding an enchanting allure. Like a celestial being fallen to the mortal realm, reserved and cool, yet irresistibly captivating. Yu Yuanxuan was so absorbed that she failed to grasp the content of his lecture. Knock, knock, knock. The ruler struck the table several times before capturing Yu Yuanxuan's attention. Do you understand? Su Zhui's gentle gaze rested upon her. In that moment, Yu Yuanxuan felt as if she were a student in a classroom back on Blue Star, receiving special instruction from the principal. If only her principal had been as handsome as Su Zhui, perhaps she too could have become an academic prodigy? Wanwan. Chapter 135, A Nosebleed. Su Zhui looked at the daydreaming Yu Yuanxuan with some exasperation. Shouldn't she be the one in a hurry? Why did she appear so nonchalant, while he was the one feeling anxious? Ahem, Your Highness the Grand Prince, I am having a bit of difficulty comprehending. I fear I will need you to demonstrate, once more with patience. Yu Yuanxuan nearly blurted out principal, but fortunately managed to stop herself in time. She settled into her seat like an obedient student. I shall personally guide you in mastering the power of tranquility. However, my knowledge is limited to the contents of the royal archives, and the outcomes remain uncertain. Shua Zhui shook her head in resignation, a hint of worry gnawing at her heart. The written records are ultimately mere words. The true understanding can only be grasped through practical experience. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanxuan nodded eagerly, indicating her comprehension. The notion of controlling the power of tranquility was entirely foreign to her. It was already remarkable that Shua Zhui possessed any methods at all. It was worth a try. Observing the trusting expression on Yu Yuanxuan's face, Shua Zhui steadied her resolve and spoke. Then let us commence. With that, she produced a soft mat, gesturing for Yu Yuanxuan to sit upon it. Moments later, they faced each other across the mat. My energy will soon enter your body, and we shall attempt to control it together. When you are ready, release the power of tranquility, following my rhythm. Yu Yuanxuan nodded in acknowledgement. Without further ado, Shua Zhui extended her hand and unleashed her power. A gentle force, reminiscent of a spring breeze, enveloped Yu Yuanxuan, penetrating her forehead. This energy flowed through her meridians and into her limbs, imparting an inexplicable sensation of intrusion that made Yu Yuanxuan shift uncomfortably. Unbeknownst to her, it was Shua Zhui who was truly astonished at that moment. This energy resonance, could it truly possess a form of X-ray vision? Before him, Yu Yuanxuan appeared as if unclothed. Her exquisite figure was evident even while clothed, but now, devoid of any barriers, her alluring form was fully revealed to his gaze. Shua Zhui's throat tightened, his entire being tensed. An inexplicable fire surged within him. He clenched his fist, striving to suppress this sudden impulse. Averting his gaze, he found that despite his eyes being diverted, the beautiful contours of her body remained vividly imprinted in his mind due to their shared energy. Previously, many women had sought his attention, and his mother had even provided him with female beastmen for comfort. Yet, he had never engaged with anyone nor witnessed such a scene. Yu Yuanxuan's curves were not only captivating, her slender waist was perfectly proportioned, fitting snugly within his grasp. And then there were her legs, folded gracefully in a seated position. Shua Zhui's complexion deepened in hue, his body betraying signs of distress. Yu Yuanxuan had released the power of tranquility, yet after a prolonged moment of silence, Shua Zhui remained unresponsive, prompting her to open her eyes. She was met with the sight of him blushing furiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his expression suggesting he was lost in thought. "Are you all right? Is something wrong?" Yu Yuanxuan asked with concern, fearing that perhaps the method he described for controlling the power of tranquility had gone awry. In her worry, she knelt forward, inching closer to Shua Zhui, her gaze filled with concern. On the brink of collapse, Shua Zhui's eyes rose to meet hers. The exquisite curve of her face, slightly tilted upward, and the alluring lines of her figure, now fully exposed, unreservedly invaded his line of sight. At that moment, his nose suddenly warmed, and blood poured uncontrollably from his nostrils. Yu Yuanxuan gasped, rushing forward in a flurry to assist him. "Are you all right? Is this power of tranquility truly that terrifying? You haven't even begun, and you're already bleeding? Could it be that Shua Zhui's body is unusually fragile?" Yu Yuanxuan mused silently. The system observing the entire scene noted that the host was completely unaware of her current allure. It decided against voicing this observation, wishing to spare her any unnecessary anxiety. After all, if she could fully control the power of tranquility, it would be greatly beneficial for them. The system nodded solemnly within Yu Yuanxuan's mind, as if bearing the weight of some fate. Casting a glance at the system, she was then drawn back to Shua Zhui, whose nosebleed was intensifying, tissues barely able to stem the flow. Water. Yu Yuanxuan suddenly recalled that when she had a nosebleed as a child, adults would drip cold water on her neck. She hurried to fetch some cold water, momentarily alleviating the sight that had so excited Shua Zhui. Logically, he should have confided in Yu Yuanxuan. Yet the words caught in his throat. In fact, if the person in question were Yu Yuanxuan, his mind secretly yearned for a clearer view. Even he couldn't help but curse himself. Pervert. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanxuan remained blissfully unaware of the reason behind Shua Zhui's nosebleed. She graciously returned with cold water, gently applying it to his neck. Her soft hands provided a welcome coolness, causing Shua Zhui's internal heat to diminish slightly, and at last, the bleeding began to subside. Yet in the next moment, Yu Yuanxuan's alluring form reappeared before him. Due to her positioning while tending to his neck, her body nearly pressed against him. The faint scent of her femininity wafted into his nostrils, teasing his senses with each breath. Shua Zhui's eyes widened, an overwhelming impulse to draw nearer surging through him. However, his upbringing maintained his restraint. If he acted upon this urge, he would surely frighten Yu Yuanxuan. Yet, the heat from his nose ignited once more, causing another bout of bleeding, leaving him feeling utterly embarrassed. Yu Yuanxuan, alarmed, thought, "Is the crown prince truly this fragile? Another nosebleed? Is he going to bleed to death?" Her mind raced with worry. If Shua Zhui were to perish, they were alone in the room, and all suspicion would fall upon her. You won't die, will you?" Yu Yuanxuan anxiously patted his chest, her expression frantic. Shua Zhui, already feeling ill, looked up to see her approaching face. The flush of her lips seemed to hold an irresistible allure, compelling his mind to draw closer. In a moment of weakness, he found himself wrapping his arms around her. As their lips met, their eyes locked, both were momentarily stunned. Yu Yuanxuan was taken aback. What is happening? Is he truly teasing me while still unwell? Although she found herself at an advantage, being the prince and possessing such good looks, was this truly the appropriate moment for such actions? Chapter 136, The Cat Teaser. Shua Zhui was genuinely immobilized. His self-control had always been commendable. Even his mother remarked that he had been raised to be devoid of desires, rather dull.
But now,
What was this situation? His hands, acting on their own accord, pulled Yu Yuanxuan closer, and the soft sensation of her lips against his momentarily cleared the fog in his mind. But that clarity was fleeting. The rich power of tranquility emanating from Yu Yuanxuan enveloped him, accompanied by her delicate fragrance. Yes, it was indeed this power of tranquility he had previously tasted in the soup dumplings. So it was her saliva. Yet here he was, an esteemed imperial prince, finding himself in such a lewd predicament, fixating on her saliva for so long. But what of it? This was merely human nature, was it not? Shua Zhui quickly reassured himself. Suddenly, he found himself reluctant to let go, wishing to remain in this embrace with her for eternity. Yu Yuanchuan's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy is actually kissing me? Realizing what was happening, she instinctively attempted to retreat. However, Shua Zhui's grasp on her waist was firm, drawing them inexorably close. She could only tilt her head back, trying to evade his lips. Shua Zhui seemed to have anticipated this, capturing the back of her head with his hand. Their kiss began softly, like a gentle drizzle, gradually intensifying. Yu Yuanchuan struggled a couple of times in vain, only to be held tighter. Accepting her fate, she ceased to resist. Shua Zhui's kiss was imbued with the same noble restraint that defined him, adhering to a sense of decorum. However, this somewhat superficial feeling left Yu Yuanchuan quite displeased. It was akin to a teasing cat toy that arouses a cat's interest, yet never allows it to seize the prize. Yu Yuanchuan felt a surge of irritation. So, what if he was the Grand Prince of the Empire? It was he who had initiated this encounter. Furthermore, his visage was excessively handsome. How dare he lecture her with the demeanor of a strict headmaster? She had longed to see the precious, austere face of his tinted with a different hue. With newfound determination, Yu Yuanchuan reached out and embraced Shizhuoi's neck, taking 2 steps forward to settle into his lap. Cradling his face, she deepened the kiss. Shizhuoi, following instinct, kissed Yu Yuanchuan. He had never kissed anyone before, and thus was oblivious to the myriad ways of kissing. He merely desired her breath, her essence. Consequently, his kiss was gentle, yet the mere taste of her was enough to satiate him. Suddenly, Yu Yuanchuan drew closer, wrapping her arms around him. At that moment, the heated exchange left him taut with tension. He was but a novice, ill-equipped to match Yu Yuanchuan's ardor. In an instant, the initiative had shifted into her hands. Shizhuoi was unaware that there were so many varieties of intimacy. Yu Yuanchuan acted like a live demonstration instructor, effortlessly breaching his defenses. His golden pupils trembled, and he instinctively tightened his embrace around Yu Yuanchuan's waist, his gaze fixated solely on her exquisite face. Moments later, Yu Yuanchuan released him. Observing the rosy hue that adorned Shizhuoi's fair cheeks, radiating an alluring charm, stirred something within her. Yet this flutter of emotion was fleeting. Yu Yuanchuan swiftly suppressed such feelings. After all, he was the Grand Prince of the Empire, a member of the royal family, undoubtedly concerned with his honor. She could not take advantage of him. Wake up. Yu Yuanchuan gently patted his cheek, and he gradually regained his composure. Yuanchuan, his voice was low and husky, imbued with emotion. That originally noble and austere tone inexplicably acquired an alluring and inviting quality, causing Yu Yuanchuan to shiver slightly. Shizhuoi, come to your senses. You are the prince of the empire. Yu Yuanchuan couldn't help but pat his cheek once more. If she were to become his wife, would the empress let her off the hook? She could only blame beauty for leading her astray. Earlier, she had impulsively stirred the pot a bit too much. Shizhuoi had been perplexed, unable to comprehend his hesitation regarding the empress's report. In that moment, clarity struck him. He recalled the passionate kiss shared with Yu Yuanchuan when parting ways with Foam Quebec. It had been fervent and indulgent. At that time, he had been envious. Subsequently, his gaze often drifted to her rosy lips, sometimes wondering what it would be like to taste them. Yet, whenever such lewd thoughts surfaced, his refined upbringing quelled them. He should not indulge in such reckless abandon, nor succumb to depravity. Only moments ago, her luscious lips had enveloped him, delivering all the solace he sought. It was then he began to understand why he felt irresistibly drawn to Yu Yuanchuan, why he instinctively wished to protect her. He desired her comfort as well. The tenderness in Shizhuoi's eyes gradually receded, and his flushed cheeks began to cool. After a considerable time, he emerged from that state. However, the gaze he directed at Yu Yuanchuan was no longer calm and unruffled. Rather, it was rich with emotion. Yu Yuanchuan felt a chill under his intense gaze and could not resist clearing her throat to speak. Your Highness, shall we continue our training? Yes. Shizhuoi nodded, suddenly pulling Yu Yuanchuan into his embrace. Bewildered, she turned to look at him, only to find him chuckling softly. This kind of training is far more effective with intimate contact. Is that so? Yu Yuanchuan was skeptical, but given his expression, she had little choice but to believe it. Shizhuoi wrapped his arms around her waist, positioning her on his lap in a lotus pose reminiscent of Guanyin. This posture involuntarily reminded Yu Yuanchuan of her past beastly husbands. The sudden assault of recollections made her cough. This position was indeed overly suggestive. Yet, facing Shizhuoi's serious demeanor, she surmised he had not considered the implications. Yu Yuanchuan steadied her thoughts and signaled for the person behind her to commence. Shizwoi nodded, his energy surging forth, melding into Yu Yuanchuan's brow. In an instant, her silhouette manifested before his eyes, though she faced away from him, obscuring her full form. Nonetheless, the rising tide of blood was swiftly quelled. Soon, as Yu Yuanchuan released her soothing energy, Shizwoi gradually tempered it. This sensation was unprecedented for Shizwoi, as he reveled in the ocean of tranquility. It felt as if every cell in his being was being purified and rejuvenated, an exquisite coolness washing over him. No wonder so many male beastmen sought the comfort of their female partners. This experience was unlike anything an inhibitor could provide.
Yet,
Why had he previously shown no interest in the soothing women his mother had introduced him to? It was peculiar that from the moment Yu Yuanchuan appeared, she had captivated his attention, compelling him to draw near. After a day of learning, Yu Yuanchuan discovered that she could indeed control a small measure of soothing power. This was largely thanks to Shizwoi. Unbeknownst to her, she had no idea how to wield it. However, Shizwoi's energy coursing through her veins guided her in mastering the suppression of her soothing power. Despite her perceived clumsiness, she had absorbed an impressive array of techniques. Delighted, Yu Yuanchuan's gaze toward Shizwoi bore sincerity. "Thank you, Your Highness." She beamed, her vibrant lips moving in such a way that instantly captured Shizwoi's attention. The previously restrained stirrings of emotion surged forth once more. He swallowed hard, a darkness swirling in his eyes. "How do you plan to thank me, Yuanchuan?" How to thank? Yu Yuanchuan found herself momentarily at a loss. After all, it was he who had offered to help her, and she had not considered how to express her gratitude. What could an imperial prince possibly lack? Star coins? Precious gems? Mansions? Those material possessions were trivial for an imperial prince. How could she convey her gratitude? Yu Yuanchuan racked her brain for an answer. Shizwoi observed her frantic expression, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Yu Yuanchuan collided with his chest, momentarily stunned by his firm physique. Was he this well-built? Was that why he bled from his nose so easily? Lost in her thoughts, her chin was suddenly captured, forcing her gaze upward. Before she could react, Shizwoi lowered his head and captured her lips. Yu Yuanchuan struggled momentarily, but he tightened his grip on the back of her head. The brief contact of their lips was soon overtaken as Shizwoi seized the initiative, emulating Yu Yuanchuan's earlier fervor. Yu Yuanchuan was taken aback. Indeed, as the Grand Prince of the Empire, his intelligence and ability to learn were astonishingly swift. Earlier, it had been Yu Yuanchuan punishing him with fervor. Now, she found herself quickly ensnared by him. For a full half-hour, Yu Yuanchuan's legs grew numb, barely able to stand without his support around her waist. Shizwoi finally released her, leaning in to gently kiss the corners of her lips. "Yuanchuan, in the future, when you wish to thank me, use this." "Wanwan, Suzhui, are you not afraid of losing your virtue someday and being unable to find a suitable partner?" Wanwan could not help but reach out, caressing his handsome face. Unlike Chi Mabai's ruggedness, his visage exuded a gentle, soft beauty. Wanwan had witnessed Feng Chueji's languid elegance, Heng Yan's exquisite charm, and even Xianyu's bright, clear features. Yet, Suzhui's face possessed an unparalleled nobility, offering a different flavor altogether. She did not dislike it. At times, she even yearned for more. If this visage were to be tainted by the desires of the mundane world, what kind of scenery would unfold? Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought. Wanwan was not one to force the issue. Given his status, a connection between them was improbable. Her tone carried a sense of detachment, dissipating the feelings they had painstakingly cultivated that day. Suzhui's heart tightened suddenly, and he grasped Wanwan's hand, as if revealing some inner sentiment, his tone tinged with urgency. "If I cannot find one, then I shall not seek. I have never believed that the pursuit of a partner holds any merit. Wanwan, if you still find favor in my countenance, then, I implore you, cherish me." The emotion in the golden depths of his eyes was so intense it seemed it could spill over. Wanwan's heart quivered. Did this imply he wished to offer himself to her? His gaze was so fervent it felt as though it could sear her. Wanwan instinctively curled her hand. In that moment, she faltered slightly. This man, disregarding his identity, was so beguiling in his pursuit of her love. Yet, she was not a foolish monarch swayed solely by beauty, unwilling to jeopardize his future for mere aesthetics. Wanwan lowered her gaze, evading those golden eyes.
"So Suoyi."
"The tumult within you is not severe, and your collapse threshold is not high. A mere kiss with me could suffice to soothe you, requiring no further excess. If you desire, I can grant you this as I did today." Upon finishing her words, she lifted her gaze to meet his. Su Jui's eyes quivered. Wanwan's implication was clear. Anything beyond this was off the table. He parted his lips, as if to speak, but was silenced by Wanwan's bite on his lip. You are the imperial crown prince. Your marriage should be beyond your control, so refrain from unnecessary words and simply enjoy the moment. As she spoke, she lightly kissed the corner of his mouth like a dragonfly skimming the water, turning to leave the room. Behind her, Su Jui stood rooted, his clenched fist tightening and loosening repeatedly. He understood that Wanwan spoke truthfully. He was bound by many constraints, such as his father. Su Jui closed his eyes, suddenly feeling a sense of release. Perhaps, when the day of his freedom arrived, he would follow the dictates of his heart. He recalled Wanwan's delicate face. Her eyes were so beautiful, her nose dainty, her lips a vibrant red, exuding sweetness, complemented by her sensitive ears. Each feature captivated him. So, to enjoy the present moment? A smile crept onto his lips, and a sudden surge of dark intensity flooded his deep golden eyes. The following morning, Wanwan arrived punctually at the designated secret room. She pushed open the door, finding the space eerily quiet, seemingly devoid of anyone. Just as she was about to call out, she was suddenly embraced from behind. Su Jui bore a faint scent of dragon saliva, a subtle yet exquisite fragrance. Wanwan's eyes fluttered, and before she could react, her ear was kissed. She squirmed slightly from the ticklish sensation, but was held firmly in his grasp. He kissed her, trailing along her cheek. In her astonishment, he captured her lips. Unlike their previous innocent encounters, the kiss now burned with fervor. The potent aroma of hormones mingled with the delicate scent of dragons, saliva enveloped Wanwan. She soon lost strength, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. Sensing her lack of resistance, Su Jui grew bolder, returning all the playful tactics Wanwan had previously employed, and even devising new ones. Wanwan's eyes squeezed shut, her cheeks flushing crimson, her body unconsciously pressing against his chest. Su Jui held her waist and stepped back, pinning her against the wall behind them. The door had long been closed. In the quiet room, only the sounds of their passion resonated. Their intertwined breaths gradually eroded their rationality. Soon, Su Jui's hands grew restless, gliding over her delicate waist. Wanwan seized his hand, biting him suddenly. What are you trying to do? She raised an eyebrow, gazing at him. Chapter 138, Makeup. Su Jui believed she had lost herself in the moment. Little did he know, if she continued to disobey, he would cease to kiss her. Wanwan poked his chest, resembling a small beast baring its teeth. At that moment, the heat coursing through Su Jui's body slowly began to cool. He held Wanwan tightly, nodding earnestly. Yes, I will behave. After saying this, he buried his head in her neck, inhaling her unique scent. He suddenly understood Feng Chueji and Qima Bai. The pheromones emanating from Wanwan were like an addictive opiate. Once tasted, one could never let go. Especially for those who had experienced her profound soothing. That sensation must be even more unforgettable, right? No wonder they had all become her loyal subjects. As for him, he could not control himself.
Now,
Having only tasted a hint, it was already so hard to forget, so difficult to restrain. If Wanwan truly offered him more after experiencing her essence, would he be able to maintain his current mindset? Su Jui's heart tightened abruptly. She was indeed a cruel partner, asserting that what was forbidden was simply off-limits.
no. He could not let it end like this.
Su Jui ground his teeth, turning Wanwan back to face him, wrapping his arms around her waist. His melodious voice laced with an enticing lilt. Then may I have another taste? Without waiting for Wanwan to refuse, he grasped the back of her head. By the time their antics concluded, 2 hours had passed. Wanwan was somewhat speechless. Were you not going to teach me how to control my soothing power? Is it truly acceptable to squander time like this? This is hardly wasting time. It is enhancing familiarity, beneficial for the upcoming lesson. Wanwan. Su Jui had begun to bleed from his nose upon first seeing Wanwan's figure. Now, he could gaze at her openly, quite comfortably. Wanwan kept her eyes closed, striving to control her soothing power under his guidance. Meanwhile, he could hardly tear his gaze away from the subtle curves of her body as she moved. At one moment, he even earnestly commented to himself, beautiful. Wanwan remained blissfully unaware of this. After their training ended, as she was about to exit the room, Su Jui caught her. He enveloped her in his arms, burying his head in her neck, inhaling her scent. Wanwan could not fathom why her partners all relished this action. She could only attribute it to her overwhelming charm. Su Jui's breath was heated, causing Wanwan to instinctively shrink away. Suddenly, a familiar kiss grazed her neck, even descending slightly.
So soy.
Wanwan gasped, hastily reaching to stop him. Yet he effortlessly seized her wrist, his golden eyes fixed upon her, brimming with deep affection and a hint of grievance. Wanwan, did you not say that as long as you maintained your boundaries, you would grant me everything else? That sounded quite familiar. Wanwan recalled Hung Yen saying something similar. Su Jui, do not act recklessly. Dark currents surged within Su Jui's gaze as he remained silent. A wordless refusal. Wanwan attempted to withdraw her hands to embrace herself, but Su Jui had anticipated this, firmly restraining her wrists. With one hand, he teasingly tugged at the strap of her long skirt. Wanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Jui, you are the imperial crown prince. You cannot behave so brazenly. 2 hours later, Su Jui's cheeks remained flushed, yet he managed to suppress his impulses and released Wanshan's hand, meticulously zipping up her skirt. Wanshan felt weak and powerless. Her eyes, resembling autumn waters, glared fiercely at him. It is often said that royal scions experience their awakening to desire rather early. It appears to hold true in this case. How else could he suddenly possess such knowledge? Even without consummating anything, she found herself utterly drained of energy. Does Wanshan look at me like that still? Su Jui's elongated phoenix eyes narrowed, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. Though his words were unspoken, they were sufficiently suggestive to stir the imagination. Wanshan quickly averted her gaze, internally gnashing her teeth in frustration.
Fortunately,
her training in controlling her soothing powers had yielded significant results. After returning home today, she would no longer need to indulge in such shameless revelry here daily. From now on, this seemingly aloof and ascetic man would not dare to lay a finger on her again. Observing the animated expressions on her face, Su Jui could easily discern her thoughts. His smile deepened, and as if struck by an idea, his eyes brightened momentarily before he quickly composed himself. After assisting Wanshan in dressing properly, he carried her to the adjacent lounge where a meal had been prepared. Nestled in his embrace, she only had enough strength in her fingers to grip tightly. Attempting to feed herself was nearly impossible, prompting another glare in his direction. Instead of feeling annoyed, Su Jui was in high spirits, deliberately seeking to tease Wanshan. He placed a piece of dessert in his mouth and brought it close to her. Wanshan, eat. Wanshan rolled her eyes. Absolutely not. Wanshan, be good.
Eat.
The sweet aroma of the dessert wafted into her nostrils, and her stomach betrayed her with an audible growl. She was indeed starving. Grinding her teeth in resignation, she thought, well, it's not as if they hadn't kissed before. Taking a bite of the dessert, the rich flavor enveloped her taste buds, eliciting a satisfied sigh. Yet, Su Jui had already placed another piece in his mouth, having just tasted one. Wanshan was still hungry. How could she resist the enticing scent? She took another bite. Thus, they alternated. He would take a bite, and she would follow suit. Moments later, feeling somewhat satiated, Wanshan finally felt revitalized, her strength returning. Noticing Su Jui's intent to continue teasing her, she quickly devised a plan and bit into the food he offered. However, this time, instead of eating, she stood up and playfully kissed his face, leaving traces of cream from the dessert upon him.
Ha ha ha.
This is too funny. Su Jui's noble and elegant demeanor transformed into something lighthearted and amusing, resembling a jester. Observing his handsome features adorned with cream, Wanshan laughed until she could barely stand upright. Surprised by her vengeful spirit, Su Jui tightened his embrace, capturing her laughter with a kiss. The sweet aroma of cake mingled with the comforting power, causing his gaze to grow hazy. He instinctively deepened the kiss, savoring the sweeter taste of Wanshan. She blinked, and her hand found its way to his chest, causing Su Jui's eyes to suddenly glimmer with a hint of crimson. Chapter 139. Indulging in affection after a prolonged interlude in the lounge, Wanshan found herself cradled in Su Jui's arms, being carried back to her room. He deftly maneuvered past the guards, ensuring that no one realized it was their crown prince escorting her home. Wanshan's training in controlling her soothing powers had proven quite effective when she soothed the soldiers again. She could manage her strength to merely a tenth of what it had been before. Although she required more frequent calming sessions, she had avoided causing the disturbances she once did. Your Highness, those who witnessed misused soothing have been properly managed. No rumors will circulate. His subordinate reported respectfully, while kneeling. Su Zhui lightly brushed his fingers over the rose petals on the table, adjusting their angles with precision. A perfect 45 degrees. Excellent. He trimmed away the excess leaves from the stems and spoke slowly. We shall attribute the previous instance of soothing to the involvement of an instructor from the Imperial Academy, which accounted for such formidable calming powers. Understood, his subordinate replied promptly. Su Zhui waved his hand, signaling for him to withdraw, and patiently selected several more flowers from the nearby vase. He arranged them in an exquisite pink vase and instructed them to be delivered to Yuan Shan. Let these flowers accompany her while I attend to some matters. As thoughts of Yuan Shan filled his heart, it felt as though something warm and comforting enveloped him.
Ding.
A new message arrived on his wrist communicator. Yuan Shan opened her message list, scrolling past several messages from her beastmen companions until she came upon one from Qi Yan, offering her greetings. She held a considerable respect for this gentle yet timid sister, especially since she had raised Qi Ma Bai. They often exchanged pleasantries and engaged in light conversation. Naturally, she hadn't forgotten about her beastmen companions, as her communicator was constantly buzzing with messages. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan Shan replied with a few courteous words, and the response came swiftly. Wan Shan, I heard from Ma Bai that you also play that game called swordplay in the Jianghu. Is that true? Swordplay in the Jianghu? Yuan Shan suddenly remembered something, springing abruptly from her seat. Oh no, I completely forgot. She had left her adorable NPC, Zhuxing, behind in the game. With all that had transpired lately, she had neglected to log in. She had promised Zhuxing she would check in every few days. Last time, he had mentioned that if she didn't log in, he would perish. How could she have forgotten? Cursing herself under her breath, Yuan Shan hastily replied to Qi Yan and then abruptly ended the communication. She dashed back to her room, retrieving the game pod she had brought from the capital. This game pod did not require a direct energy source, as it charged automatically and could be used immediately. Yuan Shan set the game pod upright and quickly lay down inside. Meanwhile, in a subterranean chamber far away in the capital, someone seemed to sense something and suddenly opened their striking purple eyes. Data raced through their vision. In an instant, they pinpointed the exact strand they sought amid billions of data points. A flash of purple light swiftly merged into it. The familiar sensation of dizziness washed over her. When Yuan Shan regained her footing, she found herself in a paradise-like realm. It was a rugged cliff adorned with a robust peach tree, its branches laden with blossoms. A gentle breeze carried the delicate fragrance of peach blossoms. Beneath the tree, a stone bed cradled a figure. Long strands of light purple hair cascaded down the stone, swaying gently in the wind. While Yuan Shan had seen the glossy, vibrant side of that purple hair before, now it appeared dull and lifeless, reminiscent of withered grass, threatening to fall away and wither at any moment. A pang of concern gripped her heart as she hastened toward the stone platform. Upon witnessing Zhuxing's current state, her nose tinged with bitterness, and she could not help but feel tears welling up. The figure on the bed appeared frail. The sheer purple garments draping over him looked excessively loose, as if they were several sizes too big. His exposed hands seemed thinner than before, with the bones of his wrists starkly visible. The only feature that remained recognizable was his face. It was still as striking as when they first met, with clear brows and a handsome visage. Yet, it seemed to be his final act of stubbornness, gathering all his energy to stabilize the expression on his face. Yuan Shan's heart ached profoundly. It was her fault. She had forgotten that he had been waiting for her all along. Gently, she approached the stone bed, reached out to grasp his emaciated hand, and softly called out, "Zhuxing?" The figure on the stone bed lay with closed eyes, his handsome face pale and translucent, resembling a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. Noticing his lack of response, Yuan Shan applied a little more pressure and called out twice more, "Zhuxing, Zhuxing. I've come to see you." His beautiful purple eyes slowly opened, resembling shards of amethyst sparkling with a celestial light. He appeared momentarily dazed, gazing at Yuan Shan without blinking. Suddenly, as if in disbelief, he reached out a hand towards her. Yuan Shan quickly seized his hand and pressed it against her cheek. "Master, it truly is you." As he felt the familiar warmth, Zhuxing seemed to confirm something, bursting into tears of joy. Tears shimmered in his beautiful purple eyes as he attempted to rise, only to falter and collapse back down. It was then that Yuan Shan realized just how frail his body had become. There was not a single inch of flesh on him. He was painfully thin. How could this be? Yuan Shan found it hard to fathom that the once stunning man with sculpted abs had deteriorated to this state. Zhuxing's expression turned frantic. and he instinctively recoiled, as if fearing Yu Wanshan might discover something. Was it because of her? Suddenly, Yu Wanshan understood and hastily pulled back his sleeve.
Indeed.
His body had begun to self-destruct, showing signs of severe corrosion. Her heart clenched tightly as she held onto his hand, refusing to let him withdraw, and looked into his eyes with fierce determination. Tell me, how can I help you recover? Does Master truly wish for me to be restored? Zhu Xing timidly lifted his gaze, the hope in his purple eyes flickering only to dim once more. He shook his head, his voice tinged with despair. In this condition, Master will surely disdain me. Please, abandon me. When I perish, a new NPC will take my place. What nonsense are you speaking? No one else can replace you. I desire only you. Yu Wanshan knelt beside the stone bed, blocking him beneath the peach blossom tree, her grip tightening around his wrist.
Tell me,
how can I help you recover? Her gaze was unwavering and resolute. Zhu Xing's eyes trembled, and his tightly clasped hands loosened slightly. If Master wishes for my restoration, then please cherish me. Yu Wanshan's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't anticipated Zhu Xing would vocalize such a request. Were all the NPCs in this game so peculiar? Did they truly require the comforting touch of a female beastman? Chapter 140. 1 month. Yu Wanshan's expression was somewhat grim. Zhu Xing's heart quivered. His grip tightened and then relaxed, a sorrowful glimmer surfacing in his downcast eyes, his voice laced with despair. If Master does not wish it, then so be it. With that, he attempted to lie back down, awaiting obliteration like a withered elder. I do not refuse. Yu Wanshan quickly grasped him, exclaiming, I merely fear for your frail body. How could I bring myself to do such a thing to someone so emaciated? Fearful of hurting his pride, she refrained from voicing her thoughts completely. Yet, Zhu Xing clearly misunderstood. Upon hearing Yu Wanshan's willingness, his eyes shone with an alarming brightness. Master. He gazed at her, his fingers gently tugging at her sleeve, reminiscent of a puppy seeking a reward. Yu Wanshan exhaled, though she did not comprehend why the NPCs in this game required comforting power. Nevertheless, what she possessed most abundantly was the ability to console. Even if he was physically limited and unable to take the final step, she could do it for him. Remembering the once radiant Zhu Xing, a surge of warmth filled her heart. She would help him. Meeting his exquisitely pale face, Yu Wanshan lifted his chin and pressed her lips against his. The scent of geranium wafted into her nostrils, stirring her heart. Simultaneously, her hand found its way to his chest. As she felt his bony frame, Yu Wanshan cradled his head, deepening the kiss. His essence was as refreshing and pure as his being. In mere moments, her cheeks flushed, and his purple eyes grew hazy. Yu Wanshan had already begun to part his garments. Beneath the thin white undergarment, the once vanished sculpted abs had silently reappeared, and his firm chest radiated a healthy resilience. Even the powerful lines of muscle on his long legs were evident. Yu Wanshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Was her kiss truly so potent? Had a single kiss restored Zhu Xing to his former vitality? Still in a daze, she found herself enveloped in Zhu Xing's embrace. Before she could react, his lips found hers with precision. It was she who had initially felt pity for him and intended to take action. Yet it had transformed into a one-man show by Zhu Xing. Yu Wanshan hardly had time to process anything, her mind going blank. A gentle breeze swept through, petals fluttering down, enveloping them in a delicate dance. One particularly mischievous petal landed on Yu Wanshan's shoulder, which Zhu Xing promptly devoured. Yu Wanshan began to question the authenticity of this game, swordplay in the Jianghu. Why was it that while others engaged in swordplay, she found herself entangled with a handsome NPC in such a scandalous manner? Was the game designer truly so frivolous? Who crafted this play element? Would she ever be able to dominate the world and wield her sword in the Jianghu? Yu Wanshan mused, both blissful and bewildered. Just as her thoughts began to form, the robust Zhu Xing lifted her into his arms. The sun hung high in the sky, the mountain breeze remained unceasing, and the falling peach blossoms showed no sign of stopping. Yu Wanshan felt as though an eternity had passed, long enough to have consumed 3 full recovery potions from the system. Yet, Zhu Xing appeared utterly unfazed, growing increasingly fervent. This was absurd. Even stranger was the eerie silence surrounding the cliff. There were no chirping birds, buzzing insects, or human voices. It was as if a hidden paradise had been crafted solely for the two of them. Yu Wanshan, initially shy in the wilderness, was now utterly lost in the moment. Time passed, and still, the sun shone brightly, The breeze remained gentle, and the man behind her did not release her. Wanwan, however, could not contain her impatience any longer. She shifted position, settling upon Zhu Xing's lap. Grasping his chin, she applied gentle pressure. How long have we been here?
Not
long. Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Zhu Xing's expression suddenly tightened, and the veins in his hands gripping the stone bed bulged. A month.
What?
Wanwan was taken aback. Had it truly been a month? She still needed to console the Imperial soldiers. Had she really spent a month in the game? Why hadn't he reminded her? Was it intentional? Observing the anger on Wanwan's face, Zhu Xing quickly grasped her hand and wrapped his arms around her waist, attempting to soothe her. Do not panic. A month in the game is merely a day in reality. Is that so? Wanwan was astonished. How had she not known that swordplay in the Jianghu was so extraordinary? It could even alter the flow of time? This game was supposed to replicate the real world one-to-one, including the sun, moon, and time. Rest assured, Master, it will not delay your affairs in the real world. Zhu Xing looked up at her, his beautiful face filled with longing. He held Wanwan's hand, kissing it tenderly. His voice was warm, reminiscent of a babbling spring, yet laden with deep affection. Master, kiss me again. Wanwan's heart trembled. He should have recovered by now, shouldn't he? Yet in this manner, Wanwan ultimately finds herself unable to resist the allure of beauty, especially when this enchanting figure incessantly refers to her as master. Not as wife, nor as lady, but simply master, as though he were her possession, to be ravaged at her whim. Wanwan's heart stirred, and her hand instinctively cradled his chin, bestowing a kiss upon his delicate lips, a mere prelude. In the next moment, Zhu Xing embraced her waist, deepening the kiss. By the time Wanwan exited the game pod, the sky outside had once again darkened. As she rubbed her sore body, a peculiar sensation washed over her, akin to having died and been resurrected. System, the complete tonic. After the system accurately administered its remedy, Wanwan felt a significant alleviation. By the way, system, why do I still feel soreness in the game world? Moreover, it seems your complete tonic can alleviate my discomfort within the game? This question, the system stroked its chin, honestly shaking its head. Wanwan sighed, accepting once more that the system was new. Given its novelty, some ignorance regarding certain matters was understandable.
Click.
The door swung open, revealing Su Zhui's handsome and refined visage before Wanwan. She fell silent for a moment. What are you doing here? She had previously bid him farewell, stating that she would not be attending the training to control her soothing powers. Su Zhui had agreed, hadn't he? Could it be that he had been waiting outside while she was immersed in the game world? Just as Wanwan was lost in thought, Su Zhui had already pulled her into his embrace. The faint scent of dragon saliva filled her nostrils, compelling Wanwan to inhale deeply. This man smelled divine. She nuzzled against his chest a couple of times before Su Zhui adjusted her position. Wanwan, did you not say that whenever I needed soothing, I could seek you out at any time? His golden eyes brimmed with a hint of grievance. He had actually arrived 2 nights prior. However, Wanwan had been so engrossed in the game that she had not emerged, and he did not wish to disturb her, so he had waited outside. Unbeknownst to him, this wait had lasted a full 2 days. Were it not for the safety indicator light of the game pod remaining lit and the presence of nutritional supplements inside, he would have intervened long ago. Wanwan's mouth fell agape in surprise. Indeed, she had said so. Yet, Su Zhui appeared so vigorous and in excellent condition, showing no signs of energy turbulence. What need was there for soothing? Wanwan, I feel unwell here. It must be energy turbulence. Touch me. Su Zhui took her petite hand and guided it beneath his open shirt. His firm, elastic chest muscles were a familiar sensation to Wanwan, instantly conjuring images of Su Zhui without a shirt. Beneath his well-defined chest lay a perfectly arranged set of abdominal muscles. Further down, a flawless V-shaped line. Wanwan had initially thought that as a prince of the empire, he would be somewhat frail. However, having seen and felt it firsthand, she realized that he was anything but. His previous nosebleed was certainly not due to weakness. Su Zhui's expression remained fixed on Wanwan, watching as her demeanor shifted and her gaze flickered, recognizing that she was becoming flustered. He swiftly pulled her closer, lowering his head to capture her lips. Wanwan's mind momentarily blinked, her body surrendering to instinct. Su Zhui always followed through on his promises, never shying away from the final step. Yet he left no stone unturned in the journey leading up to it. As night deepened, Su Zhui gently laid the slumbering Yu Wanshan upon the bed before stepping into the study. The communication device on his wrist activated, and a pale visage appeared on the translucent blue screen. Lu Ju. Su Zhui's eyes flickered, his voice lowering. Father, your health, cough, cough. Lu Ju appeared wan. As though burdened by illness, he coughed heavily before slowly shaking his head. The Empress has delivered this month's medicine on time. I am fine. I merely wish to converse with you. After a few exchanged words, Lu Ju's complexion paled further, and he swallowed hard, managing a faint smile. Zhui, you have grown up now. If you encounter a girl you like, bring her home for me to see. As long as she is someone you cherish, I will embrace her with open arms. A girl he liked? Su Zhui's mind conjured the image of a delicate face. Should he bring Yu Wanshan back to the imperial capital for his father to see? No, that would not do. If his father saw her, the Empress would as well. This would not bode well for Yu Wanshan. This was also why he had heeded her words and refrained from becoming her beast husband. Su Zhui pressed his lips together, reluctant to disappoint his father's good intentions. He nodded. Very well. Should I encounter someone I cherish, I will certainly bring her for you to see.
But not now.
All right.
All right.
The latter part of his sentence remained unspoken. However, Lu Ju was astute. He sensed something in his son's gaze, a stirring excitement within him. Yet he also understood that his son was often bound by circumstance. He would not force Su Zhui into anything. He merely wished to express his stance. If I do not have the opportunity to meet her in the future, you must treat her well. Father. Lu Ju's words were abruptly interrupted by Su Zhui's disapproving frown. Lu Ju chuckled lightly. He knew his son cared for him and chose not to argue further. Yet he secretly resolved to make a decision. Tonight. Su Zhui was different from usual, seemingly imbued with a wild fervor. Yu Wanshan clung to his neck. The currents of desire surged within Su Zhui's golden eyes as he gazed at Yu Wanshan's youthful face. An impulse surged within him, to claim her, to become her beast husband, to bring her home to meet his father. Yet, those chaotic thoughts dissipated in an instant, jolting him awake. Su Zhui hastily applied the brakes. He yearned to become Yu Wanshan's beast husband, but not now. The Empress already harbored doubts about Yu Wanshan. Should she discover that Yu Wanshan possessed soothing abilities rivaling sss, the consequences would be dire. He tenderly caressed Yu Wanshan's flushed cheeks, showering soft kisses from her brow to her chin. Breathing in the air rich with her potent soothing aura, he held her tightly. He must not become her beast husband at this moment. He could not endanger her, he simply could not. In the afternoon, having completed her soothing task for the day, Yu Wanshan chatted with her beast husbands while sipping on crimson fruit juice. Note: Serpent with the Moon. Wanshan, I miss you dearly, but something urgent has arisen on my end, and I am unable to come find you for the time being, he texted, his expression one of sorrow. What could have happened so suddenly? Yu Wanshan also missed her little serpent husband. After all, she had only recently accepted him, and their honeymoon phase had barely begun before they were separated for such an extended period. It's the foreign aberrations. They've suddenly gone berserk, attacking the defenses of the Divine Serpent clan. I find these aberrations rather unsettling. Wanshan, you must be cautious in Mu City. If any aberrations appear, you must protect yourself until I can come to rescue you. A thought crossed Yu Wanshan's mind. Was there truly such a change occurring in the outer realms? The serpent had shared much about the aberrations, causing unease to stir within her. Aberrations, being low-intelligence creatures, rarely gathered together for an attack. It was indeed unusual. Although the Divine Serpent clan was quite distant from Mu City, one could never be certain whether the aberrations would approach. Pondering this, Yu Wanshan sent a few comforting voice messages to the serpent before relaying the situation to Su Zhui. Su Zhui enveloped Yu Wanshan in his embrace, his lips brushing lightly against the nape of her neck, causing a ticklish sensation that prompted her to gently pat his head. Stop fooling around. I am discussing serious matters. I am listening. Su Zhui's deep voice, tinged with a husky timbre, resonated in Yu Wanshan's ear. Yu Wanwan felt a tingling sensation and instinctively shrank back. Ever since she discovered her ears were exceptionally sensitive, Su Zhui had never missed an opportunity to tease them. Su Zhui, the crown prince. You must urgently arrange for someone to investigate. We cannot afford any mishaps. His kiss had already descended upon her neck, forcing Yu Wanwan to tilt her head back. The kiss was delicate and fragmented, akin to the gentle patter of rain on lotus petals. Yu Wanwan's grip on his garment tightened and relaxed in rapid succession. her mind in a haze as she heard him say, "I have already dispatched personnel to scout beyond the borders, and the defenses of Moose City have been strengthened. Wanwan need not worry." As his words hung in the air, a fervent kiss followed. Soon, Wanwan's mind was devoid of thoughts of strange creatures or defenses, leaving only a vast emptiness. Chapter 142. Slaying Beasts, Your Highness. Traces of strange creatures have been discovered near the eastern city wall of Moose City. In the quiet office, Su Jui perused the report handed to him by his subordinates, his brow slightly furrowed. He was already aware of the frequent activities of these creatures without Wanwan's warning. Although no large-scale incidents had yet occurred, precautions were essential. Send scouts to investigate further. Report any findings immediately. Additionally, triple the patrols. Signal at the first sign of any anomalies. Understood, his subordinates acknowledged before departing. Outside the window, the sky was overcast, heavy clouds obscuring the sunlight. Gazing into the distance, where shadows of the unknown stirred ominously. This time, the disturbance likely extended beyond mere strange creatures. Moose City was far from peaceful. With that thought, he withdrew his gaze and quietly made his way to Wanwan's chamber. The roses on the table were in full bloom, infusing the room with a subtle floral fragrance. Wanwan lay in the gaming pod, her expression serene. Su Jui observed her for a moment, then rose to trim the roses and water the potted plants on the windowsill before slipping out quietly. Wanwan was engaged in a battle within the game. Facing a jade-faced fox, its entire form adorned in shades of pink, yet possessing a visage capable of changing its appearance. Although her level had risen to 45, her skill proficiency remained somewhat unrefined, and after several attempts, she failed to strike the creature. This prompted mocking laughter from the jade-faced fox, igniting a flush of anger on Wanwan's cheeks. Another meticulously prepared attack was evaded, and the fox leaped atop the highest stone pillar, looking down at her with derision. Its laughter echoed through the serene cavern, leaving Wanwan feeling both humiliated and infuriated. After all, she was an orc who had honed her skills in the wilds for years. How could she falter against a mere game? The once normal handsome NPC, Zhu Xing, stood nearby, amusement flickering in his eyes as he observed Wanwan's 15th failure. Subsequently, he discreetly moved his fingers within his long sleeves, selecting a strand from the vast sea of data and effortlessly altering the code. The jade-faced fox, which had been laughing boisterously atop the pillar, suddenly ceased its mirth. Its body stiffening, rendered immobile. Wanwan seized the moment, charging toward the pillar with her sword drawn. With a swift plunge, the blade pierced the fox's chest, spraying a burst of blood. The fox, caught off guard by the game glitch, found itself helplessly awaiting its demise at Wanwan's hands. Watching her bright eyes filled with delight, the fox seethed in frustration, its crimson gaze flashing with fury before it unleashed a barrage of icy rays from its mouth. Wanwan, taken aback by the sudden assault, felt her body freeze, her movements slowed to a crawl. It wasn't until the sharp pain pierced her flesh that she gasped, stumbling backward. Zhu Xing, sensing something amiss, stepped forward to steady her while delivering a final blow to the jade-faced fox. The creature struggled not at all, collapsing lifelessly. Wanwan, are you alright? I feel so much pain. This jade-faced fox must have been poisoned, right? Wanwan's intuition proved correct. Zhu Xing meticulously examined her condition and confirmed that she had indeed been inflicted with a potent toxin. However, in this realm, even if Wanwan were to perish, he possessed the means to revive her instantaneously. It was merely an inconsequential poison, nothing of great concern. With a wave of his hand, he adjusted the code. Wanwan felt a sudden lightness, the discomfort that had engulfed her moments before dissipating. In its place arose an intense heat. She tugged at her collar, exhaling. I think the pain is gone, but I feel so hot. Wanwan irritably adjusted her clothing, likening her state to that of being afflicted by a love poison. Zhu Xing's eyes flickered with understanding as he grasped the significance. The jade-faced fox was known for its lasciviousness. The toxin she had just endured likely contained an element of lust. Wanwan, if it becomes unbearable, you can, before he could finish his sentence. Zhu Xing's gaze upon Wanwan intensified with fervor. Such a look was all too familiar to her. Gazing at his handsome face, she couldn't resist reaching out to caress his cheek. The cool sensation provided her with a measure of comfort, yet her body's yearning became increasingly pronounced. After all, he was her NPC, what was there to feel shy about? Having spent the day battling monsters, they had yet to relish their time alone together. Wanwan wrapped her arms around Zhu Xing's neck, drawing her body closer to his embrace. This bold invitation instantly ignited Zhu Xing's desires. He lifted her chin and captured her lips with his own. Wanwan felt a twinge of misfortune. Why was it that every creature she slayed seemed to inflict her with love poison? Following the jade-faced fox, she personally wielded her sword against the mighty wild boar, the three-tailed cat demon, and the cave-dwelling mouse demon. After a fierce 30-round battle, she finally struck them down at the opportune moment. Yet, upon their demise, these game monsters inexplicably spewed forth love poison. Initially, Wanwan had not anticipated that these creatures would be as poisonous as the jade-faced fox. Caught off guard, she fell victim to their toxins. The waves of heat coursed through her, relentless and overwhelming. Unable to endure any longer, she once again collapsed into Zhu Xing's arms, seeking his aid to dispel the poison. As for the three-tailed cat demon and the cave-dwelling mouse demon, she had anticipated their attacks. After vanquishing the two demons, she swiftly retreated to shield her breathing. Yet, unexpectedly, she fell prey again. The familiar sensation of weakness surged through her, prompting a frantic throb in her temples. She could only draw Zhu Xing closer, capturing his lips once again. Wanwan had intended to savor the joy of leveling up through monster slaying. However, nearly two-thirds of her time had been spent clinging to Zhu Xing. Fortunately, he proved resilient. No matter how many times she pleaded, he never refused her. This brought her a sense of relief. Only after the love poison within her was entirely dispelled did she finally release him. Zhu Xing lowered his gaze, observing the woman in his arms, glistening with fragrant sweat, his eyes sparkling with starlight as a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Unable to resist, he leaned down to kiss her forehead. Wanwan, which monster shall we hunt next? Upon hearing this, Wanwan quickly shook her head. No more monsters. I need a rest. Each kill requires so many repetitions. Even with my restorative pills, this isn't how they should be used. Zhu Xing, upon hearing her words, furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering whether his arrangements had been overly intense, perhaps overwhelming Wanwan. Yet he couldn't help himself. Whenever he was with her, he longed to have her nestled in his arms forever. Chapter 143. The tenderness of love. Wanwan nestled in Zhu Xing's embrace, inhaling the familiar scent of geranium, warmth blossoming in her heart as she drifted off into a restful slumber. Rarely did Zhu Xing refrain from altering the code, allowing Wanwan to seek him out of her own accord. He simply held her quietly, allowing her to rest. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent notification sound echoed, and before Zhu Xing could silence it, Wanwan awoke from her slumber. She opened the message, and it was from Qi Yan. Is it you, Wanwan? This is Qi Yan. I finally spotted you online after much effort, so I hurried to contact you. Would you like to join me in hunting monsters? With a cute emoji, Wanwan blinked, her mind clearing as her interest peaked. It's me? Yes. Sister Qi Yan, where are you? Soon, Qi Yan sent over her coordinates. With a burst of energy, Wanwan leaped from Zhu Xing's embrace, hurriedly dressing herself. Zhu Xing pressed his lips together, irritated that he hadn't silenced Wanwan's message notification sooner. It was a rare occasion for Wanwan to log into the game, and their intimate world was disrupted just like that. Yet, seeing Wanwan so excited, he exhaled and chose not to intervene. Zhu Xing, hurry and change your clothes. Let's go find Sister Yan and play together. Wanwan had long struggled to find friends with similar interests in the game, so she certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. She looked up to see Zhu Xing gazing at her with tenderness. She had just counted his well-defined muscular lines. Wanwan quickly reminded him. Zhu Xing nodded, and in a swift motion as she busied herself, he donned a new outfit composed of code. It was a light blue robe adorned with flowing water patterns, shimmering with every movement. Coupled with his unparalleled and strikingly handsome face, along with his soft, light purple long hair, he resembled a breathtaking deity sprung from an anime world. Standing apart from the mundane, Wanwan was momentarily entranced, blinking several times, her mouth opening and closing in awe. Unable to resist, she bounded in front of Zhu Xing and touched his handsome face. Where did you get this outfit? It's so beautiful. The previous purple robe was stunning, but this blue one is extraordinarily handsome. It perfectly showcased his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Even though Wanwan had grown accustomed to his face, she was still astonished upon seeing it again. Do you like it, Wanwan? Zhu Xing inquired. Wanwan nodded honestly. After a brief contemplation, he waved his hand, and another light blue gown appeared. Its fabric matched his robe, resembling an ancient-style dress adorned with pearl and diamond pendants. When it swayed, it sparkled like starlight, akin to celestial attire. Yu Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a reward for having an NPC partner, if you like it, I will change your outfit every day. Zhu Xing smiled as he spoke, prompting Yu Wanwan to eagerly nod in agreement. I love it. I adore beautiful clothes. What girl wouldn't? Moreover, the dress before her was so exquisite that it seemed beyond the realm of reality. This outfit is a bit complex to wear. May I assist you in changing, Wanwan? Yu Wanwan, somewhat confused, nodded. Zhu Xing smiled gently and began to remove her previous clothing. Wait, I don't need to take off my undergarments, right? Yu Wanwan grasped his hand, blinking innocently. Zhu Xing, however, gently shook his head. As I mentioned earlier, this outfit is intricate. The undergarments are part of it and are quite lightweight. If we don't change them, the effect won't be as splendid. Oh, all right. Upon hearing this, Yu Wanwan reluctantly released his hand. A refreshing sensation washed over her, causing her to instinctively hug her arms. In the next moment, the soft gown enveloped her. The shimmering water patterns dazzled her eyes. Before she could react, a figure slipped beneath the delicate fabric. Through the thin material, their gazes locked. Yu Wanwan was momentarily stunned. Then, Zhu Xing, you. By the time it ended, Yu Wanwan felt like a porcelain doll, devoid of strength or means, as he effortlessly carried her toward the coordinates. Little did she expect that the dress could respond to Zhu Xing's desires and appear almost translucent, making it seem as though she were not wearing anything at all. The instant the dress became ethereal, Zhu Xing unexpectedly drew closer. As they neared the designated meeting point with Qi Yan, Yu Wanwan hastily consumed a nourishing elixir provided by the system. The fatigue dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief and satisfaction. In a playful act of retaliation, she bit Zhu Xing's shoulder before leaping from his embrace, glancing back at him with a glare. She wondered if Qi Yan had been waiting for her all this time. It was all Zhu Xing's fault. What a rascal. Zhu Xing chuckled softly, smoothing out the wrinkles in her dress with a casual gesture. The two outfits, made of the same fabric, walked side by side like the perfect couple's attire, attracting numerous gazes along the way. Following the coordinates and Qi Yan's ID, Yu Wanwan soon located the group. In the distance, she spotted a team of 7. A mix of men and women engaged in conversation, not far away. Qi Yan's ID read Yan Yan's Love, and beside her was a matching couple name, Love's Yan Yan. Qi Yan was at level 61, while Love's Yan Yan was already at level 80, clad in dazzling high-level equipment that exuded an aura of power. The other team members were around level 70, the highest being 76, slightly beneath Love's Yan Yan. Upon seeing Yu Wanwan, Qi Yan's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly approached with Love's Yan Yan. Sister Yan Yan, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Yu Wanwan felt a pang of guilt and was the first to apologize. No matter the reason for her tardiness, she was indeed late. Qi Yan, slightly taken aback, replied, No, we just arrived.
Huh?
Yu Wanwan blinked in surprise and turned to Zhu Xing, who wore a radiant smile and winked at her. Yu Wanwan suddenly remembered that Zhu Xing could manipulate the flow of time within the game. So, they hadn't been late? While they spoke, the other teammates turned to look as well. Upon noticing Yu Wanwan's level 45 hovering above her head, disbelief flickered in their eyes. Yan Yan's Love. Is the person you want to bring really her? As the words fell, a few members of the opposing team approached, their scrutinizing gazes making Yu Wanwan uncomfortable. Seriously? Level 45? Isn't that the entry level for the Icebound Cavern? Are you kidding me? One exclaimed. At level 45, you're essentially walking into death. One monster could easily wipe her out. Another chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Chapter 144. The Icebound Cavern. The other members of the team began to voice their disdain, their tones dripping with sarcasm and contempt. Their eyes swept over Yu Wanwan before settling on Zhu Xing, who had concealed his NPC orange name, appearing like an ordinary player. He and Yu Wanwan donned the same stunning yet impractical celestial attire, lacking any armor, easily mistaken for new accounts. Clearly, bringing along 2 level 45 novices into the dungeon would be a disgrace. Before Yu Wanwan could respond, Zhu Xing's expression darkened, ready to speak, but Qi Yan interjected. She is my sister and her friend. If you disagree, then neither my beast husband nor I will go. With Qi Yan's statement, the 7 players of level 70 fell silent. They exchanged glances, their hostility palpable. The beast husband she referred to was the level 80 character. Everyone knew that the level 80 would heed Qi Yan's words, and their entry into the Icebound Cavern relied on his strength. Without the level 80, they stood no chance against the Icebound Snow Beasts. Qi Yan was adept at leveraging her influence. Yet, They couldn't comprehend why they were already struggling to accommodate a level 61 Qi Yan, let alone 2 level 45 novices. Would there even be a chance of success? All eyes were fixated on the level 80 leader. The enchanting Yan Yan shifted her form and approached the beloved Yan Yan, wrapping her arms around her waist and saying, "Listen to Yan Yan." Wanwan blinked her eyes, finding the expression of this beloved Yan Yan somewhat familiar. "Sister, he's my brother-in-law," she whispered to Qi Yan, tugging at her sleeve. Qi Yan patted her hand. "This is my beast husband, Nor." With that, she cast a reassuring glance at her. With her presence, success was assured. Unable to contain her laughter, Wanwan realized that this was indeed her sister's husband. No wonder Qi Yan exuded such confidence. Was this the sensation of having a powerful ally in a game? Wanwan felt a pang of envy. The other players, all above level 70, exchanged glances but ultimately refrained from voicing dissent, nodding in agreement. Their willingness to enter the frozen cave dungeon was bolstered solely by Nor's presence. In swordplay in the Jianghu, reaching level 80 marked a pivotal threshold for skilled players. Attaining this level almost guaranteed a spot among the elite in the game. Should Nor withdraw, they would have no choice but to declare the dungeon a failure. "Since there are no objections, let us depart," Qi Yan declared. And the team made their way to the teleportation array leading to the frozen cave dungeon. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Yan edged closer to Wanwan, initiating a conversation. "Isn't this game delightful? After a while, I'll have Mo by create an account too. Then the four of us can traverse the Jianghu together, and I'll have Nor guide you in leveling up." The thought of Mo by playing the game excited Wanwan. Who wouldn't want adventure alongside their beloved beast husband? Like Qi Yan and Nor, becoming an enviable couple? Even if they couldn't be together in reality, they could meet in the game. Just the thought of it sent waves of longing for Qi Mo by through her. She nodded emphatically. "You must have him create an account quickly. I haven't seen him in ages." Qi Yan nodded. "Leave it to me." Ever since she learned that Wanwan could truly soothe Qi Mo by's energy surges, she had wholeheartedly accepted Wanwan as her brother's wife, devoted to their happiness. After all, there were countless suitors vying for Wanwan's affection, including the illustrious young master of the Music Association, Feng Keiji, and the esteemed young master of the Rui Shui family, Su Mo Chang. All were remarkable individuals, rivaling her brother. She feared that her brother's status might be usurped. Hearing that Wanwan also played swordplay in the Jianghu, she quickly obtained her contact information. However, it took numerous attempts before she finally connected with her today. It was imperative that she secure more time for her brother with his wife. Since Wanwan enjoyed this game, it was a given that Qi Mo Bai should also partake. The two were engrossed in conversation, oblivious to Zhixing, who was accompanying Wanwan, slightly furrowing his brow and pursing his lips. Did he truly believe he could compete for a world of two with her? How naive! Wanwan and Qi Yan were unaware of Zhixing's thoughts. Qi Yan assumed Zhixing was merely a gaming friend of Wanwan's and casually sent him a party invitation. They continued discussing the impending frozen cave dungeon. Wanwan, the snow monsters in the frozen cave are formidable at level 85. If we succeed, you could level up 10 times. Be sure to protect yourself. If you fall, you won't receive any rewards. I have plenty of survival gear for you to use, Qi Yan explained, sharing numerous tips about the snow monsters, all of which were relayed to her by Nor, who had previously cleared this dungeon multiple times and was quite familiar with the snow monsters. This preparation was specifically for bringing Qi Yan along. Although facing an 85 level monster as an 80 level player was challenging, it was not impossible with careful strategy. Moreover, the rewards from the snow monsters were plentiful. Fortune favors the bold. Wanwan accepted the gear Qi Yan offered and donned it with ease. The group arrived at the teleportation array for the frozen cave dungeon, initiated by the team leader, Yan Yan's beloved. A flash of white light enveloped them, and when they opened their eyes, they found themselves within the frozen cave dungeon. A palpable chill enveloped them, the icy atmosphere suffusing the air uncontrollably. The players above level 70 instinctively rubbed their arms, swallowing a couple of warmth pills. Even Qi Yan was swept into Nor's embrace, surrounded by a warm, protective aura. Wanwan, you don't need to fight. You can use your skills to keep warm, Qi Yan reminded her. Wanwan nodded, ready to warm herself when suddenly Zhixing reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Wanwan looked up, seeking clarification in his gaze. "Holding you will keep me warm," he said, his violet eyes shimmering with a hint of a smile. Wanwan recalled his previous audacity. In his presence, her clothing seemed to lose its substance, becoming entirely insubstantial. Concurrently, she felt her back's fabric thin out, the robust warmth of his chest pressed against her back, exuding a tantalizing heat. Wanwan gulped, gripping Zhixing's waist firmly as a warning, behave, or you'll regret it. Zhixing paused in his intended motion, his gaze flickering slightly.
All right.
I'll listen to you, he conceded. Fortunately, they were at the rear of the group. The others were too preoccupied with the snow monsters in the cave to notice their subtle interactions. Wanwan exhaled a sigh of relief, turning to glare at him. Zhixing's handsome face bore a pair of beautifully innocent purple eyes, blinking innocently. Yet his actions were anything but innocent. You stop it. Zhixing wrapped his arms around Wanwan's waist, leaning in close to her ear, his breath warm and suggestive. Wanwan, I'm being very obedient. No one will know. Wanwan's mind briefly short-circuited. Zhixing casually altered a few lines of code, causing small monsters to spawn and create chaos. Soon, the attention of the group ahead was entirely diverted to these little monsters, including the level 80 Nor. None noticed the blushing Wanwan or the smirking Zhixing. Even if they had, Zhixing could easily manipulate the code to obscure them from view. Zhixing had longed for Wanwan to enter the game, to share a world of two with her. Had it not been for Qi Yan inadvertently breaking through his information blockade, Wanwan would never have received her message. Nor would she have sought her out, disrupting their private world. Thus, he intended to reclaim what he had lost. He was the sovereign of this realm, the king of this world. Game characters were merely strings of data. With a mere thought, he could orchestrate any arrangement he desired. Hence, he acted with reckless abandon. Wanwan felt both embarrassed and vexed, repeatedly pinching his flesh, yet he effortlessly thwarted her attempts. She was wary of making too much noise and attracting the attention of those ahead, preventing her from being overly bold. This provided Zhixing with ample opportunity to indulge. Their playful banter was a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the front, as if they were merely out for a stroll rather than battling monsters. The crucial point was that no one had yet noticed. Deep within the frozen cave, the intrusion of the group quickly caught the attention of the snow monsters. The battle was about to commence. The first strikes came in the form of snowballs the size of fists. The snowball attacks were scattered and lacked significant power, merely serving to obstruct the movements of the crowd, causing no substantial harm. However, soon enough, the snowballs were interspersed with ice spikes. The velocity of these ice spikes was considerably greater, forcing even Noel, who was cradling Qi Yan, to divert his attention. Everyone was dodging left and right, taking cover from the assaults within the cave. Only Yuanshan was embraced by Zhixing, standing at the cave's edge. It was as if those snowballs and ice spikes had eyes of their own, landing beside the two and splattering shards of ice, yet they were utterly unaffected. Zhixing's violet eyes shimmered with an undercurrent of intensity, completely disregarding the ferocious group attacks surrounding them. Meanwhile, all other players, except for Qi Yan, had begun to assault the frozen snow monster. The raging snowstorm obscured nearly everyone's vision. Qi Yan activated all her defensive gear and took refuge behind a massive rock, waiting for the onslaught to cease. In the blizzard, no one could see Zhixing and Yuanshan anymore. This was an opportune moment. Zhixing's eyes sparkled as he swept aside the cloak draped over Yuanshan and turned her around. A searing kiss fell upon her lips. Once the storm had subsided, and while Yuanshan rested, clutching his neck, Zhixing gently set her down, carefully restoring her ethereal attire. Yuanshan's face flushed crimson as she gazed at the satisfied expression of Zhixing, playfully biting his shoulder. Zhixing, your audacity is truly growing. In such a tense atmosphere, he actually dared to inquire, do Yuanshan enjoy it? His voice, laced with ambiguity, brushed against her ears. Yuanshan felt her cheeks heat up, prompting Zhixing to stifle a chuckle upon witnessing her reaction. Knowing that Wanshan relished such thrilling experiences, he mused, next time. Let us try this in town. Yuanshan abruptly turned to him, her eyes accusing. Are you out of your mind? In the next instant, Zhixing grasped the back of her head, kissing her lips once more. Not crazy. With you, Wanshan, this brief time is far from sufficient. As the blizzard settled after their exchange, Yuanshan's cheeks remained aflame. Reluctantly, she requested a full recovery pill from the system, regaining some strength. At that moment, the 5 players who had earlier scorned her now found themselves encased in ice, immobilized and unable to affect the situation further. Only Noel's level 80 character was still battling the frozen snow monster. Qi Yan, trembling with fear yet uninjured, watched as Yuanshan and Zhixing approached without a scratch. The 5 players encased in ice widened their eyes in disbelief. Even with the defensive artifacts given by Qi Yan, how could Wanwan remain unscathed amidst the tempest unleashed by the frozen snow monster? And what of that calm, ethereal figure beside her? How was he so composed? They were completely unharmed. How could this be possible? Noel, too, was taken aback. The storm had persisted unusually long today. Despite his experience in the frozen cave dungeon, he found it taxing. Had the strength of the frozen snow monster increased?
But how could that be?
Aren't game dungeons merely data? How could they be casually augmented or diminished? Noel exhaled deeply, feeling a weight in his heart. Though the players in their low 70s were minor, they could contend with the smaller snow monsters spawned from snowballs. Yet now, they were frozen, leaving him as the sole combatant against both the formidable boss and the minor monsters. He was stretched thin, and the situation was dire. Of course, this was not lost on Qi Yan and the encased five. They were aware of their plight, yet they had no choice but to wait. "I'll help," Wanwan exclaimed, sensing the urgency, drawing her sword, but was halted by Zhu Xing at her side. "I'll carry you." With that, he lifted her and soared toward the frozen snow monster. Both Noel and Qi Yan gasped in shock, urgently warning them, "It's dangerous, come back." However, Wanwan and Zhu Xing seemed deaf to their pleas, recklessly charging toward the beast. How foolish. Two low-level players daring to confront the snow monster? They are courting death. They presumed the snow monster was made of paper. What kind of naive players were these? They deserved to perish. The five frozen players awaited the spectacle with schadenfreude. To them, Wanwan and Zhu Xing appeared as mere novices, boldly rushing toward the face of a formidable foe in such a high-level dungeon, a truly reckless endeavor. In this dungeon, dead players could not respawn, nor would they receive any final rewards. This was why they chose to remain encased in ice rather than recklessly charge to their demise. Encased, if Noel triumphed, they would still receive rewards. Should they perish, they would gain nothing. Should Wanwan and Zhu Xing be slain, the dungeon's victory would mean they could only watch as others distributed the spoils, with no chance of claiming anything for themselves. Hence, such behavior was deemed foolish in their eyes. Unbeknownst to Wanwan, she had already been disparaged countless times in their minds. Otherwise, she would have surely exploded in anger. Yet, all these thoughts were heard by Zhu Xing. His violet eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly devised a plan. With a swift motion, Wanwan's sword, guided by Zhu Xing, effortlessly pierced the heart of the snow monster. This not only stunned the five encased players, but also left Noel in shock. Was this the same snow monster he had struggled against with all his might? How could it be so easily struck at its heart by Wanwan? It was utterly absurd. The onlookers thought they were hallucinating and could not help but rub their eyes. They beheld the massive form of the frozen snow monster fracturing under Wanwan's blade, splitting into countless fine cracks, clearly suffering a severe blow. Noel quickly coordinated with Wanwan, delivering a powerful strike to the back of the frozen snow monster. Thud! A tremendous sound reverberated. The fissures across the monster's body shattered like countless porcelain shards, flying in all directions like daggers. A cacophony of sharp sounds ensued, as the entire cave resembled a battleground ravaged by bullets. Coincidentally, a few of those errant shards struck precisely into the foreheads of the five frozen players. When the cave fell silent once more, the five were irrevocably dead. Simultaneously, the section of the party list displaying their names turned a dull gray. Shortly thereafter, a line of resplendent golden text floated across the sky for all to see. Congratulations to player Wanwan for successfully defeating the frozen snow monster, the greatest boss of the frozen cave dungeon, alongside her beloved Qi Yan. Fortune smiles upon them, earning the orange quality treasure, Heart of the Ice, the orange quality armor, Frost battle armor, and the orange quality weapon, Xianbing spear. Meanwhile, the equipment dropped by the snow monster hovered before the trio. The five players, now in a spectral state, turned green with envy. This frozen snow monster had astonishingly dropped 8 pieces of exquisite orange equipment. What incredible luck! Had they not perished, they would have had their share of this orange equipment, at least 2 or 3 pieces. Moreover, aside from the orange gear, there were also purple and blue items, worth considerable sums. But now, due to the explosion of the frozen snow monster, they were all dead. In their ethereal state, apart from admiring the allocation of equipment by Wanwan and her companions, they were rendered utterly powerless. Qi Yan leaped into Noel's embrace, planting a kiss on her beast husband, her face radiant with pride and joy. "Wanwan, I'm giving you all this equipment. Once you don it, Your attack and defense will see considerable enhancement, which will greatly benefit your future monster encounters. Qi Yan said with a beaming smile, having made her allocation decision. Noelle nodded in agreement. Yan is absolutely right. A chuckle escaped Wanwan's lips. Sister and brother-in-law share such a lovely bond. However, she mused, the equipment would suit her sister far better than herself. She preferred this. The orange gear was indeed the highest grade equipment that Qi Yan could utilize. As for Wanwan, she had yet to encounter a situation that warranted her involvement. Politely declining Qi Yan's offer, she approached to pick up the heart of ice and waved at the two. Can I take this? Of course. If it weren't for you, Noelle might not have managed to defeat that boss. Qi Yan intended to offer further persuasion, but Wanwan's resolute stance against accepting the orange gear left her with no choice but to relent. Once Qi Yan had stowed away the equipment, Wanwan eagerly suggested, Sister Yan, shall we continue hunting monsters to level up? With the emblem of level 55 hovering above her head, her spirit soared. The thrill of leveling up was indeed addictive. Sounds good. Let us go. The two were in perfect harmony, returning to their team to confer with Noelle. Noelle heeded Qi Yan's counsel, while Zhixing paid attention to Wanwan. With no dissenting opinions, the party swiftly embarked on the quest to find suitable wild monsters for leveling. As for the others in the ethereal state, they resurrected back in town only after Wanwan and her trio had departed. Wang Meng. Are we just going to watch them walk away with 8 pieces of orange equipment, including the heart of ice? The lanky Yangqi rubbed his sore arms, shivering as he spoke, filled with discontent. The expressions of the others mirrored his displeasure, the haunting memory of being frozen by the snow monster still fresh in their minds. Those orange pieces of equipment should have been theirs too, yet they walked away empty-handed. To add insult to injury, they had even lost experience points due to their earlier demise. What do you propose we do? Wang Ming shot Yangqi a sidelong glance, raising an eyebrow. Heh. We can't touch that level 80 character, nor can we engage the 61 level female character under his protection, but those 2 level 45 novices. Even if they received the experience reward for defeating the frozen snow monster, they wouldn't exceed level 60. As long as that level 80 isn't with them, dealing with them should be child's play. Yangqi huffed disdainfully, his words igniting the ambitions of his companions. Given their own levels in the 70s, taking on 2 level 45 novices would indeed be a trivial task. When the time came, the heart of ice would be theirs, making this trip worthwhile after all. Let us wait outside the city. As soon as they separate, we strike. After concluding their discussion, they all drew their most reliable weapons and stealthily exited the town. Meanwhile, Wanwan and Qi Yan were in a frenzy of monster slaying. Within the narrow passage, Wanwan wielded a long sword while Qi Yan brandished a spear. One on the left, the other on the right, they unleashed a flurry of attacks, decimating the small, dark blue mushroom-shaped monsters that emerged, earning experience points. The ground was littered with the corpses of mushrooms. Noelle, clad in resplendent golden armor and seated with a heavy sword, rested while his gentle gaze remained fixed on Qi Yan. He had become accustomed to monitoring his wife's movements at all times, ready to assist should danger arise, whether in reality or in the game. On another note, Zhixing had inexplicably produced a small table and 2 chairs. Taking a seat himself, and gesturing for Noelle to join him. Raising an eyebrow, Noelle acquiesced, taking a seat and accepting the tea offered to him, savoring a sip. His deep-set eyes focused intently on Zhixing, a flicker of curiosity in his gaze. How did you discover this passage? Chapter 147. Resurrection. I've been in this game for so long and had no idea there were such high-level, high-experience, yet weak-attacking monsters lurking here. If you recalled correctly, this area should have been a forest he had visited not long ago. However, after Zhixing led them here, a castle and these underground passages had inexplicably materialized. Noelle's eyes brimmed with inquiry as he scrutinized Zhixing. Qi Yan had referred to Zhixing as a player, yet Noelle was skeptical. The man exuded a peculiar air of relaxation, managing to sip tea and engage in conversation amidst such an unpredictable and tumultuous environment, devoid of any semblance of vigilance. This demeanor was not characteristic of an ordinary player. Rather, it resembled someone accustomed to controlling a situation, surveying the lower ranks. Moreover, the earlier strike Zhixing had executed on the snow monster's heart was anything but ordinary. His intuition warned him that this man was not to be underestimated. Zhixing remained noncommittal to Noelle's scrutiny. In his heart, only Wanwan held significance. She was the sole focus of his attention. The sentiments of others were inconsequential to him. Noticing Jixing's reluctance to elaborate, Noelle chuckled softly and chose not to press further. Eventually, when Shi Yan grew weary from battling, the group bid farewell and parted ways. Wanwan, observing Qi Yan and the others log out of the game, intended to do the same. However, upon turning, she was met with Jixing's pitiful gaze. Master, would you accompany me back to the cliff? Jixing, Wanwan hesitated. She was all too familiar with that expression. Were game NPCs truly this formidable? Scratching her head, she had yet to voice a refusal when Jixing enveloped her in his arms. His kiss descended like a tempest, silencing all words she had yet to express. The expansive cloak enveloped Wanwan, and beneath it, their garments swiftly became ethereal. Outside the city, this narrow path was a requisite route for entering after engaging in monster battles. Wang Meng and his companions had been lying in wait for nearly 2 hours, eagerly watching the approach, yet they had seen no sign of anyone. Could those 2 level 45 novices have perished? Why hadn't they returned to town? Did they not need to replenish their stamina? Novices lose stamina quickly outside the city, requiring regular returns to replenish. With no sign of Wanwan and her companion, the only explanation could be their demise, leading to an immediate resurrection back in town. Damn it. This trip can't be for nothing, can it? If they did die, what would happen to the Heart of Ice? The group expressed their grievances, their faces grim. After all, the 2 novices could easily fall prey to wild monsters or be robbed by higher-level players. Just as they lamented, the ground ahead began to tremble. In an instant, the scene before them left them utterly astounded. A black hole suddenly erupted from the nearby earth, and moments later, a colossal burrowing worm monster emerged. This grotesque creature was covered in a viscous green slime, its mouth filled with hundreds of writhing teeth, inducing an overwhelming sense of dread in those with a fear of clusters. What shocked them further was that the worm monster, without warning, charged towards their ambush position, launching an unprovoked assault. Taken completely by surprise, the group was knocked to the ground, and the nearest teammate was gobbled up whole. The sickening crunch of bones echoed chillingly as the remaining members instinctively fled. However, the worm monster's strength far exceeded theirs. They barely managed to flee a short distance before they were all captured and thrust into its multitude of gnashing teeth, ultimately becoming its meal. With a flash of green light, they found themselves resurrected back in town, their expressions grim and deeply troubled. Within the maw of the worm-like monster, there emanated a stench so foul it struck at the very core of one's soul, rendering it unbearable. Yet, would they still venture forth? Indeed, what is there to fear? Could it be that this grotesque creature would assail them day after day? The value of the frozen heart far outweighed any apprehension. To forego such a prize would be a lamentable loss. After a brief deliberation, the group set out once more on the path to ambush Wanwan and her companion. In their minds, the worm-like monster was merely an unforeseen occurrence. Surely, they would not encounter it again. However, fate had other designs, and that very misfortune struck once more. Just as they stepped beyond the protective confines of the town, the worm-like beast appeared without warning. Once again, a monstrous tail swept through, sending the group sprawling, only to be devoured one by one in a gruesome feast. Flickers of green light flashed as they were resurrected within the town.
Ugh.
One woman, unable to endure the stench lingering in the creature's maw, retched violently. The others, too, were left pale and shaken. Having been felled twice, their levels had plummeted by 2 ranks, a disheartening setback after the arduous effort they had invested to level up. I refuse to believe it can continue to consume us. We shall join the others and exit the town together. Wang Meng proposed, and the others readily agreed, swiftly seeking out a party to follow. Outside the town, tranquility reigned, seemingly devoid of any abnormalities. The group's spirits lifted somewhat as they prepared to bid farewell to the party and set off in search of Wanwan. Suddenly, the worm-like monster reappeared. With alarming precision, it honed in on the positions of the 5 at the rear of their group, unleashing a devastating attack that sent them flying. In an instant, it voraciously consumed them once more. Back in the town, the 5, resurrected yet again, were at a loss for words. What on earth was happening? Why was the worm-like monster fixated upon them? They found themselves at the back of the party. Yet the creature chose to target them instead of the more vulnerable front ranks. Surely, I refuse to believe the wild monsters in this game possess such awareness as to single us out. Let us take a different route this time. After yet another harrowing encounter and subsequent revival, their levels had dwindled to the 60s. Should we continue on? Absolutely not. Let us log off. We shall return tomorrow. I refuse to accept that the worm-like monster can remain stationed there indefinitely. Meanwhile, within a quaint villa perched upon the cliff, Zhu Xing, cradling Wanwan, wore a barely perceptible smile upon his lips. Not just today, but tomorrow, the day after, and for all time. These five would find it impossible to play this game again. The moment they logged in, the instant they stepped beyond the town as protective barrier, the worm-like monster would be ever-present, relentless and unyielding. Is being over 70 levels truly impressive? Then let us reduce them to level 10. If that proves futile, we shall drive them back to level 1. The next time they encounter Wanwan, let us see if they dare to display their disdainful expressions. Let them attempt to ambush my little wife. Ha, how foolish. All of this remained unknown to Wanwan. Her eyes, tinged with crimson, parted slightly. Her mind a blank canvas. She resembled a resplendent rose in full bloom. Chapter 148. Wanwan had consumed nearly 5 of the great rejuvenation pills. Zhu Xing appeared to be perpetually tireless. As he held her close, his lips brushed gently against her neck. And the next inevitable step was to dissolve the garments upon her form. Were it not for the support of the great rejuvenation pills, she might have truly reached her limit. How long had it been? I still need to soothe the soldiers of Mu City. Wanwan leaned against Zhu Xing's shoulder. 2 months had passed in the game, equating to a single day in reality. Wanwan looked up in astonishment. Such a terrifying manipulation of time? Could an NPC in this game truly possess such power? Or was it solely Zhu Xing who could do so? Zhu Xing, are you really just an NPC? Wanwan reached out, twirling a strand of his light purple hair. The strands were resilient and slightly curled, easily wrapping around her fingers multiple times. Zhu Xing pressed his lips to her cheek, his voice low and melodious. Indeed. But if I am not merely an NPC, then not only within the game, but in your world, I long to be by your side at all times. Wanwan, do not question my intentions. I love you, now and forever. Moreover, he was nearing the completion of the genetic data he sought. Soon, he would be able to approach her as an ordinary man, rather than merely observing her within the confines of the game. Wanwan wished to articulate something further, but her mind had turned to a void. Zhu Xing. The next time I log in, I want to slay monsters and level up. She pouted in complaint. Originally, she could have become a formidable player, wreaking havoc upon the wild monsters. Yet now, her days were consumed by Zhu Xing's temptations, leaving her no time for advancement. Zhu Xing chuckled softly, noting that rather than focusing on leveling up, Wanwan might first consider her current rank. Wanwan, bewildered, lifted her gaze. To her astonishment, the level she had achieved through monster slaying had inexplicably risen from 57 to 60. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she exclaimed, This is 60? I haven't even fought any monsters. Zhu Xing gently embraced her. Yes, Wanwan, you have not slain any monsters, yet your level has risen. Leaning closer, he whispered teasingly, Because Wanwan has been cultivating with me. The newly upgraded abilities of an exceptional furnace body NPC mean that as long as Wanwan engages in dual cultivation with me, leveling up becomes far easier than through mere monster slaying. Wanwan, taken aback, turned to stare at Zhu Xing. Is it truly possible to level up this way? Zhu Xing gazed into her clear eyes, a surge of guilt welled within him. Was it truly right to lead his innocent little wife into such deceptions? After all, she was rather naive in certain respects. Yet, the thought of possessing Wanwan quickly dispelled any twinge of guilt. He had painstakingly sifted through billions of data points to find her. He had even secretly set the data of all the SSS-rated male orc matches to system errors to conceal them from those orcs. How could he relinquish such a magnificent opportunity due to a fleeting pang of conscience? Since Wanwan cared about her game level, why should he not indulge her? Wanwan, shall we level up together? The leveling up Zhu Xing referred to remained rather unconventional. Wanwan's cheeks flushed crimson. I just as she opened her mouth to speak, Zhu Xing pulled her into his embrace. Wait a moment, ISNT swordplay in the Jianghu a low-level competitive game? Why on earth has it escalated to cultivation? But her level had indeed risen. This indicated that Zhu Xing spoke the truth. Dual cultivation could indeed elevate her rank. Zhu Xing was quite the treasure. A vague sense of something being amiss lingered in her mind, yet she could not quite place it. Wanwan, wake up. Wanwan, wake up. It felt as though someone was urgently calling to her. Wanwan's eyes fluttered, slowly opening to find Shuazhui anxiously calling her from outside the game pod. Upon seeing her awaken, he hurriedly opened the pod and lifted Wanwan into his arms. Wanwan vaguely recalled that her level had just surged to 61. She was elated, only to be abruptly roused by Shoajoi. Her body felt weak and limp. She leaned against his frame, requesting the great rejuvenation pills from the system. What is happening? Why the urgency? Wanwan inquired, regaining some strength as she looked up at him. Before Shoajoi could respond, a resounding crash echoed from outside, as if something had been hurled against the villa's walls, causing the entire structure to tremble. Wanwan's heart raced. She believed she heard the sounds of intruders. The monsters are invading the base under the cover of night. We must leave at once. Shoajoi offered no further explanation. This invasion had come far too swiftly. Though he remained vigilant, he could not withstand the overwhelming onslaught of the otherworldly beings and had no choice but to retreat to the second line of defense. Observing his anxious demeanor, Yuanshan felt a twinge of unease in her heart. Let us hurry, she urged, wrapping her arms around his neck to facilitate his carrying her. Suzhui nodded slightly. Time was of the essence, and he had no opportunity for further explanation as he leaped out the window with her in his arms. Meanwhile, far beneath the Empire, the mainframe Unit 001 flickered with a violet light. The youthful figure reappeared upon the stone slab in the subterranean chamber. This time, he had grown his hair long, having realized Yuanshan had a fondness for his light purple locks. In moments of affection, she would gently nibble on the tips. And even during casual moments of rest, she could not resist curling a strand around her fingertips. With long, curling eyelashes fluttering, the youth slowly opened his eyes. Data surged within his violet irises, and gradually, his visage transformed, maturing into a strikingly handsome appearance. The youthful innocence that once characterized him swiftly dissipated, revealing defined muscular contours and the well-defined lines of an impressive physique, including the 8-pack abs that Yuanshan often praised. Below, long and powerful legs completed the picture. If Yuanshan were present, she would undoubtedly recognize the companion who had shared countless days and nights with her in the game world. He was none other than Zhu Xing. Moreover, he was the most humanized and advanced system mainframe, Unit 00, one of the Beastman Empire. Long ago, he had encountered Yuanshan in the sensory chamber of the Imperial Music Academy, though at that time, his little mistress remained blissfully unaware of his true identity. This had been part of his long-standing plan. Due to her unique constitution, being with her allowed him to collect her genetic information to perfect the body he had meticulously crafted. This endeavor had been in progress for quite some time, but he had not found the suitable individual until Yuanshan appeared. Chapter 149. Cheek pouch. Zhu Xing reached out to pinch his skin, testing its elasticity. It possessed the texture that Yuanshan favored. His enchanting violet eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed up at the dim ceiling of the underground mainframe chamber. Countless data points flashed rapidly in his gaze before coalescing into focus. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he plucked a strand of hair and whimsically wrapped it around his wrist. A replica bracelet, connected to Yuanshan's, materialized on his arm. Now, even without the game pod, he could see his little mistress at any time. He smiled, as if envisioning Yuanshan's petite face, her low, husky voice melodious to his ears. Yuanshan, wait for me. Soon, we shall meet in reality. At that moment, Yuanshan was cradled in Suzhui's arms, dodging the oncoming throngs of otherworldly beings. Previously, to calm the soldiers, their dwelling had been situated perilously close to the perimeter of the wood city, thereby becoming an immediate target for the invading creatures. Suzhui had already commanded the nearby beastmen to retreat to the second line of defense. His concern for Yuanshan prompted him to come personally for her. He was immensely grateful for his decision. Otherwise, Yuanshan, still in the game pod, would have remained oblivious to the impending danger. If she were to encounter the otherworldly beings, it would spell disaster.
Unbeknownst to Suzhui,
Zhu Xing had been attentively monitoring the conditions surrounding Yuanshan. Even if he had not intervened, Zhu Xing would never allow her to be harmed. After all, had he not taken the initiative to release her, Suzhui's calls from outside the game pod would never have been sufficient to awaken her. It was merely a matter of serendipity. Yuanshan leaned against Suzhui's shoulder to peer outside. The types of otherworldly beings attacking Wood City were numerous, but most were merely ordinary soldier-class entities. These creatures wielded their mutated forms, crafting thick-skinned whips of vines to strike against any obstacles that impeded their advance. The sounds of impact earlier in the villa had been the echoes of their striking vines. The strongest among the soldier-class beings only possessed B-class strength, easily manageable by the Empire's ordinary beastmen. However, Lurking among these soldier-class entities were also commander-class beings, whose power was significantly greater, with most reaching A-class strength. Some even attained S-class, their once light green markings darkening to a deep hue, and they possessed the crucial parasitic ability. Should they succeed in parasitizing a beastman soldier, that soldier's body would become a breeding ground for the otherworldly beings, swiftly rendering them combat ineffective, a significant threat to the beastmen. This time, the ratio of commander-class to soldier-class beings approached an alarming 50:1. In other words, among every 50 otherworldly beings, one was of commander class, an astonishing proportion. Historically, only during large-scale invasions of the Empire's borders had such ratios been observed. Behind these commander-class beings, there likely lurked general-class entities, truly formidable SS-level beings, some even having ascended to sss-level. Such circumstances were dire. And it was precisely why Suzhui had acted without hesitation in ordering a retreat to the second line of defense. The fortifications there were far more robust, and the firepower significantly enhanced. Yuanshan's gaze flickered. She had encountered numerous otherworldly beings, yet this was her first experience with such a mass incursion into beastman territory. Suzhui, have you noticed that these creatures are following us? She inquired, sensing something amiss as she observed their movements. As Suzhui led her to the left, the otherworldly beings mirrored his actions. When he maneuvered to the right, they followed suit. The darkness concealed Suzhui's awareness of this, but Yuanshan, glancing behind, discerned the truth. These creatures seemed to be pursuing them with intent. Suzhui cast a glance over his shoulder, his brow furrowing. Indeed, the otherworldly beings were in pursuit. This pace is too slow, Wanshan. You may have to endure a bit. Yuanshan, bewildered, wondered what she was to endure. Before she could ponder further, Suzhui gently set her down, and his form began to shift. His tall, elegant figure rapidly grew larger until, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a gigantic hamster, adorned in hues of purple and gold. Yuanshan was taken aback. Suzhui's true form was a hamster. The fluffy, pudgy creature bore no trace of the noble, aloof demeanor he possessed as a human. Instead, he exuded an endearing charm, especially when he squatted. Raising his tiny forepaws to his chest, an inexplicable delight filled the air. After overcoming her shock, Yuanshan nearly burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha.
Suzhui. How could your true form be so adorably cute? Ha ha ha. Had I known, I would have urged you to reveal it sooner. Yuanshan was genuinely amused. Who would have imagined that the cold and regal prince would possess such an adorable essence? Suzhui gazed at her with his golden eyes, a hint of resignation evident as he observed her laughter, which left her doubled over, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. He had anticipated that his true form would shatter expectations, hence his reluctance to reveal it in the presence of others. As Yuanshan laughed uncontrollably, he reached out with a paw, pulling her closer to his mouth and gently enclosing her within. Suddenly, the world spun around her, and then darkness enveloped her. Devoid of any light, a rich scent of dragon saliva filled her nostrils. Indeed, it was unmistakably the fragrance of Suzhui, but where was this place? Soft and plush on all sides, reminiscent of a hamster's belly, yet devoid of fur. As Wanwan grappled with her bewilderment, she found herself scrambling amidst her surroundings. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, prompting her to hastily crawl towards it, emerging with her head poking out. To her astonishment, she discovered that she was nestled within the cheek pouch of a hamster. The enormous creature darted through the darkness like a gust of wind, carrying Wanwan away at breakneck speed, with countless otherworldly beings trailing closely behind. With her head popping out from its mouth, Wanwan's face lit up with excitement. Who could have imagined that Suzhui's true form could whisk her away like this? Inside the hamster's cheek pouch, the temperature was a constant 37 degrees, warm and devoid of any breeze. She could peer through the gaps and marvel at the scenery. The sensation was utterly novel. Wanwan squealed with delight, rolling about within Suzhui's cheek pouch. Yet, at that moment, Suzhui was less than thrilled. Although he had transformed into his true form, he remained the same SSS-ranked beastman. He had not yet experienced Wanwan's profound soothing touch. The pheromones emanating from her body felt more like a dangerously alluring toxin, lingering tantalizingly at his nostrils and lips. Moreover, with Wanwan pressed against the side of his cheek pouch, her delicate figure snug against him, he could barely resist the allure of her captivating curves. Every inch of her body beckoned to him. Yet he found himself unable to embrace her and savor her scent for comfort. This torment was unbearable for the hamster. Su Jui's golden eyes darkened with a hint of crimson. He yearned to extract Wanwan from the pouch and kiss her passionately. However, the pursuing beings were still hot on their heels. This precarious situation was soon disrupted. A creature, as rotund as a mound of flesh, suddenly obstructed their path. A colossal vine, as thick as a barrel, swept towards them, nearly blocking Su Jui's route. His eyes narrowed, and he warned softly, Wanwan, it's a handsome-grade, otherworldly being. And not just one. As Su Jui beheld 6 identical handsome-grade creatures emerging from behind, his heart sank. While he could manage 1 or 2 with relative ease, 3 or 4 would be a stretch, but 7 was far too many. Judging by the thickness of their limbs, these 7 creatures undoubtedly possessed sss-level strength. Facing them alone would be a daunting challenge. Upon discovering the incursion of these beings, he had received numerous distress signals from beastman soldiers, prompting him to dispatch his personal guard for assistance. He had certainly not anticipated encountering 7 handsome-grade beings here. Wanwan peeked from the cheek pouch, observing the 7 formidable beings blocking their way, unable to suppress her sarcasm. Su Jui, have you disturbed the resting place of these creatures? Why are they all coming after you? Just a brief delay had allowed the low-tier otherworldly beings, which had been relentlessly pursuing them, to close in rapidly. It wouldn't be long before they found themselves trapped, sandwiched between foes. Su Jui furrowed his brow. He was no novice to the battlefield, yet tonight's events were indeed unexpected. The distress signals from the previously attacked Imperial beastmen seemed strategically designed to disperse his guard. Were they truly targeting him? However, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. The priority was to get Wanwan out of this predicament. He could not allow the otherworldly beings to encircle them. Resolute, Su Jui launched an attack. It was Wanwan's first time witnessing a hamster engage in combat. The sharp claws hidden beneath its fur could effortlessly rend the flesh of the otherworldly beings. Its flat teeth could easily pulverize their vine-like appendages. The sheer strength of its assaults was astonishing. Conversely, the hamster's rotund physique absorbed impacts with remarkable resilience, remaining unscathed. Wanwan was taken aback. Was this truly the adorable hamster from Blue Star that people cradled in their hands? Against the onslaught of 7 handsome-grade beings, Su Jui was holding his ground remarkably well. Truly, he was a member of the esteemed golden amethyst mouse royal lineage. Indeed, this world never judged based on appearances. Beneath its seemingly cute exterior lay dangerous claws and the capacity for fierce combat. During the fray, Wanwan seized the opportunity to unleash several beams of light elements, inflicting deep, visible wounds on the creatures that were averse to light. As Su Jui fought while retreating, the encirclement of otherworldly beings parted, creating an escape route. While repelling the creatures, he swiftly led Wanwan toward the newly formed opening. However, they had not fled far when, boom, a mound of flesh landed, causing the ground to tremble. Su Jui was forced to break abruptly, yet the sheer force knocked him over. Wanwan tumbled within his cheek pouch, disoriented. By the time she regained her composure, Su Jui had already engaged the mound. Upon closer inspection, the mound was formed by the 7 handsome-grade creatures merging together. Now towering like a small mountain, its vine-like appendages had a diameter of 3 meters. When struck against the ground, they left deep gouges. This was the result of their fusion ability. Consequently, both their speed and strength had increased exponentially, explaining how they managed to catch up so swiftly. Su Jui's expression soured as he dodged the mound's attacks, while explaining to Wanwan. Yet in the next moment, he was struck by a thick vine. His round body was flung away, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth.
So suoi?
Wanwan gasped, her heart racing with concern.
I'm fine, Wanwan.
Just wait. I'll find a chance to get you out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jui charged forward again. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed as they engaged in close combat. The mound possessed 7 robust vines, each requiring Su Jui to exert all his strength to counter. Despite his efforts to evade, he still sustained several blows. The sharp claws of the hamster severed the vines he managed to grasp, blood trickling down his side. Only then did Wanwan notice a gaping wound on his shoulder. He nudged her with his cheek, seemingly signaling her to be ready, then launched a ferocious offensive. In the moment he restrained the mound, a brilliant purple light emanated from above his head, enveloping Wanwan in an instant. A force of teleportation surged from the purple glow. Wanwan's brows arched. Su Jui's elemental power was, indeed, spatial. With no time to ponder further, she grasped his whiskers and flipped onto his head, both hands releasing dazzling spheres of light elements. As the mound was momentarily repelled by the light, Wanwan seized the opportunity to embrace the distressed Suzhui. Master, a miniaturized beast transformation potion. No sooner had Wanwan spoken than Suzhui rapidly shrank, cradled in her palm. The radiant purple light enveloped them swiftly. When everything settled, Wanwan and the gigantic hamster had vanished without a trace, leaving the enraged otherworldly beings floundering in confusion. In the dim underground stone chamber, 2 crimson lamps flickered. Wanwan crouched on the ground, staring wide-eyed at the palm-sized hamster before her.
Susuoyi?
She called out. The hamster remained unresponsive, tilting its little head, its eyes wide with curiosity. To her astonishment, Wanwan realized that Suzhui had utilized his innate spatial power, inadvertently rendering himself devoid of consciousness. He was now no different from an ordinary hamster. After calling his name twice without a response, Wanwan had no choice but to give up, casually tucking him into her pocket. To her surprise, the moment she did, Suzhui darted out of the bag's opening, swiftly climbing onto her head. Wanwan's eyes twitched violently at the corners as she hastily removed the little creature, only to stuff it back in, securing the lid firmly. To her astonishment, in the next moment, the tiny hamster pushed the lid aside and scampered out, leaping from her arms straight onto her head. Almost immediately, it lost its footing and began to slide down. With a look of alarm on Wanwan's face, it unexpectedly landed on her rather prominent bosom. Chapter 151. The Poisonous Scorpion. A pair of delicate pink paws clung tightly to the fabric of her clothing, halting any further descent. Just as Wanwan exhaled a sigh of relief, the little creature seemed to catch a whiff of something delightful and suddenly thrust its front paws forward. Before she could react, it burrowed into her tube top. The soft, furry sensation sent her pulse racing, and she quickly attempted to retrieve it. However, the little rascal, spotting her hand, dove deeper into hiding. Despite several attempts, she failed to coax it out, and the creature, frightened, only burrowed further within. Resigned, Wanwan paused her pursuit, when suddenly, the little creature poked its head out from the fabric, its tiny horns adorning its rodent visage. She intended to try again, but it was surprisingly clever. Upon seeing her hand, it dove back down. Unable to bear the ticklish sensation, Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle softly, pleading, "Please don't move. I promise I won't catch you." Once more, a tiny rodent had appeared, its eyes swirling with curiosity, and then it nuzzled against her curvaceous figure, displaying a look of satisfaction. Wanwan mused, much like its master, it was a rather lecherous little creature. Upon reflection, what aspect of her had it not seen before? Now, it was merely a matter of the rodent brushing against her. Since it was unwilling to emerge, she decided to let it be. Well, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Turning her attention away from the rodent, Wanwan surveyed the unfamiliar stone chamber surrounding her. The walls were crafted from exquisite glass, polished to a smooth sheen that reflected shadows of passers-by. In the center of the chamber lay a round pool of considerable size, resembling a bath. The pool was filled to the brim with a silvery liquid, and above it, a dragon-headed faucet poured forth the same shimmering substance. Having inquired with the system earlier, she learned this was a special water element known as silver ripple heavy water, which possessed the remarkable ability to expedite wound healing. Clearly, this was a hidden healing chamber belonging to someone whose identity remained a mystery. The dim lighting and eerie ambience suggested that the occupant preferred to remain unseen. Where, precisely, had her companion, Suzhui, transported her? Wanwan felt an urge to thump the little hamster's head in frustration, lamenting the reliability of the golden crystal mouse royal family. Before she could finish her complaint, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Someone was approaching. A jolt of alarm surged through Wanwan as she scanned her surroundings for a place to hide, but found none. With no other choice, her gaze settled on the central pool. The healing heavy water. Surely it was not poisonous? In the split second before the stone door swung open, Wanwan plunged into the water. The silvery liquid enveloped her, reflecting the dim red light of the chamber, soon descending into tranquil stillness. A pair of black boots stepped into the chamber, pausing momentarily at the entrance before raising a hand to illuminate 2 additional lamps within. Wanwan held her breath, pinching her nose as she concealed herself beneath the surface. She could hear the footsteps drawing nearer, followed by the sound of clothing being removed. She incredulously lifted her head, feeling the water rise incrementally. This person had actually entered the water. What was she to do? She was quickly running out of breath. Initially, she had planned to wait for the individual to leave before sneaking out, but now it seemed they were in no hurry to depart. Frustrated, she slowly lifted her feet, preparing to stealthily maneuver to the opposite side of the pool. Suddenly, a dark figure caught her eye. Before she knew it, she found herself staring eye to eye with a black poisonous scorpion at the bottom of the pool. The scorpion was palm-sized, yet its stinger glimmered ominously. Startled, Yuan instinctively lunged from the water, only to meet the gaze of a man whose eyes exuded a low, dangerous intensity. The man possessed striking features. His deep-set eyes, thin lips, and prominent nose complemented his lightly tanned, bare skin. He leaned casually against the smooth wall of the pool, arms outstretched, gripping the edges with muscular strength evident in his movements. Yuan's gaze wandered from his face to his well-defined chest, drawing her in with its allure.
Gulp.
Yuan swallowed hard. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, she would have applauded his striking physique. He was undeniably handsome, impressively built, if only one could overlook the chilling smile gracing his lips. Suddenly struck by a thought, Yuan scrambled to the edge, frantically warning the man, "Hurry up. There are poisonous scorpions at the bottom." With a slight smirk playing on his lips, the man remained unfazed by her warning. Yuan blinked in surprise as he extended his hand into the water, moments later emerging with several black scorpions perched atop his hand. "Is this what you mean?" His voice matched his demeanor, carrying a cold, sticky undertone. Yuan's heart raced, her face twitching awkwardly. "Oh, so they're your pets. I accidentally wandered in here. I assure you it was unintentional. I'll leave right now." She waved her hands in a placating manner, hastening toward the exit. Her instinct screamed that this man was not to be trifled with. Discretion was the better part of valor. However, as she reached the doorway, a swarm of black scorpions suddenly blocked her path. Your scorpions are in the way. Could you kindly ask them to move aside?" Yuan felt she was being rather polite. A reasonable person would have called back their pets by now. Yet, this individual was anything but reasonable. A smirk crept across his lips as he replied, "My scorpions have a taste for flesh. Why not offer them an arm? Feed them well, and they will let you pass." How cruel. Yuan's lips twitched in disbelief, her acting skills kicking in. "I still need my arms for eating, dear sir. I truly stumbled in here by accident. I beg you to let me go." Her face radiated innocence as she pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. The man tilted his head back slightly, a bemused smile playing on his lips. "If you're unwilling to part with an arm, a leg will suffice." Yuan realized with a sinking feeling why she found him so off-putting upon their first encounter. How could she possibly harbor any fondness for a man who contemplated dismemberment? "Please, I need my legs to walk." "Then perhaps your head," he suggested, the glint in his eyes darkening. "While there is not much flesh to spare. My scorpions have a particular fondness for human eyeballs." Yuan stumbled back, her heart racing. "Why you want to kill me?" His interest piqued. The man began to rise from the water. Towering at over 6 feet, he advanced toward her step by step, exuding an aura of intimidation. Yuan finally noticed the gaping wound on his chest, where bone was disturbingly visible beneath the mangled flesh. Chapter 152. Dog Chew. The wound was ghastly, marred with scars and mixed with fresh and dried blood, giving the impression of a pulsating heart. Coupled with the man's cold smile and the black scorpion perched atop his shoulder, Yuan felt a surge of dread. Today was clearly not her lucky day. Encountering such a person in this forsaken place was a stroke of misfortune. The malevolent aura surrounding him indicated that he was undoubtedly an sss-level beastman. In her current state, she was no match for him. Yuan retreated step by step until her back pressed against a stone pillar. The man loomed over her, his chilling smile resembling a guillotine poised to fall at any moment. Yuan suddenly felt that her life was in grave danger. "Big brother, considering my frail and pitiful state, would you be so kind as to spare me?" With her hands clasped in prayer, Yuan knew that such a plea was futile, yet she could not help but utter it. At that moment, with Suzhui losing his sanity, her only reliance was on herself. The crimson hue in the man's eyes was intense, suggesting the potential for an explosive outburst at any moment. Yuan's heart raced. Is this guy on the brink of madness? The host is quite astute. The opponent's collapse value has reached a staggering 99, and by all accounts, he should have lost his mind by now, yet he has managed to suppress it. Host, the wound on his chest was inflicted by a scorpion. The toxin can stabilize his collapse value. The reason he is submerged in that healing liquid is also to balance his collapse value. Host. I believe if we want to survive, we can exploit this aspect. The system's words hinted at a deeper strategy, and Wanwan's eyes flickered with understanding. You mean to first placate him, and then take advantage of his moment of inattention? Ahem, for every SSS beast husband I successfully acquire, I could obtain 2 body refinement pills. At that point, I could temporarily unleash all my strength, thus enhancing my chances of escape. Wanwan fell silent. The system intended for her to collect beast husbands again. Upon closer inspection, the man's appearance and physique were indeed to her liking. However, even if she were willing, would he reciprocate? The chilling gaze in his eyes was something Wanwan had never encountered in any male beastman before. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly seized by the throat. Startled, Wanwan instinctively grasped his hand, only to be effortlessly lifted into the air. A suffocating sensation overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her face. This man was utterly unpredictable. Faced with her vulnerable expression, he showed not a trace of compassion and seemed intent on choking the life out of her. In a panic, Wanwan flailed her legs, witnessing a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as though he relished the act of killing. In a moment of desperation, she extended her tongue and licked his wrist. The potent pheromones permeated his skin, infused with a strong calming essence. The man's wrist twitched slightly, disbelief flickering in his gaze as he glanced at his wrist, then back at Wanwan. Suddenly, he released her. SSS-level calming power? His tone was laced with surprise as he scrutinized her. He was an SSS male beastman, yet the calming essence of SS female beastmen held no effect on him due to his dangerously high collapse value. Thus, he held a disdain for female attempts at soothing. The only sensation capable of reaching him was that of SSS-level calming power. The moment this woman had licked his wrist, the intensity of that calming essence was unmistakable. As he examined Wanwan closely, he realized she was merely a female beastman devoid of spiritual power. Interesting. He leaned down, lifting her chin with an air of dominance. Wanwan had just stifled a few coughs, suppressing the discomfort in her throat, and now found herself forced to look up at him. Now, do enlighten me. What is the meaning of this? His voice carried a light-hearted amusement, as if he had not just moments ago intended to strangle her. Internally, Wanwan ground her teeth in frustration, but outwardly, she could only display a facade of fragility and helplessness. I lack spiritual power, but I can soothe high-level beastmen. If you would not disdain me, Wanwan bit her lip, her watery eyes blinking rapidly. Though her words remained unspoken, her intentions were crystal clear. The man raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his features. Very well. As long as you can diminish my collapse value, I might consider sparing your life today. He chuckled softly, releasing her chin and turning to lean against a nearby stone platform, casually beckoning her with his finger. He only promised not to kill her today. Who could say what tomorrow might bring if he were displeased? Wanwan's heart brimmed with indignation, reluctant to offer herself to a man who sought to take her life. Yet, at this juncture, she had no other means of survival. With a gentle exhale, she grasped the hem of her clothing and approached him step by step. So be it, she would endure this indignity. In the future, if given the chance, she would ensure he experienced the suffocating sensation of death. As she recalled how he had almost choked the life out of her, Wanwan's teeth involuntarily ground together in anger. Approaching the man, she met his cold, scrutinizing gaze. Taking several deep breaths to prepare herself mentally, she crouched beside him. What? Do I need to teach you how to proceed? Seeing her remain motionless, the cold light in his eyes intensified. Wanwan quickly shook her head, timidly raising her gaze to meet his. With trembling hands, she gently rested on his shoulders, her fingers entwining with his. Wanwan valued her life dearly. She did not know if this man would truly refrain from harming her. Should he take a sudden fancy to eliminate her with a swift strike, she would be at a significant loss. Thus, she first sought to secure his hands. This way, if he truly intended to act against her, she would have a moment to react. The corner of the man's mouth twitched in amusement as he observed her cautious movements. However, he was indifferent. If he needed to prepare to kill a defenseless woman, he did not deserve to have lived this long. Reclining against the stone platform, he awaited Wanwan's next move in silence. Wanwan, too, did not dilly-dally. After firmly grasping his hands, she suddenly tilted her head back and pressed her lips against his. Her saliva possessed an unparalleled calming power, second only to deep communication. Since she had made her decision, she would act boldly, transforming her anger into strength. If not for the threat to her life, this man's physical prowess was indeed impressive. She was not at a disadvantage. The unexpected kiss caused the man to tense, instinctively wanting to throw the encroaching woman away. Yet, as he moved his wrist, Wanwan's grip tightened around it. Simultaneously, the potent pheromones, infused with calming energy, surged from her lips. It was akin to a toxic yet irresistibly alluring poppy, inciting an insatiable desire for more. The man inhaled sharply, involuntarily parting his lips. Chapter 153. Ha! The man Wanwan distinctly sensed a fleeting moment of resistance from him. She was immensely relieved to have seized his hand first, otherwise she would have been flung away in an instant. Her instincts warned her that, although this man did not despise women, he also did not welcome their proximity. His instinctive reaction to discard her was merely a reflex. Thankfully, she had managed to secure his hand, preventing the immediate consequence of being cast aside upon contact. She understood that her pheromones held an unrivaled allure. Any male beastman who had been in close contact with her was unable to resist. Just like now, he had temporarily let down his guard, parting his lips. Wanwan did not hesitate, maintaining her hold on his hand and deepening the kiss. In this regard, Wanwan was the teacher, and he was merely the pupil. How could a pupil possibly rival a teacher? The man's breaths grew heavier. The calming essence radiating from Wanwan seemed to exert a fatal allure over him, drawing him closer, urging him to desire more. For the first time, he found that not all sensations were undesirable. After a prolonged moment, observing the dazed expression on his face, Wanwan released his lips. The kiss trailed from his jawline to his neck, gently brushing against his Adam's apple. The man let out a muffled groan. Her hand glided down the sun-kissed skin, lingering near the wound inflicted by the scorpion on his chest. His body tensed then relaxed before tightening once more. An inferno coursed through him, threatening to consume his reason entirely. He craved Wanwan's further soothing touch. Witnessing this, Wanwan sighed in resignation. If it were her beastly consorts, she would not need to take the initiative in the ensuing events. However, at present, the other party was evidently a naive and innocent soul. Ultimately, it was still Yuanchuan who took the initiative. An hour later, Yuanchuan loosened her grip and slightly retreated, gazing at the other person, whose eyes were tightly shut. Lost in thought, quietly, she exchanged 2 body-refining pills through the system. Just as she was about to pop one into her mouth, the man suddenly opened his eyes and pulled Yuanchuan into his embrace. Before she could react, her lips were covered by his. Behave yourself. Do not attempt any tricks. My stone chamber is surrounded by countless venomous scorpions. Even if you manage to escape from the chamber, you will never be free. The man's deep voice carried a warning, clearly noting her subtle movements. Yuanchuan's eyes widened. This guy knows she wants to run. Her heart, once filled with excitement, felt as though it had been doused with cold water, chilling her to the bone. Nevertheless, she was not one to relinquish hope. Hadn't Gulan also tried to confine her, only to ultimately let her escape? Yuanchuan understood that her current task was to lower his guard. As long as he let his defenses down, everything would be possible. Sensing his intentions, she did not resist, but instead made an effort to reciprocate his kiss. This time, she did not need to take the initiative. The outer garment she had just donned was swiftly stripped away by the man. His kiss was fervent and consuming. In the quiet stone chamber, Yuanchuan found herself cradled in the man's arms, drifting into slumber, feeling as though her entire body had been ground beneath stones. How much pent-up energy did this guy have? The strength he possessed was astonishing. Yuanchuan inhaled sharply, quickly requesting a tonifying pill from the system. The man had already awakened the moment she stirred. He opened his elongated phoenix eyes and adjusted Yuanchuan, who had her back to him. A satisfied smile curved his lips as he caressed the intricate silver butterfly that had appeared on her shoulder. The silver lines stood out beautifully against her sun-kissed skin. Truly, the soothing power of SSS is remarkable. Tell me, what is your name? The man appeared to be in remarkably good spirits, with a glint of mirth in his eyes. Yuanchuan realized that her life was temporarily secured. Even for the sake of SSS's soothing power, he would not desire her demise just yet. My name is Wanwan. The man savored the false name Yuanchuan provided, raising an eyebrow. Clearly, this name was unfamiliar to him. This suggested that she was likely a high-level soothing ability user without any significant background. The man suddenly chuckled, pinching Yuanchuan's delicate face. Regardless of how much truth or falsehood you speak, from this day forth, as long as you remain here, I shall grant you whatever you desire that I can fulfill. Yu Yuanchuan quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice, eager to convey her compliance. The man gazed down at the woman before him, who was attempting to feign a pitiful demeanor, chuckling softly. His expertise lay in interrogating suspects, and he could easily see through the emotions lurking beneath the facade. This little woman, while verbally compliant and appearing woeful, had eyes that sparkled with a defiant mischief. She was certainly not the type to be subdued. But that was of no concern. In this place, aside from him, no one else would enter, nor could anyone escape. With this thought in mind, the man unabashedly grasped Yu Yuanchuan's chin and captured her lips again in a deep kiss. Dark currents surged within his black eyes. Yu Yuanchuan felt a jolt. Was this man still unsatisfied? Just as this thought crossed her mind, he wrapped his arms around her waist, kissing her with a fervor that was both scorching and intoxicating. 3 days later, the man released his hold on Yu Yuanchuan, checking the collapse value within his body, which had now dropped below 80. Throughout his life, aside from his childhood, this was his first experience of feeling such a low collapse value. This unprecedented sense of relief made him want to let out a low howl. The man rose and donned his attire. The fitted black warrior garb accentuated his already tall and robust figure beautifully. Yu Yuanchuan lay on the bed, observing how he concealed short daggers upon his abdomen and thighs, raising an eyebrow. The man seemed unconcerned about Yu Yuanchuan attempting to escape and had no intention of granting her such an opportunity. He freely revealed his undisguised appearance. After dressing, he casually applied a layer of silver mist to his face. The heavy mist clung to him, obscuring his features and rendering them indistinct. Yu Yuanchuan raised an eyebrow. This attire seemed familiar. It resembled that of the shadow guards from prominent families, tight black clothing, formidable martial prowess, and lethal weapons at hand. Who exactly was this man? While Yu Yuanchuan was lost in thought, the man approached her, lifting her chin with his long fingers, a faint smile gracing his indistinct features. The silver butterfly is beautiful. Remember, from today onward, do not sow the silver butterfly in anyone else. Understood? Of course, I will not allow you any further opportunities to plant silver butterflies in others. Behave and wait here for me. If you find yourself bored, I shall bring you something to pass the time in the evening. With that, he tilted her chin upward and pressed a kiss upon her lips. Yu Yuanchuan once again found herself facing another attempt at confinement.
Hey, man.
Chapter 154. The Mad Beastman. However, before the man departed, Yu Yuanchuan maintained a remarkably obedient expression. She nodded dutifully, wrapping her arms around his neck, deepening their farewell kiss. Dark tides surged within the man's black eyes. The moment he encountered Yu Yuanchuan's rich pheromones, he nearly succumbed to the urge to pin her down and claim her. Yet he ultimately restrained himself. After spending several days within the stone chamber, there were matters he needed to attend to outside. Gently grazing her lips with his, the man stroked her delicate face. His voice unexpectedly took on a softer tone. Wait for me to return. With that, he opened the door and left. As the door closed behind him, he waved his hand, and countless black scorpions scuttled out from the shadows, forming a dense barrier outside the door. Their chilling stingers glimmered with a ghostly blue light, clearly indicating their lethal venom. Keep a close watch on her. Yu Yuanchuan lay on the bed. It was only when the stone chamber door completely shut, and the system notified her that the figures outside had departed, that she finally sprang up from the bed. Swiftly donning her clothes, she tucked the dazed little hamster into her garment. Yu Yuanchuan approached the stone chamber door, knocking to gauge its thickness. It seemed she would need to muster all her strength. Yu Yuanchuan stroked her chin, and after receiving the system's affirmation, she tossed a body-refining pill into her mouth. Clenching her fist, she unleashed a powerful punch.
Bang!
The stone door was smashed open, creating a large breach. Just as Yu Yuanchuan prepared to step outside, a swarm of black scorpions surged forward, blocking every possible escape route. Yu Yuanchuan stared wide-eyed. Host, these scorpions are highly venomous. However, they pose no threat to you. The system gasped out these words, causing Yu Yuanchuan's heart to flutter with a mix of apprehension and relief. What does that mean? Host, do you not recall? When Xianyu was with you, he granted you his inner core, rendering you immune to all poisons. No matter how potent the toxins of these scorpions, they will have no effect on you.
Oh.
Yu Yuanchuan suddenly understood, and her affection for Xianyu deepened. Truly, her little snake consort was so considerate. Then I shall take my leave. Receiving the system's confirmation, Yuanchuan summoned light elements, clearing a patch of ground to land upon. As the venomous scorpions rushed toward her, she hastened her pace, dashing into the passageway. Despite her impressive speed, she still could not avoid being stung by a few scorpions. However, due to the presence of the inner elixir of the crescent moon, Yuanshan merely experienced a few twinges of pain in her ankles, without any further anomalies. It is likely that the man in black never imagined that she would be impervious to toxins. The venomous scorpions he had set upon her posed no threat whatsoever. After traversing through the swarm of scorpions, Yuanshan exhaled a sigh of relief, paused for a brief respite, and continued forward. It appeared to be an underground chamber, interconnected with winding passages that branched out in every direction. After walking for quite some time, she suddenly sensed something amiss. System, did we not just pass through this place? As Yuanshan stepped on the soil at the stone stairs, she noticed that the very same soil now mocked her from the stairs ahead. Host, it seems we have indeed returned to our original location. This is an underground maze. Damn it. No wonder that man was so confident. He was certain I wouldn't be able to find my way out. Yuanshan clenched her teeth in frustration, and suddenly an idea struck her. She glanced down at her bandeau. The little hamster seemed to have sensed something, poking its head out from the crevice and tilting its head to observe her. Yuanshan stroked her chin. Aren't hamsters known for their burrowing skills? Host is truly clever. Rodents are particularly sensitive to geological changes and will surely detect the exit. Yuanshan nodded and poked at the little bulge that had retreated. Come out, little one, and help me find the way out. If you succeed, I'll treat you to some delicious food afterward. She smiled sweetly, akin to a cunning wolf enticing a little rabbit. Although the hamster was temporarily devoid of consciousness, it could comprehend Yuanshan's words. It tilted its head in contemplation, then slowly shook its head. Yuanshan was taken aback. Does it not want any treats? The hamster nodded in affirmation, then suddenly extended its dexterous little tongue to lick the exposed curve of Yuanshan, even gesturing toward her with its tiny mouth. Yuanshan concluded, after careful consideration, that this was indeed a rather lecherous little rodent. Having completed this act, the hamster willingly leapt from Yuanshan's bandeau, landing on the ground to sniff around vigorously, ultimately bounding toward a fork in the path. Yuanshan's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly followed. Fortune favors the diligent. The hamster diligently searched a smooth wall and finally discovered the mechanism for the exit. As the mechanism activated, Yuanshan stepped through the stone wall and was immediately greeted by the warm breeze outside. Where there is wind, there exists an exit. The little hamster pointed ahead and swiftly leapt back onto Yuanshan's chest. After shaking off the dust from its fur, it hurriedly scurried back into her bandeau. Wasting no time, Yuanshan fell silent for a moment, unable to resist poking at the little bulge in her bandeau. The bulge promptly burrowed downward, tickling Yuanshan to the point where she nearly burst into laughter, quickly begging for mercy. All right, I won't tickle you anymore. Only then did the hamster calm down, peeking its head out to glance at her before retreating once more. Yuanshan's lips twitched, and she decided to ignore it, hastening her steps into the passage ahead. This appeared to be another underground base, albeit one that was likely connected to the surface and lacking the stone doors with mechanisms like the previous underground base. Yuanshan proceeded cautiously for a distance, her keen ears picking up the sound of raucous growls carried by the wind. She raised an eyebrow. Were there beastmen here? Accelerating her pace, she ventured forth until she found herself in a vast underground prison, where dark red iron had been intricately forged to partition the cavern into several cells. Many beastmen were confined within those cells. No, these individuals could no longer be referred to as beastmen. They had devolved into frenzied beasts, their eyes devoid of humanity. They exhibited only a primal thirst for blood and a temperament rife with rage. Yuanshan concealed herself behind a stone wall, witnessing firsthand as a wild boar beastman ripped open the belly of a black wolf beastman, feasting upon its entrails. Blood gushed forth, saturating the ground and adding a dampness to the nearly blackened surface. Yuanshan covered her mouth, struggling to fathom such a grotesque existence within the Empire's domain of beastmen. Host, these are frenzied beastmen driven to the brink of insanity. They have lost their humanity and evolved into mindless beasts. Exercise extreme caution. Without the system's warning, Yuanshan was already aware that these beastmen possessed only the instincts to kill and attack, devoid of any human traits. But who had imprisoned them here? A nagging suspicion lingered in Yuanshan's mind as she pondered this mystery. Just then, footsteps echoed from across the way. A group of individuals clad in tight black warrior attire entered the cavern. They unlocked all the cell doors, yanking the chains from the frenzied beastmen and leading them away one by one, disregarding the lifeless bodies that lay sprawled on the ground. Wanwan stealthily followed behind the group as they exited the cave. Though the frenzied beastmen lacked consciousness, they instinctively recognized that those wielding technological weapons were not to be trifled with. No one dared to confront the guards, and soon they were all confined within specially designed cages. Wanwan quietly found a place to hide, waiting for a moment before a group of individuals clad in white lab coats was summoned from the guard team. It was time for the routine status checks and drug experiments. Hurry. If there is any delay, the Lord himself will conduct an inspection, and everyone will face punishment. The lead guard barked an order, prompting the lab-coated individuals to swiftly advance in silence, drawing blood from the frenzied beastmen and injecting them with drugs. One by one, the beastmen were released from their cages, bound only by chains. Perhaps the medication was too painful, igniting a surge of power within several frenzied beastmen, who forcefully hurled the nearby lab-coated individuals aside. Following this, the frenzied beastmen roared and, dragging their chains, suddenly launched an attack on the lab-coated individuals. A scream pierced the air as one unfortunate soul was caught unawares and met their demise at the hands of a frenzied beastman. Blood mixed with brain matter flowed freely, sending shivers down the spine of those who witnessed the horror. The guards quickly raised their weapons, and the drug-laced bullets swiftly incapacitated the rampaging frenzied beastmen. Once subdued, the beastmen were returned to their cages, while the lifeless body of the lab-coated individual was carelessly discarded to the side. The onlookers regarded this scene with indifference. Those assigned to the asylum for the insane were either those who had offended the powerful or had committed grave mistakes. Even the frenzied beastmen, used for drug testing, held little value. Their deaths elicited no sorrow. Wanwan watched in rapt attention, and in the midst of the chaos, she recognized a familiar face among the lab-coated individuals. During her time in the imperial capital, she had encountered Wenba while visiting Su Machong at the research facility. The man had been arrogant and condescending, speaking dismissively of Su Machong. Yet, hadn't she heard he had been promoted and favored by the Empress? How could he find himself here? It was unclear how long Wenba had been in this predicament, but his left arm now hung limply, rendered disabled. Had he not been quick on his feet during the blood draw, he might have lost his head to the wrathful, frenzied beastmen. Life had become quite arduous for him. Wanwan mused on the cyclical nature of fate and quietly retreated. She resolved to prepare a grand surprise for the man in black. With the frenzied beastmen having been taken away, the once empty cells presented Wanwan with an opportunity. She formed hand seals, channeling elemental energy into exquisite pentagrams that gradually sank into the ground under her command. Having observed earlier, she noted that the frenzied beastmen were shackled with energy cuffs. The radiant pentagrams she had just deployed possessed the power to track and erode these energy restraints. Once the frenzied beastmen returned, the pentagrams would be activated, rendering the energy cuffs ineffective, prompting a riot among the beastmen, thereby diverting the guards' attention from her. She was confident that the guards would not conduct a thorough inspection of the cells upon the return of the frenzied beastmen. Having completed her task, Wanwan stealthily exited the premises. Subsequently, finding a position relatively close to the defense line, he crouched silently, biding his time. At that moment, the guards remained oblivious to the tampering that had transpired in the prison cells. Following routine, they ushered the mad beastmen, who had undergone blood extraction and medicinal trials, back to their cells before departing. The concealed pentagram inscribed on the ground silently emerged, deftly locating the energy cuffs binding the mad beastman's wrists. Gradually, it began to erode the energy emanating from the cuffs. Some of the mad beastmen, puzzled, reached out to touch the glimmering pentagram, seemingly sensing something and rubbing against it with an expression of intoxicated delight. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the cuffs snapped open. It was only then that the mad beastmen recollected their situation and began to pound against the cell door. Possessing immense strength, they had been restrained solely by the energy cuffs. Now liberated, they effortlessly broke through the door, utterly unshackled. Instantly, chaos erupted throughout the entire base. Inside the room, Wenba had just applied ointment to his mangled arm, enduring the pain and trembling for a considerable time before regaining his composure. Suddenly, he was startled by the tremendous commotion outside the window, mingled with the cries and screams of beastmen. Alarmed, he sprang to his feet. Peering through the window, he was met with pandemonium. Countless mad beastmen surged forth from the prison, wreaking havoc upon the base. Yu Wenba witnessed the lodging building across from him being utterly demolished by the rampaging beastmen. As he saw some of them heading in his direction, fear propelled him to hastily gather his belongings and scurry out of the room. Having already met his demise once under the Queen's rule, he was determined not to face death again. Many shared his sentiments. No one knew how the mad beastmen had suddenly managed to unlock their energy cuffs. Without the constraints of the cuffs, these beastmen were entirely uncontrollable, killing on sight and destroying everything in their path. The base was engulfed in chaos. When Qian Xiao received the news, numerous mad beastmen had already broken free from the base. Rushing back, he unleashed a powerful dark energy from his hands, raining in the remaining mad beastmen. His face, obscured in shadows, was cold and forbidding. Casting a glance at his quaking subordinates, he spoke in a detached tone. What transpired? And master, someone has deployed the radiant pentagram capable of corroding the cuffs in the mad beastman cells. By the time we realized something was amiss, it was already too late. The trembling subordinate lowered his head almost to his chest in fear. No one had anticipated that such a rare light element would manifest within the base. No one knew that the adversary would wield a long-lost light element skill. He understood he had committed a grave error. Ensuring the security of the mad beastmen was his primary duty. Now, not only had he allowed so many to escape, but he had also inflicted severe losses upon the entire base. Would he still have a life left to live? The answer was no. A dark energy surged forth, and before the man could utter a sound, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Qian Xiao, expressionless, produced a cloth to wipe his hands, meticulously cleaning away the dirt accumulated from the pursuit of the mad beastmen. The others dared not breathe, fearing they might be the next to perish. Once he had cleansed his hands and discarded the cloth, his deep voice resonated with an oppressive force. Pursue. Investigate. Yes. The others did not dare to delay, bowing in acknowledgement as they hastily set off to hunt down the mad beastmen. Suddenly, Qian Xiao seemed to recall something, striding directly toward the underground stone chamber. Rustling sounds filled the air as countless black scorpions scurried over to their master, their tiny mouths seemingly voicing complaints, emitting inaudible sound waves. Qian Xiao's expression darkened further, particularly upon witnessing the shattered stone door. Chapter 156. Patting the head as anticipated. The woman named Jiang Wan was no longer present. The stone chamber lay empty, save for a few lingering traces of intimacy left behind by the two. According to the scorpions, the woman had broken through the stone door herself, stepping across the scorpions to escape. An attack power of such high caliber? And impervious to toxins as well? Jiang Wan, I have underestimated you. With a resounding thud, Qian Xiao struck the adjacent stone wall with his fist, creating a gaping hole. Blood streamed down his hand, yet he appeared to feel nothing, swiftly exiting the chamber. His subordinates had never witnessed their leader in such a cold and volatile state, although his face remained obscured by the heavy water, rendering his expression indecipherable. The oppressive atmosphere radiating from him was palpable even from 100 meters away. He was furious, seething with the desire to kill. None dared to approach him within 3 meters. A hapless white mouse that wandered too close suddenly stiffened, its skin darkening as it succumbed to poison, and died instantly. The others trembled, recalling another order issued by their leader just a quarter of an hour ago, to hunt down a woman named Jiang Wan. Instinctively, they connected their leader's fury with this Jiang Wan. What manner of woman could approach him without facing death? What kind of woman could escape his wrath? This was utterly unfathomable. While they internally lamented, outwardly they maintained a facade of composure. Their leader was undoubtedly in a murderous rage. No one dared provoke him at this moment. Qian Xiao's dark eyes simmered with cold fury, his hand slowly clenching within his sleeve. After a long pause, a chilling smile crept onto his lips. Jiang Wan, you truly are a disobedient one. Do not let me catch you. At this moment, Yuan Shan had fled far from the base. She believed she had escaped a great distance, yet upon seeing the encircled mad beastmen ahead, she fell silent. Surely, she had been the first to flee, right? Logically, she should have outpaced the mad beastmen. Could someone enlighten her as to why they were ahead of her? And why the base guards were also in front of her? Hiding behind a rock, Yuan Shan watched the fray, momentarily paralyzed with indecision. The open ground ahead was too conspicuous. If she crossed it directly, she would undoubtedly attract attention. But remaining hidden, she recalled the cold, sinister visage of the man in black, and a shiver ran down her spine. She had shattered his healing chamber and set his mad beastmen free. he would certainly not let her off lightly. After a brief period of concealment, the battle ahead showed no signs of abating, and instead seemed to draw closer to her position. If this continued, even if she wished to remain undetected, she would inevitably be exposed. Gritting her teeth, she pondered system. Should I assist the mad beastmen, or the other beastmen? Ultimately, one side must hasten to conclude the conflict. The system extended its digitized finger to stroke its chin. Will the mad beastmen pursue you? No, will those beastmen pursue you? The system inquired again. Suddenly, Wanwan experienced an epiphany.
Indeed.
The rescued mad beastmen would not pursue her, but the other beastmen might very well be under the command of that man in black, tasked with hunting her down. How could she aid her enemies?
Thank you, system.
I know what I must do. The system felt a sense of satisfaction. Recognizing that while its host sometimes struggled to keep up, she was still receptive to advice. With a host like this, she would surely not meet an early demise. Resolute, Wanwan requested a formidable weapon, a great hammer, from the system and charged directly into the battlefield.
Ha!
80. A thunderous shout echoed as the hammer sent a beastman flying. The sudden turn of events drew the attention of all beastmen towards Wanwan. A woman? They exchanged incredulous glances, suddenly recalling something. You must be the woman our leader is searching for. One of them pointed at Wanwan, speaking with certainty. Their conviction stemmed from the fact that women had never appeared in the base. Thus, when Qian Xiao mentioned a woman, disbelief had rippled through their minds. As the woman suddenly appeared before them, the crowd instantly connected the dots. Upon hearing the commotion, Wanwan realized the gravity of the situation.
Indeed.
That man had already issued a command to apprehend her. These orcs could recognize her at a glance. Frustration gnawed at Wanwan's teeth as she observed them sending messages through their wristbands. She understood that she needed to act swiftly. The power of the light element surged within her, coalescing around her mighty hammer, which she then hurled directly into the midst of the orcs. The guards had initially thought that dealing with a single woman would be far easier than confronting a frenzied beast. They had even planned to subdue Wanwan first before slowly pursuing the mad beast. However, they had underestimated her. They hadn't anticipated her formidable strength. In their first encounter, 4 of them were struck down by Wanwan's hammer, losing their lives in an instant. As astonishment filled the air, the onlookers regarded Wanwan with newfound wariness. Truly, she was the woman their leader sought, distinctly different from the frail women of the empire. That hammer struck with remarkable force. Fortunately, their leader soon sent word that they merely needed to keep Wanwan occupied until reinforcements arrived. Wanwan, well aware of their intentions, had no intention of allowing them to delay her. In a flash, she swallowed a body-refining pill, and with a swift motion of her wrist, charged into the throng once more. God and Buddha alike would be vanquished. She carved a bloody path through the encircling captors. How can this woman be so powerful? My SS-level strength was actually thwarted by her, and I lost an arm. It was the first time he had encountered such a ferocious woman. Perhaps only their leader could subdue her. 2 incapacitated orcs shifted their battered bodies, coughing weakly as they gazed at the sky. At that moment, Wanwan had already burst through the orc blockade and was rapidly fleeing toward the distant woods. She believed her choice was indeed wise. At the very least, the mad beast she had rescued would likely hinder the pursuing orcs, allowing her to escape. Yet the next moment, Wanwan found herself face to face with a mad beast in the woods. Surprisingly, the creature refrained from attacking her immediately. Instead, it fidgeted with its fingers, approaching her with a naive and amiable expression, exuding a sense of bashfulness. Bashfulness? Was this a demeanor one could observe among the frenzied beasts, who were incapable of even maintaining a human form? Stopped in her tracks, Wanwan was taken aback. However, the creature seemed oblivious to her astonishment and continued to inch closer, exuding an air of non-hostility. It was not until a cat-headed creature poked its head toward her, seeking a gentle touch, that Wanwan realized they appeared genuinely harmless. A harmless mad beast? Was this real or a figment of her imagination? Chapter 157. The aftermath. Wanwan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out to stroke the head of the feline beastman. Its fluffy, orange-red fur was soft and comforting, offering a delightful tactile experience. Wanwan blinked in surprise. The cat beastman wore an expression of pure enjoyment and even rubbed against the lingering light element on her hand. Wanwan raised an eyebrow. It seemed as though the creature was drawn to her light element. In disbelief, she conjured another orb of light element. Sure enough, The cat beastman shifted closer to the glowing sphere. The light element soon descended upon its head, causing the creature to display an even more blissful expression. Wanwan was taken aback as countless mad beasts gathered around her, extending their perceived softest, most touchable, or most beautiful body parts toward her, all wearing eager expressions begging for a pet. Wanwan was astonished. What on earth was happening? Were these the same mad beasts known for their ruthless killing instincts? Weren't they supposed to be devoid of reason, mere machines of slaughter? Among the throng of mad beasts, Wanwan even spotted the wild boar beastman who had previously eviscerated the black wolf beastman. Now, he scratched his nearly bald head and kept inching closer to her hand. Host, it seems that your light element has the ability to soothe the emotions of these mad beasts. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Wanwan's mind. Wanwan was dumbfounded. Why was that? The system doesn't know either. The system replied awkwardly. It was, after all, a new system, and Wanwan was its first host. This interstellar realm was a novel experience for it as well. Wanwan took a moment to gather her thoughts, repeating to herself that the system was new and reassuring herself not to be angry. Host, this is a good thing. They desire your light element, which surely poses no threat to you. Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, in this unfamiliar place, she was quite vulnerable. Yet, the strength of these mad beasts was formidable, and their speed was astonishing. If she could gain their assistance, might she not escape more smoothly? Wanwan's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as she smiled and offered the system some words of encouragement. System, I must have underestimated your value. Of course. The system puffed up with pride, yet it did not forget to remind Wanwan. Host, time is of the essence. We must hurry. The prowess of the sss-level male beast was no trifling matter. If she were caught, it would spell doom for her, and consequently for the system. Nodding, Wanwan conjured a vast orb of light element in her hands. Then, under the hopeful gazes of the countless mad beasts, she suddenly unleashed it, showering each beast's head with radiant light. The luminous light element burst forth like fireworks, a breathtaking spectacle that illuminated the astonished expressions in the eyes of the mad beasts. Soon, all the mad beasts were enveloped in a state of sheer satisfaction amidst this feast of light elements. After a brief pause, Wanwan called out to interrupt their revelry. Those who desire the light element, follow me. Saying this, she bestowed a portion of light element upon a nearby horse beastman, gently patting his back. The creature understood her intent, swallowed the light element, and transformed into its beast form. Wanwan nodded in appreciation. Then, amidst the envious gazes of the other mad beasts, she mounted the proud horse.
Go.
As Wanwan commanded, the horse galloped away swiftly. Behind her, countless mad beasts followed suit. It was no wonder that these mad beasts moved with remarkable speed. Despite having begun their flight after her, they managed to outrun her. This pace was such that even two Wanwans could not hope to match it. With the wind howling around her, Wanwan rode upon the horse's back, suddenly feeling an exhilarating sense of boundless ambition, unable to restrain herself from shouting in joy.
Oh wow.
The mad beasts, sensing her exhilaration, joined in a chorus of roars. The commotion echoed through the woods. The horse beastman, who had initially felt pride merely from being Wanwan's mount, found himself enveloped in the soothing power of her presence as she sat upon his back. It felt as though he were swimming in a warm ocean, unable to pull himself away from the comfort. He couldn't help but emit a few soft sounds of pleasure. Simultaneously, a spark of humanity ignited within his once clear eyes. On the hillside, Qianqiu and his team had just arrived. They were met with a gruesome scene of dismembered limbs and two of their severely injured subordinates barely clinging to life. Where are they? He scanned the area, glancing at the two being tended to. Boss, that female beastman is incredibly powerful. We are no match for her. They stammered, blood spewing from their mouths as they struggled to utter a few words. She went that way, over there. Without a moment's hesitation, Qianqiu set off in pursuit of that direction. To have slain so many of his subordinates and moved with such swiftness, this Wanwan must possess sss-level strength. A woman wielding the combat prowess typically reserved for male beasts? This was indeed beyond his expectations. Regrettably, at that moment in the stone chamber, he was unaware. Had he known, he would have undoubtedly made thorough preparations, ensuring she would not escape. Qianqiu's gaze darkened as he hastened his pursuit. The people behind him exchanged glances, perplexed. Their original mission was to pursue the mad beastmen, yet the leader's demeanor clearly indicated a greater concern for the female beastman. However, none dared to remind him or voice dissent. The leader, in his current state, was inclined to inflict harm. Wanwan, weary from riding, casually bestowed a sphere of light elemental energy to the nearby Siberian tiger. The latter's eyes sparkled with delight, instantly transforming into its beast form and nuzzling against Wanwan. Her eyes glimmered with excitement as she leaped onto the tiger's back. Though not as spacious as Chi Mabai's lion, it was far more comfortable than the narrow confines of a horse's back. She could even lie flat upon it, rolling about in blissful comfort. The beastman squad resumed their swift journey, maintaining a rapid pace. After riding the tiger long enough, Wanwan switched to a wolf. The sleek black wolf's fur gleamed lustrously, appearing incredibly pleasant to the touch, prompting Wanwan to indulge in a few affectionate strokes. The wolf beneath her immediately displayed a contented expression. It had just overheard the horse mentioning that this female beastman possessed an exceptionally soothing aura. Indeed, it was comforting. It felt even more pleasurable than mating with a female wolf, leaving the wolf trembling with delight. Thus, a multitude of beasts eagerly vied to serve as Wanwan's steed, galloping forward with unyielding vigor. As day turned to night, Qianxiao pursued relentlessly for an entire day, yet he could only catch whiffs of the exhaust left behind by Wanwan, without even catching a glimpse of her figure. His already grim countenance darkened further. He had not anticipated her exceptional speed. Realizing that if this continued, Wanwan might well flee beyond the forest, he could risk losing her entirely. He raised his hand, halting the squad behind him, and scanned the ranks before him, suddenly commanding, "All SSS-ranked beastmen, step forward. Transform and pursue with me." He could hardly believe that a mere female beastman could truly escape from under his nose. With that, Qianxiao transformed first. He became a massive, jet-black scorpion, its tail glinting coldly with a near-pure black hue, signifying absolute toxicity. His body resembled black jade, smooth and cool, radiating a faint sheen. Just the sight of this beast form conveyed an aura of chilling danger, not to mention the innate sense of annihilation lurking in his dark eyes. A single glance evoking the breath of death in those who dared meet his gaze. Qianxiao surged into the forest, leading the way. Behind him, dozens of SSS-ranked male beastmen transformed and followed closely in the wake of the black scorpion. Meanwhile, Wanwan's pace lagged slightly. In the face of the formidable SSS beastmen chosen by Qianxiao, the distance between the two parties swiftly diminished. Despite her attempts to deploy numerous mad beastmen to obstruct their path, they were soon intercepted. Wanwan regarded the formidable beasts blocking the way ahead, anxiety gnawing at her heart. This situation seemed decidedly precarious. A battle was imminent. There was no need for Wanwan to issue commands. As the opposing beastmen launched their assault, all the mad beastmen around her joined the fray, fighting desperately to protect her. Wanwan felt a surge of emotion, secretly resolving that once she attained her freedom, she would save these mad beastmen. Since they desired the light element, she would provide it for them. Perhaps, with her unique constitution, she could help restore some of their beastly intelligence. Lost in her thoughts, Wanwan remained oblivious to the black scorpion stealthily climbing up her shoulder, its entire form glistening ominously. "Is this amusing?" A cold, sticky voice penetrated her ears, surprisingly familiar. Wanwan involuntarily shivered and turned to look behind her. No one was there. Had she imagined it? How could she hear that man in black's voice? Shaking her head, she was about to redirect her focus back to the battlefield, pondering whether to take action again, when a chilling low laugh echoed beside her. "With your beast husband nowhere to be found, how do you suppose I should punish you?"
Wanwan.
Wanwan's eyes widened in shock. The voice, the tone, it was undoubtedly that man in black. Finally, she caught a glimpse of the black scorpion perched upon her shoulder. Its icy, segmented tail arched menacingly, as if poised to strike at any moment. "Wanwan, is this creature a ghost? How is it that I feel nothing?"
I.
Wanwan's mind raced. She genuinely hadn't expected the man in black to come personally to capture her. Think quickly. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of pitiful innocence. "Darling, I thought I would never see you again, sob sob sob." Wanwan fought against her fear of the scorpion, gingerly cradling the black creature in her hands. Gazing at it with feigned sorrow, tears brimming in her eyes, her acting skills on full display. "I was forced to leave that stone chamber." Qianxiao flicked his scorpion tail, momentarily halted by Wanwan's call of darling, but he quickly regained his composure. Pray tell, how were you forced? His tone was languid. The dark scorpion tail gliding over Wanwan's delicate arm, creating a stark contrast. Wanwan's heart raced with trepidation, fearing a careless swipe could pierce her skin. Should the venom enter her body, she wondered if her inner core could shield her from its effects. After all, this scorpion seemed markedly different from those that had previously blocked her path. Her instincts warned her of its lethal potency. I was patiently waiting for you in the stone chamber when suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. These mad beastmen broke down the door and abducted me. I truly did not intend to leave you. It was entirely against my will. Wanwan's beautiful eyes blinked innocently at the black scorpion, her demeanor one of utmost distress. Had it not been for Qianxiao's intelligent scorpions, which could communicate the events that transpired, he would have been none the wiser about what had occurred in the stone chamber. Based solely on her visage, perhaps he would have been genuinely deceived. Qianxiao's fury transformed into sardonic mirth, a chilling chuckle escaping him.
Ah, ah, ah.
The disjointed laughter sent shivers down Wanwan's spine. Darling, Wanwan endeavored to appear compliant and utterly pitiful, radiating a vulnerability that elicited sympathy. Suddenly, the black scorpion expanded in size. In an instant, Wanwan found herself seized by the scruff of her neck, brought face to face with Qianxiao. His rough fingers caressed her crimson lips as he coldly chuckled. Your mouth, it seems, possesses a propensity for deceit. I did not. Wanwan resolutely denied, her large, innocent eyes wide with feigned innocence. Qianxiao smirked, a thought flickering through his mind as his gaze shifted. So, does that imply you still wish to be with me? Of course. Wanwan eagerly nodded, her head bobbing fervently. At least when her life was at stake, she knew to feign submission. Wanwan understood her position. She could survive in the outer realms, contend with alien beings, and exhibit a fleeting SSS strength. However, against a true SSS high-tier male beastman, she stood no chance whatsoever. Rather than provoke him, it was wiser to adopt a more conciliatory stance. Given his concern for her calming aura, he likely would not so easily take her life. Qianxiao gazed down at the woman before him. He was fully aware that her words were laced with falsehoods, yet he refrained from acting out. Perhaps it was the solitude of his existence that rendered him somewhat reluctant to cause her harm. He found himself unwilling to witness that eloquent little mouth turn pale and decay. He rubbed her lips with fervor until they blossomed a vivid red. Speak again, he commanded, his voice low, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is there a chance? Wanwan's eyes sparkled. Darling? Though he remained silent, he released his grip on her lips. Darling! Wanwan's face radiated with joy as she wrapped her delicate arms around his neck, nestling against his chest like a gentle bird. Qianxiao raised his gaze, taking a moment to respond with a soft Having searched for you tirelessly, how should I make amends? Amends? Wanwan blinked, bewildered. In this desolate wilderness, particularly in the presence of so many frenzied beastmen, his intentions were likely not what she initially thought. Therefore, she could only tilt her small face upward and plant a kiss at the corner of his mouth. Comforting a man with a troubled heart was something she had mastered, regardless of her own willingness. After all, with his striking looks and physique, she felt she had nothing to lose. Her rosy, supple lips danced against his, as his potent pheromones entwined with her soothing presence, penetrating her very pores. The overwhelming sensation nearly drew a groan from Qianxiao. Indeed, he found it hard to let go. She was a woman-beast capable of rivaling an sss-level mental soothing, and one who had not been documented in the Empire's archives. Realizing this, he longed to hide her away, keeping her comfort solely for himself. However, he was unprepared for her boldness. As she dared to flee from right in front of him, before encountering Wanwan, he had contemplated ending her life swiftly, to put an end to everything. Yet, upon seeing her, he suddenly found himself reluctant. How captivating was that luscious little mouth, and that comforting aura was simply delightful. To kill her would be a pity. Qianxiao suddenly grasped the back of Wanwan's head, deepening their kiss. The rich pheromones overwhelmed him, igniting his most primal instincts. He couldn't help but pull her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Wanwan found herself immobilized, pressed against the man, utterly uncomfortable. Yet he paid no heed, restricting her every movement. Lacking any alternatives, Wanwan could only use her hands to create a small space on his chest for herself. Their breaths intertwined, emotions tangled. Not far off, a group of subordinates inadvertently glanced up, witnessing their leader sharing an intimate kiss with that woman, nearly stumbling into the sharp claws of the frenzied beastmen. All stared in disbelief. Was this still their decisive, cold-blooded leader? Could it be that he had fallen prey to the legendary beauty's allure? The subordinates shivered, transforming their astonishment into motivation, quickly seizing the upper hand. Yuan was left dazed by his domineering kiss. Only when he finally released her did she manage to draw a breath, shifting her stiff body. This position is, uncomfortable. Yuan pouted in complaint, her hands clinging to his neck, playfully rubbing against his chest. Qian Qiu's eyes surged with hidden tumult, his body reacting severely. Had it not been for their surroundings, he would have pulled this enchanting creature up and lavished her with affection. He loosened his grip, allowing Yuan to adjust her sitting position, but wrapped his arms around her once more. Below them, the northeastern tiger beast man trembled, yet dared not move, fearing the wrath of the man if he interrupted his moment of intimacy. He recognized the man as the leader of their base. Once, nearly 1,000 had been confined in the asylum alongside him, yet fewer than 100 remained, many having perished at the hands of this man clad in black. This individual was a remorseless killer. If she wished to be with me, she must remain obediently by my side. I shall not treat you poorly. The man's deep voice resonated in Yuan's ear. If you dare to flee again, I shall break your legs, confining you to a wheelchair, rendering you unable to walk. Yuan's eyes widened, unable to suppress her inner outrage. A lunatic, a complete lunatic. Did I dig up your ancestors' graves or something? Why threaten to sever my legs? In this moment, Yuan longed for her gentle beast husbands, knowing none would dare harm her limbs, save for this man before her. As she lowered her gaze, tears welled in her eyes. Why are you crying? Noticing her distress, Qian Qiu frowned, lifting her chin with one hand. You really would chop off my legs? Yuan asked tearfully. If you run away again, I truly will, Qian Qiu replied, unwavering in his resolve despite her tears. This was his intention. After all, as long as she had a life, the soothing power sufficed. Yuan's heart seethed with curses. Yet her face remained a picture of grievance. She cautiously tugged at his collar, leaning in to whisper in his ear, "But don't you enjoy it when I raise my legs?" As if struck by a thought, the man's eyes suddenly darkened, a storm brewing within. As Yuan continued, "You love it when my legs wrap around her waist, and when I lift one leg behind me," each word sent crimson coursing through his gaze. Countless images flickered in his mind, his breathing growing heavy. Indeed, he relished those moments. However, Yuan's next words jolted him from his reverie. If you sever them, those experiences will be lost forever. Qian Qiu's eyes widened, fixated on her innocent face. Yuan met his gaze, her eyes blinking innocently, showing no hint of shyness. Her audacity was remarkable. After all, she had done it before. Why pretend to be pure now? She had to eliminate that thought from his mind. Her legs must remain intact upon her body. Qian Qiu swallowed hard, watching the tempest in her eyes swell, a shade of crimson silently creeping into his pupils. He abruptly pulled Yuan into his embrace, burying his face in her neck, inhaling her scent. Yes, if her legs were severed, she would be unable to initiate contact, unable to wrap around his waist, unable to cling to his neck, unable to be lifted from behind. No, he could not allow that. What about her hands? No, not those either. He adored her delicate, fair hands. What about her head? Certainly not. Killing her would render those cherished moments unattainable, depriving him of her soothing presence. Thus, severing was out of the question? Qian Qiu furrowed his brow, for the first time doubting his decision. Please, do not sever them, Yuan continued her playful persuasion. They say women who act coy have the best luck. The tips of her eyes were flushed, exuding an innate allure as she gently bit her lip, appearing utterly aggrieved. Her fingers traced along his sleeve, inching up towards his chest, drawing circles. The man exhaled, seizing her hand and kissing it before placing it on his waist. Leaning close to her ear, his voice low and dangerously husky. Very well, no severing. However, as a consequence for your attempted escape, Jiangwan, tell me how you will please me next. Yuan suddenly looked up, her eyes wide with shock. Please him? The double entendre of that phrase was quite suggestive, was it not? The man reclined against a nearby stone, adopting a posture of leisurely observation. It was then that Yuan realized they had somehow transitioned from the expansive tigers back to the wooded terrain. Surrounded by trees, the sounds of battle could be faintly heard, yet the scene remained obscured. Gulp. Yuan swallowed hard, her face flushing crimson. Darling, not here, please? How embarrassing. Unwilling? Qian Qiu's tone remained steady, but the depths of his dark eyes glimmered with danger. Yuan, did you not declare your desire to be with me? Are you unwilling to fulfill this small request? His cold, sticky voice lingered in her ears. Yuan shuddered. It seemed that refusing was not an option today. You have brought this upon yourself. She gritted her teeth, suddenly turning with fierce determination. Cradling his head, she pressed her lips against that dangerously icy mouth that always spoke with a chill. Simultaneously, Yuan Shan's hand, unreserved and familiar, had already slipped into the man's open collar. Chapter 160. Dazzled. Willing. What is there to be unwilling about? Just right, I didn't have enough fun earlier. The outdoors isn't half bad. Yuan Shan thought fiercely, sparing no mercy in her words. Qian Qiu's expression shifted, involuntarily letting out a muffled groan. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Shan placed her hands on his shoulders and boldly perched herself upon his lap. Standing at an imposing height of 195 centimeters, the position forced her to tilt her head upwards to kiss him. In this light, she appeared to be at a disadvantage. Displeased, Yuan Shan resolutely knelt upon his legs. Raising her stature, with a swift motion, she tore open his garment. In mere moments, the man was already breathing heavily, teetering on the brink of collapse. A low, guttural sound escaped him, his eyes now a fiery crimson. Indeed, her legs, her hands, her head were all to remain intact. No severing would occur. In the next instant, she was unexpectedly seized by him, her arm caught in a swift motion, and she found herself tumbling onto the stone bed. Soon after, his searing kiss enveloped her. At that moment, his kiss was both fervent and unrestrained. The forest stood in hushed silence. Only the intoxicating sounds of their intimacy echoed through the air. All the subordinates averted their gazes, observing with noses to the ground, heads bowed. No one dared to make a sound that might disrupt their leader's fervent activities. Though at a distance, the alluring sounds still managed to seep through uncontrollably. Many were already flushed with embarrassment. The sudden appearance of a scorpion shifted the expressions of all present. The scorpion advanced and the crowd recoiled, until the enchanting music was no longer heard in the wind. The subordinates murmured amongst themselves, "The boss is so stingy, not even letting us listen. Who would have thought he was that kind of person?" At that moment, Yuan Shan's mind went blank. As dusk fell, she felt her body grow weak, cradled in the man's embrace. It was as if she possessed an extraordinary talent, leading her to a newfound understanding of the scorpion. The good news was that he seemed unwilling to return. The longer they lingered outside, the greater her chance of finding an escape. The bad news, was he planning to spend the night here? Would the earth serve as a bed, and the sky as a blanket? Would there be mosquitoes? Yuan Shan tilted her head to gaze at the sky, now dotted with twinkling stars, her lips pressed together in contemplation. "What are you thinking?" came the man's deep voice from behind. "I'm wondering if there are mosquitoes." Yuan Shan replied honestly. Delicate-skinned girls dread poisonous mosquitoes, for a bite could be unbearably itchy. Huh. Qian Qiu chuckled softly, leaning closer to her ear to whisper. "What foolish mosquito would dare approach within 3 meters of me? Are you jesting?" As he spoke, he gestured towards the ground not far away. Following his direction, Yuan Shan looked up to see that 3 meters away, all the snakes, insects, and poisonous ants that had ventured close lay stiff and lifeless. At that moment, these fragile lives had become a pile of corpses, stacked around them. "Yuan Shan, is your poison really that potent? Do you think so? Do you still wish to escape? Next time you try to run, my poison won't be so forgiving." The man's tone grew increasingly perilous. Yuan Shan shivered, hastily waving her hands. "I would never dare to run away. I absolutely won't escape." The man snorted in response, his expression noncommittal. "Humph." Seeing his disbelief, Yuan Shan, feeling too lazy to explain, let out a huffy sound in retaliation and adjusted into a more comfortable position. Sleep. Since escape was not an option, she might as well conserve her energy. However, this notion of hers ultimately proved unrealistic. As Yuan Shan drifted into a drowsy state, the man behind her stirred, waking her from her slumber. His kisses trailed down her cheek, slowly descending. Yuan Shan furrowed her brow. In the next moment, her lips were captured by Qian Qiu's. Instantly, all remnants of sleep vanished. "Wanwan, has anyone ever told you that you are truly beautiful?" As dawn broke, the man's lips grazed her ear, while his hand caressed her waist. Yuan Shan looked up, glaring at the panda eyes that had formed from a sleepless night, quickly grasping the man's hand. It's already dawn. Aren't we going to sleep? The response to her inquiry was another kiss. Qian Xiu felt as though he had lost his sanity. He believed himself to be a cold-hearted individual, incapable of harboring any interest in anyone. Or perhaps, when one engages in the same activity too often, a sense of boredom and weariness inevitably sets in. After all, he was a man of subdued desires. He had never contemplated the possibility of having a wife. Yet with Wanwan, he would gradually loosen his grip over her. However, a night without sleep had left him vulnerable, and the soothing allure of Yu Wanshan was simply irresistible, a temptation akin to opium. A single taste would lead to addiction. A second would embed itself deep within, rendering it impossible to part from. He had initially sought to provoke her into action, but once she truly took the initiative, it spiraled beyond control. What madness! What primal instincts! What base! Let that be, for another time. By noon, Qian Xiu released his hold on Yuanshan's waist. Observing her weary demeanor, an unfamiliar sense of guilt surged within him. He ultimately refrained from further exhausting her. Placing a gentle kiss on her forehead, he carefully helped her dress. Yuanshan kept her eyes closed, appearing utterly drained, allowing the dark scorpion to assist her without protest. Within her mind, she urgently requested a revitalizing pill from the system, swallowing it down. Feeling the surge of vitality coursing through her body, she was instantly rejuvenated. Once she was ready, she found herself embraced by the black scorpion, climbing onto the back of a Siberian tiger, returning to the crowd. The mad beasts had been thoroughly subdued, each one shackled and chained. All the subordinates stood at attention, waiting for their leader. Upon seeing the woman in their leader's arms, many stole a glance before quickly averting their eyes. Unsurprisingly, their boss now had a wife. "Gather up, we're heading back," Qian Xiu lazily commanded. Tightening his embrace around the slumbering woman, Yu Wanshan leaned against his chest, feigning sleep, merely regulating her breathing to appear as such. However, her eyes, hidden from Qian Xiu's view, slowly opened a fraction, surveying her surroundings for any opportunity to escape. The things she had previously said were merely coerced. She was a lover of freedom, unwilling to relinquish it. Moreover, her beastly husband was still waiting for her. As she casually observed, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a silvery figure. It stood amidst a patch of dried grass, its beautiful silver fur fluttering in the breeze like rippling waves of grain. Its soft, fluffy coat starkly contrasted with the surrounding parched yellow weeds. Two piercing, golden-green eyes were fixed intently upon her.
Wow.
What a stunning silver wolf! Yuanshan's eyes sparkled with delight, unable to resist stealing another glance. Their gazes locked, and Yuanshan's heart skipped a beat, suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation. She thought perhaps she was imagining things. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was indeed real. Chapter 161, Concealment. "I need to use the restroom." Yuanshan tugged at the man's sleeve. Qian Xiu glanced down at her lovely little face and, without a word, halted the procession. He then scooped her up, intending to head into the woods. Hey, I can go by myself," she exclaimed, pouting in discontent. "I'll take you," Qian Xiu frowned.
No.
Qian Xiu's frown deepened, a hint of displeasure flickering in his gaze. Yet Yuanshan stood firm. Even as a couple, boundaries should exist, right? Who would follow their partner into the restroom? That would be utterly embarrassing. Yuanshan poked his chest. "I'm not going far. I'll just be over there." She pointed toward the woods behind her. "Surely you don't doubt me?" Yuanshan suddenly blinked. "Isn't trust the cornerstone of a marriage? How can you not believe me on this?" She looked up, her stunning black eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Qian Xiao's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What part of you have I not seen? Why should we hold back? That is that, and this is this. Going to the restroom is a matter of necessity." Yuanshan stood her ground, her beautiful brows furrowed, her attitude resolute. Qian Xiao frowned. "I have no objections." "I do." Yuanshan shook her head vehemently. "I absolutely refuse to let my beastly husband witness me in such a state." "Really you won't?"
No.
"Very well, just don't wander far. Stay over there." Qian Xiao conceded with a hint of exasperation. He thought to himself that he had surveyed the area and found it safe. Besides, it wasn't far. So, even if Yuanshan did something, it wouldn't be of concern. Upon hearing this, Yuanshan's face lit up with joy, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, planting a kiss on his lips before bounding off towards the thicket. Qian Xiao's gaze followed her departing figure, and he couldn't help but touch the corner of his mouth, a faint smile gracing his face. His subordinates exchanged glances, bewildered. It seems the boss is smiling. When he smiles, it usually means someone is about to meet their end. Surely he doesn't want to kill someone now, does he?
No.
It must be a smile of delight. Wait, is the boss actually smiling in delight? Is the world turning upside down? Or are we seeing things? The group silently looked up at the clear blue sky. Today, the sun certainly hasn't risen from the west. Qian Xiao noticed Yuan Shan had found a spot to squat down. The bushes were subtly shaking. Yes, they had been gently swaying. Remembering Yuan Shan's wonderfully quirky and beautiful face, he couldn't help but smile. Once they returned to the imperial capital, he would arrange a splendid estate for her, bestow upon her boundless wealth, and provide her with exquisite silks. As long as she desired, he would even procure treasures from the queen herself. His wife deserved nothing less than the finest this world had to offer. Lost in thought, Qian Xiao realized that a quarter of an hour had passed, and Yuan Shan had yet to emerge. Frowning, he called out, "Wan Shan?" No reply came. Yet the branches continued to sway. Squinting, an ominous premonition surged within him. With a leap onto the tiger's back, Qian Xiao suddenly sprang forth. In an instant, he landed beside the trembling branches. There, amidst the grass, a duck bound by its feet struggled helplessly, and the swaying branches were the result of its frantic movements. But Yuan Shan had vanished without a trace. Jiang.
Wan Shan.
His expression darkened, fury surging through him. An involuntary wave of power surged from him, and within a 10-meter radius, all flora and fauna absorbed his toxic mist, wilting and withering instantaneously. Even the previously lively duck lay dead. His subordinates stood in stunned silence, perplexed by their leader's sudden fury. It was only when they saw Qian Xiao return alone that they realized the woman he had been carrying had fled. Damn, what audacity! The group trembled, striving to diminish their presence, no one daring to utter a word. After her, the air was still perfumed with traces of Yuan Shan's essence. She couldn't have gone far. As Qian Xiao spoke, he abandoned the tiger form, transforming into his original shape to pursue the lingering scent. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave shrouded by dense foliage, 100 robust demon wolves guarded the entrance. At the cave's mouth lay numerous fragrant starry incense. Inside the cave, Yuan Shan huddled tightly, a colossal silver wolf towering over her, licking her repeatedly. The wolf's scent masked much of Yuan Shan's own, and combined with the starry incense at the entrance, it rendered her undetectable to even the keenest of noses. "Qirun, are you done yet? I'm so itchy." Yuan Shan giggled, unable to suppress her laughter as the relentless licking drove her to distraction. The silver wolf's eyes narrowed, a smirk playing at its lips. And it feigned a response, "Not yet. Hurry, stop. I really can't take it anymore." Yuan Shan laughed until tears threatened to spill. Recognizing the silver wolf from the hidden thicket, she identified him instantly. It was Qirun. Yuan Shan had no idea how he had tracked her down, but those eyes, filled with affection, were unforgettable. It had to be Qirun. She had indeed guessed correctly. Using a restroom as an excuse to hide in the thicket, Qirun had appeared, silently whisking her away. He had the demon wolves gather starry incense, placing it at the cave's entrance, and had one of them run through the woods with her clothing, leading her pursuers astray. Meanwhile, he had used his own methods to cloak her in his scent. "Wan Shan, if you keep huddled like that, I can't completely mask your scent. What if that black scorpion catches up? I can't fend him off." Yuan Shan curled up, hugging her knees, blocking all the vulnerable spots. Qirun felt a pang of regret, but he coaxed gently. Yuan Shan hesitated. "Is that so? Are you serious?" "Of course. You've been with him long enough to know his tracking methods are numerous." Qirun continued. "Wan Shan, I've seen every part of you. You needn't be shy with me." The words rang familiar. She had just heard something similar from that man in black. Cough. Yuan Shan choked on her own saliva. She, and Qirun indeed, she had long considered him her beastly husband. There was truly no need for such defenses against him. Yet she felt shy. After all, they had not yet reached the final step. Yuan Shan's face flushed crimson, and she couldn't help but glare at him. After a moment of internal conflict, she slowly released her grip. Her thin garment was already soaked, clinging to her exquisite form. Qirun's breath hitched. Chapter 162. The Pack of Wolves Yield. In a frigid laboratory, he was pinned to the operating table, implanted with special alien genes, writhing in agony. Amidst the pain, the image of Yuan Shan's delicate face appeared in his mind. As the demonic blood clashed with the alien genes, he fought through self-inflicted injuries. Still thinking of Yuan Shan, even as his body reached its limits, teetering on the brink of death, she remained his sole thought. The existence of the demonic blood drained his life, suppressing his power, rendering him a madman, alternately frenzied, bloodthirsty, and out of control. When the demonic blood settled, he reverted to the state of a lowly beastman, weak and easily bullied. Most of those who had tormented him were now dead. The few remaining he couldn't be bothered to kill, they served as mere diversions in his life, much like Xiao Weina from the academy. He truly didn't care, for those individuals posed no threat to him. Professor Li had once told him that without undergoing the alien experiments, he would soon perish. He had no interest in the experiments nor in power. While he languished in apathy, awaiting death, Yuan Shan appeared like a beacon, illuminating his world. A student from the Imperial Music Academy, a woman of the Empire, who among the test subjects wasn't condescending toward him. Yet she stood up for him, even offering him money. How amusing. In his life, the one instance of receiving help came from the very woman he had once loathed most, this seemingly fragile girl. But she was not like the other beast women. She was Yuan Shan, uniquely Yuan Shan. From that day forth, he was unable to look away, until eventually, she filled his vision entirely. Suddenly, he found himself unwilling to die. Death had claimed her, rendering their reunion impossible. He yearned to live, and to do so with dignity and strength. He aspired to exist as her beast husband, alongside Qi Mabai and Su Machong, earning the right to stand by her side. His desire for her was profound. However, upon discovering that she required the guidance of a high-level beastman's energy, he restrained himself. At that time, despite possessing demonic blood and strength rivaling an SSS beastman, he ultimately fell short of that status. To unite in such a manner would render him incapable of providing her the guidance she needed, unlike Qi Mabai and Su Machong. Thus he departed, seeking out Professor Li and consenting to the experiment. The implantation of the alien gene was fraught with complications. His body rejected it severely, and his demonic blood boiled. The pain nearly extinguished his will to live, leaving him on the brink of death on the blood moon slope of the imperial forest. It was the flickering remnants of his resolve that roused him. He thought of becoming her beast husband, to be by her side. Subsequently, he reverted to the state of his childhood, his consciousness sealed away, and was fortuitously discovered by Yu Yuanshuan. In that moment of mental incapacity, fragments of memory lingered in his mind. At this thought, a familiar silhouette emerged in his mind. That detestable ghost car Phoenix that Yuanshuan loathed. He vowed to deliver a sound thrashing when the opportunity arose. Now he had finally succeeded. The alien gene and demonic blood within him had achieved equilibrium, complementing and enhancing one another's potential. He had ascended to the status of an SSS male beast man. He could now claim the title of her beast husband, capable of providing her the most intimate energy guidance. Yu Yuanshuan opened her arms and rose slowly. Her exquisite figure was fully revealed before the silver wolf. A wild fervor surged in the depths of the silver wolf's eyes. This was his beloved mistress, whom he cherished carefully, yet desired fervently. Now, she stood before him, unreserved. Yu Yuanshuan's cheeks flushed, feeling bashful under his searing gaze. Yet, upon witnessing the silver wolf's momentary stupor, she cast aside her shyness, playfully teasing. "Aren't you supposed to conceal your aura, Chirin? Why have you frozen?" With that, Yu Yuanshuan arched her back. The silver wolf's pupils instantly constricted into narrow slits. Yu Yuanshuan could distinctly sense his breath growing ragged. Yuanshuan. His deep voice was laced with an uncontrollable urge, piercing her ears. She blinked, stepping closer, her hand reaching to caress the silver wolf's head. Her voice was tender, akin to the most enchanting melody in the world.
Keithain.
"I have been waiting for you all along." She understood that Chi-Run harbored matters weighing on his heart, yet she dared not pry, fearing to disrupt his resolution. She also recognized his restraint. Despite his deep longing for her, he had never taken the next step. It was evident that she held affection for him, as well. Yu Yuanshuan gently leaned against the silver wolf's head. Chi-Ren's mind exploded with realization. This was Yu Yuanshuan's silent invitation. She was willing to accept him as her beast husband. Her feelings for him were genuine. The towering silver wolf measured 5 to 6 meters in length and stood about 3 meters tall, its head nearly the size of Yu Yuanshuan's entire body. She opened her arms and embraced him. In the next moment, the silver wolf transformed into human form, enveloping her in his embrace. His familiar, handsome visage bore unparalleled affection as he gazed upon her. Yu Yuanchuan's expression was dreamy, her lips slightly parted. In a moment of clarity, she suddenly tugged at his clothing, pulling him closer. She initiated a kiss upon his lips, a kiss that deepened gradually, imbued with boundless longing and affection. All the worries of the past days transformed into the most intimate exchange. Qiren thought of her, and how could she not think of him? That boy, whose eyes only ever held her. She had been waiting for him all along. Now, the Wolf King had returned, and the pack of wolves bowed in submission. He was willing to surrender himself, and Yu Yuanchuan was also prepared to offer herself for his elevated collapse value. Their kiss transitioned from a gentle drizzle to a steady rain, gradually intensifying. Yu Yuanchuan clung tightly to his neck, seemingly channeling all her yearning into strength. Yet it was not enough, not enough. A burst of green erupted from his back, manifesting into slender vines. At the peak of his desire, they stealthily coiled around Yu Yuanchuan's wrists, then her ankles. Yu Yuanchuan's mind went blank. In the next instant, her ensnared body floated into the air, alongside Qiren. The verdant vines, unlike ordinary plants, radiated his warmth. This day would be forever etched in Yu Yuanchuan's memory. The green vines fused seamlessly with Qiren's flesh and blood. He was the vine, and the vine was him. A beautiful, delicate silver butterfly gradually appeared upon his fair collarbone, shimmering with a silvery glow, as if it were fluttering its wings in a graceful dance, utterly exquisite. Outside the cave, the pack of wolves lay prostrate, all subservient. They awaited their king to complete the most significant ritual while vigilantly guarding against any potential dangers outside the cave.
Boom.
A surge of dark energy struck the opposite mountain peak, cleaving it in two. Qianqiu, in a fit of agitation, transformed into human form, his handsome face marred by evident brooding and fury. I haven't found her. I haven't found Wanwan. He had scoured the surrounding hundreds of miles, yet still found no trace of her. Chapter 163 Wanwan. That woman seemed to have vanished into thin air. Even employing the Black Scorpion clan's tracking skills yielded no clues. He had underestimated her. How could someone escape from a tightly guarded underground base so easily? He had been careless, despite his unwillingness to believe it. After nearly 2 days and nights of searching, he had to accept that the woman was truly absent. She had fled, but how could she have evaded him without leaving a single trace? Boss, Weevee spotted a pack of magical wolves ahead, seemingly led by a wolf king. The report from his subordinate jolted him from his chaotic thoughts. His inky gaze swept toward that direction. The beastman's instincts had already alerted him to a particularly potent aura emanating from there. To his surprise, it was the magical wolf king. Magical wolves were formidable in their own right and thrived in packs. He had no desire to provoke them unnecessarily. Furthermore, Wanwan, as a beastman, would not be entangled with a pack of magical wolves. With this in mind, Qianqiu waved his hand dismissively, signaling to disregard them and continue the search for his quarry. Complete restoration pill. Yu Yuanchuan's cheeks flushed, her voice soft and tender. She was unaware of how many times Qiren had rehearsed this in his mind. His touch was as smooth as that of a seasoned lover. She relied solely on the complete restoration pill for 3 days and nights. Those vines were part of Qiren, seemingly able to integrate his senses into them. Thus, possessing her wasn't solely Qiren's privilege. Furthermore, the pain from the collision of his demonic blood and the alien gene gradually dissipated under her soothing influence. Qiren's golden green eyes fixated intently on Yu Yuanchuan, as if he wished to imprint every facet of her into his memory. Of course, what he cherished most was the sight of Yu Yuanchuan gazing at him. This marked Qianqiu's third passage past the magical wolf's den. Yet, Yu Yuanchuan remained elusive. His sharp eyes scanned the cave, where hundreds of magical wolves lay prostrate, submitting to their wolf king while cautiously eyeing him. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, tickling his nostrils. Wait, that scent. It was starfall fragrance. A look of disbelief crossed the face of the Black Scorpion, as he seemed to connect the dots, his expression quickly returning to its cold demeanor as he fixed his gaze upon the cave. Why would a pack of wolves utilize starfall fragrance? Such an intense floral aroma. What were they attempting to conceal? What lay within that cave? As various thoughts converged in his mind, the answers crystallized with clarity. This time, he did not instruct his subordinates to circumvent the cave. Instead, he pointed directly at it. His men understood the cue and approached the cave entrance to knock. My chief seeks the demon wolf king. I implore you to emerge. Hundreds of demon wolves gradually rise, their vigilance heightened as they fix their gaze upon these unwelcome visitors. Their wolf king is engaged in the most crucial sealing ritual, and none may disturb it at will. These intruders are truly ignorant of the rules. The orcs have noticed the warning from the pack, yet as long as the chief remains silent, they choose to disregard it, simply continuing their shouts. Regardless, they are determined to meet the Demon Wolf King today. Demon Wolf King, my chief demands your presence. Should you fail to appear, do not blame us for our impoliteness. The cave falls into an eerie silence, devoid of any response. Qianxiao's gaze turns icy as she raises her hand, a mass of inky energy coalescing in her palm. Just as she prepares to strike, a figure emerges from the cave. Qiren no longer resembles the youthful boy he once was. After enduring countless trials, his features have matured significantly, with deep-set eyes and a commanding posture. He exudes an impressive aura. As their eyes meet, Qianxiao's expression shifts, revealing her surprise. The Demon Wolf King is, in fact, an orc. Is this the individual she seeks? Qianxiao's glance sweeps over Qiren, landing on the cave behind him.
Wanwan,
Are you inside? Upon seeing the figure emerge, Qianxiao coldly interrogates, what brings a black scorpion to my territory in search of a woman? Isn't that a bit excessive? Qiren smirks lightly, nonchalantly smoothing the creases of his garment. Demon Wolf King, it seems you have only recently ascended to your position? Qianxiao's voice is low and somber. Some matters and individuals are beyond your capacity to handle. It would be wise to remain discreet, lest you find yourself facing dire consequences. Oh, how you frighten me. And then what? Step aside. I must enter. What if I refuse? With Qiren's retort, the atmosphere becomes palpably tense. Qianxiao keenly discerns a profound hostility in his eyes. Hostility? They have no quarrel with one another. Where does this animosity stem from? How intriguing. This cave is a sight I must behold. With that, Qianxiao launches her attack. The moment the immense black scorpion materializes, Qiren transforms into a silver wolf. Both are top-tier SSS orcs, endowed with formidable strength. Their forms intertwine, and in mere moments, they engage in a fierce exchange of blows. The black scorpion's armor is impenetrable, laced with lethal toxins, while the silver wolf is agile, employing silent, vine-like strikes. Yet, neither seems capable of overpowering the other. The demon wolf possesses an unusual method of attack. Qianxiao is taken aback, but soon a manic grin spreads across her face, her eyes glinting with madness. She is curious to discover what prowess this uniquely gifted demon wolf king possesses. As they clash once more, both unleash their full strength. Qiren fights for the sake of revenge for Wanwan. His beloved wife had been imprisoned and humiliated by this black scorpion. Had he not intervened, she would still be at its mercy. This is unforgivable. On Qianxiao's end, recognizing the opponent's distinctiveness fuels her self-destructive desire to test the strength of his attacks. Despite being struck by the vines multiple times, her fighting spirit remains unyielding, only growing fiercer. After a brief exchange, both orcs bear injuries. Qianxiao's chest plate is cracked, blood flowing freely, pooling beneath her. Meanwhile, Qiren suffers a gaping wound on his arm inflicted by the scorpion's pincers. Suddenly, a white silhouette darts from the cave, radiant with luminous energy, descending upon the black scorpion.
bang.
The assault arrives with astonishing swiftness, striking during a pivotal moment of their duel. The black scorpion, entangled by the silver wolf's onslaught, is unable to retaliate, and thus, it takes the full brunt of the light elemental attack. The gentle light element can become a coveted object of desire for the orcs, yet the destructive light element possesses the ability to corrode their flesh. Qianxiao is struck hard, her legs severely eroded and grievously wounded by the force of the light. Transforming back into her human form, her subordinates quickly encircle her, shielding her while vigilantly watching Qiren and the newly arrived woman. Wanwan, you truly were inside. Qianxiao's eyes glisten with fury, disregarding her injuries. She steps forward, her disheveled hair a testament to the explosion of light, and locks her gaze onto Wanwan. Her subordinates remain on high alert. The woman who had once sought kisses from her chief now dares to launch a treacherous attack against him. Moreover, it is an exceedingly lethal ambush. Chapter 164. Are you still asleep? Wanwan, concerned for Qiren, cautiously lifts his arm to inspect him. Finding no poison, she breathes a sigh of relief, noting the silver wolf's remarkable self-healing abilities as the bleeding gradually subsides. Turning to face Qianxiao, her countenance is icy, and the tenderness once present in her eyes has vanished. her voice devoid of warmth. And so what? Qianxiao's cold gaze quivers, blood uncontrollably trickling from the corner of her mouth. Gazing at Wanwan's frigid expression, a bloodthirsty smile spreads across her face, her tone thick with danger. You truly are still quite disobedient. Wanwan can't help but roll her eyes at his words. Responding bluntly, do you expect a woman you have imprisoned and coerced to feel grateful and sincere towards you? Brother, have you yet to awaken from your slumber? After all, she is an sss-level high-tier orc with immense power. Were it not for her desire to prevent Chi-Ren from being harmed, she would not want to lay eyes on this detestable man. She admires handsome men, but only under the condition of freedom. Being coerced, threatened, and forced into submission, how could she be expected to treat him sincerely? The disdain in Wanwan's eyes is unmistakable, as if she wishes to point at Qianxiao's forehead and declare him insane. Qianxiao's lips curl into a chilling smile, an aura of malevolence and recklessness emanating from him, causing Wanwan to feel a shiver run down her spine. This man, has he lost his mind? He appears neither sorrowful nor pained. Instead, his smile radiates excitement, a sense of wild abandon. Ha ha ha, this is the first time in my life I've been deceived. What a refreshing experience. He wipes the blood from his lips, fixating his gaze upon Wanwan, a female orc possessing strength rivaling that of high-tier male orcs. One must admit, I have indeed underestimated you, Jiangwan. Wanwan remains noncommittal, her face a mask of frost, devoid of the previous warmth she had shown while nestled in his embrace. He has been utterly deceived. Is this woman devoid of a heart? Qianxiao lowers his gaze, and after a moment, speaks slowly. Regardless, I am still your beast husband. Am I not? Is this how you treat someone close to you? Beast husband? Wanwan raises an eyebrow. Are you referring to the wife master mark? She lets out a cold laugh, snapping her fingers. Qianxiao seems to sense something amiss and abruptly tears open his garment.
Indeed.
The hollow silver butterfly near his collarbone transforms into countless silvery dots, gradually dissipating. Wanwan smirks, apologies, but that is no longer the case. Qianxiao, who had maintained a steady demeanor, suddenly feels as though he has been dealt a heavy blow, leaving him discontented and troubled. Meanwhile, Chi-Ren, as if asserting his claim, wraps his arm around Wanwan's slender waist. Wanwan reciprocates, wrapping her arms around his neck, planting a kiss upon his lips. My beast husband has never restricted my freedom, hence you cannot be my beast husband. Her words are deliberate, her tone frigid and devoid of any emotional fluctuation.
Ha ha ha.
How amusing. Qianxiao chuckles darkly, releasing the torn fabric of his garment, his eyes coldly fixed upon Wanwan. Suddenly, he strikes again. His target is unmistakably clear. Wanwan, the woman who had once clung to him, professing her desire to be with him. Yet now, her once rosy lips utter words as sharp as blades. Had he not been so careless, he would surely feel a profound sorrow. No, such emotions are misguided. He should capture that woman, imprison her and bind her limbs. Only then can he truly possess her. In Qianxiao's eyes, madness flickered as his sss-level prowess reached its zenith. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Yuanchuan. With a swift motion, one hand encircled her waist, pulling her aside. At that very moment, Chi-Ren's vines lunged towards his heart. Yet, Qianxiao seemed utterly unconcerned, his outstretched hand still reaching for Yuanchuan. A burst of light element erupted between them. In that instant of blood spraying, Yuanchuan bent backward sharply, evading the attack. Qianxiao's hand slipped through her hair. The next moment, the force of the light element sent the assailant hurtling away. This time, Yuanchuan held nothing back. After consuming 2 body-refining pills, her strength temporarily soared to SSS. She understood well that, given Qianxiao's temperament, if he did not perish, he would pursue her relentlessly. She despised complications. Thus, when the time to strike came, she resolved to unleash her full power. Meanwhile, the injured Qianxiao was sent sprawling, his body charred and blood gushing from his mouth and nose. His face was a gruesome sight, flesh torn and bloodied. A massive gaping wound on his chest revealed the stark outline of his ribs, blood pouring forth. In an instant, he seemed transformed into a figure of gore.
Kill.
The orc minions of Qianxiao, seeing their leader in such a state, were blinded by rage and charged forward. Chi-Ren raised his hand, signaling the pack of wolves behind him to surge forth as well. The chaos of battle commenced. However, Qianxiao's orc subordinates were his elite selection, all high-tier SSS orcs. The magical wolves, on the other hand, were significantly weaker. This was still amidst Qianqiu's severe injuries. Realizing the tide of battle was shifting, Yu Yuanshuan cast her gaze toward the frenzied orc horde not far away. With a flicker of thought, she raised her hand, summoning countless radiant pentacles that swiftly descended upon the trapped frenzied orcs. The pentacles corroded their shackles, liberating them once more. Simultaneously, Yu Yuanshuan cultivated gentle light elements, sending them towards the frenzied orcs. The light elements detonated softly, transforming into myriad glowing specks that rained down upon the chaotic orc mob. Qianqiu's orc subordinates could only watch helplessly as the frenzied orcs turned against them, launching an assault. At this moment, everyone finally understood that the one who had unleashed the multitude of frenzied orcs from the base was none other than this female orc favored by their leader. Who could have anticipated that a female orc would awaken the exceedingly rare light element? Moreover, possessing strength comparable to that of SSS male orcs? With the frenzied orcs joining the fray, the situation that had been under Qianqiu's control began to shift dramatically. Gradually, Yu Yuanshuan's side gained the upper hand. Qi Ren was also seeking an opportunity, attempting several times to deliver a fatal blow to Qianqiu. Yet, despite his severe injuries, Qianqiu was surrounded by countless black scorpions for protection, and his orc subordinates fought fiercely to impede any advance. In the end, Qi Ren was unable to find the chance to strike again, forced to watch as Qianqiu was whisked away in a near-death state. Yu Yuanshuan furrowed her brow, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. The look Qianqiu cast upon her as he departed was akin to that of observing a lifeless object. Initially, her plan with Qi Ren was to capture him, but she had not anticipated his formidable strength. Despite enduring her light elements and Qi Ren's attacks, he still had the fortitude to retreat. With him withdrawing now, any hope of counterattack was lost. A hand grasped Yu Yuanshuan's pale fingers. Turning, she found Qi Ren embracing her waist, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead, his voice a soothing balm. "Do not fear, I am here." Yu Yuanshuan felt a measure of comfort. Aside from her inherent resilience, she was surrounded by numerous formidable orc allies. Even should they decide to act against her, they would have to weigh the consequences. Yet, the sensation of being coveted was disconcerting, and that man was undeniably perilous. In the wake of their encounter, Yu Yuanshuan instinctively sensed the looming danger while beside him, daring not to reveal her thoughts. That man was, without a doubt, a threat. She wished to avoid such peril at all costs. Fortunately, she had escaped, and he had fled in a wounded state. Given Qi Ren's earlier heart strike, Qianqiu's fate seemed grim. Contemplating this eased her anxiety. She had managed to escape, with Qi Ren by her side. This was a favorable outcome. Warmth enveloped Yu Yuanshuan's heart as she turned to wrap her arms around Qi Ren's neck. The pack of wolves whined, bowing low in reverence as Qi Ren carried Yu Yuanshuan into the cave. Yu Yuanshuan experienced a surge of energy expansion, following the battle with the base orcs. Despite having consumed the body-refining pills beforehand, she could not restrain the uncontrollable surge of energy. Now, her physique had reached A level, allowing her to summon any power below that threshold at will. However, should the power exceed A level, it would undoubtedly result in an overflow of energy beyond her body's capacity to endure. Fortunately, she had received 10,000 points from Qi Ren, sufficient to exchange for 2 body-refining pills. Thus, following the energy expansion, she unhesitatingly consumed the second pill. Yuanshuan? Qi Ren was aware of Yu Yuanshuan's unique constitution, which could lead to energy surges, yet he was oblivious to the extent of her suffering. Overwhelmed with concern, he watched as she furrowed her brow and curled into herself, wishing it were he who endured the pain. He was rugged and could withstand discomfort, but Yu Yuanshuan, so delicate and fragile, could not bear even a slight ache. He carefully cradled Yu Yuanshuan, his expression urgent yet his voice tender as he called out, "Yuanshuan, Yuanshuan, wake up." Yu Yuanshuan felt a marked relief in her body after the medication, yet the lingering effects of the energy remained. She was in agony, excruciating pain coursing through her. She wished to keep her eyes closed, to slip away into an eternal slumber. Yet a voice, gentle beyond measure, continued to call her. The emotion in his tone was like water overflowing from a basin, ready to spill forth. Her eyelashes fluttered, and upon opening her eyes, she met Qi Ren's worried gaze. His striking golden-green eyes trembled slightly with concern, beautiful as a cat's-eye gem. Seeing her awake, a spark of light ignited in his eyes. Yu Yuanshuan's heart stirred, and she instinctively embraced his neck, affectionately nuzzling his face. "Aren't you glad? I'm here," Sensing the fragility of his little wife, he quickly wrapped his arms around her waist. His gentle embrace dispelled the pain within Yuan, leaving only warmth and tenderness. As she relished this rare tranquility, her body suddenly jolted with sharp pain. Host. This is a side effect of the energy expansion. You require energy guidance now, the system reminded her internally. Although the body-refining pills could enhance her energy threshold, the excess energy from the expansion needed proper guidance to be fully controlled. Newly acquired orc husbands could provide the best energy guidance within 7 days. The implication was clear. Do not waste the opportunity. Recalling Qi Ren's unique vines, Yuan felt a flush creep across her cheeks. Her entire being suddenly imbued with a feverish warmth. Meeting Qi Ren's concerned gaze, her heart fluttered, and she impulsively kissed his lips. Qi Ren was momentarily stunned, feeling a rush of heat throughout his body from her words, trembling slightly. Yuan missed him. Without a second thought, he tightened his grip around her waist, cradling the back of her head, taking the lead to kiss her back. Were it not for the concern that Yuan might not be able to endure the intensity, he would have desired not only the past 3 days but even a year or 2 more. He had awaited this moment for what felt like an eternity. From the moment he met Yuan and solidified his feelings, he had been longing for her. His heart and body yearned for her incessantly. Outside the cave, the daylight shone brightly as 2 small birds flitted down to rest upon the lush branches. Their tiny heads nestled together, forming a heart shape with their rosy-colored crowns. You peck at my feathers, and I groom your plumage, exuding an air of affectionate intimacy. Suddenly, a small bird, as if having discovered something, takes flight and lands on the ground not far away. Upon its return, it proudly presents a plump, delectable worm in its beak. Another bird, with its captivating eyes, eagerly accepts this offering. Wanwans, these are fresh fruits, just picked and delightful in flavor. Do give them a taste. Qi Ren, clad in white casual trousers and bare-chested, enters, cradling freshly washed fruits in his hands. His robust biceps subtly ripple with each movement. Yuan's gaze falls upon Qi Ren's flawless visage. It was undoubtedly his exquisite face that first captivated her attention. She admits to being enamored by appearances. However, it was his sincerity that truly won her over. Unbeknownst to her, the boy once bullied at the academy has blossomed into the formidable Wolf King, a true sovereign of the magic wolves. Yuan has encountered magic wolves beyond the realm. They are a powerful force among the otherworldly beasts, rarely seen in packs. Thus, Qi Ren's ascension to their king, uniting the magic wolves, must have come at an unimaginable cost. Her gaze gradually drifts down to Qi Ren's tall, athletic frame. He appears slender and tall in clothing. Yet his physique is commendable. His muscles are well-defined, not intimidating, but undeniably powerful. His pectorals are symmetrical, his abdominal muscles neatly aligned, and his physique boasts a flawless V-shape leading to his waist. When exerting himself, his muscles are firm to the touch. Yet they soften and exhibit remarkable elasticity when he holds her close. Yuan relishes the feeling of her hands resting on his abdomen, counting his abs as she drifts off to sleep, occasionally playfully disturbing him to keep him awake. Indeed, every inch of his body is perfection, regardless of the aspect. Yuan blinks, her gaze irresistibly drawn back to her beastly husband's face. Qi Ren, perceptive as ever, senses his little wife's wandering thoughts, narrowing his eyes with a pleased curve at the corners of his mouth. Still thinking Wanwan's? He peels a fruit and brings it to her lips, asking gently. Caught off guard, Yuan's cheeks flush, and she shoots him an embarrassed glare. Qi Ren chuckles softly, his eyes shimmering with countless stars, radiant and dazzling. After ensuring Yuan is well fed, he places the last fruit in his mouth, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. Then, cupping the back of her head, he kisses her lips, sharing the fruit with her. Sweet juice dances over their taste buds, mingling with each other's essence. The air thickens with an intimate atmosphere. Chapter 166. New peach blossom in the underground base's healing chamber. Countless black scorpions transport the severely injured Qianqiu, who has lost the ability to move, like a conveyor belt into the silver liquid of Ini. The silvery liquid envelopes his chest, and due to his grave injuries, Qianqiu gradually sinks into the pool. The silver fluid slowly covers his entire body, including his face, as tranquility begins to wash over him. After what feels like an eternity, a stirring sound emerges from the water. In the next moment, Qianqiu abruptly sits up from the pool. His once disfigured face has returned to its original form. The massive wound in his chest, inflicted by a piercing blow, is visibly healing at an astonishing pace, thanks to the restorative properties of the silver liquid. Upon closer inspection, his chest appears hollow, as if devoid of a heart. His obsidian eyes suddenly snap open, dark currents gradually transforming into a surging wave of ink. In his mind, he recalls the recent intel his subordinates gathered about the Wolf King. Chi-Ren, an Imperial Beastman, a Silver Wolf, a trial subject of the Imperial Music Academy, and a designated subject of a woman named Yu Wanshan. Yu Wanshan, a name that has appeared multiple times on the Empress's desk. Her beastly husband seems to include Imperial Marshal Chi Mabai, Su Ma-chang of the Ruishua family, and Feng Chueji of the Music Society, now with the addition of Chi-Ren. Indeed, Zhongwan is not her real name. Yuan Shan is. The woman who once shared whispers with him is none other than the Imperial Beastwoman Yuan Shan, who has been placed on the Empress's watch list. She never intended to speak the truth. All her actions were merely forced lies. Qianqiu grips his clothing tightly, chastising himself for being so careless, for believing such a crude deception without question. However, she should be unaware that she is heartless, right? Chi-Ren's thrust through his heart could never kill him. Yuan Shan, are you prepared for our next encounter? As he utters these words, he can't help but cough, a wave of pain coursing through his body. He furrows his brow. This severe injury cannot be healed in just a day or two. If that woman were by his side, perhaps the soothing of her presence would hasten his recovery. He lowers his gaze, dark currents swirling in his obsidian eyes. The aftereffects of the energy expansion within Yuan Shan have nearly dissipated. The sharp pain has completely vanished.
Kire massages here.
Employing a technique he must have learned from somewhere, applying just the right amount of pressure that lulls Yuan Shan into a drowsy state. However, in the next moment, she is awakened by his rather improper hands. Chi-Ren, you. Wanwans, you haven't soothed me today. Chi-Ren leans over the stone bed, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist. I fear you might tire. Yuan Shan speaks from the heart. To avoid waste, as the sovereign suggested, they have spent a full 7 days together, entwined in each other's company. During this time, Chi-Ren has scarcely rested. Yet, as the words escape her lips, they are halted by Chi-Ren's long fingers. I know not about other beastmen, but I am not tired. Chi-Ren's lips curve with confidence. His handsome, supple lips softly uttering the words, he leans down to capture hers. Just as their bodies heat up and they are about to take the next step, a certain drowsy hamster in the corner suddenly opens its eyes. Blinking in confusion, its gaze sharpens and lands on the two engaged in a passionate kiss. Its pea-sized eyes suddenly blaze with fury as it leaps up and positions itself between the two who have just separated, accurately stopping in front of Yuan Shan's chest. It then bares its teeth at Chi-Ren with an indignant expression. The romantic atmosphere is shattered, and Chi-Ren raises an eyebrow, playfully squeezing the little hamster's neck, asking, "What is this?" After spending so many days with Yuan Shan, he had failed to notice the little creature that had been following her. Yuan Shan's face turns crimson as she reaches out to rescue the squeaking hamster. Ahem, this is the Imperial Crown Prince Suzhui. Chi-Ren raises an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that the Imperial Crown Prince, whom he had been desperately seeking amidst the chaos in Mu City, would be right here with his little wife. Is this the new peach blossom that Wanwan's has attracted? Chi-Ren is momentarily taken aback, but then he pulls Yuan Shan into his embrace, feeling a wave of emotion. His little wife is truly exceptional, attracting attention from men wherever she goes. What shall he do? Yuan Shan hastily shakes her head. It's not like that. Not like that. This implies that it might be so in the future. A pang of bitterness stirs in Chi-Ren's heart, gazing at Yuan Shan's innocent little face. He can't resist grinding his teeth, suddenly biting her earlobe. It's not painful, but it tickles, causing Yuan Shan to shrink inward. The little hamster in her hands wriggles free again, returning to her chest, exhibiting a protective demeanor. Chi-Ren, you please don't. Yuan Shan's pleas for mercy do not elicit a halt from Chi-Ren. He feels a twinge of jealousy. How can his little wife, while being with him, still have a potential beastman companion? Though this little hamster appears to be somewhat deranged, temporarily lost in its own thoughts. However, that was indeed an adult male orc. It seems he simply did not exert enough effort, allowing her to still have the energy to contemplate other matters. Chi-Ren seized the troublesome hamster, flinging it onto a nearby stone platform. He deftly enveloped it in an energy shield, thus restraining its movements. All that remained was the controlled, impotently furious hamster. emitting shrill cries from within the transparent barrier. Time slipped by, and eventually, the little creature grew weary of its cries, collapsing on the ground in silence. Wanwan felt a twinge of compassion, pondering whether they should release it. Once it's out, it will continue to covet you. Chiron cast a sidelong glance at Wanwan's alluring curves, his meaning unmistakable. This hamster was undoubtedly a lustful creature, but as long as he was present, it would never have the chance to ascend to Wanwan's side. Wanwan tilted her head, scrutinizing Chiron's face, unable to resist reaching out to touch him.
Rein.
Chiron turned to her, indicating she should continue. Wanwan bit her lip. Will you be angry with me?
I
have taken other beast husbands. She had indeed acquired one named Xianyu. What nonsense are you spouting? Noticing her anxious expression, she cautiously inquired. Chiron hastily pressed a finger to her lips, sincerely stating, My Wanwan is so exceptional. It is only natural for others to covet her. I understand. As long as your heart belongs to me, that is sufficient. Chiron's gaze was filled with boundless tenderness as he looked at her. Wanwan's eyes flickered, and her apprehension transformed into a cascade of blissful warmth. She sniffled and instinctively embraced him. I know, our run is the best. With such a beast husband, what more could she desire? Chiron's eyes shifted slightly as he wrapped his arms around his little wife. A faint sigh escaped his heart. He had always known that his little wife was remarkable. It was impossible for her to have only him as a beast husband in the past. And it would not be possible in the future either. However, as long as he held a place by her side, that was all that mattered. Chapter 167. Two panda eyes in the outer defense line of the divine serpent clan. TSK. Have these mutts finally retreated? What a waste of my time. I wonder if my little wife has missed me. I must quickly tidy up and seek her out. Xianyu kicked aside the recently slain aberration, muttering to himself. It was not so much self-talk, as Gulan was not far ahead, equally deftly clearing the battlefield of the remaining aberrations. These aberrations posed no significant threat to high-ranking orcs, but could parasitize lower-ranking ones. Thus, after each battle with aberrations, it was imperative for high-ranking orcs to personally handle the aftermath to ensure safety. This was the final area. Gulan's expression was indifferent, his handsome face devoid of any extraneous emotion. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed several energy blasts, clearing a large swath of aberrations from the battlefield. I say, take it easy. Your injuries have only just healed, and all the precious resources of the Divine Serpent Clan have been expended on your recovery. If you were to perish again, we would be out of divine medicine for you. Xianyu could not help but grumble as he observed Gulan's utter disregard for his hard-won recovery. Can you not wear such a morose expression all day? A smile would do you good. Look at how handsome you are, how many female orcs in this realm await your attention, yet you insist on wallowing in self-pity? Forget about that imperial female orc, just move on. Find another one. I guarantee she will be more obedient. Gulan shot him a frosty glance, his gaze chilling. Before you utter such words, why not first abandon the thought of your little wife? That is out of the question. Xianyu shook his head vigorously. My wife loves me, unlike yours, who runs away every time you catch her. That's not love.
Gulan Skop.
Too disinterested to engage with this man who prattled on before him. I'm serious. Why not find someone new? Even if she's not exceptionally soothing. An SS would suffice. Hey, are you even listening? Why are you leaving? Xianyu continued to prattle on, but Gulan had already walked away, clearly unwilling to hear any more of his drivel. Humph, how dare he criticize my temper? I see he has quite the temper himself. No wonder his wife ran away. Xianyu huffed, muttering a few words before re-engaging in the task of clearing the battlefield. He needed to hasten his efforts to finish this last area today. Once he handed over the clan's affairs to the elder, he could go find his little wife. It had been far too long since he last saw her. He wondered if she had missed him. While Xianyu was lost in thought, Gulan was enveloped in a melancholic mood. He too recalled his wife, or rather, his former wife. Wanwan would no longer acknowledge him as her beast husband. Gulan's lips tightened, forming a straight line.
Tell me,
is there any way to restore his consciousness? Over here, Wanwan poked the little hamster imprisoned in a cage by Chiron, unable to restrain her curiosity. Chiron raised an eyebrow, confirming that a method indeed existed. Really? What is it? Wanwan inquired eagerly, not expecting Chiron to actually have a solution. Demonic blood can stimulate the orc bloodline, likely awakening his consciousness. Demonic blood? But you have demonic blood within you. Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then we must, not now. Before she could finish, Qiren firmly declined. Why not? Once he regains his consciousness, he will transform into a human, Qiren said, suddenly pulling Wanwan into his embrace, nuzzling against her ear. Do you wish for the imperial prince in his human form to witness our affection? His warm breath caressed her ear, the implications of his words unmistakable. Wanwan could not help but envision that scenario, when she and Qiren were blissfully in love. Suzhua, you would be watching them. Wanwan's face flushed, and she quickly shook her head. That cannot happen. Then what is the solution? ISN Wanwan eager to return to Mu City. Once we arrive, we can assist him in recovering. As Qiren continued to nuzzle, he blew gently into her ear. Wanwan squirmed at the ticklish sensation, urgently pleading, Qiren, please stop. It tickles. How ticklish can it be? Qiren chuckled, not relenting. Is it really that ticklish? He was well aware that Wanwan's ears were her most sensitive spot. Wanwan, unable to evade him, could only submit to his whims. Soon, her eyes became dreamy, her mind a blank slate. Gulan, are you truly going to accompany me to Mu City? Aren't you afraid those people will kill you again? Xianyu felt a headache coming on. Who would have thought that his usually aloof and restrained good brother would suddenly propose to accompany her in search of his wife? That was his wife, not his. What business did he have? However, since the request came from a good brother, he found himself at a loss for how to refuse. Gulan shot him a cold glance, eyes filled with disdain. With them? You say that, yet who was it last time that was left on the brink of death? Barely clinging to life?
Bang!
Xianyu yelped, clutching his face, glaring indignantly at Gulan. Gulan, are you insane? Why did you suddenly strike me? Enough. Gulan shot him a cold look. Do you wish to brawl? I'll have you know, my strength is no less than yours. Come on, let us fight. Xianyu glanced in the mirror, fuming. He had panda eyes again. His little wife adored his face. That damned Gulan always targeted it.
Damn.
He had to teach him a lesson. Xianyu assumed a fighting stance, but Gulan merely snorted, unceremoniously charging at him. He had long wanted to give this boastful man a good thrashing. To flaunt his newly found wife in front of a young man who had just lost his? Wasn't he that asking for trouble? The two quickly engaged in combat, strikes landing with palpable force. Damn it, Gulan, you hit my face again. How much can one endure? A quarter of an hour later, the two finally ceased their tussle. In an unusual turn of events, Xianyu bore the weight of 2 dark circles beneath his eyes, his appearance rather disheveled. Gulan's arm rested in an awkward position, while his handsome visage was marred by a swollen chin. Neither of them emerged unscathed from their recent altercation. After all, they had been steadfast partners for many years. There was an unspoken understanding between them, rendering their skirmishes evenly matched. Gulan, do you find it amusing to scheme against me in such a manner? Xianyu exclaimed, shielding his face and inhaling sharply. Without needing to glance in a mirror, he was acutely aware of how disheveled he looked. Both eyes throbbed painfully, undoubtedly. They had both transformed into panda eyes. That Gulan had a penchant for striking the face. Gulan let out a cold chuckle, casually resetting his dislocated arm. Chapter 168. Transforming into human form fuming, Xianyu gritted his teeth and hastily retrieved a potion from his pocket, diligently applying it to his face. This was a remedy he had just procured from the elder, reputed to work wonders for treating panda eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to meet his beloved wife. Even if he had to face the world with these panda eyes, he would go. He missed her dearly. 15 minutes later, Xianyu, burdened with his belongings, cast a disdainful glance at Gulan, who stood empty-handed. Shouldn't you have prepared some sort of gift for your first encounter with my wife? He queried. If memory serves me correctly, she is your wife as well. Gulan raised an eyebrow, shooting him a frosty glare. Since she is not my wife, why should I bring a gift? But a brother's wife is still a wife, you know? Aren't you ashamed to show up empty-handed? Xianyu, I fear I have often given you too much face, neglecting to remind you of the time I bested you on the ground, Gulan retorted with a sneer, cracking his knuckles ominously. Suddenly, Xianyu was reminded of their initial meeting years ago. Back then, he had merely been a delicate little white snake, his shimmering scales causing him to appear soft and effeminate, which made him a target for bullying among his kin. After enduring a long struggle, he had awakened his bloodline and emerged as a formidable presence within the divine serpent clan. During an expedition, he was captured by a similarly awakened phoenix bird. At that time, they were strangers, and as natural enemies of their respective species, the snake was clearly at a disadvantage. The battle had left Xianyu battered. with most of his beautiful white scales lost, his body a bloody mess. From that day forth, despite matching Gulan in strength, the shadow of his previous defeat lingered. Fortunately, a twist of fate led them to forge an alliance when trapped among hostile creatures, and they fought side by side to escape, gradually evolving into friends and brothers. The haunting memories of their past started to fade. Now, as Gulan resurrected those old grievances, it was evident he was agitated.
Well,
If you don't want to bring a gift, then why act so fierce? Xianyu scoffed, choosing to ignore him. Regardless, he had indeed brought a gift. One that his wife would surely adore. The thought reignited his excitement. His beloved wife was utterly enchanting, and he yearned for her presence. Gulan exhaled slowly, quickening his pace to match Xianyu's strides. Within an opulent vine-laden palanquin, Wanwan was cradled in Qi Ren's arms, being fed delicately. Below, a throng of magical wolves bore the palanquin forward. Inside, Qi Ren peeled an orange, feeding Wanwan segment by segment, much to her delight. A small hamster, confined in a corner of the palanquin, fixed its beady eyes on the affectionate couple, seething with jealousy. It was beyond comprehension why the sight of Wanwan with Qi Ren incited such fury, yet it was a feeling he could not suppress. However, he was thwarted by Qi Ren's protective barrier, leaving him in a state of impotent rage. Will your magical wolf subordinates not tire from this? Wanwan queried, playfully poking Qi Ren's chest. It was soft to the touch, quite pleasant indeed. They are more than willing, Qi Ren replied, casting a glance outside the palanquin. Wanwan followed his gaze, noting that the magical wolves were indeed eager, even competing to shoulder the palanquin, their excitement palpable. Behind the protective escort of magical wolves, a contingent of beastmen followed closely. However, they could no longer be referred to as mere beastmen. A flicker of sentience had emerged in their eyes. Some were even capable of patrolling alongside the magical wolves, engaging in basic communication with one another. Wanwan tirelessly nurtured the gentle energy of light for them to absorb, her unique powers serving to heal their mental scars. It was conceivable that, in the near future, they could live as normal beastmen. Not far from the wooden city, Wanwan tenderly kissed Qi Ren's cheek for reassurance, then rose from his embrace, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Qi Ren, she mused. It's clear my dear wife holds considerable regard for this imperial prince. Alas, despite his devoted attention, Qi Ren felt that he had not fully captured her heart. As she still diverted her attention to another man. Rising, he gazed at Wanwan's exquisite face, gritting his teeth before suddenly pulling her into his embrace and kissing her fiercely. How ungrateful. You're with me, yet still think of other men. Wanwan's lips turned a rosy hue as she blinked innocently, a charming smile gracing her face as she playfully shook Qi Ren's hand. I'm not doing it for him. I'm doing it for us. Just think, if Su Zhuai regains his senses, his status could easily facilitate arrangements for us. Moreover, even the beastmen following us and your magical wolves would have their places secured, wouldn't they? I'm thinking of our future, she added, leaning closer to Qi Ren's ear, her voice soft and sweet. I know, Qi Ren is the best. Qi Ren's heart stirred. How good, very good. So good that I never want to leave Qi Ren, and Qi Ren will always be by my side, right? Wanwan tilted her head, batting her eyelashes at him, her playful demeanor igniting a fire in Qi Ren's heart. With a swift motion, Qi Ren enveloped Wanwan in his arms once more, kissing her deeply. Wanwan did not resist. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck, offering him a heartfelt response. The magical blood of the wolf clan proved to be a remarkable force. The small hamster, stimulated by the magical blood, suddenly exhibited a glimmer of human-like cognition in its wide eyes. With a burst of golden energy, the cage that had contained the hamster shattered, and at that moment, Su Zhui's figure materialized before them. His esteemed and handsome visage, with deep golden eyes and a frosty demeanor, was unmistakable. Wanwan blinked in surprise and greeted him. Your Highness? Su Zhui, he replied, his tone reluctant. Not fully understanding his demeanor, Wanwan stepped closer, her concern evident. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Is it a side effect of the magical blood? Su Zhui, who had previously treated her quite differently, now seemed detached. I'm fine, just recovering. My head is a bit dizzy. I'll be all right after a short rest. Seeing Wanwan's concern, a warmth flickered within his once icy heart. Behind him, Qi Ren regarded the pretense of Su Zhui with a silent scoff. He was well aware that Su Zhui, even in his beastly form, retained his memories. Only Wanwan treated him as an ordinary hamster. Chapter 169. Craving food as Su Jui closed his eyes to recuperate, Wanwan, after expressing her concern, chose not to disturb him further, settling down beside him. Taking advantage of the moment, Ren pulled Wanwan onto the vine chair behind them. Do not worry.
He will be fine.
With Ren's assurance, Wanwan finally relaxed, nodding as she continued to eat the peeled grapes he offered. At that time, Su Jui's mind was in disarray, reflecting on the time he had spent as a hamster. He had witnessed Wanwan submitting to a black scorpion. Meanwhile, he lost his sanity, transformed into a hamster, stripped of all power, utterly helpless. The woman he adored, forced into the embrace of another man. Just the thought of it made him feel as if he were dying. After narrowly escaping the black scorpion, he then watched as Wanwan sweetly cherished Ren for nearly half a month. Su Jui realized that this silver wolf was undoubtedly doing it on purpose. Each time, he was confined to the sidelines, watching their live performance. Merely recalling it made him feel utterly uneasy. With Chi Mabe, Su Machong, and Feng Chueji not being enough. Now there was also a black scorpion and a silver wolf. The teasing voices of the two echoed in his ears like a haunting melody. Su Jui's thoughts drifted far away. The dynamic between Wanwan and Ren was markedly different from that between her and him. Ultimately, he could not wholly possess her. It turned out that she could be so charming and alluring at that time. In his hamster form, Su Jui observed every expression, every movement, and every sentiment of Wanwan. Now, in his human form, merely recalling it made his breath quicken. Oh, how he longed to kiss her. Ren seemed to sense something, glancing up at Su Jui, who had his back turned to them, letting out a cold snort in his heart. Su Jui yearned for a moment of solitude with Wanwan. However, Ren remained by her side, leaving him without the standing to ask her beast husband to leave, thus rendering him without opportunity, until Wanwan, with a craving, spoke up. Ren, I remember passing by a place with a red lotus fruit before. It wasn't ripe then, but it should be now, right? Wanwan pointed towards a direction in the woods. We are about to enter the wooden city. And once we do, we won't be coming back out. Could you go and pick some? Her gaze was filled with expectation as she looked at Ren's heart stirred. That exquisite little face gazed at him with such longing that it was hard to refuse. Meanwhile, Su Jui perked up his ears. Was Wanwan craving red lotus fruit? Would Ren indeed go to pick it? Did this mean he would have the chance to be alone with Wanwan? Do you want to eat it? Ren asked, as expected. After all, it was the request of his little wife, and he could not ignore it. Wanwan quickly nodded, expressing her desire. The red lotus fruits brought back from the No Man's land had already been consumed. The garden estate had no stock left. She had wanted to mention it when she saw the fruit trees earlier, but hadn't found the opportunity. She truly desired to eat it. Shall I go pick some for you? How could Ren bear to refuse the request of his little wife? However, he lifted his gaze, casting a glance at the dignified man beside him. Leaving Wanwan behind was akin to leading a lamb into a tiger's den. Yet, Wanwan had not requested to go along. Perhaps she was willing to stay. Wanwan nodded, playfully clinging to Ren's neck. I know. Ren is the best. Kiss, kiss. As she spoke, she pecked his face twice. Ren's hesitation dissipated into nothingness. As long as his wife held him in her heart, it mattered not who was beside her, he could accept it. This was the woman he loved. He returned her kiss, then loosened his hold on her waist. All right. I'll go pick some. Su Jui, take good care of her. There were no grand titles or honorifics. He was merely a man coveting Wanwan. Thus he had no reason to wear a pleasant expression. Su Jui's heart stirred, feeling elated yet maintaining an impassive facade. I understand. Seeing him agree, Ren no longer hesitated, transforming into a silver wolf, darting out of the vine soft sedan. Wanwan leaned over the vine table, her thoughts drifting. Once the red lotus fruits were picked, without Chi Mabe's ice element to chill them, they wouldn't be able to enjoy iced red lotus fruit juice here. They would have to wait until they returned to the wooden city to have it. Just as she pondered, a hand suddenly wrapped around her waist. Before she could turn her head, Su Jui's face nuzzled against hers. He kissed her temple, burying his face in her neck, inhaling her scent. Wanwan, I miss you. The noble and aloof young master embraced her, speaking the most beautiful words of love in the world with his clear, melodious voice. Wanwan's heart trembled suddenly. Wanwan, it's my fault for putting you in danger, for allowing the black scorpion to bully you. If I were a bit stronger, how would the black scorpion dare to do so? Su Jui's heart was torn into pieces, filled with both pain and numbness. He felt immense guilt. Wanwan straightened her body, turning to cup his face, slowly shaking her head. We have all tried our best, but there are always unexpected circumstances, aren't there? It's no one's fault. Her inky eyes reflected Sujui's face, resembling a brilliant galaxy, faintly shimmering with light. Sujui's guilt found solace, as his gaze involuntarily fell upon Wanwan's delicate lips. Wanwan, what else can I do?
Soy esta mered.
Leaving Wanwan perplexed about what he wanted to say. He bit his lip, decisively gripping the back of her head, kissing the little mouth he had longed for. He expressed his intentions through actions. He thought that if Wanwan pushed him away, he would quietly protect her until he truly earned the right to stand by her side and express his love. Sujui's body tensed slightly, his lips not seeking her softness as eagerly as usual. He was evidently waiting for Wanwan's reaction. Wanwan was taken aback, not refusing. Instead, she wrapped her arms around him. Their breaths intertwined, emotions entwined. Feeling Wanwan's initiative, Sujui trembled, abandoning all else, and deepened the kiss. His kiss, like himself, was gentle and heartfelt. Only when both were breathless did they finally pull away. Wanwan, your beast husband has returned. Can I still accompany you as before? Sujui's heart quivered. He knew that Chiron would not leave Wanwan, nor would he allow someone like Sujui, who lacked Wanwan's wife mark, to spend too much time with her. If Wanwan rejected him again, he would have no standing to remain by her side. As before, Wanwan was taken aback. Then, as if recalling something, her face flushed. Is that all right, Wanwan? Sujui pressed, his expression anxious. He feared that Wanwan might refuse. And, at this moment, he still could not possess her wife mark. Wanwan's cheeks burned, shyly nodding. Between them, aside from that final step, they had essentially done everything else. She had long regarded him as her beast husband. She merely lacked a wife mark. Chapter 170. The unusual hand ring. Sujui's feelings for her were palpable, sincere. Overjoyed by her response, Sujui embraced Wanwan tightly once more, kissing her again. As the atmosphere intensified, Sujui's hands began to roam over Wanwan's body. Just as he pulled down the strap of her shoulder, a loud thud echoed behind them. Wanwan, I brought back a lot of red lotus fruits. See if it's enough? Startled, the two in the heated kiss immediately snapped back to reality. Looking up, they saw Chiron placing down several large bags of red lotus fruits. Seemingly oblivious to the charged atmosphere between them, he approached with an unperturbed expression. He gently pushed aside Sujui, reaching out to tenderly adjust Wanwan's shoulder strap. Wanwan's face flushed with embarrassment. To be honest, she hadn't expected Chiron to return so quickly. After all, she remembered that the place with the red lotus fruits was at least 20 kilometers away. However, her gaze fell upon the several large bags of fresh red lotus fruits. Chiron had not lied. He truly picked a lot. It was quite unexpected. What should one do when caught by one's beastly husband while sharing a kiss with another? In a moment of urgency, Wanwan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Run, she stammered. Weren't you craving for some chilling fruit? I brought this along. I know you enjoy it chilled. Chiron, speaking as he retrieved a compact refrigerator powered by stored energy, placed it before her. Within moments, the chilling fruit juice inside would be ready for consumption, chilled to perfection. Wanwan's eyes sparkled with delight. Wonderful. Now we can carry a refrigerator with us and enjoy icy chilling fruit juice. With that declaration, her joy bubbled over, prompting her to embrace Chiron and plant a few quick kisses on his lips, banishing any lingering awkwardness. Run, you're amazing for finding this. Chiron couldn't help but chuckle at Wanwan's exuberance. It was his honor to bring joy to his beloved wife. Blushing, Wanwan nestled against his chest, her face hidden in his embrace. Chiron's sweet words flowed effortlessly, enchanting her further. Standing off to the side, Sujui observed the affectionate exchange with a furrowed brow. His lips pressed tightly together. Indeed, Chiron had returned precisely when needed, just as Sujui had begun to savor a hint of Wanwan's essence. A pang of envy struck him. When would he ever be able to stand beside her as Chiron did? Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air from outside the soft sedan, causing Sujui to lift the curtain and peer out.
Who are you?
The familiar voice belonged to General Liu. It's me, Sujui replied. Liu Biao, initially wary as he scrutinized the unique sedan woven from vines, had not expected the crown prince to emerge from it. Your Highness, are you unharmed? He had searched tirelessly for over half a month, scouring the city of Mu without a trace of Sujui. I am fine, Su Zhuoyi reassured him, gesturing to the side to speak privately. The tense atmosphere that had previously enveloped them eased considerably with his arrival. Qiren felt a tremor in his gaze. Wanwan was right. Having Su Zhuoyi around would ensure the magical wolves and the frenzied beastmen were swiftly managed, saving considerable effort on his part. Before long, Su Zhuoyi returned with Lu Biao and re-entered the Vine sedan, clearly having reached an agreement. With a command from Lu Biao, the group turned back towards the city. Feeling drowsy, Wanwan nestled comfortably in Qiren's arms and soon drifted into slumber. Unnoticed by anyone, the bracelet on her wrist flickered with a brief glow.
Familiar cliffs.
Beloved peach trees, and the fluttering of peach blossoms surrounded her. Wanwan reached out to catch a falling petal, her bewildered eyes gradually sharpening in clarity. Wait, isn't this the scene from Sword and River? How did it appear here? Am I in the game? Confusion clouded her thoughts. No, I haven't even returned to Moose City. I can't access the game pod yet. How could I be in the game? As she pondered, the sounds of a scuffle reached her ears. Following the noise into the woods, she soon spotted a familiar figure. Zhu Xing? Was this a dream, or had she truly entered the game? Just as Wanwan was lost in her thoughts, Zhu Xing stumbled backward, struck in the chest by an opponent's blow. Alarmed, she rushed forward to support him, quickly noticing his trembling form and the unnatural flush on his face. Regardless of whether this was a dream or a game, seeing Zhu Xing in distress caused her heart to ache. He was being pursued by several players adorned in expensive, gleaming gear, radiating an intimidating presence. It was clear they were not to be trifled with. Furrowing her brow, Wanwan stepped in front of Zhu Xing, her voice cold as she demanded, "Who are you? What kind of bravery is it to hunt down an injured person?" The players exchanged glances, taken aback by her boldness. "Step aside, or we'll take you down too." Their arrogant tone conveyed their disregard for her presence. Indeed, with her level barely over 60, she posed little threat. Wanwan felt a surge of indignation, her teeth grinding as she retorted, "Then come and try." No matter what, she would not yield. Zhu Xing's pained expression softened as he watched her stand her ground. He felt a swell of happiness, knowing that, no matter the circumstance, Wanwan was always willing to protect him. Unable to resist, he grasped her hand gently. Wanwan patted his hand reassuringly, signaling him not to worry, before charging towards the group of players. Her sword swung with newfound strength, unexpectedly blocking their attacks with precision. Elated, she threw herself into the fray with renewed vigor. Behind her, Zhu Xing subtly adjusted the data in the game's database, enhancing her attack speed and defense to their maximum potential. Wanwan felt as light as a feather, as if aided by divine intervention, wielding her sword with effortless grace. With a swift slash, the players found themselves crashing into an invisible barrier, shrieking as they were sent sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths as they lost the will to fight. Like a celestial warrior descending from the heavens, Wanwan pressed forward, her fierce aura intimidating. "Spare us. Miss. Please spare us." The defeated players, now disheveled and fearful, begged for mercy as Wanwan advanced. In this game, death meant losing their precious gear. Losing their orange quality items would be a devastating blow.
"Spare you?"
When you were hunting down an injured man, did you ever think to ask for mercy? Wanwan's voice rang out, and with a decisive thrust of her sword, the players met their demise. Their expressions filled with disbelief as life slipped away. Unbeknownst to them, their greed for the rare artifact Zhu Xing possessed had led them to target him, mistaking his apparent weakness for vulnerability. Little did they expect that this seemingly low-level female player would single-handedly turn the tide against them, proving to be their worst nightmare. As their life force extinguished, the few orange items they carried burst forth in a shower of light, leaving them with nothing upon respawning. Meanwhile, Wanwan had turned to support the weakened Zhu Xing. "Zhu Xing, are you all right?" His condition was grave. His once porcelain skin now bore an unnatural flush, and he lay heavily against her, gasping for breath. Wanwan quickly opened his clothing to reveal a distinct red palm mark imprinted on his chest, a consequence of the earlier assault. Cursing herself for arriving too late, she wondered if he might have been spared had she come sooner. "Wanwan, you finally came to see me." Zhu Xing gazed deeply into her eyes, his brow furrowed, his look a blend of longing and vulnerability. With his slender fingers gripping her sleeve tightly, it seemed he feared this moment might evaporate like a fleeting dream. Wanwan clasped his hand firmly. "Don't be afraid. It's me. I'm here." Zhu Xing smiled, his already handsome features becoming even more radiant, like a flower blooming in the night. "Before we discuss anything else, You need to tend to your injury. Do you know how to alleviate that mark on your chest? Zhu Xing's brow twitched as he hesitated, then, suppressing his discomfort, he averted his gaze, explaining softly, "This is the He Huan palm of the He Huan sect." When Wanwan initially entered the game, she cast a fleeting glance at the Huan palm, a secret art of the Huan sect. The practitioner must swiftly harmonize yin and yang, or face inevitable death within a quarter of an hour. No wonder Zhu Xing's countenance appeared so grim. He had fallen victim to such a sinister force. Wanwan felt a surge of relief at her timely arrival. Otherwise, what fate awaited Zhu Xing? "I will carry you back." Without hesitation, she lifted him into her arms. Though Zhu Xing appeared tall and sturdy, perhaps due to the game's mechanics, he was surprisingly light. She brought him back to the cliff where they had once shared precious moments, surrounded by protective formations to ensure their solitude. "Zhu Xing, can you still move? Will I hurt you?" Wanwan hesitated, her concern palpable. Zhu Xing's condition seemed dire, and she questioned whether her actions might exploit his vulnerability and worsen his plight. Sensing her reluctance, Zhu Xing forced a faint shake of his head, his gaze towards her growing increasingly pitiful. Lowering her eyes, Wanwan noticed the flush on Zhu Xing's cheeks, his deep star-like eyes gazing at her with an insatiable yearning. A spark ignited within her, mirroring his fervor. His eyes conveyed a silent message. He was in need of her. At times, Wanwan pondered whether she and Zhu Xing were destined for a tumultuous romance. Why else would they encounter such perils, be it poison or the Huan palm, every time they faced foes? It seemed they were fated to harmonize yin and yang. Recalling how Zhu Xing had tirelessly toiled for her sake, she was equally willing to exhaust herself in his service. Zhu Xing's cheeks were aflame, his feeble hand brushing against hers, radiating an intense warmth that startled her. "Zhu Xing, are you all right?" she exclaimed, gripping his hand tightly. "Wanwan, my master."
I
wish for you too." His shimmering eyes trembled as his lips parted, seemingly yearning for something. His body writhed unconsciously, on the brink of losing control. Wanwan had never before witnessed Zhu Xing in such a state. The Huan palm was indeed formidable. Without further delay, she reached for his partially open garment and pressed her lips to his. Moments passed, though time felt distorted. Zhu Xing's gaze became hazy, and under the influence of the Huan palm, he lost all strength. She could not discern how long this continued, only that it felt like an eternity. Yet, she did not tire. Rather, her heightened senses dulled all else. Finally, Zhu Xing regained his ability to move, the poison of the Huan palm dispelled. However, he would not easily relinquish her. This was the first time in over half a month that Yuan had been so close to him. Everything prior had merely been an appetizer, a small punishment he had devised for her. After waiting so long, he had meticulously adjusted her physical data to its optimal state, ensuring she would not tire, even amid continuous battles. Her heightened sensory acuity rendered her mind blank, incapable of recalling anything else. He captured her lips, holding her tightly. Madness. Emptiness. Time stretched infinitely. When it finally ceased, Wanwan felt as though she had been ensnared there for years. "Zhu Xing, don't you feel tired?" she asked, resting her head against his strong chest and gently poking at his Adam's apple. This man possessed an exquisite physique and stunning looks. Even his Adam's apple appeared strikingly beautiful. Wanwan mischievously entertained the thought that if she were a vampire, she would delight in nibbling there, savoring the taste. Yet, she dismissed the notion. She could not bear to harm him. It was a pity that this man was merely an NPC in the game. Once she exited, she would never see him again. Not tired. With Wanwan, I will never tire. Zhu Xing smiled, his eyes crescent-shaped, radiating brilliance as he embraced her slender waist. Was this due to the game world's peculiar nature? Wanwan blinked, a playful idea surfacing as she tugged at Zhu Xing's beautiful long lavender hair. His closed eyes suddenly fluttered open. He had been processing the genetic data she had provided him. Before long, he would be able to appear before her in a human form. He had not anticipated that Wanwan would skillfully braid his light purple hair into intricate twists and even shape them into little bunnies. Her dexterity was truly impressive. However, the resulting style was difficult to evaluate. As she wore a mischievous expression, Zhu Xing felt a stirring in his throat. The embers of desire rekindled within him. Gene data could wait. He longed for her again. In an instant, as Wanwan lifted her gaze, Zhu Xing flipped her, trapping her between his arms and the stone bed. He lowered his head, capturing her lips once more. Chapter 172, System 009. Wanwan returned to her senses at the cliff. opening her eyes to find herself still nestled in Qi Ren's embrace. The soft sedan chair continued its journey towards the wooden city. Su Zhui sat opposite her, occasionally glancing her way, the affection in his eyes unmistakable. Wanwan blinked, a sense of surreal déjà vu washing over her. Was she dreaming? Yet, why did the sensations feel so vivid? With a perception level of 300, every interaction was intensely clear. Not only was Zhuxing indulging, but she too found herself ensnared in the experience. As she shifted her body, a wave of soreness surged through her nerves. She inhaled sharply and quickly requested a restorative elixir from the system. Had she overexerted herself? Or was she merely experiencing a sleep paralysis? Were those memories real or mere illusions? The elixir took effect, gradually alleviating her discomfort, replacing it with an unparalleled euphoria. It seemed as though the restorative properties amplified the satisfaction derived from harmonizing yin and yang to its zenith. Are you awake? We shall soon arrive at the wooden city. Qiren maintained the same posture, cradling Wanwan gently, concerned for her comfort. Upon seeing her eyes flutter open, he smiled and inquired. Wanwan felt her cheeks flush. What was it like to be lost in a spring dream, resting against her beastly husband's leg? She felt an overwhelming embarrassment wash over her. Was it truly just a dream? She was uncertain. Perhaps upon returning to the wooden city and entering the game pod, she would discover the truth upon seeing Zhuxing again. Wanwan blinked. In the underground mainframe of the imperial capital, a muscular man awakened from the data at 1:40 a.m., his upper body bare. His soft lavender hair swayed with his movements, smooth and straight like silk, the envy of many. A look of satisfaction glimmered in his beautiful purple eyes. This time, he experienced what true fulfillment felt like. Previously, he had refrained from extending their time together due to concerns for Wanwan's reality. However, this time, he had spent an entire year with her. All necessary genetic data had been collected. He only needed a few additional genetic adjustments to endow this body with abilities akin to a normal human. If he were to stand before Wanwan in his true form, he could only imagine the astonishment that would grace her features. The thought was exhilarating. However, before that could happen, there were matters to attend to. Zhuxing's gaze fell upon a cluster of data lines, shrouded in gray, carefully concealed. A smirk crept upon his lips. It was time to replenish his energy. In the imperial capital, a secret research facility nestled within the mountains was heavily fortified, with guards stationed diligently. Not a single soul could enter, and even a bird attempting to fly in would be captured and interrogated. At that moment, on the third underground level of the base, a chorus of jubilant cheers reverberated through the ceiling. Marvelous, simply marvelous. The preliminary data simulation library of System 009 has been successfully recorded, and its processing speed rivals that of System 001. This is undoubtedly a groundbreaking advancement. If we were to report this to Her Majesty the Queen, she would surely be immensely pleased and reward us handsomely. On the colossal screen, System 009, which had been meticulously developed over several years, was rapidly processing various data of the Empire. This included the Empire's most extensive information matching center, military command center, and capital defense center. Although it is currently in the trial phase, once the system is officially deployed, its terrifying capabilities will become evident. With such processing speed and intelligence, it could undoubtedly supplant System 001, becoming the foremost system of the Empire. This has been Her Majesty's long-cherished desire. Elder, swiftly relay this information to Her Majesty. She must come and personally verify it. Indeed, yes. Hurry to inform Her Majesty. She will be exceedingly delighted. With Her Majesty's delight comes potential rewards. All their years of relentless toil in this desolate mountain will not be in vain. Other researchers chimed in eagerly. The elder nodded emphatically. This matter must certainly be communicated to Her Majesty. Who knows, after witnessing the results, she may agree to install 009 as the primary system in the Empire's largest mainframe, replacing 001. At that time, they would be hailed as the benefactors of the new system development. The elder, increasingly exhilarated by the thought, promptly dialed the Queen's communication line. At that moment, the Queen was in a fit of rage, having just received news of a mass escape from the asylum by the frenzied beasts.
Bang!
The incense burner on her desk was violently smashed down, striking one of the kneeling individuals. A trickle of blood flowed down his cheek. Qianqiu, I initially entrusted you with managing the frenzied beasts due to your calm wisdom, yet you have now delivered me such a considerable surprise? How do you propose I punish you? The queen's expression darkened, her fury palpable. The research concerning the frenzied beasts was of utmost importance. No time could be squandered. With the majority of the frenzied beasts having escaped, how could she proceed with the research? Your Majesty, it is my fault. Qianqiu lowered his gaze, involuntarily recalling the visage of Wanwan. It was Wanwan who had allowed the frenzied beasts to escape. The very imperial female beast who had drawn the queen's repeated attention. He ought to have presented this name to the queen, yet unexpectedly, he refrained. Perhaps he intended to capture her personally and seek retribution? Or perhaps there were undisclosed reasons. Indeed, it is your fault. Qianqiu, you have greatly disappointed me. The queen sighed heavily, her countenance icy as she commanded, "Go to the punishment hall and receive your penalty."
Yes.
Qianqiu bowed his head respectfully and rose to leave. Crack, crack, crack. The barbed whip was mercilessly lashed across Qianqiu's back, drawing forth droplets of blood. Several dark guards, witnessing this, felt a tremor in their hearts, their grip involuntarily loosening. Qianqiu furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at the executioners and coldly inquired, "Have you not eaten?" The guards shivered, knowing Qianqiu's resolute nature, and dared not relent. They wielded the whip with all their might. By the time the flogging concluded, Qianqiu's back was marred with bloodied welts. Blood trickled into his waistband, soaking through his dark garments. "My lord." Several dark guards hastily draped a cloak over Qianqiu. He swayed slightly as he stood, closing his eyes briefly, and waved his hand to halt the guards who sought to escort him home. One step at a time, he made his way toward his residence. Though his back throbbed painfully, it was nothing compared to the agony inflicted by Yuan's light element explosion. Should he encounter that woman again, he would undoubtedly seek to settle this debt. "You say System 009 is ready for official activation?" The queen's spirits lifted upon hearing the elder's message from the other end of the communication. The anger she had felt over the frenzied beast's escape dissipated instantly. Chapter 173. Replacement indeed. Your Majesty, we have conducted 10 simulation trainings. The processing speed of 009, as well as its intelligent core, is not inferior to that of 001. Should your Majesty consent to activate 009, I assure you, you will witness an imperial system that obeys your every command. The elder's voice resonated with conviction, underscoring his confidence. Due to the arrogance of Empire System 001, it often disregarded the Queen's orders, leading her to long for its replacement. However, without a viable alternative to 001, they could only conduct their research in secrecy. After years of diligent study, they had finally achieved significant results. They had inputted all the data that System 001 needed to process into 009, and not only did it match 001's speed, but it also executed the tasks proficiently. Most importantly, it obeyed the Queen's directives. Whatever she commanded, it would comply. This was also her heartfelt desire. Indeed, the Queen's expression brightened, her mood markedly improved. "Excellent, splendid. Elder, you have worked tirelessly. If System 009 can indeed replace 001, your contributions will be monumental. Your name shall be inscribed in the annals of the Empire's history. I shall also bestow upon you the honors you deserve. However, before that, we require special verification." The Queen pondered for a moment, stroking her chin. "You shall install System 009 in the city of Jelsin, allowing it to replace 001 in managing all affairs of Jelsin." Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall not disappoint you." This was a test of verification bestowed by the Queen. If System 009 could flawlessly manage the internal affairs of Jelsin, the next step would be to replace Empire System 001, establishing it as the most powerful, comprehensive, intelligent, and advanced system in the entire Empire. After ending the communication, the elder swiftly took the main chip of System 009 and hurried to Jelsin. The city lord had already received the Queen's directive and personally welcomed the elder, guiding him to the underground mainframe of the city. At that moment, the subsystem of System 001 was still operational, controlling all data processing in Jelsin. Although the city lord was reluctant to have his city serve as a test subject, an order from the Empire's Queen could not be defied. He could only smile and invite the elder to proceed with the installation of System 009 in the mainframe. "Lord City, System 009 has been installed. Next, please shut down System 001 and formally activate System 009. The elder smiled, and his confident demeanor provided a measure of reassurance to the anxious city lord. What if System 009 truly works? With this thought in mind, the city lord nodded at the elder and subsequently pressed the button to shut down System 001.
Bang!
In that instant, the entire city experienced a blackout. Water and power ceased, and all data stored within System 001 became obsolete. The city fell silent, civilization momentarily suspended. Just as all beast citizens looked on in confusion, bang! System 009 illuminated, seamlessly taking over all functions of System 001. Water and electricity surged back into the city. Traffic resumed normalcy, and all home intelligent assistants returned to operation. A collective sigh of relief was exhaled by the citizens, speculating that the recent disruption was merely a system malfunction, nothing to worry about. Life resumed its normal course. Was it successful? The city lord gazed in astonishment at the restored city. Could Empire System 001, the most advanced system, truly be replaced? The elder's smile broadened, his laughter tinged with triumph. Absolutely. This is the culmination of our years of research. Meanwhile, above the city of Jelson, a tall and slender figure appeared suspended in the air. Due to the digitization of his form, no one could see him. In the mesmerizing depths of Zhu Xing's violet eyes, a flicker of derision and disdain surfaced as she surveyed the city governed by the newly implemented System 009. With a mere gesture, she navigated through a vast database, revealing the previously concealed gray data lines that now shimmered with vibrant hues. They quietly connected to a substantial expanse of imperial territory. Raising an eyebrow, Zhu Xing reached out and grasped the area linked by those data lines, yanking forcefully. The immense power effortlessly severed all connections to the data associated with 009. With a mere thought, the energy was absorbed, and in an instant, all data tied to 009 evaporated into the ether. In the subterranean mainframe of Jelson, the once functioning System 009 collapsed in a heartbeat. With a crackle of errant electricity, dark smoke began to rise, and in the blink of an eye, it was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. The city lord, still reeling from the shock, was caught off guard as the elder, who had been monitoring System 009, sprang to his feet, his gaze filled with terror as he stared at the mainframe.
What?
What has happened? The city lord, glancing at the engulfed darkness of the city, paused. Turning to witness the elder's pallid complexion, his heart raced, and he hastily inquired further. The elder remained silent, his trembling hands inching towards the mainframe, yearning to salvage something. Yet, the hardware housing System 009 lay utterly destroyed. In the blink of an eye, System 009 had ceased to exist. He had nothing to grasp. My city. Transportation is paralyzed, home automation is incapacitated. Educational systems are inoperative, and medical intelligence has collapsed. Elder, what on earth has transpired? What has happened to your System 009? The city lord's wrist communicator buzzed with reports from his subordinates, each detailing the comprehensive paralysis afflicting Jelson. The elder trembled, his lips quaking. He could scarcely believe that the laborious efforts of himself and his apprentices over the years had been obliterated in an instant.
Yet.
The large screen displayed the grim reality of Jelson's situation, total paralysis. Without the system's regulatory oversight, society had come to a standstill. With System 009 rendered utterly inoperative, they were finished. The Empress had anticipated receiving triumphant news from the Elder and the city of Jelson. After all, considerable resources had been expended on the research of System 009. It was named 009 in the hopes that it would safeguard the Empire for generations. However, she was taken aback by the announcement of System 009's demise. For a moment, she was at a loss, only to finally repeat, "Are you saying 009 is scrapped? The experiment has failed?" "Indeed," the elder replied, his vitality seemingly drained in an instant, his voice tinged with a lifelessness. With System 009 in ruins, he felt he was not far from ruin himself. The Empress, consumed by rage, shattered her wrist communicator, commanding her subordinates to apprehend the elder. Simultaneously, she ordered Jelson to address the remaining affairs. Jelson could not function without a central system. Since 009 was no longer viable, they had no choice but to reactivate System 001. What was initially presumed to be a simple press of a button, however, yielded an unexpected outcome when Jelson pressed the button designated for System 001. There was no response. He pressed it several more times, yet still there was silence. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he hastily connected with the Empress. "What did you say? System 001 refuses to activate?" With a crash, Everything on the ornate table in the hall was sent tumbling to the floor once more. Damn it, damn it, damn it. System 001 dares to refuse activation. The Empress, who had long been aware of System 001's rebellious nature, was enraged that it would so brazenly defy her. The collapse of System 009 was likely a result of its machinations. Consumed by fury, the Empress's anger soon dissipated, giving way to a profound sense of helplessness. Was the Empire's most advanced System 001 truly irreplaceable? What had her years of struggle amounted to? A mere joke? Holding the reins of power, yet being compelled to heed the dictates of a system in certain respects. How ironic. She had no alternatives to counteract its influence. After sitting in silence for an entire morning, the Empress rose, adjusting her attire, and made her way to the subterranean mainframe. The labyrinthine tangle of extensive data lines dominated nearly 3/5 of the chamber, completely obstructing the entrances and exits. A pale blue defensive barrier rose, preventing her vessel from entering. With no other option, the Empress descended from her craft and negotiated terms with the barrier. I was unaware of this. I had no idea my subordinates would dare utilize Jelson as a testing ground for a failed system. 001. You are the highest and most advanced system of my beastman empire. This is irrefutable. I implore you to set aside your grievances and resume control over Jelson. For the citizens are innocent. The Empress believed she had lowered herself sufficiently. Even a lofty scholar would be taken aback by her humility. Yet System 001 had other intentions. As her words faded, a line of text appeared upon the blue barrier. Apologies, Your Majesty. System 001 is experiencing unidentified interference and can no longer operate within Jelson unless what? The Empress's eyes widened in anticipation as she pressed for clarification. She knew System 001 merely sought some advantage. Unless you sever my data connection with the Green Realm. Upon reading this, the Empress's eyes bulged, and her clenched fist trembled within her sleeve. The Green Realm represented the most significant stronghold of her clan, the only territory in the Empire free from System 001's control. Within lay advanced defensive measures bequeathed to her by her ancestors. To sever their data connection would mean relinquishing her lifeline to System 001. To expose the Empire's very essence? With her already limited trump cards, now threatened by a mere system? The Empress's expression darkened, her countenance seething with indignation. She would never acquiesce to such a demand. However, she quickly recalibrated her mindset, seeking to reason with logic and emotion. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a curt message cut her off. Without the data access of the Green Realm, Your Majesty, further dialogue is unnecessary. The text flickered briefly before the blue barrier dimmed, indicating that the mainframe's consciousness had withdrawn, refusing further communication with the Empress. Infuriated, she kicked the ground in frustration, but could not breach the mainframe chamber, left seething with impotent rage. Returned to the palace. Clearly, she had no intention of relinquishing the data access of the Green Realm. To do so would lay all her cards bare before 001. This was absolutely unacceptable. Meanwhile, System 001, embodying Zhu Xing, had already encountered Wanwan in her dreams. Aware of her busy schedule, he opted not to pursue a date in the game. Instead, he subtly manipulated her wrist communicator. As soon as she drifted into slumber, her consciousness would descend into the device, allowing them to meet. This time, however, it was not the familiar cliffs Wanwan was accustomed to, but rather a bustling marketplace. In the heart of the marketplace stood a grand statue, with a space at its base. Zhu Xing brought Wanwan to this spot, eagerly wrapping his arms around her waist and capturing her lips with his own. Around them buzzed the sounds of bustling crowds, vendors hawking their wares, merchants engaged in conversation, the laughter of children, the aroma of baked goods, and the fragrance of flowers from nearby stalls. In mere moments, Wanwan's cheeks flushed, her gaze becoming enchanted. Just as he reached to caress her shoulder, she instinctively raised her hand to shield her face. Susin, no. This is in public. A playful smile curved Zhu Xing's lips as he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Didn't you mention wanting to experience the lively market?" Wanwan shot him a disbelieving glare. "That was you who said that." Zhu Xing raised an eyebrow with a playful smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, it was I who mentioned it. I never anticipated Wanwan would remember. This implies that deep down, Wanwan is also quite eager to explore the marketplace." Wanwan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this fellow twist words around so skillfully? Such sophistry Gritting her teeth, she held onto his face, refusing to let go. Yet, in the next moment, Zhu Xing slipped from her grasp, even managing to reverse their positions and pull her hands above her head. The incessant clamor of vendors and chatter filled the air, but Wanwan could hear nothing. A child stumbled, causing the silver bell he held to roll away. He squatted near a statue, searching in vain for his tiny bell, which seemed to have vanished into thin air. The child scratched his head in confusion until an adult approached, affectionately ruffling his hair. "What's the matter? What are you searching for so diligently?" "Mother, my silver bell is missing. It rolled under the statue, but I can't find it."
Is that so?
"Let me take a look." Beneath the statue, Yuanwan stared intently at the mother and child, feeling both shy and anxious. Nearby, Zhu Xing continued to chuckle softly. Unable to contain herself, she turned and shot him a fierce glare, accompanied by a pinch. Yuanwan felt disoriented for a long while before finally awakening, invigorated as if she had enjoyed a restful night. However, her body was achingly sore. She hastily requested a revitalizing elixir from the system, finally feeling somewhat rejuvenated. "System, how long have I been here?" "Host, this time it was a little less, merely half a year." The system's voice echoed in Yuanwan's mind, causing her to widen her eyes in shock. "What did you say? Half a year?" "Indeed, host. The system has just learned that Zhu Xing is not actually human. Ahem. His body is a product of data transformation. Even if he were to persist for a decade or more, he would not tire. Last time, he kept you for a whole year, but this time it's quicker, merely half a year." Yuanwan was taken aback. Chapter 175. Invincible. Although she had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed by the system left her astounded. She had actually been there for 6 months? And the previous time an entire year? For a moment, Yuanwan was at a loss as to whether to commend Zhu Xing's strength or her own. Moreover, host, he is not human but a highly intelligent system. Of course, he cannot be compared to me. However, in this world, he reigns supreme over all data-driven technological systems, so there is no doubt that everything you experienced in the game, in that recent dream, was orchestrated by him. "What are you saying?" Yuanwan exclaimed, once again filled with astonishment. Zhu Xing possessed such an identity. Previously, after falling asleep, she had thought she was merely having a vivid dream. Little did she know, it was all real. Zhu Xing had been so attached to her for such an extended period. No wonder he was so powerful. It turned out he was merely a collection of data. No wonder he never tired. But wait, as an NPC, he naturally would not tire. She had not anticipated that he was also a system, indeed, the most advanced system in this world. Yuanwan was astounded. Had she inadvertently become involved with the system? She felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. Had it not been for the system's revitalizing elixir, she might have truly struggled to cope. No. She needed to clarify how this fellow had managed to share such intimate moments with her. With that thought, Yuanwan stood and approached the game pod. 3 days prior, she had returned to the Mu City base. In the ensuing days, Su Zhuai and Qiren had been preoccupied with managing the wolf pack and the aftermath of the beastmen invasion, leaving her to rest at the base. She had genuinely intended to recuperate, but every time she fell asleep, Zhu Xing would invariably appear. While her mind was well rested, her body was undeniably sore. Her waist, had it not been for the system's medicine, might have given out long ago. Reflecting on this, Yuanwan ground her teeth. This Zhu Xing had no sense of moderation. As she settled into the game pod, Yuanwan once again found herself on solid ground, appearing atop a cliff. Zhu Xing was watering a peach tree. Clad in a flowing purple robe, he possessed an ethereal beauty, his light purple hair cascading elegantly, exuding an otherworldly charm. His slender fingers held the watering can with utmost seriousness. Yuanwan stared, momentarily entranced until he finished watering, and lifted his gaze to smile at her. "Wanwan, do you miss me? Have you returned so soon after departing?" His exquisite features seemed to speak, rendering Wanwan momentarily speechless. Then, as realization struck, her eyes widened. "It really is you." She approached him angrily, poking her long finger into Zhu Xing's chest. "I am sore all over, feeling utterly miserable. Do you even realize?" Her delicate, fair fingertip poked at his purple robe, but after just a couple of jabs, Zhu Xing seized her hand. His violet eyes sparkled like shattered gemstones, captivating her as he gazed deeply into her eyes. He brought her hand to his lips and kissed it gently, his voice dropping slightly, tinged with regret. "I apologize." "Wanwan, Last time, when you endured a year without complaint, I assumed you could handle it. Next time, I shall be more restrained. Wanwan's heart skipped a beat as she met those stunning violet eyes. The multitude of words she had prepared became lodged in her throat, leaving her momentarily speechless. How many issues were at play here? She bit her lip and murmured, "There's no need to hold back. Just give me a heads up next time. All right. I'll inform you in advance." Zhu Xing embraced her, resting his chin atop her head, inhaling her fragrant hair. So, does this mean Wanwan truly likes me? What about now? What bold and audacious words. Wanwan looked up in astonishment, meeting his sparkling violet eyes. As memories flooded back to her mind, she found herself leaning into his embrace. Zhu Xing chuckled softly and cradled the back of her head, leaning in to kiss her. But Wanwan firmly pressed her hand against him. "Wait. Don't get carried away. I didn't mean it like that." Wanwan glared at him, flustered and exasperated. "I came to ask you about your relationship with the game system of sword fighting in the Jianghu. I am its master, and I can control it." To her surprise, Zhu Xing did not attempt to evade the question, openly revealing everything to her. "So, those incidents involving the harmony palm and the love poison, and the people chasing after us, were all orchestrated by me. I merely wish to be close to my beloved mistress." Wanwan's mind raced as she connected the dots. No wonder, she had always felt something was amiss. Those peculiar plot developments were all arranged by this fellow. She ground her teeth in frustration. Yet, as she gazed at Zhu Xing's breathtaking visage, his innocent and clear expression made it difficult for her to muster the will to strike him. However, she could not let him off the hook so easily. Wanwan grasped his face, vigorously kneading it, pinching and flattening. Zhu Xing winced in pain, yet even so, he did not withdraw or show any intent to resist. If this would placate her anger, he was more than willing. It was, after all, a manifestation of his yearning for her. After a while of kneading, Wanwan finally relented, leaning her chin on her hand, appearing utterly disheartened. She had thought herself powerful enough to fend off those who bullied Zhu Xing with a single move. To her dismay, it was all a facade. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. She suddenly yanked Zhu Xing's collar and bit down on his shoulder, applying pressure. Zhu Xing gasped in pain, fully cooperating. After a prolonged bite, Wanwan released him, speaking fiercely, "If you deceive me again or arrange any more plots, I swear I shall never enter this game again." With that, she turned away, crossing her arms defiantly, clearly still upset. Zhu Xing chuckled lightly, quickly wrapping his arms around her gently and soothingly saying, "All right, I understand. I will not arrange any more plots or deceive you again. My dear mistress, please do not be angry." Connected to the bracelet of Wanwan, he, in fact, did not require her to enter the game to behold her presence. His handsome visage drew closer to Wanwan, and his exquisite violet eyes blinked charmingly, causing even her deepest vexation to dissipate in an instant. It was entirely her folly. No, it was the mesmerizing allure of Zhu Xing that led her astray. Surely, she had succumbed to his seduction, overlooking the discrepancies that surrounded them. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Wanwan found herself inexplicably harboring wicked thoughts upon noticing the faint flush at the corners of Zhu Xing's eyes. She suddenly yearned to witness the countenance of this master strategist, adorned with the hues of affection. Cradling his face in her hands, a mischievous smile danced in her eyes as she suddenly pressed her lips against his. With such a beauty offering her embrace, how could Zhu Xing possibly refuse? Yet, recalling Wanwan's earlier grievances, he chose to be particularly gentle this time. His lips left delicate traces upon her skin, each caress imbued with tenderness. Chapter 176. A beauty named you. As the clouds receded and the rain ceased, Wanwan couldn't help but poke Zhu Xing's chest again. "Are you implying that within swordplay in the Jianghu, you are invincible?" Zhu Xing narrowed his eyes. As the supreme intelligence of the Orc Empire, he wielded control over the entire Imperial system's data. A mere game like swordplay in the Jianghu was indeed trivial. One could say that. Then does that mean I can slay whomever I desire? Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing her animated expression, Zhu Xing chuckled, unable to resist pulling her close as he nodded in agreement. Indeed, Wanwan can eliminate anyone she wishes. Splendid. I shall venture to the arena and become the foremost in the Jianghu. Wanwan exclaimed with a broad grin. During her time on Blue Star, she had envied those affluent players who casually poured tens of thousands into the game, leaving her a mere small fry, unable to triumph over them, no matter how hard she tried. But now, she possessed an advantage, regardless of how much those wealthy players invested. Could they possibly best her low-level character of over 60? The thought sent a thrill coursing through her veins. In her excitement, Wanwan flipped over from Zhu Xing's embrace, declaring, "Zhu Xing, I must dress. I am off to claim my title." Zhu Xing, amused by her sudden burst of enthusiasm, lovingly stood up, wrapping his arms around her waist and kissing her forehead. Their ethereal garments swiftly materialized upon them. Very well, let us pursue the title. If his little wife wished to exploit her invincibility against mere mortals, what could he do but indulge her? The arena lay at the heart of the town, protected by the city itself. Only the combatants on the stage could engage in battle, with the exception of Zhu Xing. Having recently been with Zhu Xing, Wanwan had leveled up several times, and was now at level 65. However, in this game, level 65 was still considered a minor character. Thus, when Wanwan stepped onto the arena stage, which was typically reserved for characters above level 80, the onlookers mocked her audacity. Entry to the arena required a registration fee. Each victory would yield the opponent's fee, accumulating wealth. However, a defeat meant losing everything. Just as everyone assumed this level 65 character was merely there to donate her registration fee, the first victim emerged. A level 73 swordsman, confident in his superiority, was swiftly dispatched by Wanwan's blade upon their initial encounter. Perhaps it was a fluke. The spectators were intrigued but not overly concerned, for who lacked a hidden skill. Then, a level 76 rogue jumped onto the stage, becoming the second victim. Wanwan barely needed to lift a finger. Her invincibility rendered her opponent's defenses futile. A level 79 observer, unable to tolerate the spectacle, became the third victim. An unyielding level 81 challenger appeared next, leading to the fourth victim. At the swordplay in the Jianghu Development Headquarters, confusion ensued. What is happening? Why is this player's data so peculiar? She is only level 65, yet her attack and defense are astonishing. Is there a bug?
Yes.
I personally tested it this morning. My internal account, at level 85, couldn't last 10 seconds against her. Can you believe that? This must be a bug. Hurry, we need to detect what went wrong and fix it, or what will happen to other players. A group gathered to fervently discuss the situation, and after deliberation, they began various checks. Yet all diagnostics indicated normalcy, except for the inexplicably abnormal player data. Everything else functioned perfectly. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Some even contemplated reaching out to the player known as a beauty named you to inquire how she had elevated her attributes so dramatically. However, Zhu Xing intercepted all such attempts. Wanwan beamed as a beauty named you ascended from the bottom of the arena rankings to the very top. Sister, this is merely the beginning of a legend. Henceforth, this Jianghu shall echo with my tales. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed across the region. Congratulations to player A Beauty named you for successfully defending the arena for 10,000 matches, becoming the new champion, rewarded with a throne, 100,000 currency, and 300,000 experience points. Wait, a new champion at level 65? Is this for real? Wasn't it said that only those above level 85 could attain such a position? It is true. I witnessed an 85-level challenger get thrown off the stage by this level 65 champion. Indeed, I saw it too. I cannot fathom how she accomplished this. It is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, after her exploits in the arena, Wanwan dragged Zhu Xing to the highest level dungeon. These dungeons imposed no limits on numbers or time. Yet due to their extreme difficulty, no one had ever cleared them. We can do this, right? Wanwan tilted her head, glancing back at Zhu Xing. He chuckled, wrapping his arms around her waist. If Wanwan wishes to conquer, then we shall conquer. Congratulations to player A Beauty named you for achieving the first clear of the Phantom Valley dungeon, rewarded with the Crimson Grade weapon, the Phantom Scythe, and the Phantom Armor set. Congratulations to player A Beauty named you for achieving the first clear of the Troll Forest dungeon, rewarded with the Crimson Grade weapon. Congratulations to player A Beauty named you for achieving the first clear of the Stone Forest Giant dungeon. Congratulations to player A Beauty named you for achieving the first clear of the Ice Mountain Snow Demon dungeon. Is this for real? Did a beauty named you truly clear all these hellishly difficult dungeons? Who is this a beauty named you? How can she clear a dungeon that requires a party of over 30 players on her own? Why? The players' outcries transformed into a torrent of complaints, each entering the feedback channel of swordplay in the Jianghu. The staff, sweating profusely, offered apologies while urging their colleagues to expedite checks and fix any bugs. Unfortunately, Under Zhu Xing's formidable intervention, no one could uncover any flaws. They could only attribute it to this player's extraordinary talent. In the Ice Mountain Snow Demon Cave, as Wanwan prepared to extract the spirit crystal from the snow demon, a sudden flash of white light surged into her mouth. The unexpected occurrence left her no time to react. The icy substance slid down her throat, and she instinctively tried to pry it out, but it was too late. Zhu Xing, what just entered my mouth? She exclaimed, surprised yet unafraid, for with Zhu Xing by her side, this game world held no true dangers. Zhu Xing raised an eyebrow, stroking Wanwan's hand, his expression revealing astonishment. It is the snow fruit, condensed from the snow demon's essence. What is that? Wanwan inquired. Bewildered. Zhu Xing's gaze suddenly deepened. The snow demon is lustful. Every robust male player who inadvertently wanders into its cave becomes its guest. Serving as a partner for dual cultivation. Chapter 177. It's so cold. What do you mean? Is it what I think it is? Is it not truly what she envisioned? Her first instinct led Wanwan to suspect it was Zhu Xingdong's handiwork. Did you not declare that you would cease designing me? Have you concocted yet another narrative? Wanwan's irritation was palpable as she furrowed her brow. The notion of the snow fruit of cultivation sounded like a mere ruse devised by Zhu Xing to ensnare her. Wanwan, I swear this is not a fabrication of mine. Zhu Xing protested, his demeanor one of innocence. Typically, the snow fruit of cultivation dissipates swiftly upon the demise of the snow demon. He was genuinely unaware of how it had unexpectedly found its way into Wanwan's mouth. Observing her skeptical expression, Zhu Xing sighed and immediately raised 3 fingers, declaring, I vow that if I were responsible for this snow fruit of cultivation, I would be struck by divine retribution. Wanwan hastily covered his mouth. Such a curse would be fatal for Zhu Xing, who was accustomed to the company of lightning. Even if he were indeed the culprit, she could not allow him to make such a solemn vow. Besides, if he claimed innocence, then he must be innocent. Fine, I believe you.
Now.
Could you please alleviate this? I feel so cold, she implored, rubbing her arms. Moments ago, she had been impervious to the chill, standing in the cave without a care. However, after consuming that snow fruit of cultivation, she now found herself shivering uncontrollably, feeling as though she might freeze solid. Zhu Xing acquiesced, initially intending to manipulate the data to free Wanwan from her predicament, but just as he was about to act, a thought struck him, and he turned to her. Wanwan, have you not longed to elevate your level? This snow fruit of cultivation is the essence of the snow demon. If you absorb it, your level will surely soar. Wanwan paused, pondering. How do I absorb it? Simply endure the frigid energy as it merges with your body, Zhu Xing replied, his gaze glimmering with a hint of mischief. Wanwan felt an unease at Zhu Xing's expression, reminiscent of a wolf eyeing a tender rabbit. Are you referring to the cold I currently feel? But I am so cold, she exclaimed, nearly jumping up. The frigid environment of the icy dungeon compounded her discomfort, and her powers had failed to provide any warmth. Wanwan, by balancing the yin and yang, you can counteract the coldness of the snow fruit of cultivation, Zhu Xing suggested, playfully toying with the ends of her hair, his voice dripping with allure. Wanwan glared at him. No, we shall not. She shook her head in refusal. She was here to play a game, not to engage in such antics. Zhu Xing gazed at her with his captivating purple eyes. A look of longing etched upon his features as he twirled her hair. He gently turned her head towards him. You have spent half a month in the arena and 7 days in various dungeons. It has been over a month since you have touched me. I am in dire need of your comfort. For a fleeting moment, Wanwan felt her resolve waver. Beauty can be misleading. No, she must not succumb to such temptations. Her hazy gaze quickly cleared as she vigorously shook her head. You have been relentless from the very beginning. I do not wish to be ensnared by you for another year. This recollection ignited her anger. A year. A whole year spent on that stone bed. Had it not been for the system's reminder, she would have remained blissfully unaware of Zhu Xing's formidable powers. He could manipulate character data. Once ensnared, her mind would be consumed by him, leaving no room for any other thoughts. Even the concept of time would fade away. Thus, when she first awoke, finding herself asleep upon Qi Ren's lap, she had been utterly bewildered. After all, a year is no trivial matter. I swear, it shall not be another year. Just 7 days, can we settle on that, Wanwan? I beseech you. Master, I implore you. The handsome man, with his striking features, tugged at her sleeve, his expression one of utter desperation. Wanwan's heart fluttered. She recalled that year and the preceding 6 months. The sensory experience of 300.
Gulp.
Wanwan swallowed hard. In truth, she did not entirely dislike it. The coldness enveloping her intensified, and her body began to falter against the chill. Fine, 7 days it is, she conceded, grinding her teeth. Without uttering another word, she opened her arms and leaped into Zhu Xing's embrace, seeking warmth. Zhu Xing's eyes widened in realization, and he immediately swept her up in his arms. The beautiful ice caves sparkled around them, with delicate snowflakes gracefully falling, creating a serene atmosphere. As Wanwan's garments dissolved into the air, the warmth of Zhu Xing's body enveloped her without reservation. A shiver coursed through her entire being. How extraordinary that the transition from extreme cold to warmth could feel so exquisite. She could not help but burrow deeper into his embrace. Zhu Xing's enchanting eyes sparkled with a smile as he tilted her chin, unhesitatingly capturing her lips in a kiss. The icy chill within Wanwan dissipated without her even realizing, while her level began to ascend rapidly. Wanwan's thoughts became a chaotic blur, and she lost all sense of time until everything finally came to a close. After an indeterminate period, her voice emerged hoarse as she traced circles on Zhu Xing's chest with her slender fingers, inadvertently outlining the well-defined contours of his muscles. 7 days, she murmured. Zhu Xing pressed a kiss to her temple, tenderly caressing her face. Had he not feared inciting Wanwan's ire, 7 days would have been far too insufficient. He would have kept her for a decade or more. But alas, he knew Wanwan would not be pleased. Another day of absurdity had passed. Wanwan bit him playfully and rose to depart. Master, are you truly abandoning me? The small canine-like creature gazed at Wanwan with wide, glistening eyes, filled with an air of grievance. Wanwan's lips twitched. Just moments ago, he had not worn such an expression. He had been so earnest. While she understood this was merely a facade, she still leaned down to plant a kiss on his lips. How can this be termed abandonment? I am simply stepping out to attend to some matters. I promise to return and keep you company next time. Be good. With that, she waved her hand, her consciousness already departing. Zhu Xing watched as Wanwan left, the pitiful expression on his face vanishing, transforming back into the astute strategist known as 001. With his genes fully restored, he merely required the final step of genetic fusion to truly become human. He murmured to himself, his exquisite purple eyes sparkling with celestial light. He had awaited this day for an eternity. Wanwan was indeed his lucky star. So this is what it feels like to be human? He wondered, uncertain if, at that moment, a silver, filigree butterfly would also alight upon his shoulder, his little mistress's mark of ownership. He could hardly contain his eagerness to receive his mistress's affection. Chapter 178. The Follower Miss You. A centaur obstructed Wanwan's departure. Though his speech was still somewhat halting, his gaze had become no different from that of an ordinary person. In recent times, after comforting the soldiers during the day, Wanwan had taken to visiting the dwelling of the berserk beasts to feed them some light elements. She could not fathom why her light elements attracted the berserk beasts, but it was evident that it benefited them greatly. She generously depleted her own reserves each time, wishing to prevent them from losing their sanity and turning on each other. These beings were grateful for her efforts. The centaur before her, who now spoke with some difficulty, was among the first to regain his faculties. They knew her name and respectfully referred to her as Miss You. Wanwan felt a swell of satisfaction. Your health is no longer in jeopardy. However, the prolonged interference of your collapse value has led to a loss of speech, resulting in your current stutter. With practice, you will improve. The centaur, deeply moved, knelt before her, bowing his head repeatedly in gratitude. Upon witnessing this, the other orcs promptly knelt down and bowed their heads. Had it not been for the appearance of Wanwan, they would have remained nothing more than the deranged beasts of the asylum, enduring relentless torment and suffering. They were destined to become mere fodder for other crazed beasts. It was Wanwan who liberated them, bestowing upon them the precious element of light, which restored their sanity. Their gratitude was profound. I, Delphi, hereby pledge my unwavering allegiance to Miss Wanwan, unto death. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. It belonged to the northeast tiger that Wanwan had once sat upon. In its humanoid form, it exuded strength, its muscles rippling with a regal aura. Yet now, it knelt before Wanwan on one knee, voluntarily swearing an oath. Its gaze towards her was sincere and resolute, as if she were its sovereign. A tremor coursed through Wanwan's heart, and one by one, the orcs before her also knelt down, initiating their vows. Kalant, hereby pledge my unwavering allegiance to Miss Wanwan unto death. I, Rowan, hereby pledge my unwavering allegiance to Miss Wanwan unto death. I, Lin Xian, hereby pledge. The voices rose in succession, each without exception expressing their voluntary commitment to follow Wanwan. Flickers of light began to emanate from above their heads, descending towards Wanwan's wrist. When she looked down, she saw a small azure star appear upon her wrist. You need not do this. My act of saving you was not meant for repayment, Wanwan said awkwardly, gazing at the neatly aligned orc males kneeling before her. You do not have to bow. If you have regained your senses, you are free to leave. This had been her intention when she initially rescued them. However, upon her utterance, the expression of every orc in attendance shifted dramatically. What? What did I say that was wrong? Wanwan paused, perplexed. Why did they all look so despondent and sorrowful? Wanwan, they are beseeching for your protection. Your refusal has left them disheartened, came a sigh from behind, belonging to Suzhui. Wanwan turned, confusion etched on her face. Protection? How can I protect them? Your music is the most potent weapon against the energy surges that plague the male orcs, Suzhui patiently explained, noting her lack of understanding. In this world, many noble ladies have their followers, who may serve as attendants, companions, or any role within the household. They do this to survive. The mistress would occasionally play soothing music to calm the energy surges within these orcs. Those who received the solace would not succumb to madness. They are pleading for your protection, for having once been deranged, they understand the potency of your light element. Rather than seeking refuge from other female orcs in the future, they wish to turn to the one who saved their lives now. Indeed, all we require is a moment of your soothing music every few months. As long as we can control the energy surges within, we shall serve you loyally and without reserve.
Me too, me too.
We promise not to disturb your life. We are obedient. They implored her, realizing she may have been unaware of the significance of being a follower. Countless hopeful gazes were fixed upon Wanwan, awaiting her response. Wanwan blinked, feeling somewhat lost as she looked to Suzhui for guidance. He smiled slightly, noting the strength of these deranged beasts, most of whom were no less than SS rank. They would make excellent guardians. Should Wanwan require protection, she could certainly consider them. Host, agree to their request. What is happening? Wanwan raised an eyebrow, surprised at the sudden interjection from the usually silent system. Host, Suzhui is correct. These orcs possess considerable strength. Moreover, having absorbed your light element, they harbor a natural admiration for you, making them trustworthy. You are likely to encounter numerous dangers upon your return to the Imperial City, and the Sovereign is somewhat concerned. If it was not mistaken, many had witnessed the light element in Wanwan's possession at the asylum. The light element was exceedingly rare in the galaxy, possessing an absolute suppressive effect against malevolent forces. Hence, it was no surprise that Wanwan could deal with the anomalies so effortlessly. Furthermore, the light element had healing properties for the deranged orcs, combined with Wanwan's extraordinary soothing power over the orc soldiers. Although Suzhui had already handled those in the know, there was no assurance that word would not reach the Imperial City. Should that occur, Wanwan would be in peril. Wanwan was taken aback by the system's mention of admiration. She was not their mother. Was this term not a misnomer? Yet seeing the system's earnest expression, she ultimately refrained from voicing her doubts. However, what would she need to do to accept these deranged orcs? She pondered aloud. You need only provide soothing music every few months, came the reply. As soon as she finished speaking, the orcs hurriedly chimed in, fearful of her refusal. Yes, yes. We can endure for months. A soothing piece every few months is all we need. During the rest of the time, we shall be self-sufficient and not trouble you. But if you require assistance, we shall risk our lives for you. They all vowed fervently. Wanwan's eyes sparkled. Was forming a guardian squad in the galaxy this effortless? Just one musical performance was all it took? Chapter 179, The Taste of Pudding. Perfectly. She had intended to purchase a grand estate upon her return to the Imperial City. If these orcs were willing to remain at the estate as guardians, she could even grant them annual salaries. Furthermore, the starlight that had just emerged from their heads felt remarkably special. Her intuition told her it was not a bad omen. With this in mind, Wanwan nodded in agreement. Upon seeing her assent, the orcs erupted in jubilation, kneeling and bowing their heads, chanting their gratitude. Thank you, mistress.
Thank you.
Please do not call me mistress. Simply refer to me as Miss, Wanwan quickly interjected. The term mistress felt rather awkward. She nearly associated it with the cult of the Star Chasers. That individual had a penchant for calling her mistress during moments of passion. Cough, her thoughts diverged. Wanwan promptly reined them in, nodding at the crowd. Once the overjoyed orcs dispersed, she breathed a sigh of relief and approached Suzhui. Did Chiron not come today? Typically, after her soothing sessions, it was Chiron who would come to escort her. She was surprised to see Suzhui today. Suzhui observed his little wife seeking another man, a hint of discomfort evident on his handsome face. Does Wanwan not prefer my company? He inquired, his tone tinged with unease. Wanwan raised her gaze, only to find the hurt reflected in Suzhui's golden eyes. I did not mean it that way. I was merely curious as to why he was not the one to pick me up today. I feared something had happened to him. He is fine. He discovered something unusual with the magic wolf pack and went to address it. Oh. Wanwan nodded in response, falling silent thereafter. Her melodic voice, akin to a celestial choir, was so enchanting that one could almost feel it resonate within. Wanwan was somewhat slow to comprehend. What? She looked up to see Suzhui gazing at her with intense yearning. Her heart raced. Those accustomed to being looked at this way by their beast husbands would recognize that he was in a state of fervor. Wanwan felt her legs weaken. Her voice trembling slightly, Suzhui you. Before she could finish her thought, her waist was firmly embraced. His gaze burned with desire as he looked at her. In the next moment, Wanwan found herself swept off her feet. Suzhui's dormitory was located on the second floor of the small villa. His bed was exceptionally large, measuring a full 6 meters in width. It is said that this position allows for a more comfortable slumber. Whether or not Wanwan finds it comfortable is uncertain, yet its elasticity is undeniably remarkable. At least, after Suzhui gently set her down, it rebounded a couple of times. Her lips brushed against us like a dragonfly skimming the water, a fleeting touch that barely lingered. However, in the next moment, Suzhui had already half-kneeled beside her, capturing her lips in a kiss. It had been quite some time since Suzhui had the privilege of such closeness with Wanwan. With the legitimate beast husband Chiron present, he felt neither entitled nor justified in asking her to abandon him. Each time he witnessed the tender exchanges between Wanwan and Chiron, he could only admire from the sidelines. Today was a rare opportunity he had no intention of squandering. He yearned for Wanwan to be enveloped entirely by his essence. His kisses traversed from Wanwan's lips to her brows and eyes, engaging in every intimate act except for the final step. Wanwan lay against his chest, her fingers curling around the golden locks atop his head, pulling them into her mouth to nibble. Suzhui, from now on, your body is not to be approached by any other woman. It is mine now. Wanwan grinned widely, her fingers playfully tapping on his chest. Her fingertips were delicate and appeared exquisitely soft. He swiftly grasped her hand, bringing it to his lips for a gentle kiss. Indeed, my body belongs to Wanwan, and no other woman shall come near. Without her needing to voice it, he would never allow any woman to approach him, save for Wanwan. He was a man plagued by a severe case of cleanliness. Listening to the promises of her future beast husband, Wanwan nestled comfortably against his chest and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, damn it, Gulan, if you strike my eye again, don't blame me for turning against you. Xianyu scrutinized his reflection in the mirror. After a leisurely stroll not far from the wooden city, the dark circles under his eyes had finally faded. He could finally present himself in the most perfect state to his little wife. It was all Gulan's fault. Were it not for him, he would have seen his wife long ago. The thought of this made him grind his teeth in frustration. Gulan merely scoffed at the remark, offering no retort. As night fell, Chiron returned. The Wolf King bore an aura befitting his royal status. His eyes sparkled with a gentle warmth as he gazed at Wanwan, exuding a charm that made her feel he was exceptionally tender. Just moments before Suzhui had departed, Wanwan had just finished bathing, and Chiron could detect the lingering fragrance in the air. Without a second thought, he understood everything. That little hamster must have visited Wanwan. However, since Wanwan had not accepted him, he had every reason to intervene. Yet, it seemed that his little wife had not yet had her fill. Chiron's thoughts shifted as he began to feed Wanwan the pudding he had brought back. She savored it contentedly, asking where it was purchased. Not from anywhere. I had the magic wolf instruct the chef robot to prepare it, using the method you mentioned before. No wonder. Chiron continued to feed her. The room was enveloped in a serene silence. One fed, the other indulged, creating a harmonious atmosphere. I'm full. Wanwan nodded, accepting the last spoonful of pudding. Chiron set down the small bowl, turning his attention to Wanwan's moving lips. In the midst of her dazed gaze, he cradled the back of her head and kissed her. The rich, soothing essence combined with a taste of pudding enveloped his tongue, compelling him to deepen the kiss. His large hand encircled Wanwan's waist, pulling her entirely into his embrace. Wanwan blinked, and within moments, her mind became a blank slate, her gaze fixated solely on the handsome face so near to her. Green vines emerged, effortlessly stripping away the straps of her dress. It was not until dawn broke that he finally fell asleep while holding her close. When Wanwan awoke, it was already afternoon. Tonic, the ultimate supplement. She lay there for a while, her body gradually regaining its strength, her eyes fluttering open and sparkling with vitality. As she moved, she noticed Chiren was present as well. "You don't have to go out today." Wanwan was somewhat surprised. Chiren had seemed quite busy these past couple of days, coming and going at odd hours. Chiren shook his head, explaining, "I might have to travel far tomorrow. So today I'll spend quality time with you." Was this the kind of company she had in mind? "What are you thinking?" Chiren, knowing her well, could easily guess her thoughts as he observed her eyes darting around, unable to settle on anything. "Wanwan, are you thinking of me?" Wanwan's cheeks flushed crimson. She was merely reminiscing about the wild events of the previous night, her thoughts spiraling out of control. This fellow. How could he be the only one among her beast husbands to possess a unique vine? This peculiar vine, intertwined with his being, bore his warmth, perception, and even consciousness. Chapter 180. It truly is her. The sensation filled Wanwan with a shiver. Chiren clearly sensed her body growing warm. In his lustrous, shimmering eyes lay a suppressed yet fervent desire, reminiscent of that moment when Wanwan's gaze had been dazed, reflecting only his image. That scene was so beautiful that he could never forget it. With a subtle movement of his Adam's apple, Chiren enveloped Wanwan in his arms, kissing her deeply. Wanwan was caught off guard. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself cradled in Chiren's embrace. After a day and night of absurdity, it was only at dawn the next day that Chiren reluctantly dressed and prepared to leave. Wanwan felt a pang of reluctance as well. However, he had matters to attend to, and she would never impede him. As she watched him get ready, Wanwan rose from the bed and wrapped her arms around his neck. The beautiful scenery unfolded before their eyes, and Chiren's throat bobbed slightly. His striking azure golden eyes, shifting shape. "Wanwan, do you have any idea how alluring you are right now?" They had only just parted moments before. Wanwan blinked, saying nothing, but tightened her embrace around him, her body pressed closely against his. Such a simple contact stirred all his pent-up emotions. Chiren took a deep breath. "Wanwan, you have come right to my doorstep." With a deep, husky voice, Chiren lifted Wanwan onto the windowsill. After some time had passed, Wanwan, satisfied, clung to his neck, resting against his chest, slightly panting. She turned her head to nibble on his pearl-like earlobe, wanting him to remember not to forget her while out on his missions. "Be careful, Arun. My body cannot be without you, and you mustn't get hurt." Wanwan expressed her concerns for him. The world beyond was perilous, and she had heard from Shuzhui that he seemed to be searching for something deeper lately. Chiren's blood, which had only just cooled, surged once more at her words. However, this time he restrained himself. He turned and kissed Wanwan's delicate face. "I understand. I will be careful." With that, he turned and captured her lips in yet another kiss. After a profound farewell kiss, Chiren stepped out. His silver-trimmed robe accentuated his graceful silhouette. This fellow, where was the youthful innocence he once possessed? He seemed to have grown even more handsome. Wanwan, clad in a simple nightgown, watched him depart with an upright posture, unable to resist blinking in awe. 2 days passed without Chiren's return. Shuzhui was also out from dawn till dusk. On this day, after Wanwan had just fed the frenzied beastman all the light elements in her body, she received word that the little snake husband had already arrived outside the wooden city. She was momentarily taken aback. She had recently received a message from the little snake husband, stating that he was coming to find her. However, he had encountered some mishaps on the way, causing a delay of several days. Had he really arrived now? The memory of Xianyu wrapping her up while on the road made Wanwan's cheeks flush. Indeed, she had missed her little snake husband dearly. She wondered if he was still wearing that vintage robe today. Hastily, Wanwan tidied herself up and stepped out of her room. At the boundary stone just outside the wooden city, with the moon cradled in his hands, he scanned the surroundings left and right, growing increasingly anxious as he failed to spot his beloved wife. Time had elapsed significantly, and she had assured him she was on her way. Why had she not arrived yet? Were it not for the fear of strangers inciting alarm within the wooden city, he would have long ventured in search of her, eliminating the need for such a prolonged wait. His yearning to see her was palpable. Not far away, Gulan leaned against the sturdy trunk of a great tree, idly chewing on a tuft of foxtail grass, his mind wandering. Suddenly, an image of a familiar face illuminated his thoughts, adorned with a gentle smile that seemed to radiate warmth. A surge of emotion swept through him. His wife was indeed in the wooden city. What could she be doing? When she had stabbed him, had she felt a sense of triumph? If so, perhaps she would not mind delivering another blow or two, for he was tough-skinned, with a remarkable ability to heal. If he sought her out, would she be angry or delighted? Likely furious, given the cold, unfeeling gaze she had cast upon him at that moment. Gulan's heart clenched tightly. Despite her clear intentions to end his life, his mind stubbornly clung to thoughts of her. Wanwan, you are indeed a toxin. An unforgettable poison. He took a deep breath, suddenly opening his eyes. Was it an illusion? How could Wanwan be standing before him? That cherubic face remained as beautiful as ever, fair as snow yet naturally flushed, prompting an irresistible urge to reach out. Her dark, gem-like eyes sparkled with allure, reflecting his image in a mesmerizing dance. He recalled the enchanting moment when she had been beneath him, her gaze capturing his essence. A sweetness that made him long to kiss her, to never let go. Her delicate fingers, gliding across his chest, wielded an innate magic that sent shivers down his spine. Memories of their past flooded back, each one drawing a heavier breath from him. Wait, this didn't seem like an illusion. Could it be too vivid for that? Gulan's eyes widened in realization. It was truly Wanwan. He sprang to his feet, moving like the wind, abruptly vanishing from sight.
Gulan.
Where has my little wife gone? Surely, she hasn't lost her way? Wanwan exclaimed, glancing around anxiously. When he turned his head, Gulan was nowhere to be found. This man had promised to accompany him in meeting his wife. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Wanwan pondered the delay. Hadn't she just messaged him saying she was nearing? Meanwhile, Wanwan found herself bewilderingly ensnared by someone as she traversed the forest. Looking up, she was met with Gulan's stunningly handsome visage. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What are you doing here? Had she followed the address provided by the little snake husband correctly? Who could explain why Gulan was present? As the leader of a major alliance, how could he abandon his followers to frolic in the wooden city? And how did he know she would be there? Was there some tracking device on her? That was impossible. She had thoroughly checked herself for any high-tech gadgets. If there was one person Wanwan wished to avoid, it was Gulan. Setting aside their past entanglements, her earlier decision to stab him should have severed any emotional ties. Yet now, she found herself abruptly captured by him. A shiver ran through her. Was he here for revenge? Did he intend to kill her? Chapter 181. Disobedience. Gulan offered no response to Wanwan. As he continued on his path, he held her tightly, ensuring that given her strength, she could not escape his grasp. He felt he ought to harbor resentment towards her. After all, that fateful stab had nearly claimed his life. Yet, upon seeing her face, he could not help but seize her. Regardless of her reasons for being in the outer realm, his singular thought was to whisk her away to a place where no one could find them. Wanwan, feeling the weight of his unwavering gaze, swallowed nervously. His expressionless demeanor suggested he indeed sought retribution. Do you wish to kill me? She stammered, gathering her courage to speak. Gulan remained silent, his cold stare fixed upon her. A tremor coursed through Wanwan. Did he truly intend to end her life? Gulan's eyes flickered. Was Wanwan afraid? A thought struck him. In a secluded cave, Wanwan hugged her knees tightly, crouched beneath the stone steps. Above her, Gulan sat with an imposing presence, expressionless, his aura formidable. A large knife lay beside him, seemingly poised for bloodshed. Wanwan longed to flee but knew it was futile. Not only was Gulan immensely powerful, his wounds had seemingly healed, but she herself was devoid of elemental energy. Having just expended it all on the mad beastman, she was no different from an ordinary person now, and could not hope to escape. Wanwan felt incredibly unfortunate. Why had she encountered Gulan in that forest? Gulan, what do you want? If you wish to kill me, please be swift about it. Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, she shouted, only to regret it moments later. Gulan did not act immediately. Perhaps he still held on to their past affections and would spare her life. What if her outburst provoked him to strike? Wanwan had no desire to die. She had so many beast husbands awaiting her return and a bright future to enjoy. To perish now would be a grave injustice. Amidst the tense silence, Gulan finally spoke. Wanwan, do you still know fear? Whatever happened to the courage you had when you stabbed me? Well, of course, in a situation like this. Who wouldn't he be afraid? She retorted internally. The boldness that had driven her to stab him was fleeting, fueled by rage. Wanwan fell silent.
Gulan Skop.
Come here. Must I come at your command? That would be quite humiliating. Don't push me to act. I might just sever a hand. Wise individuals do not invite misfortune. Once my elemental energy is restored, you shall not continue your arrogance. Wanwan thought bitterly as she reluctantly approached him, step by step. Closer, he commanded. Wanwan complied against her will. Suddenly, he grasped her chin with surprising force, eliciting a soft gasp of pain from her. Is this as painful as the stab you delivered? He asked, narrowing his eyes, his once beautiful face devoid of warmth. You cannot escape this blade. Do you wish for my life? He chuckled lightly, gesturing to the knife beside him. You know precisely what I want you to do. Wait. Are you threatening my life to coerce me into doing something? Wanwan resisted, recalling the scorpion. Perhaps submission to power was not out of the question. After all, when one's life was not in their own hands, acquiescence was sometimes necessary. Yet, she hesitated to follow through. Her decision to be with him had stemmed from an innate affection, and now her feelings were tangled beyond comprehension. She detested the notion of trading her freedom for survival. Gulan observed the myriad of expressions flitting across her face, raising an eyebrow in realization. He noted that as long as he humbly solicited her, she would remain indifferent, even having once driven a blade through him. However, if he were to pressure her as he did at the beginning, perhaps she would willingly unfasten her garments. Winning her heart now seemed an impossibility. Yet, to possess her body? That was not entirely out of reach. He remained motionless, gazing intently at her. The turmoil on Wanwan's face was evident to him. Her hesitation, did that imply she had developed feelings? Feelings under his threat. Gulan abruptly seized her hand and pressed it against his chest. Wanwan, feel this scar here, the one you inflicted. If I were to kill you now, would it be unjust? He guided her hand to his robust pectoral muscles, but beneath the fabric, there was an unmistakable irregularity, the raised scar. With a sudden force, Wanwan found herself tumbling into his embrace. Their eyes met, and she discerned a flicker of coldness within Gulan's beautiful black eyes, as if to say, will you touch, or will you perish? Wanwan missed her obedient and charming little snake husband. Gulan, do you truly obsess over me this way? After I stabbed you, can you still shamelessly seek my affection? Her lips spoke before her mind could intervene, and she winced as the words escaped. Yet, there was no recanting. She chose to embrace recklessness. With her neck held high, she continued, can you not live without me? After all, she had thrust a sword through him, hoping he would forget her and abandon her. Why, then, did he seek her out? This left Wanwan utterly perplexed. The arm around her waist tightened suddenly, trembling slightly. Gulan's expression darkened, the anger palpable in his gaze as he fixated on her. Yet he did not harm her. In that moment, Wanwan's heart confirmed a realization. With a swift motion, she reached out and gently tapped the tip of his prominent nose. Her tone tinged with a sigh. You still cannot forget me, can you? She should have anticipated this, even when she had stabbed him before a multitude of witnesses. It had not deterred him. His eager journey to Mu City could not have been solely to kill her. Her presence and her ability to soothe were potent enough to tame the stubbornness of certain men. Are you not afraid I might truly kill you? Gulan's heart raced. A sense of shame washed over him, as though a lie had been exposed. Yet, to maintain his facade, he coldly retorted, Wanwan, do you think too highly of yourself? Not important. She blinked innocently, letting her fingers delicately graze his thin lips. The words that emerged from that mouth displeased her. He feigned seriousness just to win her over, yet spoke so gravely. Naughty, truly very naughty.
Gulan worded thou internally,
contemplating whether he should sever that mischievous little hand to teach her a lesson. But he found himself unable to harbor even a fleeting thought of harming her. All he desired was for that little hand to descend, to caress his throat, his chest, and finally his lower abdomen. Chapter 182. Stabbing you with a sword. I can hear your heart racing. Wanwan began slowly, her finger tracing along his lips to his cheek. I am one who responds to softness rather than hardness, so tell me, do you long for me? If previously Wanwan had harbored doubts about Gulan's intentions to harm her, the sound of his wildly beating heart confirmed her suspicions. He had come seeking affection, not violence. He would not hurt her. A whirlwind of emotions surged within Wanwan.
No.
The flicker of concern that had just arisen was abruptly shattered by Gulan's sharp voice, as if he sought to validate something through volume. No? Truly none? Wanwan raised an eyebrow, pressing him for clarification. Gulan remained silent, pursing his lips. Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation at the stubbornness of the man before her. With a cold huff, she leisurely pried apart the arms encircling her waist and began to rise. I thought you truly missed me and were prepared to be consoled. If you do not desire it, then my comfort is certainly unnecessary, right? Even if you were to kill me today, it would not be given to you. Gulan shot up, disbelief etched across his face at her words. Had she genuinely intended to comfort him? Was it true? He opened his mouth, poised to speak. But Wanwan, not inclined to linger, prepared to depart. Suddenly, her wrist was seized, and she turned to meet Gulan's anxious gaze. Are you being sincere? How so? Did you not claim you did not want me? Wanwan tilted her head, returning his words to him. Gulan swallowed hard. How could he not want her? He dreamt of her. Wanwan, do not go. Why should I not leave? Wanwan arched an eyebrow, leaning closer to his handsome face. Did you not wish to kill me? Gulan quickly shook his head. If he wished to harm anyone, he would not have gone to such lengths to bring her here. Observing the transformation of his previously indifferent face into one filled with yearning, Wanwan's heart quivered with a sense of vindication, her eyes reflecting a complexity of emotions. She reached out and gently caressed his face. You know that when I stabbed you, it was to sever our ties. Why then, are you so foolishly drawing near? What if I were to stab you again? You might not be so fortunate next time. If you wish to stab, then do so. Gulan, having been seen through, decided to drop the pretense, pulling open his shirt to reveal his chest. If it is destined that I die by your hand, then before I perish, I implore you to comfort me. Even if it is but a lie, I would still believe it. His breathtakingly handsome face remained fixed upon Wanwan, his gaze sincere, as if he intended to lay bare his heart for her to see. This heart, devoid of any other, belonged solely to her. Wanwan's heart quivered, and she bit her lip, asking one final question. Do you still wish to take me back to the Bylon Alliance? Gulan paused, seemingly grasping her meaning. He shook his head earnestly. If you do not wish to go, then I shall not take you. Wherever you desire to go, I will escort you. Including back to Moose City? Including back to Moose City. His tone mirrored the sincerity in his eyes. Wanwan smiled, her fingers lightly tracing his brow and eyes. Gulan, this is how you should be. Her kiss brushed against the corner of Gulan's lips, a delicate touch akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, yet imbued with her unique essence. The rich, soothing energy penetrated his pores, causing Gulan's body to shiver. Wanwan had taken the initiative to kiss him? Gulan's heart, once adrift, found its anchor. This was indeed an initiative from Wanwan. He shuddered, his large hand fiercely encircling her waist as he deepened the kiss. Wanwan's feelings for Gulan were undeniably intricate. After all, the silver butterfly resting on his shoulder had been willingly placed there by her. Although circumstances had compelled her, she had genuinely harbored affection for him. Subsequently, due to some of his choices, Wanwan had dismantled his wife Mark with her own hands. At that time, his intentions had been pure, driven by a desire for redemption. Wanwan had felt anger, frustration, and even hatred. All her negative emotions culminated in that one thrust of the sword. The grudge between them had been settled. What remained were the hidden longings and affections buried deep within. Gulan's breathing grew uneven. It had been an eternity since he had felt the soothing presence of his wife. The crescent moon had awaited his wife. Yet even the contact through the bracelet yielded no response. He found himself at a loss, overwhelmed with concern. Just then, he noticed a familiar piece of fabric caught on a branch in the woods. Wait! Wasn't that the fabric from the clothes his little wife had worn in the video she sent him? How could it be here? Could it be that his wife had been here? No, Gulan had stood here, and if his little wife had come, he should have seen her. Where was she? The crescent moon furrowed his brow, an ominous feeling creeping in, especially since he had been unable to contact Gulan. This fellow, who had come to meet his wife, stealthily slipped away at that moment, leaving one to wonder what he was up to. Wait, could it be that he believed his dear wife was a villain? A tremor of fear coursed through him as he imagined the worst. Would he harm Wanwan? Xianyue had followed the faint trace of Gulan's scent, utilizing the combined efforts of the Jacobson S organ and his forked tongue, tirelessly searching for nearly 3 days and nights before finally detecting her elusive presence. He had tracked her to the mouth of this cave. With widened eyes, fearing for Wanwan's safety, he rushed inside. Gulan, upon sensing a familiar presence, did not impede his entry. Thus, when Xianyu stepped into the cave's center, he beheld two figures nestled beneath a quilt. As he recognized their faces, he was momentarily stunned, his expression frozen in disbelief.
Wanwan? Gulan?
That was his wife, was it not? And that was his brother, was it not? What were they doing together? Rooted to the spot, Xianyu felt a surge of fury rise to his very soul. His brother was lying with his wife. Gulan furrowed his brow, adjusting the quilt to shield Wanwan's form. Even among close friends, one does not so casually gaze upon another's beloved.
Ah, Gulan.
What on earth are you doing? Xianyu was on the brink of madness. His beloved wife, the one he had cherished for so long, was now intertwined with his good brother? The air was heavy with the remnants of intimacy. It was evident to any observer what had transpired. Had it not been for Wanwan's presence, his fist would have already struck Gulan's face. Yet, even so, his rage remained undiminished. Was Gulan not professing eternal devotion to his former wife? Why, then, was he acting so brazenly towards his current spouse? Damn it, damn it. Xianyu felt utterly deceived, his handsome visage marred by ire, teetering on the edge of despair. Gulan frowned. Have you lost your mind? Chapter 183. The former wife. Gulan frowned. Was it not natural for orcs to indulge in love? Why could his good brother not bear to see him sharing affection with his wife? That was peculiar. He had not shied away from his presence when boasting before. Wanwan lay on the stone bed, her muddled mind momentarily jolted by the shouts behind her. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Turning her head, she met Xianyu's furious gaze. A glance at her disheveled appearance next to Gulan made her suddenly comprehend the situation. Was the snake beast jealous? Coughing slightly, Wanwan felt her cheeks flush. Xianyu, would you believe me if I said this was an accident? Xianyu's face, once filled with rage, turned pale as tears welled in his enchanting, kaleidoscopic eyes, cascading down like pearls. He could not accept that his dear brother was entwined with his wife. How could this be? How could it be? Gulan had been so fixated on his former wife. Thinking of this, Xianyu shot a venomous glare at Gulan. Gulan's brow furrowed as he glanced between Xianyu and Wanwan, his heart suddenly stirring with curiosity. Wanwan, do you know Xianyu? What is going on here? As he pondered, Xianyu strode forward and enveloped Wanwan in the quilt, lifting her into his arms. Gulan was about to intervene when he noticed Wanwan reaching out her hand. She was willing. Gulan looked between Xianyu and Wanwan, suddenly recalling the moment he had encountered her in the woods, where Xianyu had promised to meet. In that instant, he was taken aback. The next moment, Xianyu buried his face in the crook of Wanwan's neck, sobbing, wife.
Gulan Floze.
Xianyu's long-desired wife was indeed his Wanwan? Xianyu, my little snake. You are the best. Do not be sad. Wanwan sighed deeply, instinctively wiping away his tears. She had initially come to find Xianyu, unaware that Gulan would abduct her. This was an unforeseen circumstance. Xianyu was heartbroken, feeling despondent. It was clear that Wanwan was his true spouse. Yet she had been claimed by Gulan first. However, he dared not express his anger in front of her, opting instead to nuzzle closer to her neck. Raising his head, he coldly addressed Gulan. You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Wanwan was taken aback. Xianyu knew Gulan? The familiarity in his tone filled her with an ominous premonition. What explanation was needed? Wanwan is my wife, Gulan thought, feeling a mix of displeasure. He was beginning to grasp the situation. Xianyu's cherished wife was indeed Wanwan. Seeing him with her, he was simply unable to accept it.
Yet he,
having encountered Wanwan first, felt no guilt. Was it not Xianyu who should feel apprehensive? What did you say? Xianyu stammered, glancing between Wanwan and Gulan. Suddenly realizing something. Are you the one who destroyed Gulan's wife, Mark? Is this true, Wanwan? Xianyu could hardly believe it. Was the world truly so small that their wives could overlap? His wife was Wanwan, and so was Gulan's? However, witnessing Wanwan nod in affirmation, Xianyu could no longer deny the truth. He opened his mouth, glancing at his silent wife, and then at his equally troubled brother, struggling to find the words. His wife had become his brother's wife, and judging by the tone of their conversation, it seemed he had met her after Gulan. Therefore, Gulan had not betrayed his brother's trust? The three of them stood in silence, exchanging glances for what felt like an eternity. But why did you take her away, without permission? Gulan, Wanwan came to find me. Xianyu, caught in a web of confusion, suddenly realized the implications. He was now utterly convinced that Wanwan had been abducted by Gulan. She had been searching for him in the woods. Yet this damned Gulan had stealthily taken her away. Gulan had not considered that Xianyue's wife was also Wanwan. He had acted impulsively, seizing her without thinking. Yet, he felt fortunate for having brought her back. Otherwise, Wanwan would never have consented to comfort him. Now, she no longer rejected him, which was a positive development, and he had no regrets. Xianyue, no matter what, I will not let go of Wanwan. I will not interfere with her seeking her beast husband. But no one can stop me from finding her. Gulan felt it necessary to clarify his intentions. Even without today's incident, he would never relinquish Wanwan. Moreover, today she had actively kissed him to soothe him, making it even less likely he would let go. You! Xianyue's eyes widened in fury, his kaleidoscopic gaze trembling. He wanted to protest, yet knowing Gulan, he understood that nothing he said would alter his brother's resolve. Gulan, Xianyue is also my beast husband. You must not bully him. Wanwan reached out to grasp Xianyue's hand, gently patting him in a soothing manner. Xianyue immediately felt wronged, tears cascading from his vibrant serpent eyes. He had been the one to seek out his beloved wife first, yet she had been taken away by Gulan, leaving him to wait in the small grove for an eternity without seeing her. Had he not followed her scent, he would still be unaware of how long Gulan intended to keep her. The serpent felt aggrieved, yet had no means to express it. Wanwan's heart ached. Her little beast husband was so innocent and pure-hearted. How distressed he must be now. With a sigh, she wrapped her arms around his neck, settling into his embrace and gently kissing the tears from the corners of his eyes. Do not cry. I have always been waiting for you to find me. Shouldn't we be joyful now that you are here? She had not even had time to dress properly, merely wrapping herself in a layer of blankets. Xianyue raised his head, inadvertently gazing down at her striking figure, his face flushing crimson as his eyes darted away. Yet, as a thought struck him, he suddenly turned back, wrapping his arms around Wanwan's waist. Wanwan, you just comforted Gulan. Now, can you comfort me as well? Chapter 184. Possessiveness. Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. She was quite full at present. However, seeing the yearning expression on Xianyue's face, his enchanting serpent eyes glistening with impending tears, she gently sighed and turned to Gulan. Gulan, could you please wait outside for us? Gulan's hand, hidden within his long sleeves, clenched tightly as he coldly glared at Xianyue. This shameless fellow dared to make such a request at this moment. Wanwan's heart softened, and she found herself unable to refuse, yet now she would send him away. Gulan was unwilling, but feared Wanwan's anger, letting out a long sigh as he rose to leave. Xianyue's wounded heart found a bit of solace in this moment. He pouted, his gaze returning to the face of his beloved wife. After so many days apart, his longing for her surged like a tide. Finally, he could see her again. Her delicate face appeared even fairer, her features reminiscent of the most beautiful clouds and stars in this world, evoking a deep sense of affection within him. He truly missed her dearly. Xianyue pulled Wanwan into his embrace, his passionate gaze causing her cheeks to flush. When Xianyue leaned down to kiss her, Wanwan did not shy away, but rather tilted her head to meet his kiss. Xianyue longed for her, and she too yearned for her little serpent husband. The 2 months apart had been far too brief. The kiss transitioned from gentle caresses to a torrential downpour. Wanwan was swept from the blankets into his arms. Outside the cave, Gulan leaned against a large tree trunk, a blade of grass between his teeth. The seductive sounds drifting into his ears stirred his restless heart. Yet, this was Wanwan's choice. He could not interfere. Otherwise, the fragile bond he had just begun to mend with her would shatter. When Wanwan had previously asked him whether he would restrict her movements again, he should have realized that she was a woman who cherished her freedom. She would not relinquish her liberty, for anyone. If he wished to confine her once more, the only outcome would be losing her. Gulan clenched and unclenched his fists, ultimately releasing a long, drawn-out sigh. His wife was simply too remarkable, attracting far too many admirers. In that moment, his thoughts drifted back to the silver butterfly resting on Xianyue's shoulder, sending a sharp pang through his heart. Wanwan still had not returned his silver butterfly. As dusk approached, the commotion within the cave finally subsided. Gulan pressed his lips together, disregarding whether Xianyue was satisfied, and stepped inside. Upon seeing Wanwan in Xianyue's arms, he reached out to pull her over, expressionless as he helped her into her clothes. Hey Gulan, Xianyue fumed, nearly beside himself. Had Wanwan not been there, he would have certainly given Gulan a piece of his mind. Yu Wanshan patted her little snake husband's hand reassuringly, yet did not refuse Gulan's assistance. It was getting late. She needed to return to Wood City. Will you both accompany me back to Wood City? Or... Yu Wanshan turned to the two men before her, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. I will return with you. Xian Yu exclaimed first, for this journey had been undertaken solely for Yu Wanshan. He had already arranged matters concerning the Divine Serpent clan, ensuring no issues would arise. Yu Wanshan nodded in acknowledgement, shifting her gaze to Gulan. Though she had not re-established the silver butterfly mark upon him, she had implicitly acknowledged his status as her beast husband. Naturally, she also respected Gulan's choice, for he was the leader of an alliance, and it would not be easy for him to withdraw. I will accompany you, Gulan interjected, a hint of determination in his voice. Do you not need to oversee the Bylon alliance? Yu Wanshan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Gulan shook his head, explaining that the Bylon alliance was intrinsically linked to the Divine Serpent clan. They would assist each other in times of need, and he did not require to be present all the time. Xian Yu, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort. If he had known Gulan would compete for his beloved wife, he would never have formed an alliance with him. Noticing Xian Yu's expression, Yu Wanshan understood his unspoken thoughts and furrowed her brow. Xian Yu, she called softly. Xian Yu was taken aback, looking up at Yu Wanshan, waiting for her to continue. Do you possess a strong sense of possessiveness over me? Xian Yu opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Wanshan was his first and only wife. Was it not natural for him to feel possessive of her? Yet, seeing the expression on her face, it seemed she was not pleased. Should he answer in the affirmative or deny it? Xian Yu, before you all, I had several beast husbands whom I cherished deeply. I hope you can all coexist harmoniously, rather than harboring ill will towards one another. It makes me uncomfortable to witness. Yu Wanshan exhaled, voicing her true feelings. She acknowledged her own nature as a fickle woman. To date, she had several beast husbands, and in the future, there could be more. However, this was a mutual choice. If they could not accept it, they could opt out, and she would personally remove their wife marks. Yet if they chose to accept, she wished to see no quarrels or violence among them. Xian Yu opened his mouth, wanting to explain, yet felt somewhat deflated. I was just teasing Gulan. We often playfully bicker. So, Yu Wanshan had several beast husbands, did she? It was no wonder that even the outstanding Gulan had been drawn to her. It was hardly surprising if she took him more. Yet, a twinge of bitterness lingered in his heart. He had believed himself to be the most special and powerful by her side, only to discover that in terms of strength, Gulan was perhaps marginally superior to him. Yu Wanshan felt somewhat reassured by his words, reaching for Xian Yu and leading him to Gulan's side, grasping both of their hands. For those who wish to remain by my side, I hope you will always find happiness. As she spoke, Yu Wanshan planted a kiss on Xian Yu's lips before doing the same to Gulan's. Xian Yu and Gulan simultaneously lifted their gazes, their eyes meeting with a crackle of tension, yet they managed to maintain a facade of calm. Gulan, can you truly not let go? Clearly, Wanshan is unwilling to mark you as her wife again. Why persist? Outside the cave, while Yu Wanshan busied herself with her belongings, Gulan and Xian Yu stood side by side. Xian Yu could no longer contain himself and finally spoke up. He had come to understand that everything stemmed from Gulan's own infatuation, his relentless pursuit of Yu Wanshan. As a good brother, he wished to advise Gulan to be more pragmatic. There were plenty of other flowers to admire in the world. As Yu Wanshan's beast husband, he also hoped Gulan would willingly withdraw, for he had no desire to vie for her affection. Did you summon me just to spout this nonsense? Gulan scoffed derisively, his tone laced with disdain. If he could let go, he would have done so long ago. There would have been no need to reach this point. Xian Yu's lengthy arguments were dismissed by Gulan's contemptuous gaze. Have you truly not considered finding a new wife? As the entity of the ghost car phoenix bird, what manner of individual eludes your grasp, even if it pertains to an SS female? Chapter 185. The right to dispose of prey. If that is the case, would you consider exchanging your consort? After all, with your esteemed position as the leader of the Divine Serpent clan, seeking another SS female beastman should pose no challenge. Gulan offered no response, instead retorting with a cold smile. Xian Yu, having anticipated Gulan's likely refusal, nonetheless sighed upon witnessing the unwavering conviction in his counterpart's demeanor, choosing to remain silent. This world indeed feels small. I often pondered what your future consort would be like, and what mine would entail. Little did I expect that we would ultimately seek the same individual. Xian Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly. He would dare assert that no male beastman who has ever received the comfort of Yu Wanwan could ever abandon her. Naturally, he himself would not. Even if Yu Wanwan surrounded herself with other beastmen, his attachment remained steadfast. Gulan remained noncommittal. While Yu Wanwan had ceased to resist his advances, the mark of a consort had yet to be imprinted. In other words, he was not yet the beastman recognized by Yu Wanwan. Xian Yu could not fathom his feelings. He was bound to suppress any semblance of resistance, carefully coaxing his consort. Otherwise, he might not even secure the opportunity to approach her. In the moment their gazes met, both discerned a palpable intensity of combativeness in each other's eyes, reminiscent of encountering a singular prey when both parties were intrigued. On the smooth surface of the stone, their palms clasped together, and without any warning, an arm-wrestling contest commenced. One was the leader of the White Mist Alliance, the other the chieftain of the Divine Serpent clan. The victor would claim the right to dispose of the prey. Yet this time, both exerted their utmost strength. As their gazes locked, veins protruded from their foreheads. Yet neither yielded. Eventually, after an extended struggle, their hands fell limp, maintaining their positions, neither conceding defeat. Both released their grips simultaneously, massaging their stiffened muscles.
Speak.
What do you desire? Gulan casually snapped a blade of grass and placed it in his mouth. Xian Yu fell into silence, recalling Yu Wanwan's previous solemn warning, pressing his lips together. Since neither of us is willing to concede, let us coexist peacefully. Each of us will strive to win our consort's affection. Xian Yu appeared to have accepted the outcome of sharing a consort with his close comrade, the earlier tension dissipating from his countenance. Very well. Gulan refrained from unnecessary elaboration. They had already engaged in a contest, and Xian Yu had evidently put forth genuine effort. Thus, let their abilities speak for themselves. Just then, Yu Wanwan emerged from the cave, having finished her preparations. Wanwan, may I carry you as we travel? It would ease your burden, Xian Yu proposed. His eyes brightening, a charming smile gracing his face. Carrying you while on the move? Yu Wanwan suddenly recalled something, her face flushing crimson. Xian Yu's serpentine tail was unique, capable of coiling around her several times. Last time, in the underground river, he had indeed carried her while entwining her, showcasing extraordinary talent. Ahem. Yu Wanwan cleared her throat awkwardly. Meanwhile, Gulan swiftly interjected. Wanwan, allow me to soar with you through the skies. I am quite swift, too. His handsome visage bore a similarly tender expression. Yu Wanwan thought back to the cave, where under her soothing presence, his cheeks had flushed, a picture of desire, leaving her in a quandary. Ultimately, however, the coolness of the serpent's body prevailed. Given that it was summer with the sun blazing, Yu Wanwan preferred not to walk alongside it, opting instead to be carried by Xian Yu through the shaded woods, where thick foliage shielded them from the sun's rays. Furthermore, Xian Yu's cold body temperature felt like a natural cooling device, making it quite comfortable to be held. As Xian Yu secured Yu Wanwan in his arms, Gulan smiled, yet his hands clenched within his sleeves. Suddenly inspired, he transformed, shrinking back into the ghost car phoenix bird. With a flutter, he leapt into Yu Wanwan's embrace. The soft, smooth feathers brushed against her palm, momentarily startling her. The now diminutive ghost car phoenix bird, no larger than a common parakeet, boasted of vibrant plumage, remarkably beautiful. Most notably, the tactile sensation, the feathers, unlike before, were no longer as rigid as steel, but rather soft and fluffy, utterly delightful. Yu Wanwan caressed the feathers, unable to resist their allure. Xian Yu, will this hinder your pace? She tilted her head, glancing at his face, now so close, blinking innocently. Xian Yu, adorned with a gentle smile, shook his head lightly, assuring her it would not. Internally, however, he seethed with indignation. That damned Gulan had the audacity to exploit the young consort's fondness for adorable things to seduce her. No. Next time, he would also nestle in his consort's embrace, allowing the rich comfort to envelop him. His beast form was equally adorable. Surely, she would not despise it. Xian Yu thought bitterly, tightening his hold around Yu Wanwan, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Yu Wanwan, feeling a surge of affection, lifted her hand to kiss the corner of his lips. Then let me burden my little serpent consort, she teased, her cheerful demeanor and lively features radiating an irresistible charm. Xian Yu's heart raced. He yearned to whisk her away to a secluded place and savor the sweetness of her lips. Bowing his head, he caught sight of the ghost car phoenix bird nestled in her arms, gazing back at him. Their eyes met, igniting a momentary clash of wills before parting.
Gulan scop internally. Lekedut sepen.
Cut it out, colorful bird. Xian Yu muttered coldly, disregarding the jealous avian as he swiftly plunged into the woods with Wanwan. In contrast to Gulan, the serpent navigated the forest with greater ease, moving faster and more steadily. Wanwan, stroking the soft feathers of the ghost car phoenix bird, began to feel drowsy in Xian Yu's cool embrace. Suddenly, a sound of weeping drifted on the wind, disrupting her peaceful slumber. Opening her gem-like eyes, she lazily perked up her ears. Was that a child crying? Xian Yu, go take a look. Though this area was not far from Wood City, it was still considered a wilderness where strange creatures and magical beasts occasionally roamed, posing significant danger. Xian Yu acknowledged her request, inhaling deeply to determine the direction of the sound, then led Wanwan in that direction. Sure enough, not far into the woods, they discovered a small boy. Appearing about 6 or 7 years old, his cheeks flushed and features delicate, reminiscent of a doll from a traditional painting. However, at that moment, his legs were ensnared by a bizarre vine, trapping him in the underbrush. Numerous small tendrils protruded from the vine, piercing his little calves to siphon his blood. The boy could only use his still-functioning hands to beat against the invasive vine desperately. Wanwan frowned, and without hesitation, she unleashed a ball of luminous energy.
Boom.
The small explosion shattered the low-tier creature into several segments, retracting the tendrils that had ensnared the boy's legs. As the boy attempted to flee, he stumbled, only to be caught by Xian Yu, who had rushed forward.